"Brother Lin Feng, can you teach me the art of shuriken?" A young voice said coquettishly, and Lin Feng pushed the owner of the voice away expressionlessly. "Go and play with your brother Itachi." "Hey, but brother Itachi always lies to me that next time, brother Lin Feng will be the best to me." Sasuke slandered Itachi without changing his expression, and Lin Feng couldn't help but look at Sasuke. "Okay, Itachi is indeed like that, but it just happens that I don't have time today. Then you can go to your brother Shisui." However, Uchiha Shisui has always been busier than Itachi, and it is obvious that this proposal is impossible. "Brother Lin Feng, you feel so cold today." Sasuke curled his lips. "And you actually called your brother that guy directly. I'm going to tell brother Itachi." "Whatever you want, go." Lin Feng impatiently blasted Sasuke out, then closed the door, and stared at the box in front of him with a thoughtful look. His attitude was a little different today, all because of the sudden appearance of the box and the voice in his heart. The player's information has been bound, and the awakening conditions have been met. It has been detected that the player has logged into the Naruto world for the first time, and a novice gift pack is included. It has been 6 years since I came here, and I have slowly stopped worrying about the reason for the time travel. Lin Feng thought, now it seems that this pitfall brought me here. The novice gift pack is of course this box, and after opening the box, a pineapple-like thing appeared. What is this strange fruit? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and wanted to call Sasuke back to try the poison. However, after thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to try it first. After all, it was explained that it was a novice gift pack, and it was impossible to give something that would kill a novice at the beginning. As a result, Lin Feng regretted it immediately after taking the first bite. "Fuck! It's so disgusting! I should have left Sasuke to eat first." Lin Feng lay on the ground and retched for a while, but nothing came out. After a while, Lin Feng rinsed his mouth with water and decisively got up and threw the remaining fruit into the trash can. Ding! System information updated. The prompt sound suddenly sounded, which scared Lin Feng. Huh? What changes have taken place in such a short time? Lin Feng curiously opened the attribute panel and was shocked by the new line of words. Then he was so surprised that he almost jumped up. The player obtains the innate ability, Dark Fruit. The current level of the Dark Fruit is D level. The Dark Fruit has a skill attached. Skill 1, Seal, can instantly seal the ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu of the person who touches it, and immediately unseal it after the contact ends. Skill 2, Deprivation, can deprive the enemy of a certain skill, but can only hold one deprived skill at the same time. After seeing it, Lin Feng was overjoyed. This ability is simply against the sky. It turns out that the novice gift pack is a devil fruit. Now Lin Feng was extremely glad that he didn't let Sasuke taste it first. Otherwise, this devil fruit ability would be his. Thinking of this, Lin Feng suddenly noticed the D level. What does D level mean? Lin Feng looked carefully again and found that there was a line of small words behind each skill. This skill is only effective for D level moves. Please pay attention. Oh my god, it's only D level. Lin Feng felt like he was poured with a bucket of cold water. He immediately understood what this prompt meant. In other words, the limit of the forbidden ability is to prohibit all D-level ninjutsu, physical skills, and illusions of the toucher. And the deprivation of skills can only deprive the opponent of D-level skills. Don't be discouraged. If there is a level indication, then it means that it can definitely be upgraded. Lin Feng immediately realized this and began to study the system panel carefully. Sure enough, he found the experience value mark below his character information. The current experience value is still 0, but what Lin Feng found strange is that there is an experience value mark, but there is no character level. Could this experience have other uses? Lin Feng frowned, but he chose to put this question aside for now. Anyway, no matter how much he thinks about it, he can't get an accurate answer without enough information. Let's go out for a walk. Lin Feng sighed, walked out of the room, and suddenly received another prompt. The player has been detected to have left the novice village. The God King game has officially started, the first level Naruto. In the random assignment of good/villain, the player's Uchiha bloodline has been detected, and he has been assigned to the villain camp. So my room is the novice village. Lin Feng twitched his mouth, and that villain, oh, the Uchiha bloodline is indeed true. In the original Naruto, if we don't count the last Kaguya, then the villains with the biggest roles are the Uchiha trio, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Madara. Sasuke is the main enemy in the early stage of Shippuden, and he becomes more and more evil later. Although he was whitewashed in the end, he can be called one of the villains based on his performance in the early stage. Obito is the villain throughout the book, and Madara is the mastermind behind Obito. It can be said that so many things in the ninja world are caused by the members of the Uchiha family. Really? All the members of this family are so talented. If they are not exterminated, then they will be exterminated? Lin Feng sighed. When he said this, he remembered that the extermination of the family was coming, and it was less than 3 years away. Before he found this system, Lin Feng had been working hard to practice and build a good relationship with his brother Uchiha Itachi, preparing for future survival. The side effect of doing so was that Sasuke also had a good relationship with him. But other than that, Lin Feng's practice was also very effective. Climbing trees, treading water, and using the Sharingan to operate a windmill. Lin Feng had mastered these basics and the three-body techniques. After all, compared with his peers, he had a mature and intelligent consciousness, which was too much of an advantage. As for why Lin Feng could practice the Sharingan windmill technique, it was because Lin Feng opened the single-hook Sharingan as soon as he was able to open his eyes after he was born. Lin Feng estimated that it was because he was too shocked after discovering that he had traveled through time, so the intense emotions triggered the awakening of the Sharingan. But until now, Lin Feng has not been able to successfully open the second hook. In the Uchiha clan, the earlier one opens the Sharingan talent, the better. But Lin Feng knows that showing off too much will only bring disaster to himself, and he did open his eyes too early, so Lin Feng has always covered them with colored contact lenses. The system was still processing, and soon a task prompt popped up. Novice Task 1. Maintain the dignity of the head of the family. Many Uchiha clansmen are already dissatisfied with Uchiha Fugaku's ruling as the head of the family, and Uchiha Itachi's talent has also been envied by most of the young clansmen. Therefore, there are currently multiple young Uchiha clansmen who have formed a faction. Select Uchiha Sasuke, the weakest of the head of the family bloodline, and start with him. Please go to the location of coordinates 235,565 to deter the villains and maintain the dignity of the head of the family. As an evil villain who oppresses others, how can you allow others to oppress you? Reward 500 experience points. Novice special bonus reward 500 experience points. P.S. I often see that book friends complain about the ability of Jonin to move in a flash, and Jayu has also responded to it many times in the book review area. This time I will just explain it directly in the first chapter. In Naruto, any method that can quickly move the body is collectively called the flash body technique. It includes everything, including escape techniques, high-speed physical techniques, and even space-time ninjutsu. The high-level ones include the Flying Thunder God technique and the Water Instant Body technique. The low-level ones also include the Konoha Instant Body technique and the Shadow Dance Leaf Instant Body technique that even Jonin can use. So please don't complain about this repeatedly. Hey, isn't this young Master Sasuke? What are you doing here alone? 3 teenagers who looked to be in their teens surrounded Sasuke. They were all genin of the Uchiha clan. At this time, they were instructed by their elders to teach Sasuke a lesson. Of course, they themselves were also very unhappy with the members of the Uchiha Fugaku lineage, especially that Uchiha Itachi, who relied on his talent and didn't even attend the family gathering. Such an attitude is too arrogant. 2 years ago, Uchiha Itachi opened the Sharingan at the age of 8, which made the Uchiha Fugaku faction very arrogant. What does the ninja world need most? What is most needed is a genius. Only a genius can possibly reach the Kage level. Otherwise, no matter how many mediocre people grow up, their final achievements will definitely not be as good as a genius. You guys? Sasuke took a few steps back in fear. What do you want to do? Immediately, Sasuke felt that he had bumped into someone and could no longer retreat. That person was one of them named Uchiha Xiang, who went around and blocked him from behind. Hey, Shuda, Uchiha Xiang said with a grin. Did you hear that? Young Master Sasuke asked us what we want to do. Uchiha Shuda also had a smirk on his face, looking at Sasuke, who looked very helpless, and slowly approached. Hey, you 3 10-year-olds, are you really ashamed to bully a 5-year-old together? A voice appeared silently behind Uchiha Shuda, scaring him. It was a black-haired boy who looked about 6 years old. Sasuke was delighted when he saw him. He ran over and hid behind him. Second brother? Oh, it turns out to be the second young master Lin Feng. Uchiha Shuda was stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face again. He and Uchiha looked at each other and said with a sly smile, "It's just right. We have something to do with you." The moment Lin Feng received the task, the system marked the navigation route in his field of vision, allowing him to rush to the scene quickly. After arriving at the scene, Lin Feng found that the task was indeed not easy to do. The enemy was 3 genin, and although he had trained for many years in advance, he could only get the same combat power as genin at most. However, it was scary enough to have the strength of genin at the age of 6, so Lin Feng used his usual hiding style in the past, and almost no one understood his true strength. Except for Uchiha Itachi, who had always cared for him, but Itachi did not say it after noticing it, but spent more time to instruct Lin Feng. "What can you do with us?" Lin Feng said disdainfully. "After all, you are just peripheral members. You will never interact with core members like us. Don't you understand that you have different social circles? You bastard!" Uchiha Shuda roared after hearing this. "It's just that the parents who gave birth to you are good. What are you so arrogant about?" Yes, Uchiha Xiang also roared. "Let us teach you how to respect your seniors." "Brother Lin Feng, why don't we go to Brother Itachi for help?" Sasuke said with some fear, and Lin Feng patted his head. "Don't bother Itachi, I can handle it alone." Maybe it was difficult for Lin Feng to handle 3 genin by himself in the past, but now Lin Feng is no longer the Lin Feng of the past. Ha! Uchiha Shuda punched over, and Lin Feng focused his mind and grabbed his arm. This was originally a common move in fighting, but who knew it would become the key move to determine the outcome of this game? Seal! Lin Feng immediately activated the power of the dark fruit and grabbed Uchiha Shuda tightly, making him unable to break free. Then Lin Feng's other hand hit Uchiha Shuda's stomach fiercely. Ah! Uchiha Shuda bent down suddenly and curled up like a shrimp. "Tsk, what's wrong? Aren't you a genin?" Lin Feng made a sound of "Tsk, what's wrong? Aren't you a genin?" Lin Feng made a sound of "Tsk, what's wrong? Aren't you a genin?" He kneeled and made blood spurt out of Uchiha Shuda's face. Why did Shuda let the other party beat him so hard? Uchiha Xiang and his companions looked at each other in astonishment. They didn't know how aggrieved Uchiha Shuda felt at the moment. Want to use the instant body technique to avoid it? It can't be activated. Want to use the body substitution technique to avoid it? It can't be activated. Why? Why can't it be activated? Endless confusion filled Uchiha Shuda's heart, but it was just this hesitation that Lin Feng seized the opportunity to hit him with a series of hits. Uchiha Shuda, who was unable to do anything, naturally let Lin Feng beat him up without any resistance in the eyes of his other 2 companions. "Brother Lin Feng, you are so strong!" Sasuke was stunned, his eyes full of admiration. At the age of 6, he beat up a teenage genin. This should be something that even Brother Itachi could not do. Uchiha Shuda was completely stunned, so he couldn't even do ordinary physical skills to counterattack. But his 2 companions would not abide by the one-on-one rule. "Damn it, die, you little brat!" Uchiha Xiang roared and rushed up with his companions. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and continued to activate his ability. Deprivation! A black light covered Uchiha Shuda, who was beaten without any resistance in a very short time, and then Lin Feng kicked Uchiha Shuda out. The flying Uchiha Shuda bumped into his accomplice, but Uchiha Xiang was about to rush in front of Lin Feng. Earth Escape Heart Beheading Technique. Lin Feng's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving Uchiha Xiang punching in the air. At the same time, a hand suddenly stretched out from the ground, forcibly pulling the unprepared Uchiha Xiang into the soil. It was Lin Feng who instantly dived into the soil. He buried Uchiha Xiang so that only his head was left outside, and then walked over and knocked out the last genin who was hit by Uchiha Shuda and was just about to get up. "You are so shameless, you actually besieged brother Lin Feng." Before Sasuke could finish his righteous support, the three besiegers were all killed. This situation made Sasuke's jaw almost dislocated, and this kind of astonishment also appeared on Uchiha Xiang. This is the D-level Earth Escape ninjutsu that Shuda learned with great difficulty. Uchiha Xiang immediately recognized this move. "Why do you also know it? You just entered the ninja school." Lin Feng smiled and said nothing, but turned around and called the somewhat dazed Sasuke to come over. "Sasuke, do you have a pen that can write? S. Please give me flowers and collect." "Sasuke, do you have a pen that can write?" Lin Feng asked in a friendly manner. Sasuke nodded and quickly took out a pen and handed it to Lin Feng. "I'm just a little bored, so I'll try to draw on your face." Lin Feng scribbled on Uchiha Xiang's face, which was only his head, with great interest, and called Sasuke to play with him. "How dare you insult me like this? Shut up, you're so noisy." While Lin Feng was writing and drawing, he slapped Uchiha Xiang with his other hand. Uchiha Xiang's face immediately became red and swollen. He stared at Lin Feng angrily, and he was completely angry but dared not say anything. "Oops, this line is crooked." Lin Feng regretfully scolded Uchiha Xiang. "It's all because of you. Don't move your head." Uchiha Xiang was almost fainted with anger. "What do you mean I move? It was obviously caused by the slap you just gave me, okay? What a pity, but I have a good way." Lin Feng looked at Uchiha Xiang with an unknown smile, and his whole body trembled. What do you want to do? I'm warning you." "Pa pa 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 pa." A series of slaps overwhelmed Uchiha Xiang's screams of fear, and soon a face swollen like a pig's head appeared. "See?" Lin Feng said seriously to Sasuke, who was already stunned. "If we swell the face like this, we can increase the area for painting. Isn't it a great method? Good. So cruel." Sasuke couldn't help swallowing his saliva and was extremely glad that Lin Feng was his brother. After a while, the three pig heads buried in the soil appeared brand new. Each of them had a swollen nose and face, and there were all kinds of graffiti on their faces saying "idiot, idiot," and even pornographic pictures. Well, Lin Feng looked at his artwork with satisfaction. "You just bury it here. Maybe someone will pass by and rescue you." "No, it's our fault that we didn't recognize the great man." Uchiha Shuda, who had already woken up, begged, "Please let us go, second young master." After waking up, he was horrified to find that the earth escape technique he learned was no longer usable, which means that he couldn't use the earth escape technique to get out of the soil by himself. Then the rest can only wait for someone to rescue him. But if others see him with such a loss of dignity, what's the difference between him and death? Lin Feng glanced at them coldly and left without looking back. "Hey, let's go, Sasuke." Sasuke followed his brother's footsteps with pity, leaving only three heads shivering in the cold wind. "What?" Uchiha Xiaoyi slammed the table. "You three genin were killed by a 6-year-old kid?" Yes, elder." Uchiha Shuda lowered his head, his face full of shame. "You bunch of trash, get out!" Uchiha Xiaoyi waved his hand, ordering the three bruised clansmen below to leave. Uchiha Shuda and others left as if they had been pardoned, leaving Uchiha Xiaoyi quietly thinking. "I didn't expect that Uchiha Lin Feng is still a hidden talent." Uchiha Xiaoyi narrowed his eyes. At this level, he may be more talented than Itachi. Uchiha Xiaoyi is the leader of the faction in the family that is most at odds with Uchiha Fugaku. Unfortunately, Uchiha Fugaku's faction already accounts for the majority of the Uchiha family, and it is really not something that Uchiha Xiaoyi can confront head-on. Therefore, Uchiha Xiaoyi had to instruct the three genin to do such a despicable thing, but he didn't expect that it would lead to such a thing. Damn Fugaku, how come all his sons are geniuses? If this matter spreads, there is no doubt that the entire Fugaku faction will expand again because of this. After all, peerless geniuses represent the peerless strongmen of the future. Fortunately, even Fugaku himself seems to be unaware of this matter. Uchiha Xiaoyi clenched his fists. If he knew, he would definitely send people to protect Lin Feng, the kid, and it would be difficult to do it then. There is no point in a genius if he cannot grow. We must take this opportunity to completely wipe out Lin Feng. After killing the three genin, Lin Feng sent Sasuke away and received the reward with a refreshed mind. The reward was 1,000 experience points. The moment he received it, 3 options appeared in front of him. The player has been detected to have obtained 1,000 experience points. Choice 1, store and save for later use. Choice 2, increase ability level. Choice 3, exchange in the mall. Lin Feng thought carefully and chose ability upgrade first, because he didn't know what the other 2 options were. After entering option 2, a new option popped up. The dark fruit ability has been detected, and the current level is D. Increase to C level, 1,000 experience points. Increase to B level, 10,000 experience points. Increase to A level, 100,000 experience points. Increase to S level, 1,000 experience points. Return and reselect. Seeing so many zeros, Lin Feng was secretly shocked. The highest S level was already 1,000,000 experience points, which was an astronomical figure for Lin Feng now. But fortunately, there was a return and reselect, which surprised Lin Feng a little. Lin Feng chose to return, then clicked on the mall exchange for option 3. Suddenly, a new list appeared in front of Lin Feng, with all kinds of ninjutsu and blood limit emerging one after another, which made Lin Feng a little dazzled. Among them, Lin Feng focused on looking for the Sharingan, and found that a double-hooked Sharingan actually only needed 1,000 experience points. One is all-powerful suppression, and the other is unilateral improvement. Are the effects different? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. He knew in his heart that the double-hooked Sharingan was already a B-level ninjutsu, but the price was the same as the C-level talent upgrade. Both are 10 times the leap. Lin Feng then found that the exchange was the same as the talent upgrade, and the experience value requirements were 10 times higher for each higher level. After thinking about it, Lin Feng finally chose to upgrade the dark fruit. With the previous experience, Lin Feng already felt that his strength was insufficient, but a B-level ninjutsu or blood limit could not immediately bring about an improvement in combat power. And the dark fruit of only D level was indeed too low, so Lin Feng decisively chose to upgrade the fruit. As the prompt sound ended, when Lin Feng looked at the panel again, he found that the dark fruit had been upgraded to C level. The current level of the dark fruit is C level. The dark fruit's additional skills have been detected. Skill 1, Seal, can instantly seal the ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu of the person who touches it, and immediately release it after the contact ends. This skill is limited to C-level moves. Please pay attention. Skill 2, Deprivation, can deprive the enemy of a certain skill, but can only hold one deprived skill at the same time. This skill is limited to C-level moves. Please pay attention. Skill 3, Dark Water, send out gravity to force the enemy to come in. Skill 4, Release all the residues absorbed by darkness. Please support the new book period, give some flowers and collect it. What Lin Feng cares about most is the 2 extra skills. Lin Feng vaguely remembers that Dark Water and Liberation are indeed the abilities that should belong to the dark fruit. It seems that they need C-level to be triggered. This is also in line with the characteristics of the devil fruit. There are no rubbish fruit abilities, only rubbish users. The use of devil fruits is divided into levels and levels. If you just eat it, no matter how powerful the fruit is, it is difficult to bring it out. But what really made Lin Feng's eyes flash with a strange light was the ability effects of Dark Water and Liberation. Wouldn't it be possible to pretend to be Wanxiang Tianyin and Shinra Tianzheng? It feels cute. After getting everything done, Lin Feng walked into the street with a happy mood and went straight to Ichiraku Ramen, a well-known trademark of Konoha. Lin Feng had heard of this ramen shop for a long time in his previous life, so when he was able to act alone, Lin Feng went straight here to feast on it. After eating it for the first time, Lin Feng could really feel that Ichiraku Ramen was indeed outstanding. The smooth taste, chewy ramen, thick bone soup, everything is perfectly mixed in the right way. So it's the second young master Lin Feng. What do you want to eat today? Uncle Ichiraku was also impressed by the second young master of the Uchiha family, who came to his place to eat ramen when he was 2 or 3 years old. Lin Feng nodded and said skillfully, "A bowl of extra-large tonkatsu ramen." "Okay," Uncle Ichiraku responded, and at this time a weak voice came from beside Lin Feng. I also want the same ramen. Can I use these coupons and change? Lin Feng turned his head curiously and found that it was a blonde child with 6 beards, probably about 4 years old, the same age as Sasuke. Such obvious features made Lin Feng guess his identity at once. It was just that the timid voice before, which was contrary to his impression, made Lin Feng unable to react at once. All these? Uncle Ichiraku looked at them and said with some embarrassment, I'm afraid it's not enough. A disappointed voice sounded immediately. Lin Feng smiled and said, Give him a bowl, I'll pay. No problem. Uncle Ichiraku made the second bowl readily, which made Naruto happy immediately. Thank you, big brother. It's okay. Lin Feng said gently, It's just a bowl of noodles. Because big brother is the first person who is so gentle to me. He won't hate me for no reason. Naruto said depressedly. Lin Feng sighed. Naruto's childhood was really too hard. Naruto is only 5 years old now, far from being as optimistic and strong as he will be in the future. At the age of 5, he must have been on the verge of collapse in the face of accusations and criticisms everywhere. Naruto liked to come to Uncle Ichiraku to eat ramen at first, and it was also because Uncle Ichiraku was one of the few people who didn't show disgust towards him. In fact, Lin Feng couldn't understand it. He was treated like this since he was born, but Naruto didn't turn evil when he grew up. Even Lin Feng admired Naruto's inner tenacity, but that kind of tenacity only belonged to the future Naruto, not the Naruto sitting next to him. I have no grudges against you. How could I hate you? Lin Feng rubbed Naruto's hair, then looked at Uncle Ichiraku. When this child wants to eat ramen in the future, just put it on my account. The second young master is really generous, Uncle Ichiraku said admiringly. He is such a kind-hearted child with a gentle heart. Lin Feng curled his lips after hearing this, but did not say anything. This was just his whim anyway. He didn't lack such a little money. Lin Feng knew that Naruto was the protagonist of the future, but others didn't know, so the importance of this matter in their eyes immediately increased a lot. This? How can this be? Naruto lowered his head. His face was a little excited, but also a little struggling. He knew very well how much Lin Feng would spend to do this, because Naruto himself had saved money for so long, and even with the coupons, he couldn't afford a bowl of extra-large ramen. Naruto, who had experienced the hardships, immediately magnified the value of this matter countless times in his heart. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. It's okay, and my name is Uchiha Lin Feng. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can go to the Uchiha family to find me. Yes! Naruto finally couldn't resist the temptation of the long-term ramen meal ticket. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Thank you, big brother. At this moment, the young Naruto has firmly remembered this big brother who treated him so gently for the first time, more deeply than anything else. After eating ramen, Lin Feng said goodbye to Naruto and went straight back home. Brother Lin Feng, you're back! Sasuke came up to him happily. Lin Feng touched his head and asked, Is Itachi not back yet? Sasuke tilted his head and said, Itachi seems to be still following the team on a mission. It will take some time for him to come back. But it doesn't matter. Brother Lin Feng is still by my side, Sasuke continued to talk to himself. Humph, it doesn't matter whether that Itachi who always breaks his promise comes back or not. I have my second brother and that's enough. Who asked you how you feel? Lin Feng had a blank expression on his face, and he inexplicably felt that Sasuke's words were a bit disgusting. One night passed quickly, and early the next morning, Lin Feng appeared in the martial arts training ground. Although he had obtained the system and skills, Lin Feng still did not neglect his own practice. It was the hard truth to seize every minute and every second to improve his strength. After a while, Sasuke's figure also appeared in the martial arts training ground. Come on, brother Lin Feng. Lin Feng stopped, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Sasuke. Don't just shout. How about you come down to practice too? Okay, Sasuke quickly responded, and then another voice followed and shouted, I'll come too. Lin Feng recognized that it was Naruto's voice, and he was a little surprised. Naruto, why are you here? I wanted to go to the Uchiha family to find you, but I found you directly when I passed by here. Listening to Naruto's answer, Lin Feng understood. The Uchiha family's martial arts training ground is next to the family, so when Naruto came to find him, there is a high chance that he would see him. You came to find me so soon. Is there any difficulty? But Naruto was silent for a while after hearing it, and then said, Nothing. I just want to see you, brother Lin Feng, again. This was the first time Naruto have experienced warm kindness since he was a child. This warmth made Naruto, who had always lacked care and recognition, like a drug addict who couldn't stop, and he thought about this matter all night. Who are you? Sasuke became alert. Why do you call me second brother like that? Only I can call you that. Seeing Sasuke feeling like his beloved family was about to be snatched away, Lin Feng flicked his forehead with amusement. His name is Uzumaki Naruto. You two should get along well. It hurts. Sasuke covered his forehead and pretended to be pitiful, but Lin Feng, who knew that he didn't use any strength at all, ignored him. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Naruto ran over happily. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Please give me your guidance. Sasuke, however, looked like he saw an enemy, turned his head and snorted, without answering. You are so childish. Lin Feng sighed and said to Naruto, This guy is Uchiha Sasuke, and he is my useless younger brother. Second, brother is too much. How can I be useless? Sasuke shouted a little aggrieved, and as if to highlight his closer relationship with Lin Feng, he didn't call him Brother Lin Feng, but second brother. Naruto didn't feel anything, but just looked at Sasuke with a smile, which made Sasuke snort proudly again. Okay, let's start practicing. Lin Feng patted the two on the back, feeling full of accomplishment. These are the two reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, the two main characters of the original Naruto. Now they all call me brother, and they seem to be competing for favor. Ahem, it seems a bit evil. Lin Feng felt very satisfied, and the day's practice time passed quickly. And Naruto, like Sasuke, went home with injuries all over his body. Lin Feng's so-called practice with them was mainly mutual training, but Lin Feng didn't hold back much in the sparring, and beat them up in the name of doing it for the future of Sasuke and Naruto. There are not many opportunities to beat up the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, and Lin Feng will never waste it. P.S. Please add to collection and give flowers. Lin Feng happily trained Naruto and Sasuke for about a week. Although they were covered in wounds, their strength and mutual friendship were greatly improved. In addition to the use of the fruit and other basic training, Lin Feng also focused on practicing the instant body technique. It is obvious that this instant body technique is a special skill that Lin Feng coaxed from Shisui. Lin Feng must get this kind of magical skill. However, this special instant body technique was beyond Lin Feng's expectation. Until now, he has not been very proficient in using it. Every time he trained the ability of the dark fruit, Lin Feng would go to the deep back mountain to practice alone. The fewer people who know about this trump card trick, the better. Just when he was about to start training again, the long-lost task reminder suddenly sounded. Novice Task 2. Maintain the dignity of the family head. Many Uchiha clan members are already dissatisfied with Uchiha Fugaku's ruling as the head of the family, and Uchiha Itachi's talent has also been envied by most of the young clan members. The Uchiha clan elder Uchiha Xiaoyi discovered that you have the potential to surpass Uchiha Itachi. He hopes to wipe you out before you grow up, and has now sent 3 Chunins to encircle and suppress you. As an evil villain who plots against others, how can you allow others to plot against you? Reward, 1,000 experience points person, D-level gem fragment X2. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. When he first accepted the task, he saw the one behind the novice task and knew that this must be a chain task. Now it seems to be true, and although it is still a novice task, it no longer has the 500-point bonus of the first novice task. However, relatively speaking, the level of enemies and rewards has been improved a lot. The first time Lin Feng killed 3 Jonin, he only got 500 experience points, but this time everyone can get 1,000 points. Should we say that he is worthy of being a Chunin? Lin Feng secretly shuddered. Even genin can be divided into many types. The ones that Lin Feng killed are equivalent to little brats who have just graduated from the ninja school and have average talent. In the original work, the 12 little strongmen of Konoha are basically the elite among genin. Among them, some strong ones, such as Sasuke, who returned from training, are still genin, but have already possessed the strength of any Chunin. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Judging from the task prompt, these 3 Chunins are not easy to deal with. It's just, Lin Feng was a little confused. What the hell is a D-level gem fragment? Before he could think about it or check the system, several kunai flew towards Lin Feng at lightning speed. At this time, the insight eye of the hook wheel finally took effect, allowing Lin Feng to see the kunai that suddenly appeared and immediately knocked them away one by one. Because Lin Feng wanted to avoid others seeing the dark fruit, the back mountain where he chose to practice was empty, which was the best place for assassins to start. Lin Feng was able to react the moment he was attacked, which made the 3 Uchiha Chunin who attacked secretly shocked. This kind of reaction is not something a 6-year-old child can have. Could it be that this second young master Lin Feng is actually a hidden genius? A wave of doubts arose in the hearts of the 3 people, and before they could take the next step, Lin Feng's counterattack came. Dark water. Lin Feng grabbed in the direction where the kunai flew, and the next moment the 3 Chunin felt that they were pulled directly over by a sudden suction force. What is this? The 3 Chunin were all shocked. They had never encountered such a strange attack, but the quality of Chunin still allowed them to react quickly. One of the fatter Chunin began to form hand seals, trying to attack Lin Feng while being sucked in, while the other thinnest Chunin also drew out his shuriken and threw them at Lin Feng, and the 3rd Chunin released a chain to tie up a tree to stop himself from flying towards Lin Feng. Their actions were clearly seen by Lin Feng with his inside eyes. Lin Feng sneered and did not stop them. Soon, the cross shuriken was about to pierce Lin Feng's eyes, and the fat Chunin's ninjutsu was also completed. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. The Great Fireball Jutsu is a truly powerful B-level ninjutsu. Even an ordinary Chunin would be exhausted if he used it. Only a genius ninja of Sasuke's level could use it at the Jonin level. This kind of combat ninjutsu belonging to the Jonin level was indeed amazing when it was released. A huge fireball followed by the cross shuriken flew towards Lin Feng. Seeing the opportunity coming, Lin Feng immediately used his power to attack. Release! The 3 Chunins who were desperately resisting the suction force found that the gravity had turned into an inexplicable repulsive force. It was not right to call it a repulsive force. It was just a force that simply spread outward. The ability to be released is to throw out everything that was sucked by the dark water at once. The 3 sucked Chunins were thrown out with great force and hit the big tree behind them. They were knocked unconscious, but before they could adjust their state, the fat Chunin was submerged by a huge fireball. Compared to the fat Chunin who could not scream, the thin Chunin wailed loudly, because there were several cross shurikens stuck in his face, which were the shurikens he threw out to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng had been using the dark water just now. Once the great fireball technique and the cross shuriken were released, they were equivalent to being sucked by the dark water. At this moment, Lin Feng activated the release and of course returned at a faster speed. The fat Chunin was hit hard by his powerful great fireball technique, and it was most likely impossible for him to survive. The thin Chunin was hit in the vitals and immediately lost his combat effectiveness. Lin Feng could be said to have solved 2 powerful enemies in an instant. Humph! Lin Feng threw a kunai without hesitation and stabbed the thin Chunin in the throat. In the last second, Lin Feng also received the reward prompt for killing the fat Chunin. Now there is only 1 Chunin left. No way. The remaining Uchiha Chunin had a striking short hair, but unfortunately his expression at this time was not striking at all, but rather extremely dull. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. When he first received the mission, he was very disdainful when he found out that the target was just a 6-year-old child and thought that the elder was making a fuss. 3 Chunins were needed to deal with a 6-year-old child? You must be kidding. Even if he was the second son of the family owner, even the most talented eldest son of the family owner was just promoted to Chunin this year. But he never expected that Lin Feng would be so perverted. The moment they attacked, he beat the 3 Chunins into dogs. This incomprehensible battle situation and the pain of being liberated and thrown against the tree made him unable to stop Lin Feng's kunai from killing the thin Chunin in the first place. resulting in the terrible situation that he was the only one left to face this little devil. No, I have to go back and report to the elder. The short-haired Chunin was now completely unsure. The disdain and ease at the beginning disappeared completely. He was not sure if he could beat Lin Feng, who killed 2 Chunins in the blink of an eye. So at this time, all he wanted in his heart was to escape. He must tell this information to the faction of the Great Elders he is loyal to, and let the Great Elders send a Jonin to kill Lin Feng. This boy can kill 2 Chunins in an instant when he is 6 years old. If he is not killed now, how terrible he will be when he grows up. But he doesn't know that if the Chunin can't kill Lin Feng, the Great Elder will never have another chance. The reason why Uchiha Xiaoyi only sent Chunins to kill Lin Feng is that Jonins are already the high-end combat power of the Uchiha family. Once they are dispatched, they will definitely attract the attention of Uchiha Fugaku. And Lin Feng certainly has no intention of letting the short-haired Chunin go. It's not easy to get such a training object. How could Lin Feng, who always makes full use of everything, let it go? Dark water. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and another suction force caught the fleeing short-haired Chunin back. The short-haired Chunin had never seen such a strange trick. He knew that he could not escape. He was determined in his heart and turned around to face Lin Feng. Lin Feng could see a hook wheel spinning in each of his eyes. It was obviously a rare single hook wheel Sharingan. You know, most of the Uchiha clan members can't open the Sharingan even if they try their best for a lifetime, so this Chunin's talent is pretty good. Lin Feng was even more pleased with his good talent, so it would be more valuable for him to practice with him. Go to hell! The short-haired Chunin roared and rushed towards Lin Feng with a kunai in hand. Lin Feng lowered his body, turned his Sharingan with all his strength to see the Chunin's actions, and turned around to sweep the Chunin's lower limbs. The short-haired Chunin jumped high to avoid Lin Feng's sweeping kick. Lin Feng did not get up with him, but supported himself with his hands. Shadow Dance Leaf! Of course, this was not Shadow Dance Leaf, but Lin Feng made an attack in the same form as Shadow Dance Leaf. Although it was not as fast as Shadow Dance Leaf, the effect was the same as Shadow Dance Leaf. The Chunin didn't expect Lin Feng's change of tactics, and was kicked into the sky by Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't miss this opportunity, and jumped directly into the air and kicked the short-haired Chunin down with a split kick. This was Lin Feng's physical attack, imitating the lion's combo. But in order to prevent the short-haired Chunin from counterattacking, Lin Feng omitted the attack in the middle, and used the most ruthless blow in the lion's combo in the second attack. Similarly, Lin Feng did not miss this contact, and in an instant he took away a sea-level ninjutsu from the Chunin. Every time Lin Feng launched the deprivation, all the current moves that the person who was hit would be presented to Lin Feng for him to choose. Lin Feng chose the most practical move in his opinion without even considering it. Fire style, Phoenix Fairy Fire Technique. Several small fireballs were spit out by Lin Feng, and the target was the short-haired Chunin on the ground. That's a sea-level ninjutsu of the Chunin level. How can a kid who just entered the ninja school use it? The short-haired Chunin was shocked. Although he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, he still showed the qualities of a Chunin at the critical moment. Compared to the Jonin like Akadenka, who knelt down after being hit by the lion bullet, the short-haired Chunin was still worthy of his level. At the critical moment, he forced his body to avoid the Phoenix Fire Jutsu. But then his body stopped because several cross shurikens pierced through his body. What? What? The short-haired Chunin looked back with difficulty, only to see that the cross shuriken was still connected to several steel wires. It was obviously hidden in the Phoenix Fire Jutsu just now, and was controlled by Lin Feng. He took advantage of him to dodge and turn his back to the Phoenix Fire Jutsu and hit him. The Phoenix Fire Jutsu was taken away from him by Lin Feng, so he naturally knew that the Phoenix Fire Jutsu could contain controlled ninja tools. However, this situation was automatically filtered out by the short-haired Chunin, because Lin Feng was only a 6-year-old child, and it was impossible for him to use the Phoenix Fire technique to this extent. But now the cruel reality has told the short-haired Chunin that nothing is impossible, but he still can't figure it out. This is Sharingan Shuriken technique. How is this possible? The reason why the short-haired Chunin thought that Lin Feng could not use the Phoenix Fire technique to the point of hiding ninja tools is precisely because of this reason. This technique of controlling ninja tools mixed in ninjutsu must rely on the Sharingan, and even he is not familiar with this special technique. How could the short-haired Chunin have thought that Lin Feng had a mature consciousness since he was born? He did not practice any ninjutsu, but only practiced the Uchiha clan's skills in this area and the basic three-body techniques, plus the unremitting training of physical skills and the continuous refinement of chakra. At this time, Lin Feng's skills can be regarded as exquisite and extraordinary. After all, a child's body is the most suitable for learning things. Others can't learn much because their minds are not mature at that time, but Lin Feng has a mature mindset from the beginning. He took advantage of the golden time to exercise these, which has a much better effect than getting twice the result with half the effort. The most important thing is that Lin Feng has opened the Sharingan since he was a child. This is what makes the short-haired Chunin feel the most incredible. Being able to use this trick, doesn't it mean that the 6-year-old Lin Feng, the second young master in front of him, already has the Sharingan? Uchiha Itachi opened the Sharingan at the age of 8 and was already praised by the elders of the clan. Now Lin Feng opened the Sharingan before he was 6 years old. Is he a demon? Please give me some flowers and comments. Lin Feng was too lazy to explain so much to the short-haired Chunin, just walked to his side and ended the short-haired Chunin's life. Ah, I thought you could practice with me for a while longer. Although the victory in this single duel was due to the carelessness of the Chunin, who could not guess that Lin Feng had already opened the Sharingan, he still died much faster than Lin Feng imagined. Congratulations to the player for completing the task and obtaining the task reward of 3,000 experience points and 2 D-level gem fragments. The player has obtained 3,000 experience points. Choice 1, store and save for later use. Choice 2, improve the ability level. Choice 3, exchange in the mall. The system prompt sounded, and Lin Feng thought about it for a while, and first chose to ask what the D-level gem fragments were. These 2 D-level gem fragments did not have a processing option like experience points, and it was obvious that they were useless at this stage. Judging from the name of fragments, it is estimated that enough quantities need to be collected to condense a complete version before they can be used. Soon, Lin Feng got the system's answer. Gem fragments are the components of gems. As long as you collect 7 pieces, you can form a complete gem of corresponding level. 7 pieces, Lin Feng complained without hesitation. Are you Dragon Ball? The system ignored Lin Feng and continued to explain. The function of gems is to randomly extract abilities. It may be an ability from this world or an ability from other worlds. The probability is completely uncertain. The level of the gem represents the current level of the extracted ability and has nothing to do with the strength of the ability content. Hearing this, Lin Feng understood the mystery of this gem fragment. As long as you collect 7 gem fragments, you can summon a dragon. Oh no, it's a complete gem. This gem can extract any ability, but no matter what level of gem it is, the ability extracted will not have any difference in strength. The only difference in the abilities extracted by gems of different levels is the level at which the ability is extracted. For example, if Lin Feng's dark fruit is extracted with a D-level gem, then it will be in the D-level state when Lin Feng first got it. But if Lin Feng uses an A-level gem to extract the dark fruit, then the dark fruit will automatically reach A level when it appears. This gem is a pleasant surprise because it represents a new unknown ability, and Lin Feng is full of expectations for it. As for the use of the 3,000 experience points, Lin Feng didn't think much about it. At present, Lin Feng urgently needs a way to quickly improve his strength because he knows that he has been targeted by the Uchiha clan's elder Uchiha Xiaoyi. If more Chunins come next time, it may not be as easy to fight as this time. At present, Lin Feng's dark fruit has reached C level. If he wants to exchange it to B level, he needs 10,000 experience points. This is obviously impossible for Lin Feng, who only has 3,000 experience points. But if exchanging for a few B-level ninjutsu can't play a big role in improvement, then the best choice is only one. That is to exchange for B-level 2 hooks of the Sharingan. The Sharingan is one of the 3 major eye techniques in the world of Naruto. In Lin Feng's opinion, it is much stronger than the weak Byakugan, which is also one of the 3 major eye techniques. It can not only see the flow of chakra, but also enhance insight and dynamic vision, and can also assist in illusions. In short, the benefits are too numerous to count, and this is just the most basic function of the Sharingan. If the single-hooked Sharingan is the Eye of Insight, then the double-hooked Sharingan is the real copying eye. The double-hooked Sharingan can not only see through ordinary ninjutsu, taijutsu, and illusions, but also copy them. Although the level of copying is not very high, it is much better than Lin Feng's current C-level dark fruit deprivation ability, because it has no quantity limit. Lin Feng always thinks and does it, and immediately spent 1,000 experience points to exchange for the double-hooked Sharingan. In an instant, the world in his eyes became much clearer. Combined with his proficient physical skills and the chakra that had increased greatly because he had been refining it since he was a child, Lin Feng was confident that even without using the power of the dark fruit and the special instant body technique, he could try to defeat the Chunin in a one-on-one battle. After hastily dealing with the bodies of the 3 Chunins, Lin Feng returned home with ease. As soon as he returned home, Lin Feng saw 2 black-haired boys, one with a mature face and the other much more handsome. They were Lin Feng's elder brother Uchiha Itachi, who had not seen him in this world for a long time, and Uchiha Shisui, who was equivalent to half of Lin Feng's master. It may be because Lin Feng was born earlier than Sasuke and was exposed to Uchiha Itachi earlier, so Uchiha Itachi was obviously much closer to him than to Sasuke. And Itachi's relationship with Sasuke seemed to be a kind of love for the house and the dog in it, in the eyes of outsiders. Sometimes people would think that it was only because Sasuke looked very similar to Lin Feng that Uchiha Itachi gave Sasuke the same care. Indeed, compared to Uchiha Itachi, Lin Feng didn't know why he looked more like Sasuke's brother. He looked very similar to Sasuke. However, Sasuke had become the 3rd brother in this world, but he was still named Sasuke. Lin Feng often sighed that the plot master was the culprit. "Itachi and Shisui, is the mission over?" Lin Feng greeted Itachi. He didn't call Itachi big brother or Shisui brother. This was a habit that lasted for several years, so Itachi and Shisui didn't care. Well, the target this time was more difficult to solve, but fortunately it succeeded. "Itachi and I didn't have the same mission," Shisui smiled, "but my target is more difficult to solve than Itachi's." Itachi was now dressed in a tight suit, and there was still a trace of the aura left by killing the enemy on his body, which made Lin Feng, who was now much stronger, moved. Itachi was 4 years older than him. He was promoted to Chunin at the age of 10, that is, this year. But in Lin Feng's opinion, Itachi's strength was among the most elite among Chunin, so he could just try his skills. As for Shisui, Lin Feng didn't dare to think about it for the time being. Shisui was stronger than Itachi, at least he was a special Jonin. "Itachi," Lin Feng suddenly asked, "are you tired now?" Itachi was stunned, not knowing why Lin Feng asked this. "I'm in good condition, mainly because I rested on the way back." "Okay, then fight with me." Itachi was a little slow to react when he heard Lin Feng's proposal. Even Shisui was dumbfounded when he heard it. Lin Feng was training in secret and had strength far beyond his peers. Even Uchiha Fugaku didn't know this, but Itachi, who cared about Lin Feng very much, knew it very well, and Shisui, who taught Lin Feng, also had a general understanding. But in the eyes of Itachi and Shisui, Lin Feng's strength was still far behind them. When they just left the family to go on a mission, I remember that Lin Feng was only at the level of a genin at most. But now Lin Feng actually proposed to fight Itachi, which surprised Itachi. Could it be that in the week when he was away, Lin Feng had already leaped to the point where he was confident that he could fight against him? P.S. Please give me flowers and votes. Lin Feng, are you sure it's okay? Shisui asked with a frown, and Itachi waved his hand. Since Lin Feng said it's okay, then it should be possible. Itachi knew Lin Feng's usual personality very well, so he didn't think about the direction of brothers, sparring and teaching at all, but was thinking about a serious battle. In the past, Lin Feng only asked Itachi for advice, but never sparred with Itachi. It was obvious that he was self-aware and knew that his strength was far inferior to Itachi. Lin Feng was a person who could only abuse others himself, but not others, so he always stayed away from such sparring that was asking for abuse. This is why Itachi and Shisui were surprised. It was because they knew that Lin Feng was such a person that they were surprised. Now that Lin Feng took the initiative to challenge, did it mean that he thought that his strength was not much worse than Itachi's? However, since Lin Feng had launched a rare challenge, and Itachi had just completed his mission and had time, then his decision was naturally to take on this battle. This is not a good place to fight. Let's go to the back mountain, Lin Feng said to Itachi, and took the lead and jumped up, obviously asking Itachi to follow. Itachi understood that Lin Feng did not want others to know his true strength, so he did not choose the family training ground but the empty back mountain. Therefore, Itachi followed Lin Feng without any hesitation. It seems very interesting, Shisui thought for a while, but still did not follow. But since it is a competition between brothers, I will not participate. Soon they arrived at the back mountain. Of course, Lin Feng did not take Itachi to the place where he had fought, but to another location. We're almost there. There shouldn't be anyone else here. Lin Feng looked around, and Itachi confirmed, "Don't worry, we're the only ones here." Very good. Lin Feng looked at Itachi. Then I'm going to go ahead. Be careful. Lin Feng didn't say any polite words at the beginning. He went ahead right away. Itachi's expression was also stern. His whole body tensed up, alert to Lin Feng's every move. He no longer simply regarded Lin Feng as his 6-year-old brother. Itachi knew the difference between Lin Feng and Sasuke. Once Lin Feng confirmed something, it was most likely not an exaggeration, but the truth. Now that Lin Feng thought he could fight a Chunin alone, Itachi would believe Lin Feng and treat him as a Chunin enemy of the same level. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Lin Feng used a sea-level ninjutsu at the beginning, which shocked Itachi. You can even use sea-level ninjutsu at the Chunin level? No wonder you think you have Chunin strength. It seems that Lin Feng might be more talented than me. Itachi thought in his mind, but his body moved quickly and dodged Lin Feng's Fengshan fire jutsu. It's not over yet. Lin Feng hummed, pulled the steel wire in his hand, and several cross shurikens broke out of the Fengshan fire behind Itachi and hit Itachi's back. Is this the Sharingan shuriken jutsu? Itachi was shocked again. My guess in the past few years was right. Lin Feng opened the Sharingan earlier than me. He is a real super genius. Even Itachi himself barely opened his Sharingan when he was 8 years old. Now that he found out that Lin Feng opened his Sharingan earlier than him, Itachi was secretly happy for Lin Feng. However, he still couldn't imagine that Lin Feng not only opened his Sharingan, but was also in the state of 2 hooks. Itachi flipped in the air, and seeing that the shurikens were about to be dodged by him, Lin Feng pulled the steel wire again and made a seal with his hand. Release! Bang! All the shurikens turned into smoke. Itachi's pupils shrank, and the next moment he saw several huge Fuma shurikens being pulled out of the smoke by Lin Feng. Lin Feng actually turned the Fuma shurikens into ordinary shurikens to paralyze Itachi's mind. Originally, Itachi's aerial flip could dodge the smaller cross shurikens, but once the cross shurikens turned into giant Fuma shurikens, the attack surface would cover Itachi again. Great combat thinking. Itachi secretly praised in his heart, and his eyes suddenly turned into blood-red pupils with 2 Magatama spinning rapidly. That was the 2-hooked Sharingan. Itachi, who opened the 2-hooked Sharingan, finally saw the trajectory of the Fuma shuriken. At the critical moment, he took out a kunai and inserted it into the center of the Fuma shuriken closest to him, seizing the control of this Fuma shuriken. Then Itachi threw this Fuma shuriken backwards and hit another Fuma shuriken, which triggered a chain reaction and knocked down all of Lin Feng's Fuma shuriken. This is... Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. This move is a unique shuriken technique of the Uchiha family, which can change the trajectory by relying on the collision between several shurikens or kunai. In the original work, the shuriken technique that Sasuke had been pestering Professor Itachi with was this move, and Sasuke even sprained his foot for this. Naturally, Lin Feng had also practiced such a basic and famous move, but he didn't expect that Itachi could perform this move on a Fuma Shuriken of such a large size. As expected of the super genius Uchiha Itachi, he is not so easy to deal with. Lin Feng smiled in his heart. The harder Itachi is to deal with, the better. If Itachi is defeated by him in a few moves like the short-haired Chunin before, Lin Feng will be disappointed. The next thing to compete is close combat skills. Of course, Lin Feng will not use the dark fruit on Itachi. In addition to keeping it secret, there is another important reason. That is, Lin Feng wants to try out how strong his own pure combat power is. Itachi has a double-hooked Sharingan, and so does Lin Feng. P.S. Thank you, Lonely Journey, for the 100-point reward. Half an hour later, Lin Feng and Itachi both lay on the ground without any image. The surroundings became bumpy, obviously, after a big battle. No one would have thought that the two sides who caused such a battlefield were just teenagers who had not even reached the graduation age of the ninja school. Huh, you are really amazing, Itachi. Lin Feng panted heavily. Although he and Itachi tied in this battle, he was sure that Itachi still had some hidden strength. You are really amazing. Itachi was also panting. At such a young age, you are so amazing. I, as your elder brother, really feel a little ashamed. Like Lin Feng, Itachi could also feel that Lin Feng had hidden some of his strength, but he didn't know what Lin Feng had hidden. And just from this battle alone, Itachi was shocked. Lin Feng's reaction, dynamic vision, and observation were all at the same level as Itachi's double-hooked Sharingan. Could it be that Lin Feng had opened the double-hooked Sharingan at the age of 6? Itachi didn't dare to think about it anymore. This kind of heaven-defying talent appeared in his younger brother. He really didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse for Lin Feng. By the way, Lin Feng suddenly said, "Please keep today's battle a secret." Itachi nodded silently. Although Lin Feng did not see it, he knew that Itachi must have agreed. With Itachi's intelligence, he could definitely see that it would be better for Lin Feng not to let others know about this terrible result today, even Uchiha Fugaku. Otherwise, there would be other problems that would be unfavorable to Lin Feng. And Itachi's usual care for Lin Feng was completely genuine. So Lin Feng knew that Itachi knew very well what to do and did not need to worry at all. "What did you say?" Uchiha Xiaoyi stood up in shock, not even noticing that the teacup beside him had fallen to the ground. The tea in the teacup soaked the tatami, but no one came to wipe it clean because everyone present was in a daze. What did the ninja who just reported say? The 3 Chunins he sent were all missing? How could 3 Chunins just disappear out of thin air? Uchiha Xiaoyi first thought of the first possibility. That is, the killer Chunin was killed by the target Uchiha Lin Feng, but he immediately denied himself. What a joke! He was only 6 years old and could kill 3 Chunins, which was something that even Senju Hashirama, who was known as the god of ninja in the past, could not do. So could it be killed by someone else? Uchiha Xiaoyi pondered deeply. He thought that the biggest possibility was that he was killed by the ninja sent by Uchiha Fugaku to protect Lin Feng. But as far as he knew, Uchiha Fugaku was not the kind of person who would send someone to protect his son. Moreover, if his speculation was true, then Uchiha Fugaku would have come to the door by now. What is the truth? Uchiha Xiaoyi frowned. Now he was no longer sure whether Uchiha Fugaku knew about Uchiha Lin Feng's talent. If Uchiha Fugaku knew, it was possible that he would send ninjas to protect Uchiha Lin Feng. Losing 3 Chunins at once was a huge loss for Uchiha Xiaoyi's faction. Therefore, he would not send more Chunins to carry out this mission without knowing whether he could ensure success. Then, to ensure success, he could only send Jonins. But once a Jonin is sent, Uchiha Fugaku will notice. This made Uchiha Xiaoyi fall into great entanglement. But Lin Feng was such a genius at the age of 6. What would happen if he continued to grow? Uchiha Xiaoyi made up his mind from the beginning that even if he was discovered by Uchiha Fugaku, that would be a matter for later. Before that, he must eliminate the threat of Lin Feng. Uchiha Xiaoyi didn't know his determination and brought a new task to Lin Feng again. Novice Mission 3. Maintain the dignity of the family head's lineage. Many Uchiha clan members are already dissatisfied with Uchiha Fugaku's rule as the head of the family, and the talent shown by Uchiha Itachi has also been envied by most of the young clan members. The Uchiha clan's great elder Uchiha Xiao made up his mind from the beginning and decided to send a senior ninja to kill you to ensure that you will not become a helper of Uchiha Fugaku's faction. You need to kill Uchiha Xiaoyi before you are killed by Uchiha Xiaoyi and eliminate the threat to the family head's lineage. As an evil villain who kills others, how can you allow others to kill you? Reward: 5,000 experience points, 3D level gem fragments, chain task and reward, 5,000 experience points. After reading the task prompt, Lin Feng stood there and fell into deep thought. After fighting with Uchiha Itachi, Lin Feng also had a general understanding of his own strength. It was unlikely that he could single-handedly get rid of Uchiha Xiaoyi in the Uchiha family. Although Lin Feng did not know what level of strongman Uchiha Xiaoyi was, he was definitely not weak. In this way, he was more cautious about the remaining 2,000 experience points. Although there were 10,000 experience points to be obtained after completing the task, it also showed that the mission was very risky. After thinking it over, Lin Feng finally spent 1,000 experience points to exchange for a B-level ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. The multiple Shadow Clone Technique is indeed an A-level ninjutsu, but the downgraded Shadow Clone Technique is only a B-level ninjutsu, which is within the range that Lin Feng can just exchange. However, the multiple Shadow Clone Technique is only suitable for people with a lot of energy. Lin Feng himself does not plan to exchange it. For him, the Shadow Clone Technique is enough. The general plan has emerged in Lin Feng's mind, and he went to the ninja tool store first. P.S. Thanks to Sichunyi for the 100-point reward. Before entering, Lin Feng used a transformation technique to prevent others from recognizing him. With a bad taste in his heart, Lin Feng changed into the appearance of the Six-Path Sage and walked into the ninja tool shop. "Sir, what do you want to buy?" The boss leaned out to take a look. To be honest, the Six-Path Sage looked quite strange. Fortunately, there were many people with strange appearances in the ninja world, so the boss was not surprised. "I want all the explosive talismans in your store," Lin Feng said in a low voice. The boss was surprised. "Explosive talismans are very dangerous. Sir, are you sure it's okay?" Explosive talismans are equivalent to the grenades in Lin Feng's previous life. If used well, they are still very lethal. "I'll be careful. Hurry up." Lin Feng nodded and threw out a bag of money. This was all his savings over the past few years. He also stole Sasuke and Itachi's private treasury, which was barely enough to buy all the explosive talismans in the store. Of course, the unscrupulous Lin Feng didn't intend to pay back his two brothers. He took the several stacks of explosive talismans that the boss packed for him and left in a swagger. What a strange person! The boss wiped the sweat off Lin Feng's back. But he was still very happy in his heart. After all, he made a lot of money again. That night, Lin Feng quietly ambushed in the courtyard of the Uchiha family. As the son of the head of the family, Lin Feng was of course very familiar with the structure and layout of his own courtyard, and he also knew where Uchiha Xiaoyi's courtyard was. It can be said that it was extremely suitable for lurking here. It is estimated that Lin Feng is the first person in the history of the ninja world to lurk in his own home, but the effect is indeed very good. After so long, no one has been able to find him. After a while, Lin Feng had roughly figured out the guards outside Uchiha Xiaoyi's yard. Generally, there were 2 Chunins patrolling non-stop. When Lin Feng was fully prepared, his plan officially began. Shadow Clone Technique. Lin Feng made a seal, and 6 shadow clones appeared with a faint smoke. Lin Feng commanded 2 shadow clones to stay, and the remaining 4 shadow clones left with explosion talismans. Then, Lin Feng let one of his shadow clones jump out from another place and fight with the Chunin closest to him. Lin Feng's shadow clone can also copy the power of the dark fruit, so Lin Feng felt that his shadow clone should be able to entangle with the Chunin for a while. The remaining Chunin looked more alert. He did not follow Lin Feng's plan of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, but stayed where he was cautiously, as if waiting for the other ninjas of the Uchiha family to hear the sound and come to help. But this was also within Lin Feng's expectations. The Chunin wanted to stay live. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. He had just attacked the Chunin in this way because he wanted to use the Chunin to explore the way, and now he really tested the barrier. The broken wall revealed a huge hole, and Lin Feng could just see Uchiha Xiaoyi standing up in a panic. But Lin Feng still did not act, because he had another purpose in using the Chunin to smash the wall. That was to lure someone out. After all, Uchiha Xiaoyi had been a high-ranking elder for too long, and he had lost the sharpness of a ninja. He did not react even when he saw the rubble flying from the wall about to hit him. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared and knocked all the rubble away in a few strokes. It was him. Lin Feng's pupils shrank. He wanted to lure out this person. In the family, there would be several shadow guards assigned to the highest authority, and each of them was an elite at the level of Jonin. This time, Uchiha Xiaoyi finally reacted. He roared, "Who is? How dare you attack the Uchiha clan?" The shadow guard half knelt in front of Uchiha Xiaoyi. "It is still unknown for the time being, but it is not safe here. Please move as soon as possible, Master Xiaoyi." "Want to know who attacked the Uchiha clan?" Lin Feng clapped his hands and walked out. "Why not ask the magical brother Feng?" "It's you." Uchiha Xiaoyi's pupils shrank. "Although I don't know which force you colluded with, but you dare to attack the Uchiha clan, and the target is me, the Great Elder. Even Fugaku can't save you." In Uchiha Xiaoyi's heart, he certainly didn't think that the mere 6-year-old Lin Feng could make such a big move, so he naturally thought that there must be other forces involved. "Alas," Lin Feng sighed, "there is no other force, only me. And as long as I kill you too, no one will know it was me?" "Killed us too?" Uchiha Xiaoyi sneered. "How dare you talk big, kid? I should advise you to kneel down and confess your guilt as soon as possible. Maybe the clan rules can punish you less." Lin Feng said disdainfully, "Clan rules? What the hell is that? There is nothing in this world that can punish me." "And you should confess your guilt. You want to make a big fuss to assassinate me for your own selfish reasons?" He shook his head with a sneer. "You are selfish and have no vision. I really don't understand how you got the position of the Great Elder. Besides, you even want to wipe out me, a super genius that the Uchiha clan has seen for 100 years. No, it's a super genius that is rare in 10,000 years, and you completely ignore the future development of the Uchiha family. From this point of view, I should suspect that you have colluded with other forces to become their spy, intending to bring down the Uchiha family." Uchiha Xiaoyi was so angry at Lin Feng's words that he almost had a heart attack. He stared at Lin Feng angrily. "Humph, the Uchiha family doesn't need you to be, more or less. Shadow, kill him." Uchiha Xiaoyi didn't want to talk to Lin Feng anymore. He directly ordered Shadow to kill Lin Feng. Shadow suddenly disappeared after receiving the order, and appeared behind Lin Feng the next moment, piercing his heart with a kunai. "Please give flowers and collect." Looking at Lin Feng with his heart pierced, Uchiha Xiaoyi snorted disdainfully. "Even if he is a genius, he is nothing if he doesn't grow up. Humph, it's just like that." "Really?" Lin Feng's voice made Uchiha Xiaoyi and Shadow's pupils shrink. With a bang, Lin Feng in front of Shadow dispersed into smoke all over the sky. "Shadow clone?" Uchiha Xiaoyi was shocked, and then he saw 2 kunai shot at him from another direction, one after the other. The body of the Chunin who touched the barrier fell into the house, indicating that the barrier had disappeared, and then the Shadow clone came out and led the Shadow away. All of Lin Feng's steps were purposeful, plans, and reality was developing just as he expected. Damn it! Uchiha Xiaoyi was a former ninja after all, and he took out 2 kunai and wanted to knock Lin Feng's kunai away, but at this time he saw the explosion talisman and steel wire behind the kunai. "Is this Sharingan Shuriken technique?" Uchiha Xiaoyi was shocked. This kind of manipulation technique requires the assistance of Sharingan. If he was still the same, he would definitely think that Lin Feng could not use this trick and was definitely cheating. But now even the difficult B-level ninjutsu of Shadow Clone can be used by Lin Feng, a 6-year-old child. Uchiha Xiaoyi already felt that it would not be too difficult for Lin Feng to awaken the Sharingan. In any case, in order to ensure that there is no risk, Uchiha Xiaoyi chose to dodge backwards instead of knocking the kunai away. If it was indeed a kunai controlled by Lin Feng's Sharingan, then even if he hit it, he couldn't hit it far away. And, as long as the kunai was not far away from him, The explosion symbol on the kunai would hurt him. But just when Uchiha Xiaoyi retreated to the backyard, the two stones on the left and right suddenly turned into Lin Feng, another shadow clone. Uchiha Xiaoyi gritted his teeth, but he was not panicked. If it was just a shadow clone, then Uchiha Xiaoyi was still confident that he could kill it quickly. Dark water! Dark water! The two Lin Fengs did not fight him, but sandwiched Uchiha Xiaoyi and used dark water respectively. Two suction forces in completely opposite directions fixed Uchiha Xiaoyi in place at once, making it extremely slow and difficult for him to even move his body. Damn! What kind of ninjutsu is this? Uchiha Xiaoyi was shocked. He had never encountered such a strange trick before. The next moment, his whole old face turned pale, because Uchiha Xiaoyi finally saw clearly what was burning on the two Lin Fengs. It was a huge amount of explosive talismans. Oh no! Everything that just happened was so fast that Shadow had no time to stop it. At this moment, he saw Uchiha Xiaoyi in a desperate situation and immediately wanted to rush over to rescue him anxiously. Don't be so cold. Your opponent is me. Lin Feng's real body suddenly appeared in front of Shadow, and the terrifying speed of the body flash technique made Shadow's face darken. If it was Shadow in the last second, he could still be confident that he could rely on the speed of a Jonin to get rid of this 6-year-old kid and rescue Uchiha Xiaoyi. But after seeing this body flash technique, Shadow was no longer sure that he could do it. It was because Lin Feng relied on this strange body flash technique, and his speed was almost catching up with Shadow. The burning time of the explosion talisman was very short. Uchiha Xiaoyi on the other side was already full of despair. The two clones of Lin Fengying were only about 2 meters away from him, just in a delicate position where Uchiha Xiaoyi could not attack them. However, these short 2 meters can reduce the power of the explosion talisman negligible. The reason why the shadow clone was able to turn into stone and ambush me was definitely because he used the Sharingan to manipulate the shuriken technique to force me to the predetermined position. It turned out that all my reactions were within his calculations. Seeing that he could not be saved, Uchiha Xiaoyi murmured to himself, "He is so terrible at the age of only 6. Could it be that my decision was really wrong?" Boom! A large number of explosive talismans finally exploded, and a huge flame flooded the backyard and spread violently. The pain transmitted after the disappearance of the Shadow clone made Lin Feng's face change. Shadow also changed his face. After all, his target of protection was successfully killed by a 6-year-old kid in front of him. Damn it! Shadow gritted his teeth. At least, I have to kill you and avenge Master Xiaoyi. You might have been okay before, but now you don't have any chance. Lin Feng showed a confident smile on his face, because he had just received a prompt that the mission was successful, and at the same time, he also obtained the extremely generous mission reward. 10,000 experience points, add them all to the dark fruit. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's dark fruit has been upgraded to B level, which has greatly improved his combat power. What did you say? Shadow didn't know the changes in Lin Feng's body, so he was very upset by Lin Feng's contempt. He raised his hand and took out 4 shurikens and hit Lin Feng and began to make seals quickly. Humph! Lin Feng sneered, used the body flickering technique to avoid the shurikens and came directly to Shadow's side. Come on! Shadow's seals were also completed. Now that Lin Feng took the initiative to come to him, Shadow couldn't wait. Seal, style, great fireball technique. Shadow opened his mouth and wanted to spit out a fireball, but he found that he only spit out air. What's going on? Shadow was shocked and his head was confused for a moment, which gave Lin Feng a chance to react. Dark water, release. The zero-distance dark water was completed instantly, paving the way for the next release, and instantly threw Shadow heavily into the ruins. Shadow smashed the ruins into a cloud of dust. If sea-level dark water and release were something that a Chunin could not resist, then the dark water and release that had been upgraded to B level at this moment were obviously not something that Shadow, a Jonin, could resist. Dark water! Before Shadow got up, Lin Feng raised his hand and actually sucked all the flames generated by the explosive talisman in the backyard. A large piece of flame formed a huge fireball in Lin Feng's hand, which looked amazing and illuminated the courtyard like daylight. Goodbye. Lin Feng threw the fireball at the shadow and shouted in a pretentious manner, Great Flame Ring Entei. The pirated ace's moves instantly overwhelmed the shadow. Lin Feng was confident that if the shadow was not a pervert like Hidan or Kakuzu, he would most likely not survive. Listening to the noise gradually coming from the surroundings, Lin Feng understood that it was the members of the Uchiha family who were about to come over, and he had to hurry. It should be almost done, Lin Feng said to himself. He split 6 shadow clones at the beginning. One was entangled with the Chunin, one was killed by the shadow, and the other 2 died together with Uchiha Xiao. So what did the other 2 shadow clones do with the explosion talisman? Soon Lin Feng revealed the answer to this mystery. He stretched out his hand and made a seal. Explode! Boom! The walls outside the entire courtyard exploded in a series of shocking explosions. Lin Feng actually covered the entire courtyard with explosion talismans. Of course, I have to do things in a flashy way. Lin Feng leisurely passed by the Chunin, who was entangled with his shadow clone, pulled him over with an anshuai, pierced him, and threw him into the fire, and then he adhered to the principle of real men never look back at explosions and left with his back to the flame. Says, please give me flowers and votes. The huge amount of explosions and the wide range of explosions perfectly covered Lin Feng, allowing him to leave safely. Naturally, the Uchiha clan who didn't catch any criminals were all going crazy the next day. Breaking into the family's important place and killing the family's elders, and bombing is definitely a naked slap in the face for the Uchiha clan. But they didn't catch anyone, and all the family members were so angry that they jumped to their feet. No one could guess that this was done by the second young master of their family, and no one could imagine that the one who did all this was just a 6-year-old child. However, these are irrelevant to Lin Feng, who is refreshed after taking revenge. He is currently concentrating on training and truly improving his physical skills, especially Shisui's instant body technique. When facing the shadow, Lin Feng really realized how amazing this instant body technique is. If he wants to stick to you, you will never get rid of him. If he can't beat you, he can run away. It is simply omnipotent. As for the dark fruit, after it was upgraded to B level, in addition to the obvious increase in the power of dark water and release, the biggest change is that the position of deprivation has become 2. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year has passed. Naruto and Sasuke are both about to enter school, so Lin Feng is naturally entangled by the 2 of them. Big brother said he doesn't have time, but second brother, you will definitely come to my entrance ceremony, right? This is Sasuke's sparkling eyes. I have no relatives since I was a child, only brother Lin Feng, the only one who recognizes me. Can you come? This is Naruto's words full of expectation. Huh? This is my brother. What does it have to do with you? Sasuke was very dissatisfied after hearing this, but Naruto was not intimidated at all. What does it matter? Really, so petty. What did you say? Want to fight? Who's afraid of who? Come on. Looking at the 2 people who were about to fight each other again, Lin Feng covered his forehead with a headache. To be honest, if Naruto and Sasuke hadn't come to him, he wouldn't have remembered this incident very clearly. After all, Lin Feng was usually the little prince who skipped classes. But Lin Feng was the second young master of the Uchiha family. The teacher couldn't beat him or scold him. For a young master from a big family like Lin Feng, he could only turn a blind eye. Ahem! Lin Feng waved his hand and punched the 2 of them respectively, and said in a strange voice, Don't fight! Don't fight! Brother Lin Feng has all the benefits. Just give it to him if he says it's right. Naruto and Sasuke first covered their foreheads and were silent for a while, and then rushed to say, Second brother is a genius that is hard to find in a century. Brother Lin Feng is super handsome. Second brother is cool and stunning, suave and charming. Naruto said dissatisfiedly, Hey, aren't you repeating what I said? Sasuke responded disdainfully, Huh, what I said is much more meaningful than your monotonous, handsome. What did you say? Want to fight? Seeing that the 2 were about to fight again, Lin Feng continued to smile and gave Naruto and Sasuke each a compassionate face-breaking punch, and immediately the world became quiet again. Although it's really nice to be praised like this, it's still a bit lonely when no one picks up this joke. Lin Feng thought for a while and said, "You two are in the same class anyway, so why are you fighting? If I go directly, it's equivalent to attending the opening ceremony of both of us." Speaking of it, Lin Feng really wanted to see the young 12 strongmen of Konoha, so he agreed to this request. Young Hinata, young Sakura, young Ino. Young girls are so great. Lin Feng thought of these evil thoughts in his heart and planned to see all the 12 strongmen of Konoha. Now he has seen 5 of them. In addition to Naruto and Sasuke in front of him, there is also Tenten, who is in the same class as Lin Feng, and the 2 idiots who challenge Lin Feng every day. That's indeed the case. Naruto looked as if he had suddenly realized something. "You are worthy of being brother Lin Feng. You are so smart." Sasuke closed his eyes and spread his hands, teasing, It's just that you are too stupid. You didn't even think of this." "Didn't you think of it just now?" Sasuke was embarrassed and said with a red face. Of course I thought of it. I just didn't say it." Naruto's expression became a little annoying. "Is that really the case?" "Hey, what does that expression mean?" Naruto and Sasuke didn't know if it was really because of their fate of hostility, but every time they communicated there would be a lot of gunpowder until Lin Feng smiled and showed them his fist. They became honest again. Both of them shrank their necks. It seemed that Lin Feng's intimidation had left a deep impression on Naruto and Sasuke. After a while, Sasuke asked in a somewhat strange way, "But how did second brother know that we are actually in the same class? I clearly didn't tell second brother before." This. Lin Feng thought that he couldn't say that he knew it from reading comics, so he just said, "Because I, Uchiha Lin Feng, know everything." "Wow, you are worthy of being brother Lin Feng." As soon as he said this, he immediately received Naruto's admiring eyes again, leaving Lin Feng a little speechless. He could be fooled like this. Should he say that he is worthy of being Naruto? After finally sending Naruto and Sasuke away, Lin Feng lay on the tatami and thought boredly. Should he graduate early? Anyway, the Great Elder has been killed by Lin Feng now, so even if he reveals his talent a little, there is no danger for the time being. With Lin Feng's strength, he no longer needs any ninja school. After watching the 12 little strongmen of Konoha, it is equivalent to no longer having the purpose of going to school. Lin Feng decided to graduate directly after attending the opening ceremony. Big news! A new task has appeared. The sudden system prompt made Lin Feng stunned for a moment, and then he sat up in surprise and checked carefully. Special task: start to attract hatred from childhood. As a villain, you must be hostile to the 12 little strongmen of Konoha as the righteous, so let them engrave this hostility in their hearts from childhood. Except Uchiha Sasuke, each of the remaining 12 little strongmen of Konoha is required to have a hostile feeling towards you. Once they have a hostile feeling, it will be considered a success. Reward 1,000 experience points/person. I like this task. Looking at this special task, Lin Feng showed a happy smile on his face, squinting his eyes and wondering what he was thinking. P.S. Merry Christmas, everyone. After a few weeks, the opening ceremony was finally held. Lin Feng went straight to the ninja school with a big bag on his back. "Look, it's Master Lin Feng. He's actually here at school, so cool. So handsome." The screams of various little girls continued along the way. It must be said that the Uchiha bloodline brought him a very high appearance. In addition, Lin Feng's unique temperament attracted the admiration of almost all the Lolita girls in the ninja school from 12 to 6 years old. He entered Sasuke and Naruto's classroom with flying kisses along the way, shaking his head and sighing that the girls in Konoha were too precocious. May I ask who this classmate is?" Iruka was teaching the next class of Lin Feng's students, and Lin Feng usually skipped classes and didn't come to school, so he felt very unfamiliar when he saw Lin Feng. But Lin Feng's appearance and age made Iruka think that he might have walked into the wrong classroom, or was he a new student who had just joined the opening ceremony? "What are you looking at?" Lin Feng glared at Iruka. "Have you never seen Santa Claus?" "Huh? Who is Santa Claus?" Iruka was stunned. "Ahem. No, I'm asking if you are a new student or if you walked into the wrong classroom." Lin Feng spread his hands and said dissatisfiedly, "You really have no vision. You should have known that I am here to attend the opening ceremony as a parent." Is this really a problem with my vision? Iruka was a little amused. You don't look like a parent at all. Okay, then may I ask which child's parent you are here to attend? Before Iruka finished speaking, the sharp-eyed Sasuke had already discovered Lin Feng. Second brother! Naruto also waved his hand with Sasuke. Brother Lin Feng, I'm here. Iruka couldn't say anything all of a sudden. The answer was already in front of him. Fortunately, Lin Feng didn't intend to pay attention to Iruka, so Iruka could quietly cover his face and retreat. Now let me find where the 12 little strongmen of Konoha are. Lin Feng squinted his eyes and scanned the entire classroom, and immediately found several targets. Just right. Let's give the gift before the party starts. Lin Feng tugged at the bag and walked to Shino Aburame first. Shino was a little surprised by Lin Feng's sudden arrival, because he didn't know Lin Feng either, but Lin Feng didn't say anything, but silently took out a small paper, crown, and handed it to Shino. Is this for me? Shino asked in a daze. Lin Feng nodded and left without saying a word, leaving Shino alone to look at the small crown. There were a few big words, King of Akarin, written on the small crown. Although Shino didn't know what this meant, he didn't know why he could feel an inexplicable malice from it. Completion 11-1, detected that the player has gained 1,000 experience points. The task completion prompt suddenly sounded, which scared Lin Feng. Oh shit, this is all right. Shino is too easy to deal with. Originally, Lin Feng gave Shino the crown of King of Akarin, just out of his bad taste, just to play with Shino's lack of presence, but he didn't expect it to succeed all at once. It seems that the subsequent plan for Shino is not needed for the time being, but this just saves Lin Feng trouble. Then Lin Feng walked in front of Inuzuka Kiba. Inuzuka Kiba looked at him suspiciously and asked, "What's the matter?" At this time, Akamaru was not born yet, so naturally he could not remind Inuzuka Kiba how terrible Lin Feng in front of him was. Lin Feng rummaged in the bag and took out a meat bone and handed it to Inuzuka Kiba. Be good. This is for you. What the hell? Inuzuka Kiba looked at the meat bone in front of him with great pain. What does this person mean? Did he treat him as a dog? Hey, what do you mean? I don't want this kind of thing. You are too disrespectful. Lin Feng smiled and grabbed Inuzuka Kiba's head and stuffed the meat bone into his mouth. Don't be polite. Eat it. Inuzuka Kiba was shocked, but the gap between Lin Feng and him was far apart. Before he could see Lin Feng's move, he felt an irresistible force forcibly pulling his head over to bite the bone. Completion 11 Tef. The player has obtained 1,000 experience points. After seeing Inuzuka Kiba being treated so cruelly and violently, Sakura, who was Lin Feng's next target, began to tremble. At this time, she was far from the female man she would be in the future. She looked at Lin Feng, who was getting closer and closer, and her heart became more and more scared. Am I that scary? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, then took out a pair of boxing gloves from his bag and gave them to Sakura. Here, put these on to calm your nerves. Sakura stared blankly at the boxing gloves in her hands, feeling a little confused, but she could still read the words on the gloves clearly. My name is Brother Sakura and I'm the coolest. What the hell is Brother Sakura? I'm a girl. Okay. Sakura was a little stunned, and Lin Feng also successfully received the completion prompt. Completion 11/3. It was detected that the player gained 1,000 experience points. Ino, who was standing by, was nervous because she thought Sakura might be bullied, but she felt relieved when she saw that Lin Feng was indeed delivering the things in a proper manner. She felt her heart beating fast. Come to think of it, this black-haired boy is really handsome. He's even more handsome than Sasuke. At this time, Lin Feng also arrived in front of her, his face changing and hesitant. He rummaged through the bag and first took out a pair of scissors that made Ino swallow her saliva. Then he seemed to think about it and put it back and replaced it with a tightly wrapped book. Lin Feng handed the book to Ino and said mysteriously, "This is that thing, you know? Anyway, you must read it when you are home and no one is around." What is that thing? Ino began to imagine. Could it be a love letter or something? However, Lin Feng ignored her and turned to the next target, Akimichi Choji. Looking at Akimichi Choji, who kept eating, Lin Feng smiled happily and handed him a bag of fried beans. As for food, Akimichi Choji always accepted everything, but he didn't know that the beans inside had been covered with croton powder by Lin Feng. Next was Nara Shikamaru, and Lin Feng gave him a white eye. Goodbye. This kind of differential treatment even made Shikamaru feel a little bit nervous. He had seen what happened to the previous students, but the things Lin Feng gave seemed normal on the surface, so Shikamaru didn't suspect anything. Otherwise, if Lin Feng really bullied and incited hatred on the spot, it might not be easy for him to stay in this classroom, so Lin Feng has been doing it in a very covert way. Completion 11-4 detected that the player has obtained 1,000 experience points. After Shikamaru's dissatisfaction, Lin Feng came to Naruto and Sasuke, who were full of expectations, in a happy mood. Please give me flowers, rewards, and votes. I wonder what my second brother will give me. I'm looking forward to the gift from brother Lin Feng. Naruto and Sasuke stared at Lin Feng with wide eyes, which made Lin Feng feel a little stressed. Sasuke was fine because the system didn't count him, but Naruto was indeed a miscalculation by Lin Feng. How could he create hostility when the favorability was maxed out? Lin Feng sighed and decided to give up the 1,000 experience points reward for Naruto. This was really a thankless task, but even so, the evil spirit burning in Lin Feng's heart still couldn't allow him not to prepare gifts for the two. First, Naruto, here, this is for you. Lin Feng smiled and took out a SM gag for Naruto, patted his shoulder and said earnestly, remember to use your hands more and your mouth less when you grow up. Naruto stared blankly at the gag with the 4 big words, mouth escape seal, written on it, and didn't know what expression to put on. Then Lin Feng came to Sasuke again and took out a lightning rod for him. Well, from now on, brother will no longer have to worry about you being struck by lightning for pretending to be cool. Sasuke was also completely paralyzed and watched Lin Feng leave speechlessly. Of course, Lin Feng had one last target in this classroom. That was Hinata Hyuga. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, Hinata Hyuga was even equipped with 2 family ninjas to guard the opening ceremony, but her family was also very busy, so they didn't come. Although both were descendants of a large family, neither Sasuke nor Lin Feng had the treatment of a bodyguard. This disparity made Lin Feng very dissatisfied and glared at the 2 innocent Hyuga Chunins. However, Lin Feng knew that the Hyuga family had a branch family system that could be used at will like servants, compared to the Uchiha family, so they could come up with 2 bodyguards to protect the eldest daughter of the main family. Seeing Lin Feng walking towards Hinata, the 2 guard Chunins were a little nervous and stood in front of Hinata to block Lin Feng. I just want to have a friendly exchange. Lin Feng smiled and said some unconvincing words, and sure enough, the 2 guard Chunins were unmoved. Alas, that can't be helped, Lin Feng sighed. Anyway, Hinata was the last target in this classroom, so it didn't matter. He casually placed his hands on the 2 motionless guards in front of him, and a black light flashed quietly. Deprivation! The 2 guard skills were immediately presented to Lin Feng. As soon as Lin Feng took away the 8 trigrams palm to return to heaven, he saw that there was a primary Byakugan at the top. Fuck, is this a new change caused by the dark fruit after B-level? Lin Feng vaguely remembered that when he deprived the ninjas of the Uchiha clan, he could not see the Sharingan option. It seems that after upgrading to B-level, Lin Feng can even deprive the blood limit. Very good, then try the Byakugan. Lin Feng decisively gave the second deprivation quota to the Byakugan. He was very satisfied with the 2 practical skills of Byakugan and Kaidian. The 2 guards felt that something was missing from their bodies, but as long as they did not use them, they would never notice that they had lost these skills. Lin Feng did not stop. After completing the deprivation in a short time, he continued to use the ban. You 2, please move aside. Good dogs don't block the road. Lin Feng had a strange smile on his face, and he grabbed the collars of the 2 and threw them out of the window. All the teachers, students, and parents present opened their mouths without any image. Oh my God, what is this child doing? No, 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 this is not the point. The point is that the 2 Hyuga Chunins were thrown out of the window by a little kid without any resistance. Is the world too crazy, or am I too backward? Almost everyone had such a thought in their hearts. Only Naruto and Sasuke continued to look at Lin Feng with great admiration. Of course, they didn't understand the frustration of the two Chunins who couldn't use anything after being sealed by Lin Feng. I used a little force, and I should have thrown the two Chunins hard. There is enough time before they come back. Lin Feng silently estimated in his heart, and at the same time approached Hinata, whose face was a little red. Wait, what do you want to do? Before Iruka could stop him, Lin Feng had already lifted Hinata's cheek with his fingers and smiled evilly. Come on, girl, smile for me. To deal with such a shy girl, Lin Feng felt that being so explicit should make Hinata feel resistance and dissatisfaction. Sure enough, Hinata's face turned red all of a sudden, and her eyes became evasive. But Lin Feng waited for a long time, but did not receive a prompt that the task was completed. No way? Hinata is so good-tempered that she doesn't feel hostile at all? Lin Feng was a little surprised. At this time, the two Chunins who were thrown out by Lin Feng finally came back. You little brat, what are you doing to the young lady? Watch your words. Lin Feng let go of Hinata and said coldly, Look at your identity clearly. How dare you, mere Hyuga branch, speak like this in front of me, the second young master of the Uchiha family? The faces of the two Chunins turned pale, but they also heard that there was indeed a new student in this class who was the third young master of the Uchiha family, so the second young master who came as a parent in front of them was probably real. Scum! Lin Feng waved his hand disdainfully and left the classroom without looking back, leaving the whole classroom looking at each other in silence for a long time. After leaving the classroom, Lin Feng went straight to the second-grade floor where he was, intending to find a teacher to graduate early and end this boring ninja school life. As soon as he walked out of the stairs, Lin Feng heard two voices that he often heard in the past. Accept the challenge, Uchiha Lin Feng. I want to prove that my talent is not inferior to yours. Uchiha Lin Feng, I want you to know that you can catch up with geniuses through hard work. Two shadows attacked Lin Feng from the left and right. Lin Feng sighed. He always felt that this was the scene he would encounter every time he went to school. This was also the reason why Lin Feng always skipped classes. The people who came were Hyuga Neji and Rock Lee. Lin Feng couldn't remember how many times they had challenged him. The former always thought that he was a genius who surpassed the main family. Before being hit by Naruto with the Chunin correction fist, his Chunin level was second only to Sasuke. So at the beginning of the school year, Lin Feng replaced Naruto to give him a beating in advance. Unfortunately, the effect was not ideal for some reason, but it stimulated Neji's perverted attribute that entangled Lin Feng every day. The latter had not yet Might Guy, but he still awakened his youth in advance, the soul of showmanship, and could almost be ranked alongside Neji as the pervert duo who entangled Lin Feng with challenges. And there was no reason. He just wanted to fight geniuses, and after hearing the reputation that Lin Feng was more talented than Neji, it became the current situation. Stop it, I have something to do. Even without opening the Sharingan, Lin Feng could see the two's movements clearly. He easily avoided the attacks of Xiao Li and Neji and grabbed their hair to fight them. Lin Feng, who killed the two instantly, didn't even look at them and walked straight to the classroom office. Wait, Ness's unyielding voice rang out. Asshole, don't ignore me. Do you look down on me? Yes, Lin Feng nodded decisively. It's great that you have self-knowledge. Hearing Lin Feng admit it so readily, Neshi almost vomited blood. Lin Feng also happily received the task completion prompt. Completion, 11/5. It was detected that the player obtained 1,000 experience points. Damn it, I will definitely work hard to practice and defeat you. The verbal violence that Neshi suffered did not make Xiao Li retreat. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Xiao Li. You will never be able to catch up with me. This is fate. Xiao Li was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Lin Feng to suddenly say such heavy words that hit him hard. Immediately, he saw Lin Feng posing with his head covered and laughing wildly. Woo-ha-ha! So, stupid boy, you will follow my back all your life and work hard. So he was just teasing me. Xiao Li also understood Nessie's frustrated mood. In addition, he had an innate hostility towards Lin Feng, a genius who was rumored to be popular, so it was easy for him to let Lin Feng complete the task. Completion, 11/6, it was detected that the player obtained 1,000 experience points. Lin Feng ignored the two people who were deeply shocked and directly pushed open the door of the teacher's office. "Hello, kids. Do you remember who I am?" All the teachers in the teacher's office were stunned looking at Lin Feng, who suddenly broke in. It seemed that their brains were still confused and unable to understand what Lin Feng meant. However, Lin Feng did not intend to wait for an answer, but continued to talk to himself. "That's right. I am the voice of Blue Cat. I am the talented, learned, talented, multi-talented, virtuous, talented, beautiful, resourceful, quick-witted, ingenious, clever, bold, and careful, and profound super genius, Uchiha Lin Feng." Listening to Lin Feng's boasting without taking a breath, all the teachers and their friends present were stunned. After a while, Shuimu asked embarrassedly, Classmate, what's the matter with you coming here?" Lin Feng glanced at Shuimu and said disdainfully, "Find someone above you who can speak. I'm not interested in ordinary humans and extras." "Aren't you an ordinary human yourself?" Mizuki felt a little crazy, but still said with a brave face, "Among the teachers present, I have the most say." Tsk. Lin Feng looked Mizuki up and down. This big loser, who was beaten black and blue by the shadow clone of the Jonin, could still hold a high position. It seems that Konoha's education industry is worrying. Mizuki was very sensitive to the endless contempt in Lin Feng's eyes. He suppressed his anger and said, "So can you explain your purpose?" "I want to graduate early." Mizuki nodded. "Oh, graduate early. What did you say? You want to graduate early?" Lin Feng's words shocked all the teachers again, because no matter how Lin Feng looked, he was only about 6 or 7 years old. From ancient times to the present, only Uchiha Itachi and Hatake Kakashi could graduate at such a young age. Konoha has only had 2 of them in so many years since its establishment. You can imagine how rare this situation is. Thinking of this, all the teachers looked at Lin Feng with a bit of hostility. "Do you think you are Uchiha Itachi or Hatake Kakashi? Is it so easy to be a genius who graduates early?" Shuimu also felt that Lin Feng must be conceited. He said disdainfully, "This classmate is a bit too whimsical. This kind of thing is not something that everyone can do. Classmate, you should go back to the classroom early and study hard." "Yes, even I, the teacher, did not graduate until I was 13 years old. Worshipping the deeds of predecessors is different from doing it yourself." The surrounding Chunin teachers also spoke one after another. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "How do you know I can't do it? Can you be more efficient and take the exam quickly? My time is not cheap enough to waste it here for you." "How do you talk to this classmate?" Shuimu said angrily. "Be more respectful to the teacher. The teacher is also for your own good." Lin Feng spread his hands and said, "No need. I have talent and I am willful. If you don't accept it, come and test me. Stupid." "Okay." Shuimu was so angry that he trembled all over. He tore off his forehead protector and put it on the table. "Then I will give you the graduation exam on the spot. If you pass, then you take this forehead protector. If you don't pass, then you will never graduate in your life." Lin Feng said expressionlessly, "Oh, I'm so scared. Are you threatening me?" "Humph. You can understand it this way," Shuimu sneered. "Let's start the test now. If you can create 6 clones, I'll let you pass." A teacher next to Shuimu frowned and said, "Teacher Shuimu, you're really a bit—" "He asked for it." Shuimu snorted. "Even us teachers graduated in our teens. Does he think he's special? So special that he can do something that even us teachers can't do?" The clone technique is a classic item in the ninja school graduation exam, but Shuimu's requirements are still too high, which is definitely a malicious trick. Generally speaking, creating 3 clones is considered passing, creating 4 is excellent, and creating 5 is already a top talent. As for creating 6, no one has ever done this in the ninja school graduation exam. Alas, Lin Feng put on a look of deep pain. "If you don't do stupid things, you won't die. Why don't you understand?" After that, he made a seal, and 6 Lin Fengs appeared immediately. Each of them had a different color of clothes, from red, blue, yellow to black. The moment they appeared, they gathered together and posed, "We are the Uchiha Rainbow 7 Colors team." This was a spoof that Lin Feng came up with on the spur of the moment, specially used to despise the IQ of the teachers. He just wanted to slap them in the face. All the teachers' jaws almost dropped. Although they were not very clear about what this Rainbow Seven Colors team full of Lin Feng's bad taste was, the effect of Lin Feng's clones was really shocking their hearts. They all wondered if they were dazzled. They actually saw a student who could easily split into 6 clones. And that student also mixed the transformation technique into the clone technique to change the color of his clothes. The key is that the student was still very young. This is called a real naked slap in the face. After Lin Feng released his clone technique, he ignored the stunned teachers and walked directly to Shuaimu and took his forehead protector leisurely. "Thank you for your cooperation." Then Lin Feng leisurely opened the door of the office and walked out. Before leaving, he laughed sarcastically at all the teachers. "Don't think that if you can't do it, others can't do it either. See, this is the gap between genius and you. Playing a team joke, don't take it too seriously." Lin Feng walked out of the office with the forehead protector, and Xiaoli and Ningxi had slowly climbed up. However, these had nothing to do with Lin Feng, so Lin Feng decisively ignored Xiaoli and Ningxi and walked out of the school. "Wait a minute." Ningxi tried hard to catch up with Lin Feng, and said breathlessly, "Don't be so proud. Maybe I will look down on you in the future. You wait, this is my oath as a genius." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Feng turned around and shook the forehead protector in his hand. "It's a pity that you don't have a chance, because I have just graduated." What? Ningxi was shocked and hit hard again. Just when he was still thinking about catching up with Lin Feng had already reached the level of graduation? "So genius is just your self-righteousness," Lin Feng said mercilessly. "Compared with Itachi or Kakashi or even Shisui, you are nothing." Ningxi looked lost. Although he didn't know who those people Lin Feng was talking about, Lin Feng's existence alone had completely crushed him. Seeing Ningxi's miserable appearance, Lin Feng's devilish soul ignited in his heart, and he couldn't help but want to tease him. Lin Feng put on a mysterious smile and stretched out his hand to ruffle Ningxi's hair. "Tsk," pat the dog's head with a smile. "Hey, Lin Feng, you're going too far." Tenten's voice came from the window. She has always had a good impression of Ningxi, and at this moment she happened to see the scene where Ningxi was humiliated by Lin Feng. "Ah, speaking of which, your mission is still unfinished." Lin Feng glanced at Tian Tian and said mercilessly, "What does this have to do with you? Are you in love with him? It just so happens that the combination of 2 funny people is a perfect match." Tian Tian said with some trembling, "What did you say?" "Funny is. Don't you think it's silly and funny to wear 2 dumplings on your head? Do you think this is considered Chinese style? I heard that your family also calls itself a family of ninja tools. It is obvious that when you fight at a high level, most ninja tools are rubbish. Isn't it funny to still go this way? It's a pity that your family can still survive in the troubled times. It's really not easy." Lin Feng shook his head while happily complaining and accepting the task completion prompt. Although he had no hatred or resentment towards Tian Tian, and his complaints did not have any central focus, it was enough to complete the task anyway. This was exactly the method Lin Feng was prepared to use from the beginning. In fact, it was very simple to cultivate hostility. Just scold Tian Tian casually and without reason. Previously, Lin Feng earned enemies by giving gifts because he was new to those people he had never met before and wanted to satisfy his bad taste. Tianqian was Lin Feng's classmate. Lin Feng had seen her many times and was a little tired of her, so he didn't want to play with her and just completed the task roughly. It was that simple. Lin Feng left Tianqian, who was immersed in the conclusion that the family and members are all funny, and kept struggling with what is Chinese style and went straight back home. Now Lin Feng's task completion rate is 11,700, which means he has gained a full 7,000 experience points. Soon, Lin Feng received a prompt that completion 11,800 detected that the player has obtained 1,000 experience points. It seems that the fried beans wrapped in croton powder by Akimichi Choji began to work, and Lin Feng earned another 1,000 experience points. That night, Ino returned home and rushed into her room impatiently and closed the door. "Ino, this kid? Really? Isn't it a little too early?" Yamanaka Inoichi shook his head helplessly. As Ino's father, he naturally participated in today's entrance ceremony, and saw Ino being given a gift by a handsome boy. Although the handsome boy did some strange things to the daughter of the Hyuga family in the end, Yamanaka Inoichi felt that he could completely understand it as a child's mischief. Compared with Yamanaka Inoichi, Ino's mood was much more complicated. She looked at the wrapped book obsessively, and her heart was beating nonstop. What on earth is this? Ino was daydreaming for a while, and finally opened the package with great anticipation, and opened the book. Ah! What happened? Yamanaka Inoichi heard Ino's scream outside the door, and rushed in with a change of face. The door was broken down at once, and Yamanaka Inoichi saw Ino staring at a notebook on the ground with a flushed face. Is there something wrong with this notebook? Yamanaka Inoichi frowned and wanted to pick up the notebook, but was stopped by Ino at once. No, Dad, you can't read it. What can't I read? Yamanaka Inoichi's face darkened and he felt more and more weird. Could it be that there was some vicious curse written on this notebook? With this thought in mind, Yamanaka Inoichi pushed Ino away, picked up the notebook and opened it to check. Woo-woo! Ino covered her face when she saw this, and even Yamanaka Inoichi was stunned. Just because the contents of the notebook were heavy-tasting tentacle-style Super H pictures drawn by Lin Feng, according to the image of Ino in the original work. This... Yamanaka Inoichi trembled with his hands, trying to turn his face away and dared not look again. This is 2. Completion, 11/9. Detected that the player has obtained 1,000 experience points. The task prompt appeared all of a sudden, and Lin Feng stood up. Now, except for Naruto and Hinata, who were about to give up, he had received the hostility values of the rest. In other words, for Lin Feng, this task is basically completed. Heh, it's a pity that I can't see Ino's expression. It's a bit regrettable, Lin Feng said with a sigh. He was quite confident in his painting skills, and he would definitely let Ino recognize at a glance that the yellow picture was with Ino as the protagonist. After sighing, Lin Feng walked through the courtyard and wanted to find Uchiha Fugaku. At present, Lin Feng has exactly 10,000 experience points, but Lin Feng has not figured out how to deal with it, so he has been leaving it like this. There is no only way to become stronger through experience points, and self-cultivation is also the top priority. But once you join the team, you can only do boring tasks like catching cats and looking for people every day, which not only wastes your life and training time, but also makes it difficult to trigger system tasks. Therefore, Lin Feng wants Uchiha Fugaku to help him adjust so that he can avoid the process of joining the team. In any case, as one of the largest families in Konoha, the words of the head of the Uchiha family still have corresponding weight, and Lin Feng, as the second young master, should also have privileges. In this way, Lin Feng can completely freely control his training time, and can also find various opportunities to trigger tasks. After this period of development, Uchiha Fugaku has reached a consensus with most of the elders. In addition, the chief elder of the largest hostile faction, Uchiha Xiaoi, has been killed by Lin Feng, and the resistance has become less. Many people believe that it will not be long before the entire Uchiha family is controlled by Uchiha Fugaku. As the second most powerful person in the elders, the second elder Uchiha Mitsuki, who is now the most powerful person, was having a detailed discussion with Uchiha Fugaku. At this time, Lin Feng came in carelessly. Lin Feng, your second elder grandfather and I are discussing. How can you just come in casually? Uchiha Fugaku frowned, and then he saw the forehead protector next to Lin Feng, and couldn't help but hesitated. What are you? Ah, this! Lin Feng raised his hand and looked at the forehead protector. As you can see, I graduated early. Are you serious? Uchiha Fugaku's face lit up, and he stood up directly from the tatami. Itachi's early graduation had already earned him enough face, and Itachi's talent also made Uchiha Fugaku overjoyed, and it could also become one of his bargaining chips for complete control of the Uchiha family. After all, a faction with a genius who is likely to grow into a Kage-level powerhouse in the future can be relied on much more than other factions. People need to have a bit of foresight and look to the future. Now besides Itachi, there is another Lin Feng. How could Uchiha Fugaku not be surprised? However, Lin Feng's next sentence made Uchiha Fugaku stunned. But I don't want to join the team, so I asked you, Dad, to help me. Oh, Uchiha Mitsumi took a sip of tea and said, "Can I ask what the reason is?" "Isn't it obvious?" Lin Feng spread his hands. "Of course a genius like me doesn't need to take the ordinary path. It's that simple." Looking at the child in front of him with unparalleled talent, Uchiha Mitsumi was still very satisfied in his heart. Judging from Lin Feng's usual performance, it is enough to prove that Lin Feng is a very mature child, far beyond his peers. But what Lin Feng said today surprised him a little. Before Uchiha Mitsushi opened his mouth, a disdainful voice came from beside him. "You want to run away before you even learn to walk? Humph, it's just arrogance." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes when he heard it and looked at the person next to Uchiha Mitsushi. It was a young man, most likely one of Uchiha Mitsushi's followers. "Shima, shut up!" Uchiha Mitsumi's face changed. "I'm talking to the second young master. Why are you butting in?" "Yes." Lin Feng smiled and asked, "Excuse me, who is this?" Uchiha Mitsumi said to Lin Feng with a smile, "This is my follower Uchiha Shima. He is also a talented person, but he is far inferior to you, the second young master." Lin Feng nodded to show that he understood and then asked, "Then I want to ask, what level of ability does it take to not follow the team and work alone?" "You need to be a Chunin." Uchiha Fugaku answered in a deep voice. "As long as you become a Chunin, you can be the team, leader of general tasks, and naturally you don't have to follow other people's teams." "I see," Lin Feng continued. "Then can you help me find a Chunin now?" Uchiha Mitsumi was stunned for a moment and said, "Of course you can, but what are you going to do?" "What?" Lin Feng smiled. "Of course, to prove that Chunins are not as good as scum compared to me." Lin Feng has always been extremely cautious and modest when he needs to restrain himself, and he can be as wild as he wants when there is no need to deliberately suppress himself. Uchiha Mitsuki and Uchiha Fugaku frowned. In their opinion, Lin Feng was obviously too arrogant because of graduating early. After all, the cruelty of the Chunin exam is well known to everyone, and the difficulty of becoming a Chunin has become very high. Uchiha Mitsuki and Uchiha Fugaku both think that Lin Feng, who has not experienced the Chunin exam, obviously looks down on Chunin because of this. "You just have some achievements, but you think you are comparable to Chunin?" Uchiha Shima sneered again. "I happen to be a Chunin. Do you want to compete with me?" "Shima, don't be insolent," Uchiha Mitsumi scolded. Uchiha Shima's face became much uglier. After all, he was still a young man and couldn't bear much anger. "But second elder, this is the request made by our second young master himself." Uchiha Shima specially emphasized the two words second young master and personally, full of sarcasm. Uchiha Mitsumi frowned and said, "Anyway, you are not allowed to fight with him. What if you hurt the second young master?" In Uchiha Mitsumi's view, Lin Feng is only 7 years old. Although he is a genius who can graduate early, he is still far from the Chunin realm. "It doesn't matter, I've decided on him." At this time, Lin Feng suddenly said, "Let me compete with him." Originally, Lin Feng wanted to find a Chunin to show off to achieve his goal of not joining the team. Now there is a ready-made Chunin who deserves a beating. How could Lin Feng let him go? Moreover, there was an unexpected surprise just now. That is, Lin Feng received another mission reminder. Mission: maintain the dignity of the villain. Uchiha Dao, as a mere follower of the second elder and a member of the Uchiha clan, dares to openly challenge you, the second young master. This is simply intolerable. You need to hit him hard to maintain the dignity of the villain. As an evil villain, how can you allow others to provoke you? Reward: 2,000 experience points. Strike reward: 1,000 to 3,000 experience points. This strike reward is a new type of reward, but Lin Feng quickly guessed its meaning. It should be based on the strikes made by Lin Feng on Uchiha Dao's body and mind to give 1,000 to 3,000 experience points. The more severe the strike, the more you get. Okay then. Uchiha Mitsumi and Uchiha Fugaku looked at each other, and he agreed after a moment of hesitation, because Uchiha Mitsumi felt that it was necessary to let Lin Feng feel the gap between himself and the Chunin. After all, people who are too arrogant and unable to recognize themselves can't go far on the road to becoming a strong man. "Shima, go and have a fight with the second young master. Remember to hold back and don't hurt the second young master," Uchiha Mitsuki told Uchiha Shima. In his mind, Lin Feng was far more important than Uchiha Shima. He was a super genius, another rising star of the Uchiha family in the future. Therefore, Lin Feng must not fail. P.S. Please give me flowers and votes, Lin Feng said calmly. Just watch. After that, Lin Feng walked directly in front of Uchiha Shima without waiting for Uchiha Mitsuki's reaction. Uchiha Shima frowned and said, "Aren't you going to the martial arts arena? This is not a place for fighting." "No need," Lin Feng said coldly. "For you, the outcome will be the same. No matter where you go, you can end this fight without destroying anything." Uchiha Shima gritted his teeth, and the contempt revealed by Lin Feng made him even more angry. To be honest, he targeted Lin Feng so much from the beginning because Uchiha Dao had long been full of jealousy and resentment towards Lin Feng and Itachi. Uchiha Dao graduated as an honors student at the age of 11, so he was recognized and cared for by many important figures in the clan. Maybe they would train him as an important talent of the Uchiha clan in the future. But all this beautiful future was destroyed after Uchiha Itachi appeared. He graduated with the first place in the school at the age of 7, opened the Sharingan at the age of 8, and was directly promoted to Chunin at the age of 10. That's right, when he was 1 year younger than his own graduation age from the ninja school, Uchiha Itachi had already become a Chunin. In contrast to Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Dao suddenly lost his luster and became extremely ordinary. No one would pay attention to him anymore. And today, Uchiha Itachi's younger brother, Uchiha Lin, also graduated at the age of 7. Uchiha Dao, who lost the attention, finally became the follower of the second elder. He wanted to show his talent again and get attention, but then Lin Feng suddenly appeared. All the attention of the Uchiha family would be focused on Lin Feng, the peerless genius. The terrible talents of the two brothers, Uchiha Lin Feng and Uchiha Itachi, made Uchiha Dao feel extremely desperate and jealous. Lin Feng could naturally keenly feel the hostility of Uchiha Dao towards him. Although Lin Feng was sure that he had no memory of provoking him, Lin Feng would not care about this at all. After all, why should we care about the hostility of the ants? It's all because of him. My efforts will be wiped out again. Lin Feng's contempt and the despair of his efforts being destroyed so easily made Uchiha Dao lose his mind a little. The reason why he took the initiative to teach Lin Feng a lesson was to vent his anger. So what Uchiha Mitsumi said about holding back was completely ignored by Uchiha Dao. "Be careful." Uchiha Shima snorted coldly and attacked brazenly. His speed and strength shocked Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mitsuki. Their surprise was not because of how powerful Uchiha Shima's speed and strength were, but because they never expected that Uchiha Shima would dare to openly disobey the order of the second elder and use all his strength on Lin Feng. The power of a Chunin is far different from that of a 7-year-old child. If such a full-strength attack hits, Lin Feng will definitely be dead or disabled. "Oh no, stop it!" Uchiha Fugaku's face was horrified. He didn't want his genius son to be destroyed like this, but Uchiha Shima was too close to Lin Feng and he had no time to stop it. "Asshole!" Uchiha Mitsuki also cursed in his heart, but his strength was not as good as Uchiha Fugaku, so naturally he couldn't stop it. "It's over!" Despair appeared in the eyes of both of them. Was the new genius of the Uchiha clan going to be destroyed alive in front of them today? At this moment, Lin Feng's figure disappeared instantly. Uchiha Mitsushi and Uchiha Fugaku's pupils shrank suddenly after seeing this scene, and Uchiha Shima couldn't even react. The next moment, he was thrown to the ground by a black shadow. The real body of the black shadow emerged, and it could be clearly seen that it was Lin Feng. He stepped on Uchiha Shima's back to stop Uchiha Shima's struggle, and looked up at Uchiha Mitsushi and Uchiha Fugaku and asked, "Chunin is only this level. Do you still think I need to follow the team now?" Uchiha Mitsushi and Uchiha Fugaku both opened their mouths. To be honest, they still couldn't recover from the shock just now. What did they see just now? They saw that Lin Feng, who was only about 7 years old, killed a much older Chunin in seconds. Oh my god, Uchiha ancestors! I just saw it for sure. This is definitely a speed of instant body flickering that exceeds the level of Chunin. A child who is only 7 years old has demonstrated the strength of at least an elite Chunin, or even comparable to a special Jonin. This is definitely a rhythm that is more talented than Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes became more and more eager. Such a genius is not seen in the entire history of ninja. You know, even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama didn't have such abnormal strength when they were only 7 years old. The only one who can compare with him is Hatake Kakashi, who was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6. But you have to understand that being promoted to Chunin and being able to kill Chunin in seconds are two completely different concepts. I understand. You can spend your time freely from now on. Uchiha Fugaku made this decision after careful consideration. Such a genius must be allowed to grow freely. Otherwise, they, who have never cultivated such a genius, are likely to restrict Lin Feng's growth. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the result. The two-hooked Sharingan under the contact lenses he bought for himself also stopped rotating, but his feet did not move away from Uchiha Shima. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Mitsuki and Uchiha Fugaku's faces changed slightly. "I remember," Lin Feng said coldly. "You seemed to want to kill me just now, right?" As a Chunin, he used all his strength to attack a 7-year-old child. Needless to say, there was murderous intent in it. Uchiha Shima wanted to struggle but was stepped on and couldn't move. He looked at Uchiha Mitsushi tremblingly. "Second elder, save me!" Uchiha Fugaku's heart trembled and he shouted, "Lin Feng, show mercy!" Crack! As soon as Uchiha Fugaku's voice fell, Uchiha Shima screamed like a pig being slaughtered. His spine was actually broken by Lin Feng. Now, Shima will never be a ninja again, and if he can't find a famous doctor to treat him, he may be paralyzed for life. You. Facing Uchiha Fugaku, Lin Feng spread his hands innocently. "I did show mercy. Didn't you see that I didn't use my hands at all? I used my feet." Lin Feng's specious arguments made Uchiha Fugaku narrow his eyes. Just when he wanted to speak, Uchiha Mitsuki raised his hand to stop him, saying without emotion, "It doesn't matter. This kind of trash who dares to disobey orders and attack important members of the family is the most suitable for this end." Seeing that Uchiha Mitsuki said this, Uchiha Fugaku also shook his head and called his shadow guards to carry Uchiha Dao away. In fact, he was just doing superficial work. After all, Lin Feng was his son, and Uchiha Fugaku understood that for a ninja, Lin Feng's decisive character without hesitation was the most perfect. P.S. Please support my new book. Please give me flowers and votes. First, he killed Uchiha Shima in seconds, which dealt a huge blow to his spirit. And then he stepped on Uchiha Shima directly and paralyzed him, destroying his body and causing a second blow to his spirit. Such a strike really reached the highest level, allowing Lin Feng to earn 4,000 experience points at once. And Lin Feng also got absolute freedom. He went to the task release center and took a low-level search task outside the village. Such a task not only allows Lin Feng to leave Konoha legitimately, but also does not have a clear completion time, and the low-level danger will not cause the Uchiha family to overprotect him. Lin Feng just wants to go out of the village for training. The single-hooked Sharingan that trapped Lin Feng for several years made Lin Feng understand that without the stimulation of life and death, it is impossible to make the Sharingan evolve. And Lin Feng's current two-hooked Sharingan is gradually unable to keep up with his combat realm. Lin Feng wants to rely on himself to upgrade to the three-hooked Sharingan. After all, experience points are precious, and it is not a wise choice to waste them on the three-hooked Sharingan that can be opened by himself. Regarding his own basic training, Lin Feng thinks that he has been very solid. What remains is the actual combat outside the village. Lin Feng believes that only between life and death can bring a leap in his strength. But this life and death battle is obviously not something Konoha can give itself, and it is difficult to trigger any system tasks in such a comfortable environment in Konoha. It's so troublesome, let's just deal with them here. In the dark forest, a small figure was leaning against a big tree. He was wearing a fox mask and looked only about 7 or 8 years old. This was Lin Feng. After leaving the village, Lin Feng would return to Konoha every once in a while, and the rest of the time he was outside making trouble. He has been training outside for nearly a year by relying on this method of accepting tasks. That's right, what Lin Feng did outside the rest of the time was making trouble. He had provoked bandits, bounty hunters, and the army of a small country. In short, Lin Feng would do whatever he wanted to die, and he must force himself into a desperate situation. Not long ago, Lin Feng successfully opened the three-hooked Sharingan by fighting in a desperate situation and escaped smoothly. However, because of this, Lin Feng also attracted more than 2-digit pursuers, all of whom were samurai, which really gave him a headache. Because Lin Feng has always been careful to hide his identity, no one can know his real information, and the wanted order was also vague. The pursuers knew that if they didn't catch Lin Feng this time, they would never have another chance, so they chased him so hard. At this time, Lin Feng led them into the forest just to take this opportunity to get rid of White Eyes. Lin Feng's eyes changed, magically turned pale, and instantly all the movements within a kilometer were taken into his eyes. 200 meters behind, Lin Feng glanced at the direction behind him, flew close, and at the same time split several shadow clones holding a bunch of explosive talismans. How did that guy escape here? It's really exhausting. A big man holding a long sword appeared first, cursing non-stop, obviously the leader. Beside him, there was a timid warrior who said, "Let's be careful. The opponent is the lawless Dark Devil, and the wanted bounty is almost comparable to that of an S-rank rebel." 30 or 40 warriors walked out from the back one after another, and responded one after another, "Yes, and the opponent's identity has been unknown. Maybe it really is an S-rank rebel." Welcome, everyone. At this time, a burst of applause came from a big tree not far from them. The big man's expression tightened, and he gripped the right hilt of the knife. "Everyone be careful," he appears. "Damn, how did he know where we came from?" "Don't be so nervous." Lin Feng showed a cold smile on his face. "I'll send you on a trip to hell to relax." The big man's face changed drastically when he heard the words, "Oh no, there is an ambush." Too late. Lin Feng made a seal. "Explode!" Boom, 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 boom. The explosions continued to sound. It was the explosive talisman that Lin Feng ambushed with his shadow clone. More than 40 warriors were killed by Lin Feng in just a few seconds. Lin Feng's bangs were constantly fluttering with the blast. At this moment, 2 ninjas suddenly jumped out from behind Lin Feng. "Good opportunity. Prepare to die. Become our bounty." These 2 were bounty hunters who had been eyeing Lin Feng for a long time. Their predecessors were all powerful ninjas, so they had rich combat experience. The moment they chose to attack Lin Feng was when Lin Feng's ambush was successful. Generally speaking, this is the time when a person is most relaxed. But they didn't know that Lin Feng had already discovered them with his white eyes. Bagua Palm to return to heaven. The spherical chakra cover appeared, and the 2 ninjas were bounced away at once. Before they could adjust their bodies, they felt an irresistible strong suction coming. Dark water! This strange trick was obviously something they had never encountered before, but the speed at which the suction attracted them was so fast that they could hardly react. Oops! One of the ninjas seemed to be stronger, and he managed to stab a tree with his short knife to stop the momentum. The other ninja was not so lucky. He was sucked directly by Lin Feng with the dark water, and his heart just hit the kunai that Lin Feng raised high at that position. "Well, it hit the bull's eye." Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction and said lightly in a tone like playing a game, leaving behind the corpse of the ninja who died with his eyes open. He looked at the other ninja who was about to collapse. How could a big tree withstand the suction of the dark water? Soon the big tree was also sucked up from the ground by the dark water. If Lin Feng didn't want to suck some sand and gravel over, his suction could be adjusted even higher. Damn it! The short delay also allowed the ninja to prepare. Go to hell! The ultimate physical technique is the mountain blasting charge. The ninja's previous kaiten made him realize that ninjutsu and ninja tool attacks were ineffective, so he bet everything on the moment when he was attracted to Lin Feng's side, and took advantage of the moment when he was close to Lin Feng and couldn't use the kaiten in time. This mountain blasting charge was the ultimate physical technique of the ninja's family, but Lin Feng had already seen through everything. The 3-hooked Sharingan in Lin Feng's eyes kept spinning, and the ninja's actions were like slow motion. His next move also appeared in Lin Feng's eyes in advance. This mountain blasting charge was still somewhat threatening to other ninjas, but it was not threatening to Lin Feng at all. His Sharingan was confident that it could see through everything. Puff! The sound of flesh being pierced rang out, and the ninja who assassinated Lin Feng looked at his chest in disbelief. Just now, his mountain blast was perfectly dodged by Lin Feng, and it had no effect at all. Instead, he was pierced through the heart by Lin Feng's kunai. Another red heart, 10 points. Lin Feng smiled and muttered to himself, kicked the ninja's body down, and began to check his task prompts. Congratulations to the player for completing the task. It is detected the player has obtained 15,000 experience points. Choice 1. Save and save for later use. Choice 2. Improve ability level. Choice 3. Exchange in the mall. This is the task reward for the more than 40 samurai, which is a pleasant surprise for Lin Feng, because he did not expect that more than 40 counterfeit goods could actually exchange for 15,000 experience points. Congratulations to the player for completing the task. It is detected that the player has obtained 6,000 experience points. Choice 1. Save and save for later use. Choice 2. Improve ability level. Choice 3. Exchange in the mall. This is the two ninjas who were bounty hunters just now. Lin Feng deduced from the experience points given and found that they were at most at the level of elite Chunin. Because they were killed so quickly, Lin Feng, as a direct participant in the war, was not very clear about the strength of his subordinates. During this period of time, the reason why Lin Feng kept getting into trouble was not only to train himself, but also because of the tasks that were triggered from time to time. Otherwise, there are many better ways to put yourself between life and death, so there is really no need to go through so much trouble. However, Lin Feng did not use these experience points for a whole year and stored exactly 90,000 experience points. He planned to break through the limit of 100,000 experience points in one fell swoop. I always feel that being hunted for a year is quite tiring. Let's change the way next year. Lin Feng thought for a while. I go hunt others? It seems good, so I decided happily. Anyway, he has been hiding his identity and can change his job to a bounty hunter at any time. As for the notoriety of Dark Devil, it doesn't matter if he doesn't have it. Now Lin Feng's simple physical skills have reached the level of a special ninja. I believe that it will only take a few months to break through to the level of a ninja. He is confident that he is qualified to use it to hunt others. After a few days, Lin Feng successfully found the local bounty hunter, a big man who was nearly 2 meters tall. Alas, why are all bounty hunters like this? I'm really tired of it. Lin Feng sighed and sat next to the big man who was drinking. The big man glanced at Lin Feng with disdain in his eyes. Indeed, Lin Feng's 8-year-old body was too disproportionate in front of the big man, but Lin Feng quickly taught the big man what height is inversely proportional to combat effectiveness meant. Hello, how do I get to the underground exchange? Listening to Lin Feng's indifferent words, the big man snorted twice and ignored Lin Feng. Hey, didn't you hear me? Lin Feng's voice gradually became cold. This threatening word made the big man angry all of a sudden. He slammed the table and wanted to attack Lin Feng. Damn it, can't you see I'm annoyed? In such a remote area close to the forest, the law seems extremely weak. Besides, the big man is a bounty hunter. When he is unhappy, he will naturally kill first. At this time, a hand slapped the big man's body. It was Lin Feng's hand. Don't make me ask a second time. The next moment, the monstrous, murderous aura swept over the big man's body. It was the huge murderous intent that Lin Feng had formed by killing countless people in the past year. Although the big man may have been a bounty hunter for a longer time, with his mediocre skills, the number of people he killed in 10 years of missions may not be enough for Lin Feng to kill in a month. The big man immediately broke into a cold sweat. He collapsed to the ground and said in fear, Don't kill me. Did I ask you that? Hearing Lin Feng's more dangerous voice, the big man's teeth trembled. Yes, I'm sorry. This, sir, I know how to go to the underground exchange, so please let me live. Lin Feng moved his hand away and restrained his murderous aura, allowing the big man to speak more clearly. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Feng successfully arrived at the underground exchange, which was exactly the place that Jiaodu loved in the original book. Looking at the high bounties under the wanted avatars, Lin Feng began to understand why Kakuzu loved this place. Lin Feng walked to the counter. Even the staff in charge of handing over the tasks at the counter was a big blue-haired man, which made Lin Feng feel helpless to complain. "Huh? What are you doing here, kid?" The big blue-haired man noticed Lin Feng, but Lin Feng's height was far from the average of an average adult, almost making the big blue-haired man think that this was a child who had gone wrong. "I want to take some bounty missions." Lin Feng looked up and said. In order to hide his identity, he changed into a vortex mask, but the childish voice still exposed Lin Feng's age. This discovery made the blue-haired man even more disdainful. "Go away, kid. This is not a place for you to play. Go home and get your milk." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and then slapped his head as if he remembered something. "Oh right, isn't Jiaobu a wanted criminal? As long as you can give a head, you can be a bounty hunter regardless of whether you are a wanted criminal or not." Then Lin Feng lowered his head, and when he raised his head again, he had changed back to the original fox mask. "How about it? Can I accept the mission now?" The blue-haired man frowned and wanted to scold again in dissatisfaction, but suddenly he felt that the outfit in front of him seemed a little familiar. The figure of a child, the black robe and the fox mask. This is not the Dark Devil who has become famous in the past year and has turned several small countries and warlords around it upside down. Ah! The blue-haired man opened his mouth and his body softened. "I'm so sorry. It turned out to be Lord Dark Devil. I will present you the task list right now." The lawless behavior of the Dark Devil is well known in the underground world. It is absolutely possible that this great god will kill him because of what he just said. The blue-haired man can only pray in his heart that this uncle is in a better mood today. "Am I so scary?" Lin Feng curled his lips and touched his fox mask. When he was wondering about this, Lin Feng found that the sounds around him gradually quieted down. The ninjas and samurai present. Everyone looked at Lin Feng one after another. Some of them heard the words of the blue-haired man, and some looked over curiously because they saw others doing so. But without exception, they all fell silent after seeing Lin Feng. The entire underground exchange is now only a dead silence. The original underground exchange was as chaotic as a noisy vegetable market, but now it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Lin Feng knew that all this was caused by him, so he greeted everyone in a friendly way. "Don't look at me like that. I'll be shy." This sentence was like a stone thrown into the water, which quickly caused a lot of waves, and the discussion returned to the underground exchange. This group of bounty hunters felt as if they had seen a big shot today. If the adult in front of them was really the Dark Devil, then they could show off even after drinking. You know, this Dark Devil even kidnapped the princess of the daimyo, as if there was nothing he dared not do in this world. As for whether Lin Feng was really the Dark Devil, no bounty hunter was willing to try it out for himself. The underground exchange in such a small place was full of low-level bounty hunters. A wanted criminal of Lin Feng's level was no longer something they could touch, and at most they could only look up to him. Lin Feng ignored them and turned to look at the task list, carefully selecting tasks in front of the trembling blue-haired man. "Well, this is..." Lin Feng suddenly noticed a task near the Hidden Rock village. The task content was to arrest an A-level wanted criminal. What caught Lin Feng's attention was the identity of this A-level wanted criminal, Deidara. "It seems interesting." Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth. "I'll take this task." In a temple, a boy with long yellow hair was resting on a Buddha statue. He was 10-year-old Deidara, who was expelled from the village a year ago because he often created terrorist incidents. At the same time, Deidara was wanted by the Hidden Rock village for stealing the forbidden technique of injecting chakra into matter. If Deidara had not rarely resisted, he would have been promoted to S level long ago. However, Deidara felt that being chased was too annoying recently. It happened that his explosive clay was almost completed, and Deidara wanted to try it when he encountered the next chase. Footsteps sounded in the empty temple, and a figure in a black robe appeared at the door. He was wearing a fox mask, so his face could not be seen clearly. "Who are you?" Deidara jumped down from the Buddha statue. "This temple is my new base. It's my territory. I didn't allow you to come in privately, huh?" Deidara has not really seen the full power of explosive clay, so he has not found his own art, and naturally he doesn't talk about his own explosive art. Lin Feng walked up with a smile and took out a lollipop from his back. "Little boy, do you want to learn dubbing from me?" "Dubbing? Dubbing?" Deidara raised his eyebrows with a strange expression. He raised his hand towards Lin Feng, revealing the mouth in his palm. "Hey, anyway, you are the Anbu or bounty hunter who is hunting me. What new tricks are you doing this time? But it's just right. I'll use you to try my explosive clay, huh?" Lin Feng threw the lollipop, as if he didn't hear Deidara's words. "If you don't want to learn dubbing, forget it. Since you have so many ideas, why don't you learn cooking from me?" Deidara was completely crazy. "Hey, don't be so leisurely in front of me. Are you looking down on me? No matter whether it's dubbing or cooking, I don't want to learn." Then there's nothing I can do." Lin Feng's eyes swirled with the three-hooked Sharingan. "Since you don't want to learn dubbing or cooking, then I will teach you art." "I told you I don't want to learn anything." Deidara roared, pinched out a few birds and threw them at Lin Feng. Lin Feng used the teleportation technique to dodge the flying birds. The terrifying speed made Deidara's pupils shrink. "So fast!" Deidara hurriedly looked for Lin Feng. "How can he teleport so fast? Are you looking for me?" Lin Feng's voice came out against Deidara's neck. Deidara's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly moved forward to avoid Lin Feng and keep a safe distance. "Humph, you can teleport behind me silently. You are quite capable." Deidara made a seal, but I had already laid explosive clay around you while you were talking nonsense just now. "Now is your death!" Several small snakes made of explosive clay wrapped around Lin Feng's body, but Lin Feng was not panicked at all. "Then do you think I did something else while I was talking nonsense?" "What are you talking about?" Deidara was stunned, and then he felt that his body seemed to be bound by something. He looked down and was surprised to find that the small snakes were actually wrapped around himself. "When exactly?" Deidara looked up at Lin Feng in horror. The small snakes on Lin Feng's body really disappeared. Lin Feng raised his hand and made a seal and shouted loudly, "Art is explosion! Hey, boom!" The small snakes on Deidara's body immediately exploded, and the entire temple collapsed in half. Deidara closed his eyes and screamed for a while, and after a while he realized that his body didn't hurt at all. What's going on? Deidara opened his eyes in confusion and saw that the temple was intact, and Lin Feng was standing at the window, looking down at Deidara. The sunlight outside the window shone through Lin Feng's body. From Deidara's perspective, Lin Feng at this moment seemed like a god. "It's really art?" Deidara muttered to himself unconsciously. He saw the blood-red three hooks spinning in Lin Feng's eyes, and he understood that he had just been hit by an illusion. "How about it? Do you want to learn art from me now?" Lin Feng's voice echoed in the temple. Deidara recalled Lin Feng's words in the illusion. "Art is explosion," and his eyes became brighter and brighter. "Master, please teach me what art is." Half a year later, the whole underground world knew that a powerful follower had appeared beside the Dark Devil. This little follower has been following the Dark Devil around and doing evil everywhere, causing several small countries to suffer. They jointly raised the wanted level of both of them to S level. The little follower was originally an A-level wanted criminal of the Great Ninja Village. Today, he has been promoted to S level and has gained the reputation of Explosion Artist. Originally, a Dark Devil was extremely difficult to deal with. Now there is an Explosion Artist with huge destructive power as a subordinate. Bounty hunters feel that they can no longer play happily with the Dark Devil. This is a border near the sea, sparsely populated, and even fishermen are unwilling to settle here because of the dangerous environment. The sun shines directly down, shining the sea blue, and the waves hit the beach one by one. If it is a trick like explosion, it is indeed very suitable to practice here. On a coastal beach, two figures are shouting towards the rising sun. "Come, read with me?" "Yes, master." This is Deidara's energetic voice. In the 6 months of following Lin Feng, he has learned a lot. It's a pity that Lin Feng has never revealed his true face to him, but Deidara understands that artists must have some quirks, let alone a master like his. "Master. Very good." Lin Feng took a deep breath and shouted to the sea, "Your mother exploded." Deidara followed and shouted, "Your mother exploded." Lin Feng took the lead in shouting with a louder voice, Your whole family exploded. Deidara followed Lin Feng vigorously. Your whole family exploded. Not bad. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Let's start today's practice. Yes, master. What are we going to practice today? In the past 6 months, you have mastered all the explosive clay. Lin Feng did not look at Deidara, but faced the sea. Your talent makes me very happy. Today, I will give you the last lesson. Deidara's body shook. Master, are you going to leave me? All good things must come to an end, Lin Feng said in a sad opera aria. Today is the day when I say goodbye to you. Master. Deidara looked at Lin Feng reluctantly, and their bodies were shrouded in the spreading morning sun. At this moment, the scene was truly beautiful. Ahem? Lin Feng coughed and ended his little comedy. What the hell? The target is not a girl. This is a bit disgusting. Let's get down to business. Seeing Lin Feng become serious, Deidara also became serious. You have 2 weaknesses. The first is illusion. Lin Feng held up 2 fingers. You are more aware of this. Your left eye has been trained almost enough and can basically see through most illusions. Deidara said proudly, I will keep working hard, master. One day, I will be able to see through all illusions. Lin Feng nodded and continued. As for the second point, it is your fatal weakness, and that is lightning release. As the saying goes, beware of fire, theft, and lightning release. Deidara asked in confusion, Is there such a saying? Shut up, I mean there is. Lin Feng glared at Deidara and continued, and once your explosive clay is injected with lightning release chakra, it will immediately become ineffective and become a handicraft, like those gadgets sold in a $5 store. Master, Deidara protested, don't make my art sound so cheap. I'm talking about after the lightning release chakra is injected. If you don't want your art to end up as a cheap product, just listen to me, Lin Feng said dissatisfiedly, and Deidara quickly shut his mouth. So what's the solution? I naturally have one. Lin Feng raised his hand and conducted a stream of wind-attributed chakra into Deidara's body. The chakras between the 5 escape techniques are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. You just need to mix a little wind escape chakra that restrains lightning escape into the explosive clay. Then you won't be so deadly to lightning escape. Deidara frowned. But master, my chakra attribute is only earth? Remember you were expelled from the village at the age of 9. You can tell at a glance that you were kicked out without learning enough knowledge in the ninja school. Lin Feng, who skipped classes every day and graduated early, said without blushing. To be honest, the knowledge he wanted to talk about could not be learned in the ninja school. The corresponding attribute chakra only means that the person can maximize the power of the ninjutsu of this attribute, or learn it faster. To put it a little further, it means that you have obtained the qualification to perform the S-level ultimate ninjutsu of that attribute. And ordinary ninjutsu is naturally not limited by the attribute of one's own chakra, and all you need to do is simply to create chakra of that attribute. Lin Feng said, just like your master, I have dual attributes of wind and fire, but I can still use earth, water, and lightning ninjutsu. And not everyone is as talented as your master. Most ninjas have only a single attribute. Can they only use one ninjutsu all their lives? Obviously not. Do you understand what your master said? Deidara nodded in understanding. He was a person with excellent talent, and after Lin Feng's guidance, he immediately became enlightened. And after adding wind chakra, maybe your explosive clay can have new changes. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously, such as flying faster, tracking more cleverly, etc. After all, the essence of bloodline limit is the combination of 2 attributes of chakra. Oh, Deidara's eyes lit up. You are worthy of being a master. Lin Feng touched Deidara's head and said, So in this last class, I will teach you how to make and operate this wind attribute chakra. Although Lin Feng often went back to Konoha, he basically went back and forth between the Mission Release Center and the gate every time, and basically did not stop. So this time, Lin Feng also had a feeling of not seeing each other for a long time. In addition to being with Deidara for more than half a year, Lin Feng had been wandering outside for almost 2 years. Just as he was sighing, a noisy voice came from the street. Naruto, you little brat, don't run! Hehe, how could I not run if you told me not to run? Naruto's energetic voice also came, and he was seen running happily on the street with a brush and several paint buckets. Lin Feng looked up and saw that the Hokage rock was graffitied by Naruto again. No wonder a group of people were chasing Naruto so angrily. What Lin Feng didn't know was that Naruto was more lonely than in the original book during the 2 years he was gone. Because Lin Feng was the one who finally recognized him and gave him warmth, once he lost him, the contrast was even stronger. Just like what Sasuke said, how can you know the pain of losing without having it? Now Naruto is just like this, so he started to destroy and brush his existence earlier. Naruto, here. Lin Feng smiled and waved to Naruto. Naruto was stunned when he heard this familiar voice. He stared blankly at the entrance of the village and was sure that he was not mistaken. That was brother Lin Feng who came back. You're finally back. Naruto's nose was sour, and he immediately threw away his brush and paint bucket and threw himself into Lin Feng's arms. Very good. Just hold him like this and don't move. The adults who were chasing Naruto were all confused, but when they saw that someone seemed to have caught Naruto, they were all overjoyed. Ahem. Lin Feng coughed at the group of people. In such a touching reunion, can you please not ruin the atmosphere like this? Huh? The adults who were chasing them all surrounded Lin Feng and Naruto and said ferociously, "Are you in cahoots with him? Although I don't know whose kid you are, I advise you to hand him over as soon as possible. I told you not to ruin the atmosphere. Atmosphere. Do you understand atmosphere?" Lin Feng glared at them dissatisfiedly. How can we improve our favorability without atmosphere? If anyone makes a fuss again, I promise not to beat him to death. The adults looked at each other. They never expected that this little kid who came out of nowhere would be so arrogant. What are you talking about? Anyway, I warn you, if you continue to protect Uzumaki Naruto, we will beat you too. Lin Feng was furious. No one dared to threaten him for many years. Damn it, you are so rude. Even if you pay 450, I can't save you. Dark water, release. The big men surrounding Lin Feng flew out evenly immediately, crashing into the shops on the street one after another, and wailing and groaning could be heard. This was already a mercy from Lin Feng. Otherwise, the previous blow would be enough to ensure that all the big men would have to go to see the Six-Path Sage. Hey Naruto, you guy, why are you so troublesome? Another figure who was about the same height as Naruto appeared on the roof. I'm talking to you. Second brother? The voice became extremely surprised halfway through, and the figure quickly threw itself into Lin Feng's arms. Wow, you're back. I thought you didn't want me anymore. That figure was Sasuke. Lin Feng was sweating profusely after hearing his words. Why did he make Lin Feng sound like a heartless man? Okay. Lin Feng patted the two on the head, and then asked Sasuke, "Where is Itachi?" Sasuke suddenly became very unhappy. How should I know? He always lies to me about the next time, and recently he has even disappeared. Lin Feng was slightly stunned, feeling a little strange. What about your brother Shisui? Brother Shisui. Sasuke's voice became low. I heard that brother Shisui committed suicide by jumping into the Nanhei River. Lin Feng's face sank. Did this happen after all? That means the Uchiha family massacre is about to happen. However, Lin Feng did not think of stopping it. First, as a person born with a mature soul, he did not have any deep feelings for the Uchiha family. Second, without this incident, it would be difficult to ensure the smoothness of the plot. At present, when Lin Feng is not very strong, he understands that his biggest advantage is that he is familiar with the plot. Third, even if Lin Feng becomes stronger, he does not think he has enough strength to stop this incident from happening. There are two people responsible for the extermination of the Uchiha clan. Lin Feng feels that he may be stronger than Itachi, but after Shisui's suicide, Itachi must have obtained the Manjeki Sharingan, and his strength has reached a new level. The other person is the real reason that hinders Lin Feng, and that is Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito's strength is very strong, and his divine power is intangible. Lin Feng has not yet found a reliable solution, so he will try to avoid fighting him. Lin Feng believes that with Itachi's feelings for him, his name must be on the protection list submitted to Konoha before the extermination. So he is not particularly worried about his safety. Therefore, he can return to Konoha with confidence. Even if Lin Feng does not prevent the Uchiha clan from being exterminated, he feels that he has an obligation to witness this incident with his own eyes. After Lin Feng returned home, he really couldn't see Itachi for a long time. He understood that it might be the final stage now. But Lin Feng did not know the specific time of the extermination, and there was no sign when the extermination took place, so Lin Feng could only guess. Special mission: explore the roots of local villains. After practicing quietly for a few weeks, Lin Feng suddenly received this mission reminder, which made him nervous. The sudden appearance of this mission meant that the time must have reached a point where the plot had undergone a major change, triggering the system. Then Lin Feng read the task content and was dumbfounded. Fuck, system, you are screwing me! The task prompt read, Special Task 1, explore the roots of local villains. The Uchiha family massacre is about to happen. The approach of the local villain boss Uchiha Obito is detected, and the special task is activated. This task requires you to go to the ancient country of Lulan at coordinates 966, 178 to trigger the sealed dragon vein. The system will teleport you to the period of the Third Ninja World War. But before that, you need to escape from the Uchiha family tonight. Task reward: 20,000 experience points, D-level gem fragments x2. Failure penalty: all gem fragments are reset. This is another chain task. Lin Feng hasn't encountered a chain task for a long time, and a task with gem fragments as rewards is also the first time Lin Feng has encountered it in the past 2 years. Although the various tasks that were triggered at ordinary times made Lin Feng earn money constantly, it seemed that they had nothing to do with the main characters in the plot, so they did not provide gem fragments as rewards. Now that he could receive another task with gem fragments as rewards, how could Lin Feng give up? And this is the first time I have encountered a task with a failure penalty. You can imagine how much the system values this task. Lin Feng cursed in his heart. Failure penalty, or to eliminate all gem fragments? It's like forcing me to do this task. Whether it is to get new gem fragments or to protect the original gem fragments, Lin Feng knew that he had to take this task. Seeing the night coming, it is estimated that many people have been quietly killed at this time. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, stretched out his hand to form a seal of transformation, and as a puff of smoke dissipated, Lin Feng's whole person turned into the appearance of Tendo Pain. Anyway, just be safe. Lin Feng put on another robe outside and quickly rushed to the gate of Konoha village. Lin Feng saw traces of blood along the way. He followed the blood to find the bodies and tried to rush to the area where the bodies were, densely packed. When all the people in an area were killed, it meant that the area had been swept by Itachi and Obito. If Lin Feng walked from there, he could avoid meeting Itachi and Obito to the greatest extent. Sure enough, Lin Feng's strategy was correct. He relied on Shisui's instant body technique to move forward at a very fast speed. In a moment, he arrived at the gate of Konoha and perfectly avoided Itachi and Obito. "Who are you?" The two Chunin guarding the gate came over vigilantly. "Do you have a pass to leave the village or a mission certificate?" Lin Feng knew that he had to race against time, and he was too lazy to talk nonsense with the Chunin guarding the gate. He took off his hat and showed his eyes. These eyes are... The legend of the Six-Path Sage's Samsara Eye is too famous in the ninja world. Even the two unknown Chunin guarding the gate have heard of it. However, what Lin Feng actually showed was the three-hooked Sharingan that turned into the Samsara Eye. The next moment, the two gatekeepers who saw the pair of eyes all had dazed eyes, confused by Lin Feng's Sharingan illusion. Lin Feng did not stop for a moment, passed the two gatekeepers, and quickly rushed towards the direction of the ancient country of Lulan. However, Lin Feng had only walked a few hundred meters when he was stopped by a black and white man wearing the uniform of Akatsuki. "Excuse me, sir, can you reveal your identity?" The one who stopped Lin Feng was the black and white Zetsu. He slowly opened his pitcher plant-like coat and chuckled. Lin Feng's heart trembled. This was a situation he had not considered carefully before. He should have thought that the Uchiha clan was so big that how could Black Zetsu, one of the bosses behind the scenes, not come to check it out? Although Lin Feng avoided Itachi and Shisui, he was blocked by Black Zetsu. Looking at the black and white Zetsu in front of him, Lin Feng's eyes turned cold, and he began to wonder whether he should take this opportunity to kill Black Zetsu. But Black Zetsu has always had strange life-saving and escape techniques such as spore clones and burrowing underground. Lin Feng is not sure if he can actually kill him now. Otherwise, if he is careless, he will notify Obito to come. And the most critical point is that Lin Feng has not seen his main mission so far. He still remembered that at the beginning, this system was called God King Game. Since it was a game, there must be a main quest. However, Lin Feng was still in the villain camp in the Naruto world, so Lin Feng didn't know whether Black Zetsu, an important villain, had anything to do with his villain main quest. What a stupid question. Fortunately, Lin Feng was prepared. He snorted coldly and took off the hat covering his face. What? Black Zetsu was shocked when he saw Lin Feng's face. It's Lord Pain! Why are you here? Although in Black Zetsu's heart was just a chess piece in his hands, but before everything was revealed, he still had to show some respect to the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Do you still need to ask this? White Zetsu chuckled. The Uchiha clan is so exciting, the leader will definitely want to see it. Lin Feng felt relieved. White Zetsu simply had his own reasons. It was great. Black Zetsu frowned. But. No buts, Lin Feng continued in a cold voice. Besides, didn't Madara say that he would bring a ninja named Uchiha Itachi back to join the Akatsuki organization? I just came to see how good he is. Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes, feeling a little uncertain. But Pain's true appearance has always been extremely secretive. In the Rain Village, Pain is a god. No ninja has ever seen him in person. In the Akatsuki organization, Pain mostly communicates with each other through the illusion body technique. Even within the Akatsuki organization, only the Red Sand Scorpion, Konan, and Orochimaru, who have acted with Pain, know Pain's true appearance. So it is impossible for other people to use the transformation technique to become Pain's appearance to deceive people. Seeing that Black Zetsu was still hesitant, Lin Feng immediately snorted again. What are you questioning me? Questioning the words of God. After that, Lin Feng grabbed in the direction of Black and White Zetsu, the 10,000 Things Heaven attraction. A suction force pulled Black and White Zetsu directly over. It was the 10,000 Things Heaven attraction that Lin Feng had copied using dark water. Black and White Zetsu was pulled very close to Lin Feng. If it was closer, Lin Feng would not know whether Black and White Zetsu had a method of identifying them such as breath sensing, so he ended dark water at a similar position. After experiencing this ninjutsu himself, Black Zetsu finally had no more doubts. You know, the 10,000 Things Heaven attraction is a unique secret technique of the Samsara Eye, and not everyone can pretend to be one. Unless there is another pair of Samsara Eyes in this world, but that is obviously absolutely impossible. Lin Feng, who successfully deceived Black Zetsu, left Konoha without looking back. When he arrived at the ancient country of Lulan, Lin Feng really relaxed. Congratulations to the player for completing the task. Hearing the task completion prompt, Lin Feng knew that he was indeed safe. But as for how to deal with the reward, he wanted to trigger the next chain task first to see what rewards there were before deciding. Now in front of him was the center of the dragon vein, on which the flying thunder god kunai of the 4th Hokage was inserted. Lin Feng knew that as long as he pulled it out, the system would be able to teleport him back to the Third Ninja World War. Come on! Lin Feng took a deep breath and pulled out the flying thunder god kunai. In an instant, a light flooded him. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng felt that his consciousness was gradually clearing up, but then a shout made his consciousness blurred again. Izuna, wake up! Are you okay? This was the anxious voice of a young man, but Lin Feng was completely stunned. Hey, Izuna! Please give me flowers. Please vote. Please reward. It seems that no one has voted for it. It has been hovering around 30 on the new book list. It's so sad. The sad moonlight poured into the house. Uchiha Fugaku and his wife were kneeling on the tatami, looking peaceful. Behind them there was a boy whose half-body was immersed in the shadow. The sword in his hand was shaking constantly. It's okay, Itachi. Fugaku spoke, his voice very calm. Your mother and I expected that with your personality, you would definitely go to this step. We also understand your awareness and thoughts. Dad, Mom. Itachi finally couldn't bear it anymore, and tears burst out of his eyes. Fugaku continued, "It's just that we also guessed that you would definitely not be able to do anything to your two younger brothers, so Lin Feng and Sasuke will be in your hands from now on." Itachi clenched his teeth, his face full of pain. "Especially Lin Feng," Fugaku said slowly. "He is a true genius, even completely surpassing you. If there is still hope for the Uchiha family in the future, I think that hope must be Lin Feng." "I understand." "If you understand, then do it quickly." Fugaku's voice returned to its former majesty. "What are you still hesitating about? Itachi." Itachi's eyes opened wide. He raised the sword high and chopped it down hard, and a scream he had never heard before came out of his mouth. "Ah!" The next moment, blood splattered all over the Japanese-style room, and soon Sasuke's young figure rushed in. "Who's there?" His voice was panicked and anxious. "Is it the eldest brother or the second brother?" Finally, Sasuke's eyes reflected the scene in the Japanese-style room. He saw the two familiar bodies lying on the ground and the familiar person holding the murder weapon. "Ah! Ah!" Sasuke fell to the ground in fear. Itachi held back his tears and looked back at Sasuke and disappeared in the Japanese-style room. "Damn it!" Sasuke forced himself to stand up and chased out of the entrance. "Wait!" He chased all the way to the street, and then he saw the shadow standing under the moonlight, panting. "What on earth is going on?" Sasuke shouted hoarsely. "Brother, tell me this is not true." Itachi said coldly, "No, what you saw is the truth. I killed my father and mother." "You are lying. Liar, lie, lie." Sasuke shook his head hard. "What about my second brother? Where is he? What did you do to him?" "Humph, who knows?" Itachi said lightly. Only this sentence was his true words, because he did not see Lin Feng in the massacre tonight. It seems that Lin Feng should have met his partner Uchiha Madara. But Itachi had already warned Uchiha Madara not to hurt Lin Feng. Keeping and protecting the lives of Lin Feng and Sasuke was not only the transaction conditions between Itachi and Konoha, but also the cooperation conditions between Itachi and Uchiha Madara. "Damn it! I don't believe it! I don't believe it!" Sasuke fell to his knees, tears pouring down his face. Seeing this, Itachi clenched his fists tightly and forced himself to say, "It's a pity. This is reality. Not only did I kill my parents, but I also killed all the members of the Uchiha family." Hearing Itachi's cold voice, Sasuke yelled, "Then why did you spare my life? Why didn't you kill me?" "My stupid brother," Itachi said coldly, "I spared your life just to test my ability, so that you can live ugly with hatred for me." In his eyes, a windmill-like Manjiki Sharingan slowly spun out, staring at Sasuke closely. "When you get eyes like mine, come and seek revenge on me." Tsukuyomi. Sasuke's consciousness was immediately pulled into the illusion, and he instantly experienced the Uchiha family massacre in person, and his spirit almost completely collapsed. Ah, so everyone couldn't help but sigh more about Sasuke's misfortune. At the same time, Itachi, who was an S-level wanted criminal on the run, was rarely angry. The forest was full of potholes and pits, obviously after a big battle. Itachi stood in the center of the battlefield with a fierce expression, but his body was already panting. "Don't get excited." A space vortex appeared out of thin air, and a masked man emerged. Although he seemed to still have physical strength, his clothes had become much more embarrassed. "Uchiha Madara!" Itachi gritted his teeth and said, "You want me to calm down? Okay, then tell me where Lin Feng went. Is he alive or dead?" "How do I know this? I said that I didn't meet the Lin Feng you mentioned that night." Obito spread his hands and said, "Maybe he was taken away by Konoha's people. You should ask Konoha about this." Itachi looked at Obito deeply. After a fight, he also calmed down. Itachi's personality is extremely calm. No matter how fierce the battle is, it can't shake his thinking. The rage just now can be said to be unique in Itachi's life. Lin Feng's safety can have a greater impact on Itachi's spirit than any dangerous battle, but Itachi can start normal analysis after calming down. The previous fight made Itachi realize that at the age of 13, he still couldn't defeat this shrewd man for the time being. So what he should do most now is to go to Konoha to explore another possibility. At dusk, the Sandaime stood on the balcony of the Hokage's office smoking a pipe, and Itachi's figure appeared silently behind him. "Is it Itachi? You've worked so hard, kid." the Sandaime said slowly, and Itachi shook his head. Sir, I want to ask you. I know what you want to ask. The Sandaime interrupted Itachi. We don't know the whereabouts of Lin Feng, and I have checked it thoroughly, and Danzo has never taken action against Lin Feng. Believe me, Itachi. Itachi remained silent. Indeed, judging from Sasuke's situation, the Sandaime was still very trustworthy. As for Lin Feng's talent, if he hadn't deliberately exposed it, even Fugaku wouldn't know it. So Danzo couldn't know it, and he wouldn't have rashly taken action against Lin Feng at the risk of Itachi leaking Konoha's intelligence. Then where is Lin Feng? Itachi looked up at the sky, his eyes confused. But no matter what, as long as Lin Feng's body is not found, it means that he is not dead, and there is still hope for Itachi. And Obito, who was waiting for Itachi in the forest, also seemed to have noticed something and looked up at the sky. The expression on his face under the mask was very strange, and I don't know what he was thinking. P.S. Happy New Year, everyone. I'm asking for flowers, votes, and rewards again. Half a year later, 13-year-old Uchiha Itachi had joined the Akatsuki organization for some time. After getting familiar with Itachi, Pine began to assign him some difficult tasks. This time, Itachi received the most important task of the Akatsuki organization, inviting 2 S-level wanted criminals to join Akatsuki. One of the S-level wanted criminals, as the target, was named Deidara, a former ninja of the Hidden Rock Village, and it was said that he was also the apprentice of the 3rd-generation Tsuchikage. However, Deidara is now a well-known S-level rebel ninja, wanted by several countries, and enjoys the reputation of explosion artist. As for the other S-level wanted criminal, it is not known whether he is a rebel ninja, and very little information about him has been leaked. The only thing we know is that explosion artist Deidara used to be his follower, and he himself seemed to dare to do anything. He also worked as a bounty hunter and was a famous devil of darkness in the underground world. It is said that the Dark Devil always wears a black robe, a fox mask on his face, and his height and body are like a child. Pine was impressed by the abilities of the two of them, so he attached great importance to this matter and specially sent Hoshigaki Kasame, Scorpion, and Uchiha Itachi to deal with it. After a period of searching, Itachi and his friends finally found Deidara in a remote temple. Deidara, who is already 12 years old, looks much more mature. After Lin Feng's teaching, he will not be startled when he sees Itachi and others. Why? Do you want to experience my art in person? Deidara jumped down and looked at the 3 people in front of him. Art? Scorpion narrowed his eyes. Little boy, do you understand art? Deidara opened his hands and said arrogantly, Of course, I have mastered the true meaning of art. Art is explosion. Scorpion snorted coldly. Huh, nonsense. What did you say? Deidara glared. Art is explosion. This truth is absolutely not wrong, because this is the truth of life taught to me by my master. Itachi ignored the quarrel between the two. He was the action team leader appointed by Pain for this mission. You are the explosion artist Deidara, right? Where is the Dark Devil? I didn't expect my reputation to spread all over the world. It's so artistic. Deidara nodded complacently and then said, As for the master, he and I have been separated for almost a year. I would like to ask you about the whereabouts of my master. What a nonsense, kid, Kasame laughed strangely. How could we know where your master is, but the Dark Devil is actually your master? This is new information. Don't you know where he is? Itachi narrowed his eyes. Well, let's start with you. Deidara raised his hands with interest, revealing his mouth in his palms. Oh, are we going to fight? Don't worry. I will make sure you deeply appreciate my art. Itachi shook his head and said, We are not hunting you down, but we hope to invite you to join our organization. Your organization? Deidara glanced at the 3 people in front of him. Ah, is it your organization with black background and red cloud uniforms? I have heard of it in the past. It's called Akatsuki or something, right? Yes, Scorpion nodded. Since you know, just follow us obediently, so that I don't have to knock you out and take you back myself. Hey, I can't pretend I didn't hear that, Deidara narrowed his eyes dangerously. You are so shameless and arrogant, but your whole family will explode. The whole family will explode? Itachi, Kasame, and Sasori were all stunned, and they all felt that Deidara really liked to talk nonsense. If Lin Feng saw this scene, he would definitely regret it. He taught Deidara 2 catchphrases based on his own evil taste, but he didn't expect that he would be scolded today. Although I don't know what you are talking about, I also know the general situation. Kasame drew out the Samehada sword on his back. In short, we must have a fight, right? Deidara's face was full of fighting spirit. It seems that you know a lot, uncle. If you want me to join, at least show me your strength first. Looking at Kasame and Sasori, who were eager to try, Itachi raised his hand to stop them. I can do it alone. Sasori and Kasame looked at Itachi deeply and retreated behind Itachi. Then let's begin. Deidara opened his hand, and a bird-shaped clay flew out. Detonate the clay double-winged bird. The double-winged bird turned into a shadow the moment it appeared and hit Itachi directly. The speed made Scorpion and Kasame's pupils shrink. What a fast speed! The double-winged bird was originally an accelerating type among the bird-shaped clay, and now with the reasonable addition of wind-style chakra, its speed has reached a new height. However, the moment the 2-winged bird hit Itachi, Itachi's body turned into scattered crows. Crow clones. Is it there? Deidara turned around quickly. Detonate the clay twin snakes. As soon as Itachi's figure appeared, he was tightly entangled by the clay snakes that Deidara had accelerated. Deidara made a seal and was about to detonate. Your mother exploded. Hey, wait, Kasame suddenly said. Before detonating, why don't you take a look at yourself? Deidara was stunned when he heard this, and looked down to find that he had been entangled by the twin snakes. Is it an illusion? But I saw through it a long time ago. Hey! Itachi's expression changed, and the next moment, the place where he was stood exploded violently. How is it possible? Kasame and Sasori were both shocked. He actually saw through Itachi's illusion. Deidara laughed softly. Hey! After another year of training, my left eye has long been confident that it can see through all illusions. I wanted to give Master a surprise, huh? The smoke dissipated, revealing a tall giant. It was the giant who appeared at the critical moment to help Itachi block the explosion. Itachi himself was also surprised that his illusion was seen through. Although he did not use his illusion with all his strength, with the amplification of the Sharingan, Itachi's general illusion was not something that ordinary ninjas could see through. Seeing that Itachi was unharmed, Deidara's face changed. Does it have to use C2? No, C3? But the power is too great, and I don't have a very good grasp of it. Seeing Itachi dissipate Susanoo, Deidara wanted to attack again, and then he saw Itachi's eyes. It was a pair of beautiful blood-red pupils, and 3 rotating chakras were orderly combined together. That was the 3-chakra Sharingan that Itachi withdrew from the Manjiki form. Seeing Deidara suddenly stopped moving, Scorpion and Kasame were very surprised. What's wrong? Did Itachi successfully cast an illusion on him? The next moment they found out that they were wrong, because Deidara said, "No more fighting. I decided to go with you." Huh? Scorpion and Kasame were very surprised. They could see that Deidara was a proud person and would never give in easily. Itachi asked doubtfully, "Why did you change your mind now?" "Because of your eyes." Deidara pointed at Itachi. "My master has these eyes. They are the eyes of art, huh?" I have created a book club. Everyone can come in to chat and urge for updates. 425-924-965. Lin Feng felt his body was being shaken. A young man anxiously called out Izuna's name. It seemed that the target was Lin Feng. But if Lin Feng remembered correctly, Izuna's full name was Uchiha Izuna. He should be Uchiha Madara's younger brother. Uchiha Izuna was killed by Senju Tobirama before he founded Konoha. He was a figure from the late Warring States period. From the current situation, Lin Feng was somehow mistaken for Uchiha Izuna. But didn't the system say that he would be teleported back to the Third Ninja World War? Why does it seem like it's still the Warring States period now? The difference between these 2 time points is 1,000,000 miles. Okay. Lin Feng still kept his eyes tightly closed, temporarily ignoring the boy's call, and began to carefully check the system prompts. Congratulations to the player for completing the task. It was detected that the player obtained 20,000 experience points. Choice 1, store and save for later use. Choice 2, improve ability level. Choice 3, exchange in the mall. It was detected that the player obtained 2 D-level gem fragments. Choice 1, store. Choice 2, fusion. There are actually 20,000 experience points. This task reward is really generous. Lin Feng sighed. Is this the system offering a huge reward because it attaches too much importance to this task? Although, this task theoretically requires the two super strong men Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito to be included in the calculation of the danger level. In fact, Lin Feng successfully escaped without any danger by relying on his wisdom, and being able to get 20,000 experience points is simply a huge profit. Lin Feng continued to read, and that D-level gem fragment. Finally, there is a processing option. Come to think of it, I have indeed collected 7 gem fragments. I will try to fuse them together sometime. After analyzing the task rewards, Lin Feng continued to read on. The following system prompts were the most important and crucial. The player has been detected to have triggered a special item, Dragon Vein Flying Thunder God Space-Time Technique. According to the task, the system is conducting space-time positioning for the Third Ninja World War. Data error. Data error. Multiple players' auras have been detected in space-time. The true identity is Uchiha Izuna, who has the attributes of the player's previous life. Space-time positioning error. Emergency replacement of Uchiha Izuna begins. Replacement successful. Task content is being added. Task added successfully. Lin Feng was a little stunned. This series of system prompts told him a very incredible fact. Damn, it turns out that not only Indra and Ashura have reincarnations, but even Uchiha Izuna can have reincarnations. And the reincarnation of Uchiha Izuna is Lin Feng. Lin Feng estimated that most people may have reincarnation, but they don't have the strength of Indra and Ashura, so even if they are reincarnated, it will not show up. However, no matter how weak the reaction is, once it encounters the system, it will be detected immediately, resulting in a paradoxical error in the data. Therefore, the system simply replaced Lin Feng with Uchiha Izuna, but it is not known whether it can be replaced again in the future. I finally understand. Why do I look more like Sasuke than Itachi? Lin Feng smiled helplessly in his heart. It turns out that it's not that I look like Sasuke, but that Sasuke looks like Izuna, and I just look like Izuna. In the original work, Senju Tobirama said that Sasuke and Izuna look very similar. Now, from Lin Feng's point of view, this is indeed the case. However, Lin Feng was a little curious about the new tasks, and he opened the task list. There were 2 tasks on the task list, and there was only one special task hanging there. Lin Feng first clicked on the first task and found that it was still the same Special Task 1, Explore the Roots of Local Villains, but the font color had become dim. Although he failed to trigger the next chain task, fortunately this task did not disappear, which means that there is still something to do in the future. At least the system will let him go to the Third War. Then Lin Feng clicked on the second task, and the task name appeared, Special Task 1, Make Uchiha Famous. You replaced Uchiha Izuna of the Warring States period with your own body, so you need to use the identity of Uchiha Izuna to make the name of Uchiha resound throughout the Warring States. In the normal historical line, the Senju clan, representing the righteous, defeated the Uchiha clan, representing the villains, but as a villain, this kind of thing is simply unbearable. But first of all, before that, you need to defeat Uchiha Madara once so that this Naruto villain boss knows who is the real villain boss. Task reward, 5,000 experience points. Seeing that this is also a chain task, Lin Feng understood a little. It seems that if the chain task can be successfully completed, the real Uchiha Izuna will be replaced again, and Lin Feng will continue to travel to other time and space. As for what to do specifically at that time, Lin Feng believes that the system will definitely give a prompt, but the reward for this mission is too stingy. Lin Feng was dissatisfied in his heart. This is to defeat the super boss Uchiha Madara, and only 1,000 experience points. Are you embarrassed? Although Lin Feng was still unhappy, he knew that it was probably because Uchiha Madara was not very strong at that time, so the mission reward was so low. After understanding everything clearly, Lin Feng opened his eyes. What came into view was a boy with red eyes. That was Uchiha Madara in his childhood. Izuna! Great, you are still alive. Seeing Lin Feng open his eyes, Madara showed an indescribable expression of relief and hugged Lin Feng tightly in his arms. This posture is a bit tempting. Can you let me go first? Lin Feng said with a smile. Madara thought he was hugging Lin Feng too hard and hurt him, so he quickly let go. Looking at Madara's anxious face, Lin Feng felt a little amused. I say, are you about to cry? Madara was startled when he heard this, and quickly wiped his eyes with his sleeve. You are seeing things. I just didn't sleep well last night. Tsk. He is obviously worried, but he is still so stubborn. Lin Feng laughed in his heart. He didn't expect that the future super boss Uchiha Madara would have such behavior. Is this the so-called textbook tsundere? Please give me flowers, reward, and vote. In the original work, after listening to Itachi's deeds towards Sasuke, the two generations of Hokage insisted that Madara's feelings for his younger brother Izuna were even stronger than Itachi's. It is conceivable to what extent Madara actually has a brother control. Thinking of this, even Lin Feng was a little speechless. It was Itachi before, and now it's Madara. Damn, can I escape the curse of being controlled by my younger brother? Lin Feng sighed and shook his head while chatting with Madara, and in a few words, he made the situation clear. First, Madara is only about 9 years old now and is far from mature. Second, Madara is completely defenseless against Lin Feng, who is Izuna, so Lin Feng easily found out everything about him. At present, Uchiha Madara has not met Senju Hashirama, but he has just suffered a painful blow recently. This is the cruel Warring States period, and even 5-year-old children are often forced to go to the battlefield. This time, all of his 4 brothers except Madara were sent to the battlefield. Madara was almost crazy when he learned about this. He rushed to the battlefield desperately, and finally only saved Izuna. As for the other 3 brothers, they all went to the logistics department of the crew to report to receive lunchboxes, but what Madara didn't know was that even the only surviving Izuna was not the original one. I understand the general situation. Anyway, let's go back to the family now. Lin Feng sighed. Madara said, oh, and carried Lin Feng on his back. Hey, Izuna, do you seem to have grown up a little? Really? Lin Feng said. Maybe it's just your illusion. At this point in time, Izuna was only 8 years old. If you have to say it, Lin Feng is indeed 1 year older, but such a small change can only be felt by Madara, who cares about his younger brother very much. Is that so? Madara muttered as he walked, and it seems that your tone of voice towards me is not as respectful as before. Illusion, everything is your illusion. After returning to the family, as soon as they entered the door, many people came to greet them. The eldest young master is back. Great. Tell the tribe members not to look for him anymore. That's really scary, young Master Madara. Don't go to the battlefield on your own in the future. The Uchiha tribe members started to discuss. It seems that Madara had gone to the battlefield to rescue Lin Feng without their objection. Hey, isn't the second young master on the back of young Master Madara? Yes, it's young Master Izuna. Young Master Izuna survived. Some sharp-eyed people immediately saw Lin Feng behind Madara. They originally thought that Lin Feng must have died on the battlefield. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Oh shit, I didn't expect that he would still be the second young master in the Warring States period. Then he narrowed his eyes, feeling that something was wrong. Why do you say that as if you expected me? Expected Uchiha Izuna to never come back? And Lin Feng glanced at the clansmen. With so many clansmen, is it really necessary to send children to the battlefield? Sending the next generation who have not fully grown up to the battlefield is something that a family would do when it is at the last moment of life and death, even in the Warring States period. Otherwise, sending adults who have not practiced to the battlefield is better than sending children. The more Lin Feng thought about this matter, the more strange it became. He secretly opened his Sharingan and looked at the Uchiha clansmen who were watching fiercely. When Lin Feng fled the Uchiha clan, he put on contact lenses for safety so that no one could see his Sharingan. Although no one could see Lin Feng's Sharingan, all the clansmen who were looked at by Lin Feng felt the sharp sight, as if it had directly scraped across their hearts. The powerful observation ability of the three-hooked Sharingan allowed Lin Feng to catch an old man standing at the back of the crowd. There was a strange look on his face just now, and it appeared when he heard that Lin Feng was still alive. There is indeed something fishy. Lin Feng sneered secretly and whispered in Madara's ear, "Where did my father go?" Lin Feng was asking about the whereabouts of Uchiha Tajima, the father of Madara and Izuna, because Lin Feng remembered that the current head of the Uchiha family should be Uchiha Tajima. Madara looked back at Lin Feng in confusion and said, "Don't you remember? Father went on an expedition to the east a week ago and has not returned yet." "You know, I just experienced a big battle," Lin Feng said casually. "Maybe I was hit hard on the head. Anyway, my memory is a little incomplete now." Madara felt sad in his heart. This kind of thing happened frequently in the Warring States period. At the same time, he was relieved in his heart. No wonder he always felt that something was wrong with Izuna when he was talking to her just now. Seeing Madara's reaction, Lin Feng actually felt a little guilty for the first time. Isn't it a bit immoral to deceive his brother Khan like this? However, Lin Feng quickly threw the guilt and his own morality to Akamaru, playing with the ultimate villain boss while he was still pure and not so dark. Oh no, teasing is also a fun thing. And Lin Feng also asked the answer he wanted. Sure enough, Tajima took most of his trusted combat forces to the east, resulting in the emptiness of the Uchiha family, which may be taken advantage of by people with ulterior motives. It's just that he clearly knew that he would be away from the center of the family for a long time, but he didn't take any effective preventive measures before leaving. In Lin Feng's opinion, Uchiha Tajima is also stubborn. This kind of person may have enough personal charm to be a leader, but he is still far from being able to get involved in the internal struggles of a large family. Seeing the old man turning around and trying to leave, Lin Feng quickly pointed in that direction. "Who is that old man over there?" Madara tried hard to look up and finally saw the old man behind the crowd. "Izuna, you have a really good eye. That's Uchiha Yin, the great elder of our family, but don't get in touch with him too much. I feel like he seems very strange." Sure enough, you can still detect it. You really deserve to be the big boss behind the scenes in the original work. Lin Feng looked at Madara again with a little surprise and said, lightly, "I know, and I can only see farther because I'm on your back. P.S. Now the results are a little sad. Please give me flowers, votes, and rewards." After hearing about Uchiha Yin's position as the Great Elder, Lin Feng was almost certain that he was the mastermind behind the scenes. The internal system of the Uchiha family has not changed in the past few hundred years. In addition to the head of the family, the most powerful person in the family is the Great Elder of the Uchiha Elders group. With the previous experience of Uchiha Xiaoyi, Lin Feng deeply understood that the struggle between the faction of the elders and the faction of the head of the family had never stopped. This kind of family power structure system was too familiar to Lin Feng in the future. "Another elder?" Lin Feng asked the sky in silence. Elder, why do I have any grudges against you? Why is it always you who jumps out to get in the way?" Although he complained, Lin Feng's expression was not nervous at all. "But it doesn't matter. I was able to kill the contemporary elders when I was only 6 years old. What's more, I am 9 years old now. Can't I deal with you, an old antique elder from the past? If I can kill a great elder, I can kill thousands of great elders." Madara had no idea how heroic Lin Feng was on his back. He just took Lin Feng back to the bedroom, told Lin Feng to rest well and left. But Lin Feng was not the real Izuna. He was almost not injured at all, so he just lay down for a few days and ended his recovery. During these few days, Lin Feng was not idle either. He now has a total of 180,000 experience points, including 70,000 experience points earned in the 6 months he led Deidara, and 20,000 experience points earned from the escape mission. In addition, Lin Feng now has a complete D-level gem in his hand. Lin Feng fused 7 gem fragments on the first day of his training. Now he can be said to be extremely rich to a certain extent. He can not only draw skills, but also upgrade the dark fruit to A level at any time, and can exchange for any S-level ninjutsu. What should I do first? Lin Feng pondered. Anyway, let's draw skills first. This D-level gem has been a long-awaited for Lin Feng. He is eager to know what skills he can draw. Do you want to activate the D-level gem? Yes, no. Looking at the system prompt, Lin Feng readily clicked yes, and the D-level gem immediately turned into a piece of light and dissipated. Skill extraction successful. The extracted skill is Electricity Control Level D. After hearing this prompt, Lin Feng was stunned at first, then his face lit up, and he couldn't wait to click into the skill bar to watch. The player obtains the ability, Electricity Control. The current level of Electricity Control is D level 1. The additional skill of Electricity Control is detected. Skill 1 Electromagnetic Field. It has the effect of mastering the movement of the surrounding space through electromagnetic waves. The user emits weak electromagnetic waves to the surroundings and can sense the subtle changes in the surrounding reflected waves to play the role of radar without blind spots. Seeing the LV1 after the D level, Lin Feng immediately understood what it was, and he felt secretly happy. This ability is obviously the superpower of Masaka Mikoto, the third of the 7 LV5s standing at the top of the entire Academy City in a certain magical index. Thinking that after the level is increased, Lin Feng himself can also use the super electromagnetic cannon in this ninja world. He thinks it is very interesting no matter how he thinks about it. Lin Feng just happened to have 180,000 experience points, which made him rich and willful. He immediately upgraded his power control to level B. Power control is currently level 3. Power control's additional skills detected. Skill 1. Electromagnetic Field. It has the effect of using electromagnetic waves to grasp the movement of the surrounding space. The user emits weak electromagnetic waves in all directions and can sense the subtle changes in the surrounding reflected waves to play the role of radar without blind spots. Skill 2. Electromagnetic Force. Use electromagnetic force to achieve short-term suspension movement in an environment containing metal and can use electromagnetic force to control metal tools. Skill 3. Iron Sand Sword. Collect all the iron sand in the soil within a range of 200 meters and use magnetism to move the iron sand according to your own ideas. The iron sand sword can freely change and extend in the air and can produce high-speed vibration to cut objects. It can be used for attack or defense, or you can manipulate the iron sand to fly from all directions, turning it into a high-speed vibrating slender assassination needle storm, attacking the opponent from all directions at 360 degrees. The electromagnetic field is equivalent to the 24-hour no-weakness Byakugan skill. Although it is not as wide as the Byakugan, it has absolute field awareness, and the electromagnetic force is even more powerful in this ninja world. Basically, any ninja tool will be ineffective for Lin Feng in the future. The last Iron Sand Sword is a completely perverted skill. It can be used for attack and defense, using local materials, using a variety of methods, and is hard to defend. It is almost equivalent to a Super S-level ultimate skill. Dark Water and Liberation allow me to pretend to be pain, and this Iron Sand Sword allows me to pretend to be the third Kazakage, who is known as the strongest in history. It's really great. Lin Feng looked at the remaining 169,000 experience points with admiration and felt deeply that it was worth the money. This extremely good price-performance ratio can move the Consumers Union to tears. But here comes the problem. Lin Feng drove away the Lan Xiang in his mind. Both of my skills have reached level B, but the experience value is only 169,000 points, so which skill should be upgraded to level A? It takes 100,000 experience points to upgrade a skill to level A, so with the current experience value Lin Feng has, there is only one skill that can be upgraded. But what Lin Feng can be sure of is that no matter which skill reaches level A, it will really shine. P.S. I always see people voting 2, 6, and 8 points. If you have any opinions, please leave them in the book review area. I feel like my enthusiasm for writing is almost gone. Then will the dark fruit be upgraded to A level? The dark fruit that reaches A level will truly exert its powerful functions, especially the seal in it, which can already make Lin Feng semi-invincible in the Naruto world. You must know that in the Naruto world, more than 99% of the ninjutsu, taijutsu, and hot illusions are A level or even below A level, and only a few of them are particularly excellent and can reach S level. If the dark fruit can reach the level of sealing all A-level ninjutsu, taijutsu, and illusions, then most ninjas will no longer be a threat to Lin Feng. And the dark fruit that reaches B level can not only deprive of bloodline limits, but also seal bloodline limits. To give a more intuitive example, as long as Lin Feng upgrades the dark fruit to A level, he can even seal the three-hooked Sharingan. In this way, it is conceivable that Lin Feng can have the power in the Uchiha family of the Warring States period without any Manjeki Sharingan. But it seems that it is also good to upgrade the power control to A level. At least the combat effectiveness improvement brought by A-level power control is extremely significant. After upgrading to A level, the power control is about LV4 in terms of ability level. According to the original work, it is already the level that can use ordinary electromagnetic guns. Moreover, LV4 is a level that can play an important strategic role in any modern war, and can almost reverse the outcome of a war. It is a world of difference from LV3. Lin Feng estimates that at LV4, he may even be able to shoot a lightning spear. Thinking of this, the abilities of both parties are extremely strong after they are upgraded to A level, which makes Lin Feng extremely entangled. Hey, how about exchanging for the Manjeki Sharingan? Lin Feng suddenly thought that the Manjeki Sharingan is also S level, which belongs to the ranks that Lin Feng can currently exchange. No, Lin Feng denied himself again. First of all, with my chakra amount at the age of 9, although it has long exceeded most ordinary ninjas, it is still too difficult to drive the Manjeki Sharingan before the chakra amount reaches the level of Kage. He touched the position of his eyes again. And I don't know when the experience value of the eternal Manjeki Sharingan can be gathered. Before that, there is always the danger of blindness. It's really a bit useless. After struggling for a long time, Lin Feng sighed and decided to put it aside for later. Anyway, the current situation is enough for Lin Feng's strength, so Lin Feng decided to beat Madara first to change his mood. That's right, Lin Feng has never forgotten his first chain task after coming to the Warring States period. Madara's beating is inevitable. Madara, where are you? Lin Feng shouted loudly in the courtyard of the Uchiha family. The sound almost spread throughout the entire Uchiha family, attracting many clansmen to stop and watch. Isn't that Master Izuna? Why does he call his elder brother like that? Everyone was surprised. Izuna was always gentle and polite, and he was actually quite popular in the Uchiha family. But everyone changed their minds and recalled the rumors that Izuna had lost part of his memory, and they were immediately relieved. I say, Izuna. Madara heard it too and hurried over. Can you please not call me by my name in the future? At least use a honorific. Otherwise, I will lose face. Seeing Madara say this with a bitter face, Lin Feng found it quite interesting. I don't want to. Apart from being my elder brother, what else do you think deserves my respect? Just the fact that you are my elder brother is enough reason, okay? Madara complained loudly, and at the same time muttered in his heart. Izuna before losing his memory was more adorable. Only after losing it do you know how precious it is. I really miss the well-behaved Izuna before. Thinking about it this way, Madara thought of the 3 brothers who had died, and he couldn't help but secretly made up his mind. Even if Izuna has changed, he is my only brother. I must protect him no matter what. Lin Feng didn't know that Madara had such a change in his heart. He just felt that Madara's face seemed to have become much more serious, but Madara's appearance has always been the kind of awe-inspiring, even when he was a child, so Lin Feng didn't think much about it. Sure enough, he is still a good boy who loves to complain. Lin Feng felt a little emotional. I felt it when I read the comics before. When he was with Senju Hashirama, he basically complained about Uchiha Madara all the time. Now I see that it is true. However, Lin Feng didn't think about who was forcing Uchiha Madara, a serious person, to become a complainer like Senju Hashirama. Even if you exclude the fact that I'm your elder brother, aren't my strength and talent worthy of your respect? Madara said proudly, I, your elder brother, am the best master and the strongest genius among the younger generation of the entire Uchiha family. How about this, Lin Feng suggested, you go find a place to fight me. If you win, I'll continue to call you elder brother. As he spoke, Lin Feng suddenly showed a joyful smile. I haven't thought about this yet. I'll tell you when I've thought about it. I believe you're not the kind of person who won't admit defeat, right? Thank you very much for the 10,000 points reward from Wanted Order 9527. Looking at the joyful smile on Lin Feng's face, Madara's body suddenly shuddered, as if he sensed some dangerous aura. But he still said stubbornly, "Humph, of course I won't deny it. But before that, it is absolutely impossible for you to defeat me, your big brother." "What's the use of talking big? You don't have the aura of the protagonist. Just show your strength with your hands." As soon as Lin Feng spoke, he took the lead and rushed to the martial arts field. After Madara was stunned for a moment, he wondered what the aura of the protagonist was, and quickly followed. When Lin Feng and Madara arrived at the martial arts field, many clansmen in the martial arts field were stunned. A moment later, a bomb-like news spread among the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. Master Izuna is going to challenge Master Madara. This news is amazing, and it also attracted the younger generation of the Uchiha clan to stop and watch at the martial arts field. You know, Master Madara is the first genius among the younger generation, and his battle is very rare. And as Master Madara's opponent, Master Izuna is also a super genius second only to Master Madara among the younger generation, and is also very worth watching. After all, Izuna is a genius who will be able to open the Mangeki Sharingan in the future, and his talent and reputation are imaginable. Soon, the entire martial arts arena was filled with the young generation of Uchiha clan members. They formed a circle, leaving the middle empty for Madara and Lin Feng, and waved their flags and shouted, "Master Izuna is the most handsome, become the new #1 genius of the Uchiha clan." These are the Uchiha girls who were captured by Izunai's gentleness and appearance in the past. "Come on, Master Madara. Don't show mercy just because Master Izunai is your brother. Show your manly side." These are the Uchiha boys who were infected by Madara's personal charm and strength and talent. "Hey, why are all the people who support me men and all the people who support you girls? This is not fair." Faced with this situation, Ban decisively started to complain. Lin Feng casually lifted his bangs and said, "This is the difference in character. It seems that when you grow up, you have only one way to go, which is to be gay. It's really pitiful. You are gay. Your whole family is gay." After Ban fought back, he realized that he had accidentally included himself. He couldn't help but snorted and stopped talking. But to be honest, it was the first time in Madara's life that he was surrounded by such a strong crowd. After a short while, Madara couldn't help but say, "Izuna, is it really okay with so many people? If I accidentally hit you too hard, won't your face be very bad in the future?" Madara's words were sincere and concerned about his brother, but it was a pity that no matter how he said it, he felt that he deserved a beating. Lin Feng pouted and said, "You still have time to worry about others? Worry about your own face first." "Eh?" Madara was stunned when he heard the words, and saw Lin Feng on the opposite side rushing over directly. "No more nonsense, let's start." Lin Feng's decisiveness in doing what he said scared Madara, but he was worthy of being the domineering villain boss in the original work, and he quickly reacted and entered the state of challenge. The two figures quickly intertwined together, making a ping-pong sound of kunai colliding. This was a routine physical battle, and first of all, they had to understand the opponent's strength. All the young tribesmen around were shouting, "Come on!" The skill level of this fight was so high that even the tribesmen who were older than Madara were dazzled. To be honest, even Lin Feng was surprised by the strength Madara showed. He originally thought that Madara, who hadn't even opened his Sharingan, must not be very strong. But the facts prove that the earlier you open your eyes, the better your aptitude. Madara's strength was beyond Lin Feng's expectation. He was at least at the level of an elite Chunin. Lin Feng thought about it carefully. It seemed that in the original work, Madara, who hadn't opened his Sharingan, claimed to be stronger than many adults. Even the Senju Fukuyama said that many powerful ninjas in the Senju clan died at the hands of Madara. He was only 9 years old, and he was so strong without the Sharingan. Lin Feng could only sigh that he was worthy of being the reincarnation of Indra. Unfortunately, this level was still far behind Lin Feng, who was also 9 years old. As long as Lin Feng wanted, he could beat Madara in a minute. On the surface, this physical battle was evenly matched, but only Madara, the person involved, knew the hardships. "I can't hit Izuna at all," Madara cried out in pain in his heart. Izuna had evolved in some leap after being injured, and all his attacks were perfectly avoided by him. But on the contrary, Izuna's attacks on him were all real, and he couldn't dodge them. This feeling was just like fighting against the Hyuga clan, but if you look at Izuna's eyes, they were ordinary black pupils without even opening the Sharingan. In this case, Lin Feng was using Madara to test his new skill, electromagnetic field. As long as Madara was still in Lin Feng's electromagnetic field, then Madara's every move would not be able to escape Lin Feng's induction. P.S. Thank you, Little Green Pepper, for the 1,000-point reward. Tsk, Izuna, you've become much stronger. Madara leaped back decisively. He gave up any ineffective attack without hesitation. This was Madara's excellent combat awareness. Fire style, great fireball technique. Madara spat out a huge fireball. At the same time, Madara also shot a dense group of shurikens at Lin Feng. The instant body technique that Lin Feng inherited from Shisui was the best in the world, even in the Warring States period. He dodged and appeared behind Madara. It's over! A kunai was placed on Madara's neck. Madara sneered, "Don't be careless until the last moment, Izuna. This is the first lesson I'm going to teach you, big brother." With a bang, the Madara that Lin Feng was holding turned into a piece of wood, causing people around him to exclaim, "What a wonderful substitute technique." Oh, not bad. Lin Feng glanced behind him. Madara appeared there. He raised his hand and shot another group of kunai at him. Lin Feng disappeared again in an instant, which made Madara nervous. Damn it, was Izuna's previous instant body technique so fast? I couldn't even see it clearly. The cold kunai pressed against Madara's throat again. This time it's really over. Humph, Madara snorted coldly. Not necessarily. Lin Feng looked down and saw that Madara had also used a kunai to hit Lin Feng's abdomen at the moment he was held hostage, showing his extraordinary fighting talent. I told you, but Lin Feng was unmoved. This time it's really over. Madara was slightly startled, and suddenly found that the kunai he was holding in his backhand could not move at all. He glanced at it in surprise and found that the kunai was actually held tightly by Lin Feng with 2 fingers of his other hand. How did he find out about my hidden move? Madara was shocked. What he didn't know was that Lin Feng's electromagnetic field could make Madara's actions, no matter how small, exposed to Lin Feng's perception. Madara had been completely detected by Lin Feng the first time he used this move. The winner was decided. Although Madara was still a little dazed, he still admitted his defeat. After all, the winner was his most important brother, so it was not difficult to admit it. However, this result still caused a huge sensation in the Uchiha family, because Uchiha Madara had occupied the position of the top master of the younger generation for many years, and no one had ever successfully shaken his hegemony. And now, a new number 1 has appeared, that is Uchiha Izuna. Although it was only a victory once, since Madara's undefeated myth was broken, there may be more times in the future. Lord Izuna is awesome. Master Izuna is so mighty. A group of little girls from the Uchiha family screamed loudly, and Madara's eyes twitched when they heard it. Izuna, you are really popular with women. I am so envious of you, big brother. Lin Feng shook his head and said, because your face is too serious and scary. Let's talk about the bet of this competition first. Oh, that! Madara waved his hand, magnanimously. It doesn't matter, just don't call me big brother, it's up to you. Anyway, no matter what, you are my irreplaceable brother, and this will not change whether you call me big brother or not. It's not just that. Lin Feng looked at Madara with ill intentions. And what about the bet you lost? Madara swallowed and began to look around. Forget it. I haven't decided what the bet is yet. Lin Feng smiled. I'll let you go today. Madara scratched his head in dissatisfaction, pouted and said, Why do you make me sound so superior? Lin Feng ignored Madara, laughed 3 times towards the sky, and disappeared from the martial arts arena with a teleportation technique. PS1, please collect, post more flowers, and give more rewards. I wanted the new book list, Q02. Thank you, Q132398 for the 588 points reward. Anyway, Lin Feng has completed the first chain task after coming to the Warring States period, which gave him 5,000 experience points. But the most important thing is that Lin Feng finally successfully started the second step of the chain task. Congratulations to the player for completing the task. It is detected that the player has obtained 5,000 experience points. Choice 1, store and save for later use. Choice 2, improve ability level. Choice 3, exchange in the mall. But Madara is really worthy of 5,000 experience points. Lin Feng shook his head and flipped through the task list. It is ridiculous that he can be so strong at the age of 9 without the Sharingan. Although Lin Feng did not use his full strength, Madara was still more difficult to deal with than the average elite Chunin, and he deserved the title of being the strongest among the younger generation who were many years older than him. The next most important thing was to confirm his second step of the chain task. I saw that Special Mission 1, Make Uchiha Famous, on the mission list has become Special Mission 2, Make Uchiha Famous. Special Mission 2, Make Uchiha Famous. You replaced Uchiha Izuna of the Warring States period with your own body, so you need to use the identity of Uchiha Izuna to make the name of Uchiha resound throughout the Warring States. In the normal historical line, the Senju clan representing the righteous defeated the Uchiha clan representing the villains, but as a villain, this kind of thing is simply intolerable. So in this first step, you need to let the future leader of the Senju clan, Senju Hashirama, know whose fist is bigger. Task reward, 6,000 experience points. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. This task is exactly the same as the first one, except that the wording has changed, but the essential content has not changed. Basically, it still requires Lin Feng to beat up Hashirama and let him understand the cruel truth that the bigger fist is the hardest. Speaking of which, this reward is 1,000 more experience points than Madara. Why do I remember that Madara has always been about the same strength as Hashirama? Lin Feng said to himself in confusion, but soon he was relieved. It was probably because his current identity was Madara's beloved younger brother, so the danger level was much lower than Hashirama. But how to find this Senju Hashirama? Lin Feng first found a girl from the Uchiha family at random. Seeing the girl's unique shyness, Lin Feng immediately knew that this must be another young girl who admired him. Sure enough, when the girl heard Lin Feng calling her, she immediately showed an expression of disbelief on her face, and then became extremely excited and turned into endless bright red when she approached Lin Feng. The degree of change made Lin Feng marvel. "Ahem, you know I lost some memory in the last war," Lin Feng said after a pause. "Can you find some intelligence files that roughly introduce the war situation for me to see?" Seeing the girl's extremely shy look in front of her lover, Lin Feng knew that she would definitely not be able to explain it clearly if he asked her, so it would be better to come and see it in person. Okay, Master Izuna." The girl responded shyly, and then hopped away like a little rabbit to find the scroll, leaving only Lin Feng shaking his head and sighing that the girl in the Warring States period was the precocious Lin Feng. I remember that the average life expectancy of ninjas in the Warring States period was less than 30 years old, so it is understandable that she matures so early. Lin Feng shook his head. But she looks several years older than me. Is she a younger person? Because the information Lin Feng requested was very basic, the girl soon found all of them and brought them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was like a heartless man who threw away the girl after using her. He didn't even ask the girl's name and directly waved her away. Then Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the tatami and began to read the scroll quietly. This scroll was indeed a good source for him to understand the Warring States period. Soon, Lin Feng roughly understood the current situation. At present, the two strongest families in the Land of Fire are the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. They occupy the south and the east respectively, and are known as the two best, known as the Uchiha of the south and the Senju of the east. There are constant frictions between the two families. Years of war have made the two sides enemies. Uchiha Tajima's so-called Eastern Expedition is to lead the team to fight Senju. In addition, there are the four major families, Sarutobi, Shimura, Hatake, and Hyuga. They are relatively weak and basically distributed in the north. The five major families with mystical powers in the west include the two mystical families Inuzuka and Aburame, who control the battle of objects outside the human body, and the first alliance family in the entire Warring States period, Ino Shikacho. Inoshikacho are the three families of Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi. All three of them are extremely partial ninjas. The head of the Nara family found that the three families could only exert their greatest strength by cooperating with each other, and they became the Inoshikacho alliance. The only other families worthy of praise are the Yui family attached to Uchiha and the Uzumaki family attached to Senju. The rest are scattered small families, which are not worth worrying about. P.S. Thank you, Landlord, for the 588-point reward. The relationship between Uchiha and Senju has become so tense. Lin Feng touched his nose. Oh, really? It's probably impossible to find Senju Hashirama in advance. Even if he succeeds, it's unwise to sneak in alone to beat him up. Then there is only one method left, that is to follow Uchiha Madara. Before, this method always made Lin Feng feel a little bit like a stalker, so he tried to avoid it. Now it seems that, in order to complete the task, Lin Feng has to bear the humiliation for once. Calculating the time, Madara, who is about 9 years old now, should meet Hashirama soon, so even if Lin Feng follows him, he won't have to follow him for long. Besides, with Lin Feng's strength, Madara will definitely not be able to find him. Combining these 2 points, Lin Feng's heart immediately became much more relaxed. After making the decision, Lin Feng split a shadow clone to follow Madara every day. Once he found something, he would immediately remove the shadow clone and report back. And Lin Feng's original body is naturally working hard to practice. No matter in which era, one's own strength is the most important. Judging from the daily reports of the shadow clones, although Madara said that he didn't care about losing to Lin Feng, he was still psychologically affected by the criticism of his tribe members. After all, he was the top master for many years in the past. This time, his undefeated myth was broken in one fell swoop. The discussion brought about was very uncomfortable for Madara, who was only 9 years old. Logically, this should be the motivation for him to practice hard and find Lin Feng to avenge his shame. But Lin Feng happened to be Madara's favorite brother, which made Madara completely unable to muster any hostility. Madara, who felt depressed about this, played with stones on the water every day to vent his anger. Unfortunately, after a few days, Madara felt angry that even the river was against him. None of the pebbles he hit successfully flew to the other side. Damn! Next time I will definitely hit it to the other side of the river. Madara weighed the pebble with an unhappy face, not knowing whether he was competing with the river or against himself. Unfortunately, he still failed this time. Pa! 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 A small stone suddenly flew out from behind Ban, bounced on the river surface a few times, and successfully reached the other side. Huh? Ban pouted and looked back and saw a rustic-looking watermelon-headed man posing a throwing posture. Next time you should raise it higher when you throw it out, the watermelon-headed man suggested. That's the trick? Ban was silent for a while, wondering who this guy who likes to teach others is, but Ban was also a little unhappy with the watermelon-headed man's attitude of instruction. He looked down at the small stone in his hand and said, I know, if I have the will, I can still hit it to the other side. The watermelon head tilted his head and made a non-committal sound. By the way, Madara raised his eyebrows and asked, Who are you? Now I am your opponent in skipping stones, the watermelon head laughed heartily, but I have already hit it to the other side. The watermelon head's words almost choked Madara to death. Madara squeezed the stone in his hand hard. I'm asking your name, hey? Watermelon head's neck shrank. My name is Hashirama, and I can't tell you my last name for some reasons. While the two were talking, Lin Feng was rushing here at full speed. When the stone that successfully hit the other side appeared, Lin Feng's shadow clone knew that he had finally waited for Hashirama, so he decisively and automatically released the shadow clone. The information after the shadow clone was released flowed back to Lin Feng's mind, allowing Lin Feng to jump directly from the tatami and speed up to the riverside. The shadow clone's daily routine tracking made Lin Feng very familiar with the path, and soon he arrived at the river. At this time, Madara was clenching the small stone in his hand and throwing it towards the other side of the river. Your name is Hashirama, right? Watch carefully. I'm going to throw one. Looking at Madara's throwing technique, Hashirama recognized it as the technique of shuriken technique at a glance, and also had a guess about the identity of the strange boy in front of him. Is he also a ninja? While Hashirama was thinking, Madara's stone fell into the river again without any surprise, and both of them fell silent for a while. Damn it! You deliberately stood behind me to distract me, bastard! Madara quickly pointed at Hashirama angrily. I am the type of person who is super sensitive, so sensitive that if someone stands behind me, I can't even pee, bastard. Yes, I'm sorry. Facing Madara's shirking of responsibility, Hashirama squatted on the ground with a gloomy face. At this time, Lin Feng walked out of the woods and asked knowingly, So you are that type of person? Ah, Izuna, why are you here? Madara was shocked. Did you hear everything I just said? Yes, I heard it, everything, Lin Feng said with a mocking smile. I didn't expect that big brother has such a cute side. He is worthy of being a sensitive big brother. Lin Feng only called Madara big brother at this time, which was full of malice, making Madara feel so ashamed. Ah, it's not like that. Actually, Madara was sweating profusely, feeling that his dignity as a big brother in front of his younger brother was facing a serious crisis. Originally, his prestige as a big brother was not much left after Izuna woke up. Now that something like this happened, wouldn't it be completely reduced to negative values? P.S. Thanks to Lonely Joe for the 100-point reward. I understand, Hashirama, who was still depressed, patted Madara's body and comforted him. You have this annoying self-consciousness that you do want to hide from everyone, but I won't discriminate against you for this. I don't understand whether you are a good person or a bad mouth. Madara vented all his anger on Hashirama, but Hashirama immediately revived on the spot. Ah! At least I know that my water-skipping skills are definitely better than yours. Madara was trying to maintain the last bit of dignity as the eldest brother in front of Lin Feng. Do you want me to throw you out like a water-skip bastard? Yes, I'm sorry. Hashirama lost his temper like a punctured ball. I didn't expect to make you angry. As an apology, I'm ready to be thrown into the river by you. Come on, throw it. You bastard. Seeing Hashirama like this, Madara felt a little embarrassed. You are the one who should be aware of your self-consciousness. Okay. Hashirama put on a mysterious smile with a depressed face. It's just... The premise is that you have the ability to throw it over. Are you annoying? Go wherever it's cooler. Lin Feng, who had been happily watching the funny two-person comedy in front of him, walked up to pat Madara on the shoulder with a comforting look on his face. Don't lose heart. Your water float can't reach the other side. It's just because you lost to the gravity of the earth. Feeling that Izuna's respect for him was gradually disappearing, he suddenly heard Izuna's words of comfort, which moved Madara very much. Izuna, you are still my lovely good brother after all. What Madara didn't know was that Lin Feng had already used the gravity of the earth to degrade him to the level of a perverted masochist and foot control. Goodbye. On the other side, Hashirama had already wanted to leave because of Madara's words. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed Hashirama. Don't leave so fast, don't you want to get to know us? Hashirama turned back with tears in his eyes. But your elder brother seems to hate me. Compared to that, you are so friendly. You are really a good person. I don't want a good person card or something like that, Lin Feng said with a smile. If you still think I'm a good person later, then maybe I won't mind if you send it to me. Huh? Hashirama was stunned and instinctively felt that something was wrong. The next moment, a fist was getting bigger and bigger in his eyes. At this time, Hashirama's first reaction was of course to use the substitute technique or the instant body technique to dodge. But Lin Feng's attack was too fast and too sudden, which completely exceeded his body's reaction. Gua! Hashirama drew a smooth parabola in the air and fell heavily on the other side of the river. He was actually punched to the other side of the river by Lin Feng. Oh, my first record of skipping water is not bad. I skipped the water to the other side in one go. Lin Feng looked around with satisfaction and then patted the stunned Madara. You are completely behind. Practice the skipping water technique hard and catch up, young man. I will always be in front of you waiting for your challenge. You really think he is a skipping water? Madara completely ignored Lin Feng's words with a strong sense of electric waves and loudly complained about Lin Feng's sudden move. On the other side of the river, Hashirama also climbed up with difficulty, his face full of confusion. "Hey, why did you suddenly hit someone?" Although the boy called Izuna did attack him, it was incredible that he could not feel any hostility or murderous intent from the boy, which means that the boy had no hostile thoughts towards him at all? Then why did he suddenly hit me? Hashirama was puzzled, but he still didn't think about the enemy, because the sudden attack just now, if replaced with a ninja tool like kunai, could instantly end his life. Lin Feng didn't attack seriously in the first place, and coupled with Hashirama's own strong strength, Hashirama reluctantly moved his body at the last moment, but still couldn't use the substitute technique, or the instant body technique. Hashirama didn't know that it was Lin Feng who used the seal of the dark fruit to seal all his skills below level A. Just a moment of powerlessness made Hashirama feel that it might be his illusion. As the saying goes, "There is no acquaintance without fighting," Lin Feng said, spreading his hands. "Since we are going to get to know each other, then of course we have to have a fight." Exam week is finally over. Double updates resume. Available next week. Updates will be updated as soon as they are available. The more subscriptions, rewards, and subscriptions you make, the more updates you will get. What kind of twisted logic is this? Madara and Hashirama were both stunned by Lin Feng's specious arguments. "And why did you make this sentence mean that I must be beaten up by you unilaterally first, before we can get to know each other?" Hashirama once forced the serious Madara to become a complainer, and today Lin Feng finally completed the feat of forcing both Hashirama and Madara to become complainers. Suddenly, Madara, who was still dumbfounded, felt something in his heart, and said with a little emotion, "Izuna, could it be that you deliberately used this action to protect your brother's dignity because of what that guy named Hashirama said before?" It seems that not only is his ability to complain excellent, but his imagination is also extraordinary. Lin Feng looked back speechlessly at Madara, who was deeply moved by his imagination. His face also changed to a shy expression like a chameleon. Some things, just don't say them out loud if you know them. Lin Feng is in the villain camp, and Madara is also the ultimate villain boss. It would be a waste if he didn't improve his favorability. "Izuna," Madara looked at Lin Feng affectionately, and Lin Feng also suppressed his nausea and gave the same look back. For a moment, the scene became full of brotherly love. "It's so touching. I'm also the eldest brother, so I can understand very well." Hashirama was so moved that he wiped his tears. After a while, he reacted, "That's not right. Don't you two ignore me. Especially that girl named Izuna, I want revenge too." After that, Hashirama stepped on the water and was about to rush over to challenge Lin Feng to a King of Fighters match. But Lin Feng turned his head seriously and scolded, "Go away. Can't you see that the emotions are strong now, you idiot who doesn't understand the atmosphere?" "Oh, I'm so sorry." Hashirama was deeply hit. He squatted in the middle of the river and became depressed. "Anyway, I'm just an idiot who doesn't understand the atmosphere." Madara was not as out of touch as Hashirama. When he saw Hashirama stepping on the water and stopping on the river, he suddenly thought of something. "Hashirama, this guy is really a ninja." At this moment, a corpse floated down from upstream and hit Hashirama, who was in a depressed state. "Ah!" Hashirama was startled by the sudden collision with his own corpse. Then his expression became serious, and he began to carefully examine the corpse on the spot. "This is the family emblem of the Hagoromo clan." Hashirama narrowed his eyes and said without raising his head, "This is about to become a battlefield. You two should go back quickly." He stood up and jumped back to the other side. "I have to go. Goodbye." "By the way," Madara suddenly said, "my name is Madara, and my last name can't be told to strangers." "I understand," Hashirama nodded and said, "this is the rule of ninja. As expected, you are a ninja too." "My name is Izuna," Lin Feng also said, "and don't leave, we haven't finished fighting yet." Hashirama shook his head and said, "Next time, I told you that this place will soon become a battlefield, and it will be dangerous if you don't leave." No. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed in the direction of Hashirama, "Because it won't take me much time to deal with you." "What?" Hashirama was shocked, and suddenly felt an unparalleled suction force coming from the opposite side, pulling his body directly over. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Hashirama's face changed drastically, but he was worthy of being the future ninja god. He was actually ready to fight back in front of Lin Feng, who was unable to resist the dark water even the Jonin could not resist. Since he was going to be sucked over, he could just take this opportunity to strengthen his attack. Hey! Hashirama took advantage of the situation and kicked Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled in his heart, released the dark water, and ducked his head. He did not use the release, otherwise it would be too boring to resolve the battle in an instant, and another trump card would be exposed. Start? Has it started? A little bit of cold sweat appeared on Madara's face, and he was obviously shocked just now. Izuna's incredible, complete evasion of physical techniques. Madara didn't quite understand Lin Feng's dark water attack just now because Hashirama made a flying kick in the direction of the suction in the blink of an eye. So Madara felt that Hashirama kicked back and fought Lin Feng inexplicably. During the time when Madara was thinking, Hashirama had suffered a lot. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't touch Lin Feng, and he couldn't even catch the corner of his clothes. No matter how whimsical the changes were, the boy named Izuna in front of him seemed to have noticed everything, which made Hashirama feel like he was completely naked and seen through. On the other hand, the opponent beat Hashirama thoroughly and without any delay, which made Madara secretly sweat coldly. So scary. Madara swallowed subconsciously. When did Izuna become like this? She was such a gentle and polite kid before. After sighing, Madara looked in the direction of the two people and saw that Hashirama was pinned to the ground by Lin Feng and was beaten brutally. My body and mind feel much better. Lin Feng wiped the sweat off his face with a refreshed look. Hashirama-kun, from today on, our friendship is officially established. Exam week is finally over. Double updates will be restored, available next week. Updates will be released soon. The more you subscribe, reward, and subscribe, the more updates you will get. I think we need to rescue him first. Madara wiped his sweat, walked to the bruised Hashirama, squatted down, and poked him gently with his fingers. Hey, are you still alive? Ouch! Don't touch it, it hurts. A few vague protests came from Hashirama's face that was almost mosaic if it could still be seen as a face. Lin Feng, who was standing aside, was happy physically and mentally. After all, it was a rare opportunity to abuse the future strongest ninja god in the ninja world. Speaking of this, looking at Madara and Hashirama in front of him, Lin Feng recalled Sasuke and Naruto. I have beaten both the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. Even the six-path sage has not achieved this. At the same time, Lin Feng also received a prompt for the completion of the task. Congratulations to the player for completing the task. The player has obtained 6,000 experience points. Choice 1. Save and save for later use. Choice 2. Improve ability level. Choice 3. Exchange in the mall. After a careful calculation, Lin Feng laughed. Adding Madara's 5,000 experience points, it is exactly 11,000 experience points, which is equivalent to making up for the experience points of upgrading the power control to level B. I am back to the deposit of 180,000 experience points. In any case, Lin Feng really did as he said, and it didn't take long to get rid of Hashirama, and he completed his task before this place became a battlefield. However, Hashirama was beaten too badly, and he was unable to move for a while. Lin Feng and Madara were very kind and moved Hashirama to a hidden and safe place so that Hashirama could recover well, in case he happened to encounter the upcoming war when he was not able to fight. This move touched Hashirama very much, and he felt that Lin Feng and Madara were really affectionate people, and his favorability towards them increased greatly. Lin Feng was also speechless about this. The first generation of Hokage was really a cute child, and he didn't even think about who beat him into such a miserable state that he needed others to help him move. After doing everything, Madara and Lin Feng stood up and said goodbye to Hashirama, and then jumped onto the tree branches together and rushed back to the Uchiha family. In this cruel world of the warring states, as a ninja, when you encounter another strange ninja who has no power to resist, you don't take the opportunity to attack, but help save your life. Hashirama looked at the direction where Lin Feng and Madara left with emotion, and muttered to himself in his heart, "Perhaps they have the same dream as me. After a while, Hashirama heard an explosion outside, thinking that the battlefield had moved to nearby. He tried to restrain his breath. After an unknown amount of time, the sound outside finally disappeared completely, but Hashirama still did not appear. After he had almost recovered some mobility, he cautiously walked out of his hiding place. Hashirama was worthy of being the immortal body of Ashura's reincarnation. His body's self-healing ability was simply unparalleled. Now, judging from his appearance, he could no longer be seen as someone who had fought with Lin Feng. After returning home, Hashirama was stunned by everything in front of him. In front of him, there were more than 24 coffins, and the clan members were digging the soil. Hashirama looked around and finally saw his father, Senju Fushima, and his two younger brothers, Senju Tobirama and Senju Itama, at the coffin on the far right. 2. Where are Wakan? Where did Senju Wakan go? Hashirama's anxiety became more and more serious. He quickly came to that coffin and stared blankly at the Senju family emblem on the coffin. Brother? No one shifted their gazes because of Hashirama's arrival. Only Itachi said timidly, Warrior? Woo-woo. As he spoke, Itachi began to cry softly. Fushima said seriously, As a ninja, you can't be sad. Ninjas are born to die in battle. Thank God for being able to get back part of the body. Fushima then said, Uchiha Tajima led the elite combat forces of the Uchiha clan to raid the family, and also united with the Hagoromo clan affiliated with them. This time the enemy is not only the Uchiha clan, but also the Hagoromo clan. We must not show them mercy. It will be available next week. More updates will be released after it is available. The more you order, reward, and subscribe, the more updates will be released. Hashirama was silent for a long time, and then he spoke with difficulty. Wawama. Wama is only 7 years old. How long will this dispute last? The enemy called the enemy no longer exists, said Fusuma indifferently. It is not easy to build a world without disputes. Are you willing to sacrifice even children? Hearing Hashirama's words, Fusuma's pupils shrank, and he slapped Hashirama in the face. Don't insult Wama. He died as a capable ninja. He is not a child. Hashirama fell to the ground, silently looked at Fusuma, and said nothing. Hashirama, brother. Itama hurried forward to help Hashirama up. Are you okay? Tobirama also squatted down and persuaded. You also know what the consequences will be if you talk back to father. Hashirama touched his beaten face. He looked at the two brothers in front of him and made a secret decision in his heart. Itama, Tobirama, I still don't want you to die in vain. What do you mean by loving the Senju clan? What do you mean by being a standalone ninja? Hashirama suddenly shouted at Fusuma's departing figure. It's just a group of adults getting together to force a child to death. Aren't we doing exactly the same thing as the Uchiha clan? This is respect for the opponent, Fusuma replied. As long as he still has a weapon, even if he is just a child, he must be treated as an enemy to the death. He turned his head and glanced at Hashirama with his peripheral vision. And treating a child as a standalone ninja is the love that parents give to their children. Do you have to die to become a standalone ninja? Hashirama shouted. In the midst of a life-and-death struggle, hatred may continue to grow somewhere, until this world becomes so dangerous that people dare not even tell each other their surnames. Such a world is absolutely wrong. Fusuma's face suddenly became ferocious, and he turned around and wanted to punch Hashirama. Guys like you are children. Father, Tobirama quickly stood in front of Hashirama. My brother is in a bad mood today. Please forgive him. Fusuma snorted and turned away. Calm down, Hashirama. More than a month has passed since Madara and Lin Feng came back. During this period, they never met Hashirama again because the wars were getting more and more frequent and more urgent. Madara went to the battlefield several times again, and Lin Feng also cleared the enemies from time to time, but they were all small fights. Because after Lin Feng was the only brother left, Madara was really nervous about him and would not easily let him participate in a regular war. Although Madara's obstruction was actually not binding on Lin Feng was too lazy to go to the battlefield because he had plenty of experience points at the moment and did not need tasks that could earn experience points for the time being. However, even though Lin Feng lived a very honest and comfortable life, danger still quietly found him. There is an assassin of the Jonin level who has been lurking around Lin Feng these days, looking for an opportunity. It is very rare to dispatch a Jonin-level strongman to kill an 8-year-old child. It is very likely that the instigator is a member of the Uchiha family. After learning about Lin Feng's previous battle with Madara, he understood Lin Feng's strength, so he sent a Jonin to ensure a 100% success rate of killing. But what the Jonin never expected was that his whereabouts had long been exposed in Lin Feng's electromagnetic field. It happened that Lin Feng was also bored, so he deliberately walked to a remote forest to lure the Jonin to take action. Although Lin Feng's behavior of going wherever there is a good assassination is a bit strange, the Jonin didn't believe that an 8-year-old child could come up with something that threatens him. And opportunities are fleeting. As a qualified assassin, you must never miss any opportunity. However, what the Jonin never dreamed of was that Lin Feng actually made a move before him. Anyway, come out first. P.S. Thank you, kindergarten principal, for the 100-point reward. Dark water. A strong suction force suddenly rose, making the Jonin unable to defend himself, and was pulled out of his hiding place in an instant. But he was worthy of being a Jonin. Although he could not resist Lin Feng's dark water, he was able to throw out an iron chain in time to entangle the surrounding boulders to stop his body. Damn, where did this kid Izuna learn such a strange ninjutsu? This Jonin was obviously also a member of the Uchiha clan. When he saw Lin Feng reaching out to him, he immediately understood where the suction force came from. In that case, he stretched out his hands and began to make hand seals. I can stop this jutsu by killing you. Lin Feng, however, waved his hands faster than him. It's over. Iron Sand Sword Assassination Needle. As soon as the voice fell, thousands of black long needles suddenly emerged from the ground where the Jonin was, and pierced through the Jonin's limbs. The Jonin could never have imagined that this was a 360-degree all-round attack from underground. He didn't even have time to react, and he lost all his combat power. And even if he reacted, he would definitely not be able to stop the attack of the iron needles everywhere. Lin Feng walked up to the screaming Jonin, who was a Jonin with a scar on his face. I'll spare your life for now, Lin Feng said lightly. Now tell me who sent you here. The scarred Jonin gritted his teeth, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He would never have believed that he would be defeated by an 8-year-old boy in an instant, but scarred Jonin still had his own dignity as a ninja. You can torture me. I won't reveal anything, you damn brat. Oh, really? Lin Feng said expressionlessly. Then I can only use illusions to make you spit out your ancestors and the color of your underwear today. Use illusions on me? Scar Jonin sneered. Dream on, even if you are far stronger than me for some reason. You can't underestimate me like this. As he said that, Scar Jonin's pupils turned bright red, and 2 hook wheels were rotating on them. So it's the 2 hook wheels of the Sharingan. No wonder you are so confident. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. The Sharingan has the effect of amplifying or resisting most illusions. No wonder Scar Jonin was so disdainful. The Sharingan is actually very difficult to upgrade. Even opening the Sharingan is something that only a small number of members of the Uchiha clan can do. In his previous life, Lin Feng had always been confused by the performance of geniuses like Itachi and Shisui, so he thought that opening and upgrading the Sharingan was very easy. It was not until Lin Feng became a member of the Uchiha clan that he felt the difficulty. For example, Sasuke was praised by Orochimaru as a genius who surpassed Itachi, but Sasuke opened his eyes when he was a child entirely due to Itachi's deliberate stimulation, and the level of his Sharingan did not change at all in the 4 or 5 years until graduation. Another example is Obito, who is a genius in the bloodline limit that can open the Mangekyo Sharingan, but even Obito only opened his Sharingan when he was 12 years old. Even Madara, a genius in this Warring States period, only opened his eyes after he was 9 years old due to the stimulation of the forgotten Hashirama. It was not easy for the scarred Jonin in front of Lin Feng to open the second hook Sharingan. Just when the scarred Jonin was full of confidence, he saw Lin Feng's eyes and suddenly felt a pain in his eyes. This is the pressure of the high-level Sharingan facing the low-level Sharingan, which is an ironclad fact. The scarred Jonin seemed to understand something and his face turned pale. It was not known whether it was because he discovered this or because of excessive blood loss. Lin Feng naturally noticed the scarred Jonin's reaction. He smiled slightly. "Did you notice it? Then as a reward, I will show you something good." Lin Feng reached out to take off the contact lenses in his eyes, revealing a pair of three-hooked Sharingan that kept rotating. This is impossible. Even if he guessed it in advance, the scarred Jonin was still full of disbelief when he saw it with his own eyes. After all, the shock of seeing it with his own eyes was incomparably huge. "You opened the three-hooked Sharingan at the age of 8? The scarred Jonin muttered to himself with his eyes blank. "Are you a monster?" Available this week. More updates will be released after the release. The more you subscribe, reward, and subscribe, the more you will get. Who knows? Lin Feng said while looking directly into Scar Jonin's eyes, and instantly hypnotized Scar Jonin completely. "Very good, now tell me who sent you to kill me." "The great elder Uchiha Yin sent me," Scar's Jonin answered dully. "Lord Yin said that he wanted to completely eliminate the fish that slipped through the net last time." Lin Feng frowned. "Last time? Was it the time when I was rescued by Madara?" "Yes, the arrangement of the members for that war was done by Lord Yin. It seems that they want to clean up the bloodline of Uchiha Tajima." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and asked again, "Then why didn't you send Madara?" Scar's Jonin said dully, "Because Lord Yin doesn't want to break up with Uchiha Tajima completely for the time being, so he left Uchiha Madara, who Uchiha Tajima values the most." "I see." Lin Feng understood clearly after hearing this. The current state of war made Uchiha Yin not want the Uchiha family to fall into an all-out internal strife. Therefore, cutting off Uchiha Tajima's bloodline or weakening Uchiha Tajima's power are both stuck on Uchiha Tajima's bottom line. In the backward era of the warring states, the status of the eldest son is far more important than other children, and it just so happens that this eldest son is the most talented one among the younger generation, so he is even more important in Uchiha Tajima's heart. Once Madara is wiped out by Uchiha Yin, Uchiha Tajima may go crazy regardless of everything, but if it is just his other children, Uchiha Tajima will have to swallow this breath for the sake of the overall situation of the Uchiha family. On the other hand, the great elder Uchiha Yin is fully grown. Although his children are not very talented, they are still alive. A mere genius Uchiha Madara is nothing in Uchiha Yin's heart. After all, he is weak and it doesn't matter if he is kept. What Uchiha Yin wants to do is probably to reduce Uchiha Tajima to a lonely man until he becomes a state without successors. In this way, Uchiha Yin can design to seize the position of the head of the family. No matter it is for his own children or for his confidants, the position of the Grand Elder and the position of the head of the family are both within his faction, then the entire Uchiha family will be under the control of Uchiha Sei. Start Chain Special Mission 3. Special Mission 3. Show off your power to the Uchiha people. You replaced the Uchiha Izuna of the Warring States period with your own body, so you need to use the identity of Uchiha Izuna to make the name of the Uchiha people resound throughout the Warring States period. As the Grand Elder of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Yin is blinded by profit and attempts to obliterate the future hopes of the Uchiha family. This will certainly be greatly detrimental to the development of the Uchiha family, so you need to kill Uchiha Yin and remove this source of instability. To fight against foreign enemies, you must first stabilize the country. Reward: 20,000 experience points. Sea-level gem fragment X1. Seeing this mission reward, Lin Feng was quite looking forward to it. Oh, finally a sea-level gem fragment. The last D-level gem pulled out the magical skill of electric power control, so if all of them are collected this time, I wonder what kind of amazing skill can be pulled out. As he thought about it, Lin Feng smiled happily. He looked down at Scar Jonin's eyes again and said coldly, "Tell me everything about Uchiha Yin, about his schedule, his guards, and his habits. All the information. Yes." Scar Jonin replied dully, and then began to describe. That night, after Lin Feng found Uchiha Yin's yard, he began to lurk. Now is a time of war. There are no extra people to be sent to patrol and protect, so it is a relief for Lin Feng. Since he knows that the mission reward is 20,000 experience points, Lin Feng will naturally not be stingy with himself. and he will upgrade his skill level as soon as possible. So which one should be upgraded first? Lin Feng thought for a while and decisively added to the dark fruit, upgrading the dark fruit to A level. The current level of the dark fruit is A level. The dark fruit has additional skills detected. Skill 1 can instantly seal the ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, and blood limit of the person who touches it, and immediately unseal it after the contact ends. The maximum limit of this skill is A-level moves. Please pay attention to the players. Skill 2, Deprivation, can deprive the enemy of a certain skill, but can only hold 2 skills deprived at the same time. The maximum limit of this skill is A-level moves. Please pay attention to the players. Skill 3, Dark Water, send out gravity to force the enemy to come. Skill 4, Release, release all the residues absorbed by darkness. Skill 5, Dark Acupoints, create a huge black ball with a strong gravitational field, like a small black hole, attracting everything. When Lin Feng saw the 5th new skill, his heart almost jumped out. This Dark Acupoint is definitely the otherworldly version of Chibaku Tensei. Thank you for the 100-point reward. Lin Feng felt relieved. Sure enough, it was great when the skills were upgraded to level A. After getting the new power, Lin Feng couldn't wait to try it out in the mission. It happened that the time from sending out the assassin to noticing the abnormality was at most 1 day, so Lin Feng simply decided to complete the mission that night. Uchiha Yin must have never thought that the target of the assassination he had just sent out to assassinate the Jonin would become the assassin to assassinate him the next moment. And he also changed from the mastermind behind the scenes to the target of the assassination to be assassinated. In fact, it is a bit wrong to say that it was an assassination, because Lin Feng walked in openly. His previous lurking was just to make sure that Uchiha Yin stayed here and all the irrelevant people left. Once the members of the Uchiha clan were almost evacuated, it was time for him, Lin Feng, to appear. Of course, Lin Feng would not be so stupid as to use his true appearance to assassinate, so he would naturally need to use transformation techniques. He became Tendo Pain. This was the 2nd time that Lin Feng had transformed into Pain, and he had become somewhat familiar with it. He was completely adhering to the evil taste of making Pain fight for the reputation of being the scapegoat, and he planned to persevere in transforming himself into Pain in various chaotic situations in the future, so that all the black pots in the world would be gathered here, and the popular saying would become, "Everything is Pain's fault." Although Lin Feng did not like Pain much in his previous life, as the first person who could impersonate in the Naruto world, and recently he had a skill that could copy Chibaku Tensei, Lin Feng's feelings for Pain had long turned into a deep love, and he loved him so madly. Who is coming? If Uchiha Yin could not find out that Lin Feng had broken in, so obviously he would be really blind. Hello everyone, nice to meet you. Lin Feng took out a business card from his pocket and handed it over. I am God, please give me your guidance. What? Uchiha Yin didn't react for a while. God? Nonsense. God doesn't exist in this world, he said coldly. Although I don't know why you broke into the Uchiha family, I think you are a spy from another family. Guards on the left and right, take him down. The guards on the left and right that Uchiha Yin mentioned were 2 masters enshrined in his courtyard. Each of them had the strength of a Jonin. It was his privilege as the highest leader of the faction to find 2 Jonin to serve as guards when the fighting power was in short supply. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's heart became more determined to get rid of Uchiha Yin. What the hell? In this war-torn era, you didn't send 2 Jonin to fight, but detain them as guards? It was a waste of talent. Lin Feng's expression turned cold, and the 2 guards on the opposite side also attacked together. A large group of dense shurikens and kunai groups immediately submerged the position where Lin Feng was. Ziz! Before Uchiha Yin was sure of victory, a strange electric current sound came from the position where Lin Feng was, making the guards on the left and right look gloomy. Immediately, their faces changed completely because the group of ninja tools that hit Lin Feng had not fallen yet. The kunai and shurikens scattered in the air all floated up and turned their directions, aiming at the left and right guards. Looking at the faint electric current flashing between the kunai and shurikens, coupled with the current scene, no matter how stupid the left and right guards were, they knew that their attacks must have been completely trolled by the enemy. Damn! What method did they use? Uchiha Yin was dumbfounded. Before he could give another order, those ninja tool groups swarmed towards the left and right guards. Oh no, there's no time to make a seal. The left guard and the right guard were all chased and jumped up and down. The ninja tools at such a close distance did not allow them to make a seal, but the ninja tools were very agile and followed them behind, making them miserable. They were two dignified Jonin. When had they ever been so frustrated? The electromagnetic force of Lin Feng was naturally used to control the ninja tools, but after thinking carefully, he decided not to waste the Uchiha family's combat power. With this plan, Lin Feng immediately controlled the ninja tools to force the left and right guards together, and then he appeared beside them with a flash body technique. What a fast speed! The left guard and the right guard were both shocked, and then the left guard sneered. But it's just right as a controller. You dare to get close, you are simply looking for death. The right guard was much more silent, but he also quickly changed his palm into a grab and attacked. At this moment, Lin Feng immediately fell into the dilemma of dealing with two Jonin masters alone, but his own physical skills were only at the Jonin level. However, what Lin Feng needed to do was not to avoid or fight back against the left and right guards, but simply touch them. Banned! In an instant, the left guard and the right guard felt a deep sense of powerlessness appearing on their bodies, as if all ninjutsu, physical skills, and illusions were useless. A strong person is the most panicked when he suddenly loses everything inexplicably. What's more, in this Warring States period where strength is equal to the guarantee of life, when the left guard and the right guard found that they couldn't even open their Sharingan, their hearts seemed to sink to the bottom. P.S. Available this week. More updates will be released after they are available. More you subscribe, reward, and subscribe, the more updates will be released. No matter how calm and composed a ninja is, he will be distracted for a moment when facing such a strange situation. Lin Feng seized this opportunity and quickly raised his hands to knock out the two guards with one blow to the left and right. All this happened in just a few moves. It was so fast that even Uchiha Yin had no time to react. Lin Feng's dark fruit, which was enough to seal any skill below S level, was simply beyond Uchiha Yin's imagination or understanding. Seeing this strange scene in front of him and the group of ninja tools surrounding him, Uchiha Yin realized that it was impossible to go out for help. "Shadow, come with me!" Uchiha Yin gritted his teeth. "Kill him!" Lin Feng's spirit tightened and he began to prepare for battle. Sure enough, the Uchiha family's system has not changed in these hundreds of years. Uchiha Yin also has a shadow guard. Moreover, as the great elder of the Uchiha family in the war-torn era, Uchiha Yin's own strength is not comparable to that of Uchiha Xiaoyi in the peaceful era. He has the standard strength of a Jonin, which is beyond Lin Feng's expectation. What makes Lin Feng nervous the most is Uchiha Yin's shadow guard. If his perception is correct, the shadow guard should have at least the strength of an elite Jonin. Mph! The shadow suddenly appeared behind Lin Feng and kicked him. Lin Feng groaned and immediately used the instant body technique to dodge. Lin Feng, who appeared on the other side, waved his hands inward, controlling the group of ninja tools to rush forward, aiming directly at the shadow and Uchiha Yin. Fire escape! Dust hide! A large amount of high-temperature gray smoke spewed out of Uchiha Yin's mouth, covering the entire space in a moment. Oops! Lin Feng suddenly thought of something. His face changed, and the next moment the whole piece of high-temperature gray smoke hit the group of ninja tools. The group of ninja tools that were still in the air fell to the ground one after another, making a crisp sound, which also made Shadow and Uchiha Yin happy. Uchiha Yin's original intention was to use it to cover himself and Shadow's actions, but the high-temperature demagnetization characteristics played a miraculous effect. It can be said that the Uchiha family's physique that is good at fire escape restrained Lin Feng's electromagnetic control in a sense. Such a great opportunity they would not miss, and another huge flame and a strong wind pressure rushed out from the ashes and fell on the position where Lin Feng was. Fire escape big flame bomb! Wind escape, big breakthrough. Lin Feng had no choice but to use another instant body technique to dodge, and the next second the two powerful ninjutsu met together, forming a huge firestorm that broke through the roof. Boom! The high temperature and heat of the firestorm was particularly conspicuous in the night sky. Lin Feng began to hear the noisy sounds coming from the outside world. He understood that Uchiha Yin and Shadow wanted to wake up the other Uchiha clan members, and their goal had now been achieved. What a fast instant body technique! But today, no matter how fast you are, you can't escape. Uchiha Yin and Shadow rushed up from the left and right, attacking Lin Feng with physical skills. Lin Feng stretched out his hand to block Uchiha Yin and controlled the iron sand to form a spike barrier to block Shadow. Humph! Shadow never expected that Lin Feng would have such a defensive counterattack. For a while, he was stabbed and covered in blood, but he was worthy of the strength of an elite Jonin. At the last moment, he forcibly withdrew his move and avoided the fate of being stabbed and seriously injured. Lin Feng swept away the Uchiha seal and formed seals with his hands. Fire-style Great Flame Bomb. This was the fire-style ninjutsu that he had just copied with his Sharingan. A large flame was spit out from Lin Feng's mouth, flooding the direction of Uchiha Seal and Shadow. Fire-style Tukoku. Several large fireballs appeared, offsetting Lin Feng's large flame bombs, but Lin Feng was not panicked at all. Instead, he stretched out his hand and grabbed upwards. Dark Water. All the flames on the field that were ignited by the large flame bombs, Tukoku and the firestorm were gathered in Lin Feng's hands by a suction force that was generated out of thin air, forming a supergiant fireball. Uchiha Seal was a little stunned. He had never seen such a huge fireball. This scale must have reached S-level ninjutsu, right? Someone is coming soon. I have to hurry, Lin Feng said with a sneer, and at the same time, he pointed a hand in the direction of Shadow and Uchiha Yin. Dark Water! The A-level Dark Water was completely beyond the reach of Uchiha Yin and Shadow. They were sucked over without any resistance and collided with the fireball that Lin Feng smashed down at zero distance. Boom! The falling fireball lost the cohesive force created by Lin Feng with the Dark Water and scattered all at once, setting the whole yard on fire. Lin Feng also received a prompt to complete the task and realized that Uchiha Yin and Shadow were completely finished. P.S. Thanks to IM5555 for the 100-point reward. Congratulations to the player for completing the task. It is detected that the player has obtained 20,000 experience points. Choice 1. Save and use it later. Choice 2. Improve ability level. Choice 3. Exchange in the mall. It is detected that the player has obtained 1 C-level gem fragment. After reading the task prompt, Lin Feng smiled comfortably, put away the task list, and quickly left with the body flash technique. The next day, a shocking news came out that the Uchiha clan's great elder, Uchiha Yin, was actually killed alive in the Uchiha clan. You know, this is the main family of the Uchiha clan. Although most of the elite ninjas were taken to the east by Uchiha Tajima, the Uchiha clan itself is at least one of the 2 strongest families in the Land of Fire. Even if the strength is temporarily empty, it is not something that other families dare to provoke. Moreover, this time the enemy was able to directly and openly kill the great elder in the family's important place. Who knows what they can do next time? For a time, everyone in the Uchiha clan was in danger. From the mouths of the 2 Jonins rescued by the clan members at the fire scene in the courtyard of the Great Elder, they learned who the enemy was. He calls himself a god. God? What is this? The clan members who asked the question were all stunned after hearing it, but the 2 Jonins still insisted that the enemy was indeed right. In the end, this answer could only be treated as information without reference value. As for Lin Feng, the instigator, he looked like he didn't care about it. Every day, apart from practicing, he would go to the river with Madara. It was a pity that they never saw Hashirama again. After more than a month, Uchiha Tajima finally returned with the team from the Eastern Expedition, and it was obvious that they had won a great victory. This triumphant return reminded Lin Feng of an incident that happened around the same time. That is, the murder of Senju Itama, which was done by the Uchiha clan. Now that the Uchiha clan's expeditionary team has returned, it should mean that this incident has already happened. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately called Madara to go to the river again. Sure enough, a lonely watermelon-headed man was facing the river with his hands folded on his knees, looking sad. Seeing Hashirama, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, Madara went up to greet him first. "Hey, long time no see. That Hashirama, right?" But Hashirama ignored him and remained silent. Madara frowned and asked, "What's wrong? You won't be depressed this time?" Hashirama still looked like a silent thinker. Madara turned around and looked at Lin Feng, who shrugged helplessly. "What's wrong?" Madara asked tentatively, and Hashirama finally spoke. "What's wrong with you? I'm fine." "Don't pretend. Just say whatever you want to say." "Nothing." Madara's tone was a little impatient. "Okay, I told you to say it." "No, nothing." "Hey, stop talking. I told you to say it." Hashirama still replied, "Really nothing." The veins on Madara's forehead bulged, and when he was about to explode, Lin Feng patted his shoulder to stop Madara. Madara turned his head in surprise and looked at Lin Feng. "Izuna, you?" At this time, Lin Feng smiled and said to Madara, "That's what you should do. P.S. It will be available on Saturday. It will be available on the shelves. The more you subscribe, reward, and subscribe, the more you will get." "Eh?" Madara blinked in confusion, and the next moment he saw Lin Feng kick Hashirama into the river. "Gwa!" Hashirama struggled in the river for a few times before he climbed up by stepping on the water. "What are you doing, Izuna? I'm sad." "Oh, really?" Lin Feng looked at Hashirama with amusement. "Didn't someone just say that he was completely fine?" Ah, Hashirama opened his mouth and found that what Lin Feng said made sense. He was speechless and could only squat in the middle of the river in depression again. "Your method always feels unexpectedly refreshing, Izuna." Madara twitched his lips, walked up to Hashirama and said unhappily, "So tell me quickly. Really, believe it or not, I will kick you into the river like Izuna again." "Heh. I'm already prepared to be kicked." Hashirama smiled dejectedly, "But I can't beat Izuna at all, so I can only be kicked, and as my defeated opponent, I don't know if you can succeed. You are so annoying. Why are you so poisonous only when facing me?" Madara complained fiercely, and Lin Feng patted his shoulder again, saying with sympathy, "Thank you for complaining." Although these farces happened, facing the two friends in front of him, who Hashirama felt he could confide in, he still said, "My brother's face sank," and he tilted his head to glance at Lin Feng, obviously thinking of his dead brother. "I came here because looking at the river, I felt that the unstable emotions in my heart would flow away with it." Hashirama continued, "You two think so too, right?" Madara remained silent, just lowered his head and picked up a small stone and played with it up and down. Hashirama looked back at Madara and Lin Feng and asked Madara carefully, Do you have other brothers?" "You are right. I have 3 younger brothers besides Izuna." Madara saw what Hashirama was thinking. "But now there is only Izuna left." Hashirama also fell silent, and Madara continued, "We are ninjas, and we don't know when we will die. If there is a way to prevent both sides from dying, then there can only be frank and honest talks between enemies and toasts between brothers." "But that's impossible." Madara laughed at himself again. "The human heart is separated by a thick belly. Maybe the other party is angry, so we can never really understand each other." Hashirama looked at Madara in surprise. For the first time, he felt that he had met a like-minded person. He slowly asked, "The human heart? Is it really invisible?" "I don't know. I just keep thinking about it. Is there any way?" Madara threw the stone in his hand. "It seems that this time, I finally found the right way." The small stone swayed on the water a few times and successfully landed on the other side. "Now it's not just you. I have also thrown it over." Unfortunately, at this time, a ruthless sneer came from behind Madara. "It took 2 months to practice, to the point where you can skip stones to the other side, and you still talk so coolly." "Hey!" Madara turned back angrily. "You are the one who should pay attention to the atmosphere the most, Izuna." "Pess! Thanks to Si Chunyi for the 100-point reward." "Really can't see it?" Lin Feng ignored the angry Madara and walked directly to Hashirama and said to him, "At least I can understand you immediately after just one look at you." Hashirama asked unconvincedly, "How is this possible? What do you know about me?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I know that your hairstyle and clothes are so tacky. Hashirama suffered a huge blow again and lay down on the side in depression. In fact, if we want peace, the method is very simple. Lin Feng continued. We just need to form a ninja village. Ninja village? Hashirama raised his head in confusion, and even Madara was curious and pricked up his ears to listen carefully to Lin Feng's explanation. Yes, it's the ninja village. This ninja village can be said to be an aggregation of ninjas, and we welcome all major families and even all ninjas to join, and then vote to elect a village chief to lead everyone. Let me think. Well, the village chief will be called Shadow. We are in the land of fire, so it's called Hokage. Lin Feng explained slowly. This way everyone won't fight each other, and there won't be wars because of it. But Madara shook his head after listening, and said disapprovingly, Izuna, your idea is too naive. It's not that simple. Hashirama also echoed, yes, money and food sources alone cannot solve the problem. If it is too peaceful, it will endanger the survival of the ninja. So I haven't finished talking about all the ideas yet. Don't interrupt. Lin Feng glanced at Madara and Hashirama with dissatisfaction, making Hashirama look depressed again. In addition to ninjas, civilians can of course join to support the construction of the village. Lin Feng said, after that, we will spread the reputation of the village so that people will be attracted to entrust tasks, and we will charge different commissions according to the difficulty of the tasks. Lin Feng waved his hand. In this way, a complete system will be formed, and we can be completely self-sufficient. In addition, ninjas can also choose tasks according to their own strength, so the degree of danger will be greatly reduced. Hashirama's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he stood up excitedly. Yes, this is it! Izuna, you are simply a genius! Lin Feng casually lifted his bangs. Average, third in the world. Madara glared and asked in confusion, who are the second and the eldest? Lin Feng glared back at Madara. The eldest is dead, and the second is disabled. Too sad. Hashirama looked sad. Such geniuses have encountered such an accident. Is it really because God is jealous of their talents? Hey! As usual, the complaints came out quickly from Madara's mouth. You really believed it. As you can imagine, Hashirama suffered a huge psychological trauma again. So, it turns out, everything Izuna said was a lie. You are so annoying! Madara shouted with a paralyzed face. Why do you have to worry about the authenticity of such useless things? Lin Feng watched the daily show in front of him with great joy. The future two gods of the ninja world were performing for him. This was a treatment that no one had ever enjoyed. Anyway, Hashirama cheered up a little. I understand that Izuna has the same goal as me, and I believe that your dream is the same, right, Madara? Humph, of course. Madara turned his head. I only have Izuna as my younger brother, and I will definitely protect him. Hashirama frowned and said in an extremely annoying tone, considering the current strength of you and Izuna, no matter how I look at it, I think it is you who needs Izuna's protection more, right? Stop making so much noise. This time I'm really going to throw you to the other side like a floating stone. I'm so sorry. Hashirama immediately became all kinds of world-weary and depressed again. You do it as a punishment for me, because I really didn't expect that telling the truth would hurt you so much. Bastard. Madara was almost driven crazy. I don't understand whether you are stupid or evil, and I've already told you why you are so vicious only to me. This is called a natural fool, all black in one cut, Lin Feng said, patting Madara's shoulder with a look of understanding. As for your last question, do you still need to ask? You are too unconscious. This specific reaction that only appears when facing a specific person is obviously, if this is not called love. Don't talk so disgustingly, Madara complained vigorously. He felt that he was about to complain all his life, and I think this specific reaction is his true face in normal times. When facing you, he is simply completely suppressed by you. Don't pay attention to these details. Lin Feng waved his hand, then stretched out his hand to pull Hashirama over, and put his arms around Madara and Hashirama's necks on the left and right. Then from today on, we are like-minded brothers. Yeah! Madara and Hashirama's hearts felt ignited at this moment, and the next second they heard Lin Feng continue to say, our goal is the Sea of Stars. Yeah, So where did the Sea of Stars come from? It will be available the day after tomorrow. Updates will be released after it is available. The more you order, reward, and subscribe, the more you will get. Since then, the three of them often gathered by the river, sparring together or simply being sparred by Lin Feng. No matter how hard Hashirama and Madara tried, they found that they could not beat Lin Feng, but this situation made their fighting spirit burn even more vigorously. Madara, who originally could not rely on defeating Lin Feng as motivation, gradually ignited his fighting spirit because of Hashirama's stimulation, and their strength also rose rapidly. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year passed, and Madara, Hashirama, and Lin Feng all grew to 10 years old. During this period, great changes took place in the Uchiha family. After Uchiha Tajima came back, he began to vigorously rectify the Uchiha family. Although the level was not very good, it was better without the obstacle of the Great Elder. Maybe even Uchiha Tajima was actually unconsciously thanking the assassin who killed the Great Elder. Madara and Hashirama both have at least the level of a special Jonin, or even close to the level of a Jonin, which makes Lin Feng wonder if they have the aura of the protagonist. But unfortunately, they still can't beat Lin Feng. It's just because Lin Feng has been busy during this period of time. Even if we don't consider his various skills and the invincible instant body technique, his physical skills alone are only a step away from being an elite Jonin. Damn it! I will definitely come up with a new trick to defeat you next time. Hashirama made the same declaration as before he left. Lin Feng said disdainfully, "Come on, that thing you proudly developed last time? The ultimate physical technique of super fire style illusion / big shuriken double trap technique is still as good as trash." Madara's expression suddenly twitched, and he said with a smile, "Don't mention that trick. It's a pity that you can still remember the full name of that trick, Izuna." "But, damn it!" Hashirama gritted his teeth and said, "You actually underestimated me. I'm just a guy who can't name things, haha. I'm really sorry for your ears." As expected, Madara and Lin Feng both looked at Hashirama with a smile. After so much time together, they no longer had the stupid idea that Hashirama would stand up and quarrel. However, Hashirama's natural blackness did not disappear at all. The next day, he took advantage of Madara's water collection downstream to quietly urinate upstream. Hey, let me show you my super water style, yellow dragon water pillar technique. Taste it yourself first. Lin Feng appeared silently behind Hashirama and kicked him down. Although the name is better than last time, it's still terrible. Hashirama screamed and fell miserably into the river that was mixed with his super water style, yellow dragon water pillar technique, while Lin Feng happily made all kinds of sarcastic expressions on the cliff. If it were Madara, he would immediately be unable to pee, but you are not as sensitive as him and cannot detect me, so just consider yourself unlucky. Pa! Hashirama jumped out of the river at a great speed and lay on the cliff with difficulty, spitting out saliva wildly with faint signs of vomiting. Goo damn it! You were always watching happily when I played a prank on Madara in the past, Izuna. After poo, Hashirama looked at Lin Feng with all kinds of dissatisfaction. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "It's only natural for me to help my eldest brother. Is there anything wrong with that?" "Ah, now that you put it that way, there's really nothing wrong with it." Hashirama was speechless. After a long while, he said, It's wrong for you to sneak attack me. Are you an idiot? Ninjas are supposed to do sneak attacks. What objection do you have to this?" Lin Feng rubbed his fists and approached. "Or do you want to be beaten up by me head-on?" Hashirama swallowed nervously and knelt on the ground obediently. "Forget it." Under the cruel and violent oppression of Lin Feng, Hashirama shamefully surrendered. Later, Madara, who learned about this, forced Hashirama to be his sparring partner for a day to get revenge. Wow, I feel like I can't turn over a new leaf in this life. Hashirama walked home in a low voice. Although he said this, he was actually looking forward to meeting Madara and Lin Feng again tomorrow. At this time, Tobirama suddenly walked out of the woods and said to Hashirama, "Brother, father wants to talk to you." Hashirama followed Tobirama with a strange look on his face and came to the residence of the Senju family. In the Japanese-style room inside, Fusuma was waiting for him with a serious face. "Recently, you have been in frequent contact with the two young men, right?" Hashirama hesitated for a moment and said, "Yes, so what?" "I have investigated the life stories of the two young men," said Fusuma. "They are all from the Uchiha clan." Hashirama's pupils shrank, and he heard Fusuma say next, "The elite ninjas of our clan have been killed by them time and time again. They both seem to be geniuses with true ninja talents, and their level is no less than you and Tobirama. At this point, another thing is probably not surprising. Didn't you tell each other your surnames?" "No, I don't know," Hashirama replied slowly. "I think they should be the same as me." "Do you know the seriousness of this matter?" Fusuma said dissatisfiedly. "I haven't explained to everyone in the Senju. If you don't want to be regarded as a spy, then follow them next time you meet them. Bring back the information about the Uchiha clan. This is the mission. And if we are discovered, we will be killed without mercy." Father. Tobirama left a trace of cold sweat. "No matter how you look at it, it's a bit too much to rely on my brother alone, right? There are two people on the other side." Fukuma said lightly, "You don't have to worry about this, because the next time we meet, it will be you and me who will follow. No matter how talented they are, once I attack, the result will only be death. Thank you, Lingmu, for the 100-point reward." Fukuma's words made Hashirama's heart tighten. He opened his mouth, but finally asked unwillingly, "Are they really from the Uchiha clan?" Fukuma's strength, Hashirama and Tobirama knew very well that he was a real veteran family head-level strongman. The so-called family head level in the Warring States period was the level of those who were truly qualified and capable of leading a large family, almost the same as the future Kage level. Hashirama knew very well in his heart that if such a veteran strongman suddenly attacked, then no matter how talented Madara and Izuna were, they would definitely not be spared. "Yes?" Fukuma saw the hesitation in Hashirama's heart. "If they knew you were from the Senju clan, they would definitely let you down and get information out of you, so you must not believe it." "No, it's not," Hashirama almost subconsciously refuted. "They are not such people." Fukuma glared. "No one knows what bad water they have in their stomachs. Once you are deceived by them, everyone in the Senju clan will be in danger." Hearing this, Hashirama knew that he could no longer refuse. He was sleepless all night, and the next morning, he was in a daze in the courtyard with a small stone. "Hashirama!" Fukuma and Tobirama appeared behind him fully armed. "What are you still thinking about? Let's set off quickly." Hashirama was silent, quietly walked in front and led the way, and soon arrived at the river. "Madara, Izuna, good morning." Hashirama looked at the other side and found that the other party had already appeared there. "Anyway, let's play a game of skipping stones as a way of meeting each other." Oh. Madara frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong with Hashirama. He turned his head and looked at Lin Feng, who nodded to him. "You come on." Then Madara picked up a stone on the spot and threw it at the other party at the same time as Hashirama, and caught it at the same time. Hashirama glanced at the stone in his hand and put it in his arms again, but Madara's face changed slightly after seeing the stone. Lin Feng also felt something strange. He leaned over and saw two big words engraved on the stone. "Run!" Oh no, is this the plot of Fusuma and Tobirama appearing? Lin Feng's pupils shrank. He originally thought that this plot would develop along with Tajima's movements, but now he encountered a critical situation where Tajima did not follow but Fusuma was ambushing. By the way, in the original novel, Madara was probably like Hashirama, followed by his brother, and then reported to Tajima. Lin Feng figured it out in an instant. And now Izuna is me, so I won't be bored to report to Tajima. It's a bit late to realize this now. Lin Feng thought secretly in his heart, and then he and Madara greeted Hashirama together. "Sorry, Hashirama. I can't compete today. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do." As soon as the voice fell, Madara immediately pulled Lin Feng and retreated at full speed. "That speed! Are you trying to escape?" Fusuma was shocked. "Hashirama, that bastard must have given them some hints. Tobirama, let's go!" Two figures also quickly jumped out from behind the woods and headed straight for Madara and Lin Feng. They were Fusuma and Tobirama. "No!" Hashirama shouted loudly, but he couldn't stop Fusuma and Tobirama. They were already very close to Madara and Lin Feng. Fusuma's target was naturally Madara, whose reputation was much greater than Lin Feng's. Moreover, Madara was the eldest son of his old rival Uchiha Tajima, so his importance was self-evident. And Tobirama's target was Uchiha Izuna, who was his second brother and whom he had always been thinking about. Lin Feng. Stop it! Fusuma's sword was about to hit Madara, but Madara seemed to turn a blind eye. Holding a kunai in his hand, he was determined to rush to Lin Feng to block Tobirama's attack on Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that Tobirama was determined to protect his brother, so he didn't care about the attack he was about to receive. His mind raced, and he raised his hand and waved, "Ping! Clang!" Two metal collisions sounded at the same time. Hashirama took another look and found that Tobirama was forced back nearly 10 meters after the collision with Madara, while Fusuma was... He had been in a stalemate with Lin Feng. A large area of black sand under the control of Lin Feng seemed to have consciousness, firmly helping Madara to block Fusuma's slash, preventing Fusuma's sword from advancing an inch. How is this possible? Tobirama was shocked to see this. Uchiha Izuna can actually block my father's attack. But Fusuma is indeed a veteran family head-level strongman. With a sudden force on his hand, the iron sand wall immediately fell. Lin Feng, who had been wrestling with Fujian, turned pale, but then he shouted and raised his hands again. Ha! Along with Lin Feng's shout, countless sharp needles suddenly appeared on the iron sand wall, and in an instant, Fujian was forced to retreat. Let's stop here. Hashirama ran anxiously between the two sides, as if both sides wanted to stop him. Father, Tobirama, and Madara and Izuna, No need to say any more, Hashirama. Madara's expression became cold. I will never forgive anyone who dares to attack my brother. Madara, you? Hashirama, I'm really happy these days. Madara interrupted Hashirama with his eyes drooping. But from now on we can only meet on the battlefield, Senju Hashirama. Madara raised his head again to show his eyes, which were a pair of blood-red pupils. Also, my name is Uchiha Madara. You actually opened the Sharingan. Such a genius must not be let go. Fujian's heart trembled, and then said in a deep voice, No, you will not meet on the battlefield again in the future. Because you will all be killed by me here. The momentum, representing the strength of the family head, came over with Fujian's words, making everyone present feel nervous. Trigger an emergency mission. At this moment, the system's prompt sound suddenly appeared. After being stunned for a moment, Lin Feng smiled and said, You dare to talk big, old man Senju. Upon hearing this, Fujian's face became extremely gloomy, and he saw Lin Feng turning back to Madara and said, I will hold them back. You take this opportunity to escape first. That's impossible. Madara flatly refused. If you want me to abandon my brother and escape, I might as well let me die. Well then, Lin Feng nodded and commanded, then you go to deal with Hashirama. His strength is about the same as yours. And I will try the strength of the legendary Senju Fujian and Senju Tobirama. P.S. The next chapter will be on the shelves. Please subscribe, reward, and subscribe. There will be more updates, emergency mission, keep hope for the future. You are trapped by the head of the Senju clan, Senju Fuma, and he is also supported by Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. It can be said that you are in a desperate situation. And the future head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, is by your side. You need to escape while ensuring the safety of Uchiha Madara and keep hope for the future for the Uchiha clan. Reward, 10,000 experience points. It's an escape mission instead of a defeat mission. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, which means that the system thinks I can't fight them, but I want to try to fight them. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng suddenly waved in the direction of Fuma and Tobirama, and an attraction of up to A level appeared out of thin air. Dark water. Fuma and Tobirama were pulled over without warning. This dark water reached A level, and even the strong men at the head level could hardly resist it when they were caught off guard. But Lin Feng seemed to be unaware of the two kunais and ignored them. Instead, he pushed his hand in the direction of Fujian again. Release! In an instant, the direction of the force changed completely, so that the reverse force that Fujian had been using to resist was actually applied to Lin Feng along with his release, making him smash into the woods like a cannonball, knocking down a large number of trees in succession. Ziz! At this time, the two kunais also attacked a place close to Lin Feng, but it seemed that they suddenly hit an invisible barrier, and after a few flashes of lightning, they flew out. What? Hiding in the dark, Tobirama was seeing Lin Feng's electromagnetic barrier for the first time. He was secretly shocked, and then he saw Lin Feng suddenly waved his hand. A large amount of electromagnetic force swarmed around the direction where the kunai flew out, pulling Tobirama out in an instant without time to move. Goo! Why can he control my armor? Tobirama was shocked. He could feel that it was the metal armor on his body that was pulling him towards Lin Feng. At this time, a faster figure rushed out from the billowing smoke and dust in the woods, aiming directly at Lin Feng. It was the extremely powerful Fujian. Seeing this, Lin Feng hummed slightly and directly used electromagnetic force to control Tobirama to crash into Fujian at high speed. Bang! Tobirama, who was used as a cannonball by Lin Feng, came into close contact with Fujian the next moment. Seeing that it was his second son, Fujian had no choice but to change from rushing to receiving, and retreated several steps with a muffled groan. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Fujian's mouth. The release of his own strength just now, coupled with the high-speed flying Tobirama, caused him to suffer a lot of hidden injuries. Even the Senju clan, who inherited the strong body of Asura, were injured abruptly. It is conceivable how much damage Lin Feng's few moves would have on ordinary ninjas. Father, Tobirama! Hashirama, who was fighting with Madara, shouted anxiously. Like Madara, he was fighting absent-mindedly, always paying attention to the battle situation at Lin Feng. Humph, you are worthy of being my brother. Izuna did a good job. Madara smiled proudly, as if he was the one who achieved such an amazing feat just now. But to be honest, he was still as surprised as Hashirama in his heart. Facing father and Tobirama alone, he actually had the upper hand? Hashirama's face was full of disbelief. Izuna is too strong. No wonder I can never beat him. Before that, you should consider whether you can beat me. Madara shouted and stepped up his offensive, forcing Hashirama to focus back on his own battle. Father, Tobirama also spat out a small mouthful of blood. He can control our armor in an unknown way anyway. Take it off first. Fujian nodded. He always trusted his second son's judgment of the battle situation, and immediately took off the armor with Tobirama. I'm waiting for you to take off your armor. Lin Feng sneered and waved his hands. Iron Sand Sword Assassination Needle. Densely packed iron sand needles suddenly emerged from the ground where Fujian was standing, and attacked Fujian and Tobirama in large numbers. Fujian's face changed drastically. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Feng to have this trick. He decisively threw Tobirama into the sky to avoid the iron sand needles, but the next moment he was pierced into a hedgehog by the iron sand needles. Water-style, water breakwave. Tobirama's voice came from the sky. Lin Feng looked over in silence and found that Tobirama didn't even look in the direction of Fujian. Could it be? Lin Feng frowned, but immediately summoned the iron sand wall to resist the water breakwave. I didn't expect that Tobirama had already invented this trick at this age. Squeak! The water breakwave hit the iron sand wall, making an unpleasant cutting sound. As Tobirama shook his head, the high-pressure water column actually cut the entire iron sand wall apart. What a powerful force! Lin Feng looked forward through the iron sand floating in the air. The Buddha's space, which was originally pierced by the long needle of iron sand, had suddenly turned into a piece of wood. Is it really a substitute technique? It seems that the B-level iron sand sword is still too slow for a Kaj-level powerhouse. Even if it has the advantage of surprise, it is difficult to really kill with one blow. Before Lin Feng could continue thinking, he found that the Buddha's space had appeared in front of him, and now Lin Feng was just in a defenseless state with the iron sand wall shattered. P.S. Join the group to have fun. 425924965. Senju Fujian is simply cooperating with Senju Tobirama. The three-hooked Sharingan in Lin Feng's eyes was running at full speed, but I still saw everything clearly. Senju, Taijutsu Vajra Tyrant Wind. Fujian would naturally not waste the Senju clan's naturally excellent body. At this moment, he used the Senju clan's A-level secret kicking technique to kill Lin Feng on the spot. A golden whirlwind wrapped Fujian's legs and pulled them straight over. At such a close distance, Lin Feng could no longer use any instant body technique or substitute technique. But what Lin Feng did now was just to cross his hands and fold them, as if trying to resist the kick. Stupid! Fujian sneered, thinking that he had succeeded in his heart. The next moment, his legs collided head-on with Lin Feng's hands. Humph! Lin Feng groaned and his shoulders sank, but that was all. What happened? A moment of confusion flashed across Fujian's eyes. The sound just now was too small, as if he had just kicked out an ordinary kick. Seal! Lin Feng naturally did not hesitate and crossed his hands and clasped Fujian's legs tightly so that he could not leave. Previous attack of King Kong Tyrant Wind was of course sealed by Lin Feng the moment of contact, so it had no power. At this moment, Fujian also understood why the situation just happened, because when he wanted to withdraw, he was horrified to find that his whole body was almost powerless, and even the chakra flowed very slowly. Got it! Lin Feng opened his eyes, took this opportunity to quickly condense the iron sand sword, and quickly inserted it into Fujian's head. Fujian is indeed a battle-hardened family head-level strongman. At the critical moment, he pushed his sword against the ground and actually pushed himself directly above Lin Feng, perfectly avoiding the iron sand sword. Lin Feng's pupils shrank. Fujian's super speed and exquisite response really made him feel like he was facing a turtle shell. The next second, Tobirama's auxiliary water escape came. Lin Feng had no choice but to throw Fujian in the direction of the water escape. As soon as Fujian was released, his strength returned immediately. He turned around in the air and dispersed Tobirama's water escape. Looking at Fujian, who fell beside Tobirama, Lin Feng realized that this trick might not work on Fujian next time. It is estimated that Fujian will understand that he needs to decisively use S-level ninjutsu to break Lin Feng's ban. However, Lin Feng was not going to fight anymore, because he had a good understanding of the strength of Fujian and Tobirama. It was a pleasant fight. Thank you for the hospitality. Fujian and Tobirama were both stunned, and soon they saw Lin Feng clasping his hands together. Then see you again. Dark acupoints, a strange black ball into the sky by Lin Feng, and then a huge suction force that surpassed the dark water suddenly rose, sucking Fujian and Tobirama, who had not yet reacted up. They had never seen such a strange trick in their lives, so they were unable to react in time for a while. But Fujian was worthy of being a top strong man, and his thinking quickly turned around and he began to step on the sucked-up gravel to get out of the ground. Gradually, the suction force became stronger and stronger, and countless trees and boulders rose from the ground, and soon it affected Madara and Hashirama. Hashirama originally punched Madara, but before his fist reached Madara, his whole body flew into the air. Hashirama waved his limbs in shock, but it was still difficult to resist this vast gravity. Damn, what is this? Madara's situation was not much better. Almost at the same time, he was sucked into the dark cave in the air, along with Hashirama. Fortunately, Lin Feng immediately rushed to his side with the instant body technique and reached out to transfer the power of the dark fruit into Madara's body to protect him. Immediately, the gravity of the dark cave was ineffective for Madara. Madara stared blankly at the asteroid slowly forming in the sky until Lin Feng patted his shoulder, and then he reacted. Hey, let's go! Huh? Oh, okay. Let's take this opportunity to run. Madara stammered a few times in response, and then Lin Feng put his hand on his shoulder and activated Shisui's instant body technique to leave at full speed. The huge gravity of the dark cave was now delaying Hashirama, Tobirama, and even Fusuma. They all worked hard to step on the gravel in the air and rush down, but Fusuma soon realized that this was not a solution. It's terrible. If this goes on, we will be sucked up sooner or later. Father, big brother. Tobirama, who had an extraordinary talent for ninjutsu, said decisively, I saw it before. It seems that the gravity is emitted by the black ball thrown by Izumina. We can try to break the black ball. Hashirama also echoed loudly. Indeed, this may be able to stop the gravity. Fusuma nodded and began to make hand seals with Hashirama and Tobirama. They all chose high-level ninjutsu that can be combined into a combined move, Thunder Dragon Pillar. Fusuma spit out a mighty Thunder Dragon first, which is an extremely powerful S-level ninjutsu in Thunder Escape. The Thunder Dragon roared to the sky and then rushed straight to the center of the dark acupoint. Wind style, suppress. Water style, water cannonball. Hashirama and Tobirama also used powerful A-level ninjutsu, which intersected with the Dragon Lightning Pillar, forming a 3-series combined move that directly hit the black ball of the dark cave. Boom! A thunderous roar sounded in the sky, followed by the sound of countless messy heavy objects falling to the ground. The dark cave was finally broken by the 3 people of Fujian. However, Lin Feng and Madara had already run away. Lin Feng's super-speed instant body technique was not exaggerated. Even Tobirama's full-strength sensing could no longer find the traces of the 2 of them within the sensing range. Damn it! Fujian was so angry that he trembled all over. He never thought that he, a veteran strongman at the head of the family, had personally taken action, but failed repeatedly against 2 children in their teens, and finally let them run away. This is simply a great shame. Tsk. Fujian gritted his teeth for a while, but finally waved his hand helplessly. Let's go. In the woods, there were 2 shadows flickering constantly. Any strong man who saw it would be amazed by the exquisiteness of this instant body technique. It was incredible that he could be so fast while carrying a person. One of the shadows was Lin Feng, who was carrying Madara. The moment he sent out the dark acupoints, he took Madara with him and used the instant body technique to escape with all his strength. He escaped all the way to the vicinity of the Uchiha family before relaxing. Even though Lin Feng was a little tired, his speed slowed down. Madara felt a little distressed when he saw this. But Madara couldn't say to Lin Feng to let him go and let him catch up, because he could clearly feel that his instant body technique would definitely not be able to keep up with Lin Feng. Madara couldn't even keep up with the speed of Lin Feng carrying him now. If Lin Feng was to teleport alone, wouldn't Madara not even be able to touch Lin Feng's shadow? Izuna, I didn't expect your real strength to be so strong. Madara spoke when they almost entered the Uchiha family residence. It's really beyond my imagination. Lin Feng glanced at him. I know what you want to ask me. Huh? Madara was stunned and heard Lin Feng talking incessantly. Loved Lanxiang, the psychological shadow I have caused you at this moment is based on 9.6 million square kilometers. Is there anything else you want to ask? Madara felt confused and powerful, and he twitched his mouth. I just want to ask you where those strange ninjutsu came from. Lin Feng sighed and said, sure, enough, I can't get around this point. Now that things have come to this, I have to tell you the truth. Madara's face became serious, and he waited intently for Lin Feng to speak. Actually, this is what happened, Lin Feng began seriously. A few years ago, when I was traveling outside the Uchiha clan, I was entangled by an old beggar because I gave him a chicken leg to eat. Madara was very surprised. Before he could ask, Lin Feng continued, he grabbed me with his greasy hands and said that since I had a fine skeleton, I must be a great talent in martial arts. Then he forced me to spend 2 cents to buy ninjutsu secrets, such as Tathagata Palm and Yin-Yang magic art. In this Warring States period where there was no such story routine, Madara was completely fooled by Lin Feng's nonsense. Is this why you became stronger, Izuna? Yes, that old beggar is actually a master who has never left the world, Lin Feng said with a regretful expression. It's a pity that he put a restriction in my head that cannot be passed on to others. Otherwise, I would have taught it to you at the same time. Madara's heart tightened immediately after hearing this. Then tell me now that everything is okay? It's okay. Lin Feng shook his head. The content of the imprisonment is that these secrets cannot be leaked. Madara nodded in understanding. He knew that ninjas generally protect their secrets very strictly, and it was normal to put a restriction in Izuna's mind. Just don't tell anyone else, Lin Feng said mysteriously. Not even father, otherwise I will be in danger. Of course not, Madara nodded vigorously. Don't worry, don't you still trust your elder brother? Sure enough, it was better when they were children. Look at how easy it is to fool the pure Madara now. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction and continued to take Madara into the Uchiha family with a smile. But he still didn't know that Madara felt a little strange about him at the moment. That kind of strangeness was a strangeness that suddenly widened a huge gap in strength. As for suspecting whether Lin Feng was a fake, Izuna disguised by someone else, living in the Uchiha family full of Sharingan with transformation techniques for 24 hours, it is obvious that he thinks he is not dying fast enough, so this is absolutely impossible. When they arrived at the family's important place, Neither Madara nor Lin Feng mentioned this to Tajima. After all, being able to escape unscathed from the hands of the Thousand Hands Butsukan was too incredible, no matter how you looked at it. Your Sharingan, just be vague and say that it was opened on the battlefield. Lin Feng told Madara that he was also going to slowly reveal his Sharingan to his clansmen on the battlefield, and everything would be a life-and-death battle. That's right, Lin Feng was going to officially go to the battlefield. With Tajima's return, Lin Feng was destined to not be able to rely on Madara's protection as before, and Lin Feng himself also realized the lack of strength and hoped to hone himself on the battlefield. In the previous battle, if Fujian had used S-level physical skills when he got close, Lin Feng would really have been defeated. Similarly, if Lin Feng's iron sand wall could perfectly defend against Tobirama's water-breaking wave, Fujian would not have had the opportunity to get close. In short, Lin Feng discovered that once his ability was broken, his actual combat power would be truly exposed, which was obviously an extremely huge disadvantage. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to put aside the experience points and not upgrade them, basically not relying on skills but only relying on his own strength, and try to fight in the war. And this would not only earn more experience points, but also prevent Lin Feng's trump card from being leaked. In short, there are many benefits. It's just that the Uchiha family has just returned victorious and is in a brief peace, and there haven't been any large-scale wars. During this period, Lin Feng rarely saw Tajima. From the very beginning, Lin Feng felt very bad about Tajima. For Tajima, all his sons except Madara could be used as sacrifices. And after he came back, he did not investigate the battle in which his 4 sons were in danger, and 3 of them died, which made Lin Feng, as the party involved, very unhappy. After more than a month, the Aburame family finally couldn't bear it anymore, and launched an attack on the Uchiha family. There were many other small families mixed with the Aburame family to launch the offensive. They cooperated with the Aburame family's weird insect repellent technique, which could cause a lot of trouble. The battlefield was chosen at the nearby Rose Mountain, where there was a huge basin in addition to the mountain, and at this time Lin Feng stood on the battlefield with a group of Uchiha people. Looking at the densely packed ninjas standing in the distance, Lin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly. It's finally time. Look, I'll add all of you to the KFC Deluxe lunch. Izuna, are you okay? As the son of the head of the family, it is natural for Madara to go to the battle together. The reason why Madara expressed such a worried word now is because of Lin Feng's unique dress. Compared with the other Uchiha clan members, Lin Feng can be said to be lightly equipped. They all wear armor, more or less, but Lin Feng is still wearing his usual clothes. In this way, Lin Feng's defense will inevitably drop greatly, but Lin Feng will not abandon his real advantage for this little defense, that is, speed. What he is doing now is to remove all the weight. It's okay, just take care of yourself. Lin Feng answered absent-mindedly because he was also checking his task prompts. Special mission, victory in the first battle. As one of the top 2 families in the land of fire, we were actually declared war by the Aburame clan. This is something that uncle and aunt can't tolerate. You need to play a sufficient role in this battle and guide the victory of the war. Rewards will be given according to the final contribution to the war. Reward, 10,000 to 20,000 experience points. During the time that Lin Feng was checking, the situation had reached a point where a sword was drawn and a war was about to break out. Hey, why don't you start fighting? The 2 sides confronted each other for a while, and Lin Feng asked Madara quietly. Madara looked at him strangely and said, "The general must declare a war before we can fight. It seems that you have lost your memory in this regard." Why is it so weird? Lin Feng was shocked. Why does a war reveal such a silly feeling? How can we know when the enemy general will declare a war? Madara pointed at Tajima and said, "This will be left to our general to judge." However, generally speaking, when we see the enemy start to move forward, it is almost the time to start the war. Ah, that's how it is. Lin Feng pounded his fist, his face full of sudden enlightenment. In that case, then thank you for trouble. Huh? Madara was stunned. Before he had time to think about what Lin Feng meant, he felt a strong force on his butt, and then the whole person couldn't help but stumble out of the team. Let alone the enemy, the Uchiha were surprised by Madara's sudden action. Seeing this, Tajima frowned. "Madara, what are you doing? Don't you understand that you have to obey the orders of the generals on the battlefield?" "No, Madara's face flushed a little. He turned back and stared at Lin Feng in the team fiercely. It was Lin Feng who kicked him out just now, but now Lin Feng had no intention of repenting. Instead, he gave Madara a thumbs up with a face full of, "I'm counting on you." "Anyway, go back to the team first, Madara." Tajima had just said half of his words when he heard a lot of shouting and killing from the opposite side. It was obvious that the enemy saw Madara coming out and thought that Tajima was going to take action. Tajima had no choice but to issue the battle order as he wished under Lin Feng's secret smile. Yes, the war has finally begun. For a while, all kinds of ninjutsu and ninja tools flew in the basin, and everyone seemed to be crazy, shouting and rushing towards each other. The number of dead and wounded was increasing every moment. Even if one stood still, one might be hit by ninjutsu and ninja tools flying from nowhere in the next second. Is this the truly cruel battlefield? Lin Feng took a deep breath, stood still and closed his eyes, seeming to be somewhat out of tune with the life and death battle around him. Two iron sand swords formed in the palms of his left and right hands. Lin Feng fixed their shapes with electromagnetic force and began to vibrate at high speed, making the iron sand swords produce the same effect as mechanical saw blades. At this time, an unknown ninja from a small clan touched Lin Feng's back. In the eyes of the ninja, Lin Feng's age and behavior all indicated that he was a rookie who had just entered the battlefield. But how could the ninja from the small clan know that Lin Feng had experienced a full 2 years of fighting in the ninja world several years ago? Shua! Lin Feng suddenly disappeared from his sight. When he was still looking around in confusion, he found that a black shadow enveloped him. It was Lin Feng who instantly appeared behind him. Puff! The body of the small clan ninja was instantly broken into 2 pieces, and a large amount of blood spurted into the sky like a fountain. Under it was Lin Feng, with a cold look in his eyes. The first one. Several more ninja tools flew over, and Lin Feng's figure disappeared again. The next moment, he appeared in front of the Aburame clan, who fired the ninja tools. Damn! The Aburame clan's pupils shrank. Secret technique. Cough! Lin Feng's figure reappeared behind him, and the sword in his hand had already pierced his chest. Then Lin Feng twisted the iron sand sword on the spot and ended his life. The second one. Lin Feng's cold eyes swept across the battlefield, and the 3-hooked Sharingan under his pupils had quietly turned, as if it was longing for blood. Bang! A huge force erupted under Lin Feng's feet, helping him rush into the enemy camp in one fell swoop. For a moment, the enemy camp was like rushing into a hurricane, and countless ninjas were swept into the sky with screams. The blood in the air meant that they could no longer stand up after landing. Lin Feng rushed through the enemy camp, and no one could resist his physical skills that were close to the elite Jonin level. Quick! Someone come and stop him! A ninja covered in blood stumbled back in fear. Just after shouting this, he saw Lin Feng on the opposite side disappear, and then a buzzing black sword pierced his heart. Lin Feng kicked his body away and used the instant body technique again to avoid the swarm of insects. Almost at the same time, another person's heart was pierced by the iron sand sword. Those ninjas who could barely resist with ninja tools were also shocked to see the kunai being cut off by the iron sand sword that vibrated like a chainsaw, as the last scene they saw at the end of their lives. Go to hell, bastard! An elite Chunin howled and rushed forward, swinging his samurai sword at Lin Feng desperately. Lin Feng shook his body with a cold look in his eyes and dodged all his attacks. Ha! Another ninja with extraordinary strength jumped up from behind Lin Feng, trying to form a double attack, but the moment he chopped Lin Feng, he found that it was just a phantom. Puff! The sound of the iron sword piercing flesh and blood sounded exactly, and Lin Feng's figure appeared behind the elite Chunin, and then he turned around and slashed decisively, causing the head of the attacking ninja to fly high. Too fast. This instant body technique. The elite Chunin muttered to himself. His pupils gradually lost their spirit and was thrown aside by Lin Feng without hesitation. Several more flashes appeared, accompanied by gushing blood, and Lin Feng never stopped harvesting lives on the battlefield. His movements were orderly, yet extremely sharp, without any unnecessary movements. Combined with the extreme speed, Lin Feng's killing became like art. At this moment, he was like a dancing god of death on the battlefield, the enemy's god of death. Lin Feng's extraordinary performance attracted the attention of most enemies. In an instant, countless ninjutsu and ninja tools rushed towards Lin Feng. They just wanted to kill Lin Feng with concentrated fire. Since the individual strength could not catch up, they would overwhelm you in numbers. But they soon faced the cruel reality. As long as they could not hit, everything was meaningless. Lin Feng's body disappeared in an instant. He was crisscrossing the battlefield, like galloping in his own back garden. No attack or ninja could touch the corner of his clothes. Damn it! Finally, the ninja at the level of Jonin had to turn his gun to deal with Lin Feng, just because the threat from the opponent was too great. He cursed and raised his knife to slash at Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved the iron sand sword with cold eyes and slashed at the Jonin, and kept forcing him back. The Jonin had stepped on the ground and created numerous small pits. Lin Feng instantly moved to his back and slashed at him with a sword. The Jonin immediately reacted and blocked it with his samurai sword. Bang! The Jonin was forced back a big step by Lin Feng's huge force. There was a bang when the weapons touched each other, but Lin Feng recovered faster than the Jonin. He jumped up, spun his body, and slashed down with both swords. Clang! The samurai sword broke, and two fountains of blood appeared at the same time. Facing the splattered blood, Lin Feng looked back coldly. Many ninjas who rushed over stopped, trembling and turning around to run away quickly. What a joke! It is impossible to defeat such an enemy. He didn't even react at all, and he didn't know what happened, and he would die on the battlefield immediately. Izuna? Madara swung his sword to kill the ninja in front of him, and looked up at Lin Feng, who was killing everyone on the battlefield. Not only the enemy's attention was completely attracted by Lin Feng, but even the Uchiha ninjas all turned their attention to Lin Feng. In the past, they only knew that the second young master was also a genius, but from today on, they really got to know the second young master again for the first time. Unfortunately, the Uchiha high-level leaders headed by Tajima had no time to pay attention to Lin Feng's movements at this time because they were all entangled by extremely difficult enemies. Damn it! Tajima dodged a dazzling knife light. In his imagination, such a master should not appear in a war that was so sure to win. Not only Tajima, all other Uchiha high-level combat forces were entangled by one or more ninjas and were fighting hard. The ninjas who entangled the elite combat forces of the Uchiha clan seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Their only feature was their full heads of white hair. Hatake Kyo! Tajima gnashed his teeth. The person holding him was Hatake Kyo, the current head of the Hatake family. He and Tajima were both at the same elite position among the head-level masters. Although Tajima was confident that he could kill him, the Hake family was good at swordsmanship. In terms of pure swordsmanship, Hatake Kyo was even stronger than Tajima, so Tajima did not dare to say that he could quickly get rid of him. Clang! The flaming fan collided with the slender sword. Tajima waved it and forced Hatake Kyo back. It was obvious that the Aburame clan had formed an alliance with the Hatake clan this time. Come to think of it, the reason why the Aburame clan dared to challenge the Uchiha clan, one of the two supreme clans, was definitely because they had found a new helper and thought they had the confidence to win. Originally, Tajima and others received news that the Hatake clan had formed an alliance with the Inuzuka clan, so they all thought that the Aburame clan would form an alliance with the Sarutobi clan, who was good at ninjutsu. In this way, Tajima, who holds the family heirloom Flame Fan and possesses the secret skill Uchiha Rebound, is completely fearless. Who knew that the Hatake family actually made a double alliance? Damn it! After forcing Hatake Kyo to retreat, Tajima wanted to rush to the back in one step, but the fast knife like a stream of light forced him back again. In terms of difficulty, Hatake Kyo, who has exquisite physical skills, is definitely one of the best. If it were normal, Tajima would still want to take this opportunity to completely finish Hatake Kyo, but now he is full of anxiety about being dragged by Hatake Kyo. It's just because the real backup of the Hatake family and the Aburame family has appeared in the distance in his field of vision, completely annihilate the next generation of the Uchiha family. No matter how powerful a family is, if there is a lack of successors, it will quickly weaken. The real purpose of the Aburame family and the Hatake family is this. Damn it, if Shao could come back from the Eastern Front. Tajima gritted his teeth and fought with Kyo in taijutsu. Kyo's quick sword made it impossible for him to even make a seal. His inability to escape also made him gradually despair. What could be more desperate than the enemy's evil plan being about to succeed in front of him? But he was completely unable to stop it. Please subscribe. Please reward. Please subscribe. Head of the family. Uchiha Fa used a huge fireball to drive back the dark insect tide in front of him. It's really not good to go on like this. I know, Tajima responded loudly, but although he said so, he actually had no way to break the current predicament. Uchiha Fa was also a rare head of the family in the Warring States period, but at this time he was being held back by the head of the Aburame family, Aburame Shiwa, and like Tajima, he could not move at all. There were also many other elders who were entangled with more than one powerful enemy in front of them, and they were basically in a situation where they could not resolve the battle for a while. It can be said that the high-end combat power of the Uchiha family and the Senju family is the best in the Warring States period, but compared with the Uchiha family, which has currently divided a part of its elite combat power to deal with the Senju family, the Aburame clan and the Hatake clan, who have gone all out, have completely equalized the number. Madara, as the talent for the future head of the family, also discovered the enemy's layout at first sight and couldn't help but feel anxious. However, distraction on the battlefield is also a taboo. Madara's actions gave the Aburame clan ninja an opportunity, and he grinned and stabbed his heart with a kunai. There is a flaw! Oh no. Madara was startled and hurriedly turned around and moved, trying to get rid of him at the cost of missing the vital point and taking his blow. Puff! The sound of a sharp blade entering the flesh sounded, and blood flew in the air. But these were not Madara's, but those of the Aburame ninja. Look at how you look now, so silly and cute, actually staring blankly on the battlefield. Lin Feng's voice came from behind the oil ninja, making the oil ninja and Madara look at him in disbelief. How could you? When they paid attention to the battlefield situation before, they saw Lin Feng still killing people in the distance. So how did Lin Feng rush back at such a critical moment? However, as long as he thought about Lin Feng's amazing instant body technique, the oil female ninja immediately understood. He murmured unwillingly, "Damn, it's really too fast." How annoying. Lin Feng kicked his body away. I'm very durable. If you are a girl, you can experience it yourself. As a boy who grew up in the Warring States period with extremely poor spiritual entertainment, Madara didn't understand Lin Feng's yellow response at all. He said with emotion, "Thank you, Izuna. Although your instant body technique is not the first time I have seen it, it is still amazing when I see it again." After that, Madara raised his head and was about to greet Lin Feng's righteous words such as, "Don't mind each other, brothers," but found that Lin Feng was gone. Madara opened his mouth, and the aftermath of the wind escape on the battlefield blew his black hair, making the scene look particularly awkward and desolate. Because we are on the battlefield. Madara comforted himself, picked up the samurai sword and went to the rear to support. Where was the abnormal place Madara had discovered earlier? Most of the younger generation of the Uchiha family were fighting in groups there, and the elite combat force sent by the Hatake family was also targeting here. Everyone, listen carefully. This operation cannot fail. The leader of the Hatake clan turned around and ordered. This time, their special operation team was composed of elites at least at the level of elite Chunin, just to ensure an absolute success rate. This plan made the family try their best, and the leader of the team knew it very well. On the surface, the Aburame family and the Hatake family tried their best, and finally managed to hold back the incomplete Uchiha family's high-level combat power. But this was only on the surface. In fact, even if the Uchiha family divided a part of their elite to deal with the Senju clan, the power contained was more than the full strength of the two families combined. and they really deserved the title of the two best of the Warring States period. As long as the plan is unfavorable, or the family heads and their team fight for too long and cannot escape, then it is very likely that they will be completely killed by the Uchiha family, and they will lose more than they gain. Understood. All the Hatake ninjas nodded and moved at full speed towards the battlefield of the young generation of the Uchiha family. Looking closely, there were nearly 10 of them. On the other hand, except for Madara and Lin Feng, the young generation of the Uchiha family did not even have a special Jonin level. Facing this elite team of the Hatake family, they would only end up being wiped out in a few minutes. There were not many places to hide on the battlefield. The movements of the elite team of the Hatake clan had long been known by Tajima, Madara, and others, and naturally they were soon discovered by the young Uchiha people. Many of them were young boys and girls who had just entered the battlefield for training. Originally, such a first battle was escorted by those predecessors who had entered the battlefield earlier, and the danger was not high. But now they have become the most deadly ninjas on the battlefield. Although Uchiha Xiangyu is also a young generation and a female ninja, she has been on the battlefield many times and has rich experience, so she was chosen as the leader. But because of this, Xiangyu deeply understood the gap between the two, and she ordered with despair, "Run in the direction of the family's Jonin." In that team of ninjas, there were several special Jonins of the Hatake clan that Xiangyu had seen in the war before. They all had great reputations, and were not something that the young people on her side could compete with. Xiangyu, the leader, shouted out, and the emotion contained in it made the implicit meaning of this sentence become clear all of a sudden. All the young generation ran desperately towards the family Jonin within their sight. Originally, this was a shameful act on the battlefield, but at this moment, it was the most correct thing to do, because they could not win against the Hatake elite team no matter what. This was a battle to the death. Even the leader Uchiha Xiangyu, whose strength was only equivalent to their weakest elite Chunin, even if he turned around and fought hard, it would only result in meaningless sacrifices. Hey, don't even think about running. How could the chasing Hatake ninjas let their mission targets escape? They all accelerated their swords with great pleasure and attacked the younger generation of the Uchiha family. Chasing the Uchiha family into fleeing in panic, like this was something that even the Senju clan had never done before. Even if the other party was just a group of children, it was enough to greatly satisfy the vanity of the Hatake ninjas. Feeling the pursuers getting closer and closer, all the young generation of the Uchiha clan showed despair on their faces. They couldn't outrun the Hatake ninjas who were stronger than them. And even if they succeeded in getting to the side of the clan's Jonin, in such a battlefield where they could not protect themselves, the clan's Jonin could not guarantee their safety. Death seemed to be getting closer and closer, and many people could almost clearly feel the breath of the god of death, which was a huge destruction to their immature minds. Assholes! Many young people gave up running away. They turned around and held the kunai to face the pursuing ninjas, wanting to try to die together before being killed without any resistance. The whites of their eyes were full of bloodshot, their bodies were covered with cold sweat, and their trembling bodies represented the ending they knew they would die. Damn it! Is this the end? Xiangyu also stopped and turned around to draw her samurai sword. The head of the family and the elders were held back by the enemy's high-level officials, and the rest of the family's Jonins were all fighting hard. No one could save us in time. It seems that we are really finished. This thought made her more determined to fight to the death. It doesn't matter if we are all killed, as long as Master Madara and Master Izuna are still alive. They are all geniuses who have surpassed us countless times, and they are the real hope of the younger generation of the Uchiha family. Master Madara and Master Izuna will definitely help us get revenge in the future. Under the stimulation of such extreme emotions, Xiangyu finally successfully awakened the single hook wheel Sharingan, which helped her barely block the opponent's first attack. You are quite tenacious. The opposite Hatake special Jonin didn't care at all. He kicked the samurai sword in Xiangyu's hand away with a kick, and at the same time he was ready to cut again. "Stop it now!" Madara's anxious voice came from a distance. Xiangyu understood that he had noticed something was wrong and rushed to support them. But judging from the sound, the distance between Madara and them was too far. In this situation, Madara could not save even one of them. When you see that we are all dead, Master Madara should also understand that he should immediately stay away from these Jonin. Xiangyu, who had lost her weapon, had lost her blood and the passion to resist. Fortunately, both masters are safe. She closed her eyes slightly. "Master Madara, Master Izuna, please avenge us." "Ah!" A loud scream came close to Xiangyu's face, and a large amount of hot and sticky blood sprayed on her face, causing her to open her eyes in astonishment. What she saw was the Itachi special Jonin, whose arms were violently spraying blood. He screamed with a hideous face, and his hands that were originally holding the knife had fallen from the air to the ground powerlessly. "Tsk, you are quite bold." That was the voice of Master Izuna, who was very familiar to Xiangyu. It was rising from behind the Itachi special Jonin. "How dare you touch the girl of our family? Cut off your hands." As the voice fell, the entire body of Itachi special Jonin was split in half, and the red blood scattered everywhere made Lin Feng look even more weird. Too powerful. Xiangyu sat on the ground and saw that he was about to be killed by the irresistible special Jonin. The next moment, the special Jonin was killed without any resistance, and the one who did it was Master Izuna, who was of the same young generation as himself. The gap between them made Xiangyu feel very unreal for a while. The admiration that was originally hidden in Xiangyu's heart had changed completely at this moment. The distance between her and him was too far, and now all she could do was look up. "Pick up your knife and go to support others," Lin Feng said lightly, and his figure flashed and disappeared again. Soon, several strange screams were heard from afar. It was obvious that these sounds that Xiangyu had never heard of were all from the elite group of the Hatake. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! It's impossible for anyone to come to support in time." Seeing his companions die inexplicably one by one before killing the mission target, the leading ninja was almost crazy. Even if the leading ninja tried desperately to find the murderer, he could only see a flash of phantom on his companions, and then another fountain of blood appeared. "Who is it?" he shouted madly and desperately. "Come out!" "Are you calling me?" The cold voice rose from his neck. The leading ninja turned his head in horror and saw that it was just a boy who looked only about 10 years old. "This... How is it possible?" Before he finished speaking, he could no longer turn his head back, because the head with a horrified expression had been completely cut off by the dark sword that passed by quietly. After the battle, the Aburame family and the Hatake family both retreated in disgrace, while the Uchiha family was the undisputed winner. Naturally, Lin Feng also got the highest mission contribution value determined by the system, and got all 20,000 experience points. And Lin Feng's first battle was also his battle of fame. 2 years later, the reputation of Flash Body Izuna has resounded throughout the warring states. It can be said that apart from those legendary family head-level strongmen, all ninjas are most afraid of encountering him. Some people even say that in the entire warring states, the first person below the quasi-family head level is Flash Body Izuna. Family head-level strongmen are not scary. At least you can clearly feel how you are defeated by a force that exceeds your own. But Flash Body Izuna makes you not even know how you died. In the Uchiha family's martial arts field, a figure is quickly switching between several wooden stakes. That figure was Lin Feng, who was practicing the instant body technique. At the beginning, whenever Lin Feng practiced in the martial arts arena, he would definitely attract a large number of tribesmen to come and watch and learn. But now when Lin Feng was practicing, there was basically no one in the martial arts arena, except for a few people who still needed to practice. The reason was very simple. That is, they found that they could not see Lin's movements clearly, let alone imitate and learn from him. You must know that after 2 years of practice, Lin Feng's physical skills alone have already stood firmly at the top of the elite Jonin. And the instant body technique is even more unfathomable, far beyond the young tribesman's ability to see clearly. Now, the only thing that makes Lin Feng a little worried is the amount of chakra that is only at the Jonin level. But this level of chakra is barely enough at this stage. Lin Feng stopped the instant body technique and leaned against the wooden stake to think. If Lin Feng's former teachers and friends in Konoha knew what he was thinking now, they would definitely spit out blood. At the age when most people just graduated and became Jonin, you already have Jonin-level chakra. What else can you not be satisfied with? After the chakra reaches the Jonin level, the awakened water attribute is quite useful. In the future, it can be used to help the Iron Sand Sword defend against the collapse of the fire style. Lin Feng continued to ponder, and at this time, Madara's voice came from the entrance of the martial arts field. "Izuna, the meeting has begun." "No, you go first." Lin Feng responded loudly. Then he turned around to look at the wooden stakes in the martial arts field, shook his head, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. "What did you say? Hyuga is going to form an alliance with Senju?" In the huge Japanese-style room, the rough voice of Uchiha was heard. In this Japanese-style room, a row of Uchiha clan members were sitting cross-legged on both sides, and Tajima was sitting at the end of the center. That was the standard seat for the generals, and this Japanese-style room was the meeting room for the Uchiha clan to make decisions and discuss, gathering all the elders and the powerful people in the departments. "Calm down, Fa." The second elder, Uchiha Shueidao, said calmly, "This is the news from Shao on the Eastern Front. With his strength, don't you believe in the accuracy of this information?" Fa was stunned after hearing it, and took a deep breath to calm down. As a veteran family head who has been guarding the Eastern Front for many years, Shao's strength and the authenticity of the information he has always passed on can be completely trusted. But this news is really too shocking. All the elders originally believed that the target of the Senju clan should be the Inoshika-cho and Mystic families in the West, and the Hyuga family was an alliance partner that they had never expected. No matter how powerful a ninja is, there is always the possibility of making mistakes. We should be cautious about this information. An elder spoke up, and then someone else immediately echoed, "Yes, we must not take it for granted." Shueidao glared and said, "Do you dare to say these words to Shao in person?" Immediately, another elder retorted, "What does this have to do with whether you dare or not? We are just reasonably questioning the accuracy of this information." For a while, the decision-making level was divided into two factions, all holding their own opinions and arguing endlessly. Tiandao watched the debate in front of him in silence. Because the head of the family did not express his position, those who were arguing with red faces gradually shut up. The atmosphere once condensed and became extremely depressing, which also made Lin Feng extremely upset. No one can explain the current situation. They are all talking nonsense. What's the point of living so long? This long and inefficient meeting has made Lin Feng a little impatient. His actions obviously attracted the attention of Madara, who was sitting next to him, but Madara looked at Lin Feng with great expectation. As the ultimate brother control, Madara knew very well how talented his younger brother was. After all, he was the one who spent the longest time with Lin Feng in the entire Uchiha family. If Lin Feng could show his excellent side in the decision-making level, then the power he would get in the future would definitely be greater and easier to obtain. Madara nodded secretly, and in his heart, he had already begun to plan a bright future for Lin Feng. Unfortunately, Lin Feng didn't notice Madara's encouraging look at all. He simply decided to quickly push the content of the meeting and quickly pass this section to clear his ears. Isn't the Hyuga clan now fighting with the Hatake and Inuzuka families? I believe you all have experienced the fighting power of the Hatake family 2 years ago. Although they were severely injured by us 2 years ago, as one of the 4 major families in the north, they are completely a centipede that is still alive even after death. A somewhat childish voice came out, and everyone looked over and found that it was the second son of the head of the family, Uchiha Izuna. Originally, it was impossible for him to participate in this level of meeting at his age. Uchiha Madara, who was sitting next to him, was only allowed to participate in the meeting because of his status as the young head of the family that everyone tacitly accepted. but in the past 2 years, his reputation that he had earned has paved the way for him to qualify, and also gave him a greater voice than Uchiha Madara. Seeing everyone looking at him, Lin Feng continued to talk. Although we have never fought against the Inuzuka clan, we can infer their approximate combat power from the Aburame clan, which is also one of the 2 Western esoteric families. Moreover, it is said that the Hatake clan has already selected the family summoning beast, which is an intelligent ninja dog. In this way, the cooperation between the Hatake clan and the Inuzuka clan will become more exquisite, and the combat power they can exert will far exceed the level we have faced in the past. In this way, the Hyuga clan must be in a situation where they are about to collapse. Lin Feng concluded, "Obviously, our Uchiha clan, which has always been at odds with their clan because of our Sharingan, is not a good choice to become an ally. However, the Senju clan, which has always promoted itself as the Senju of love, is an excellent alliance partner." After listening to Lin Feng's words, every Uchiha elder looked thoughtful. Thinking about it this way, the authenticity and accuracy of this information were indeed improved. "Izuna is right." Tajima nodded and said, "I just got the news not long ago that a large part of the elite combat power of the Hyuga family was forced to stay in the Falling Sun Valley, and the forces that were encircling them were the Hatake clan and the Aburame clan." Everyone was shocked when they heard this information. Even they didn't know this information. It was obviously the latest news that Tajima had just obtained from a secret channel, and Uchiha Izuna was able to deduce it before this, which can be said to be quite intelligent. Lin Feng, who had just become the focus of everyone's attention, closed his mouth with a smile on his face. Lin Feng felt that pushing the content of the meeting to this extent was enough to speed up the end, so he directly hid his achievements and fame and decided to continue to be a handsome man quietly in the corner. Special Mission 8. Make the Uchiha famous. You replaced Uchiha Izuna of the Warring States period with your own body, so you need to use the identity of Uchiha Izuna to make the name of Uchiha resound throughout the Warring States. At this time, the Senju clan is about to form an alliance with the Hyuga clan, which will be a huge threat to the Uchiha family. Enter the double difficulty branch mission. The sudden appearance of the mission prompt made Lin Feng stunned. In the past 2 years, he has completed the 8th of this chain mission, but this so-called branch mission is the first time he has seen it. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and continued reading. Branch Mission A. Worsen the alliance. Difficult efficiency. Let the relationship between the Senju clan and the Hyuga clan deteriorate, whether it is mutual fear, suspicion, or struggle. You need to create a rift between the two in this regard, so that even if they form an alliance, they cannot truly work together. Reward 10,000 experience points. Sea-level gem fragment X1. Branch Mission B. Burn the food and grass. Difficulty coefficient B. Some elite members of the Hyuga clan are trapped in Luoyang Valley and are now waiting for food and grass support from the Hyuga clan. You need to destroy the food and grass before they successfully obtain support, so as to put those elite members in a desperate situation. Reward 20,000 experience points. Players can choose one of them to complete according to their own situation. It seems that he can't continue to be a quiet, handsome man. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and made up his mind. Don't even think about it. This young master will take both. He must get that sea-level gem fragment. You know, he has never seen a mission with gem fragments as rewards in the past 2 years. Gem fragments are extremely rare. As for Branch Mission B, this is equivalent to the reward of a large-scale war. In the past 2 years, Lin Feng has participated in wars of varying sizes, earning a total of 210,000 experience points. However, only large-scale battles like the one between Hatake and Aburame attacking Uchiha will give more than 20,000 experience points as rewards. It seems that I still have to continue guiding. Lin Feng ended his quiet, handsome man state. At this moment, Oscar winners from all walks of life were with him. Lin Feng, whose momentum changed, looked back at the venue. At this time, a new round of discussions was taking place in the Japanese-style room. It's still a bit strange, Shueidao said hesitantly. The Hyuga family has something to ask of the Senju family, but why did the Senju family agree to it? Fei frowned and asked, "Yes, there is no need for the Hyuga family to form an alliance with the Senju family. And once the alliance is successful, it is very likely to cause a backlash from the other four major families, which is very disadvantageous to the Senju family. No, the Senju family also has the same desire for the Hyuga family." Lin Feng's voice came out again, making everyone involuntarily focus their attention on him. What does the Hyuga family represent? They represent about a quarter of the forces in the north, and are fighting with the other quarter of the Hatake family. As he said, Lin Feng took out a scroll and spread it out in front of him. Everyone stood up from the tatami and gathered around and saw a rough map of forces drawn on the scroll with pen and ink. Lin Feng pointed to the position marked with the north and said, "If the Senju family can help the Hyuga family successfully kill the Hatake family, then half of the territory in the north will be equivalent to falling into their hands. The Senju family is different from the Uchiha family. Most of our families have more radical combat thinking," Lin Feng explained. "If we want to seize the north, then the reason is probably that we want to attack the Senju family in the east with the north." Lin Feng continued, "But the Senju family has another idea about the north. This completely different way of thinking is the real reason why you didn't think of it." After hearing this, Madara finally couldn't help but said, "What other good ideas can those idiots of the Senju family have? Kwana, you are exaggerating too much." Lin Feng shook his head and said, "This is the difference between the Senju and us. We have always considered the decisions of the Senju family according to our own combat ideas. But this is wrong. For example, we always guessed that the Senju family conspired to attack us in the west, so everyone was so surprised when they learned that the Hyuga and the Senju had formed an alliance. In fact, the Senju clan wants to pave the long-term strategic development." Lin Feng pointed to the words on the south and said, "The south, close to the Senju clan, is occupied by our Uchiha clan, and there have been endless wars all year round. The adjacent north can be used as the Senju clan's retreat." "I see!" Shuedao suddenly realized when he heard this. Paving the north is equivalent to having no worries in the rear. Not only will there be an additional supply force, but we can also use all our strength to deal with our Uchiha clan, without having to worry about attacks from the west like us. "The second elder is right," Lin Feng nodded and said. "In this way, our Uchiha clan will definitely fall into a very unfavorable situation." Madara said a little worriedly, "But since you have made it so clear what both sides need from each other, it is obviously extremely difficult to destroy the alliance." Lin Feng said in a deep voice, "That's right. The only strategy now is to consume the power of the Hyuga clan, so that they are not enough to become the tool for the Senju clan to pacify the north." Everyone nodded in agreement, but Tiandao said, "Based on the hatred 2 years ago, it is obvious that we cannot form an alliance with the Hatake family to fight against the Hyuga family." "Indeed." Lin Feng frowned slightly and suddenly asked, "Didn't you mention that some important forces of the Hyuga clan were trapped in Luoyang Valley?" He patted the tatami, and his voice suddenly became louder. "Then they will definitely need a lot of food and grass, and we only need to defeat the Hyuga clan's team transporting food and grass, and the Hyuga clan trapped in Luoyang Valley will definitely die naturally due to long-term lack of supplies." As soon as these words came out, the field fell into a strange silence. Everyone knew that this was a very effective method and the best solution that could be obtained at present. But the problem is, who should be sent? As the mortal enemy of the Uchiha family, the Senju family has always kept a close eye on the movements of the Uchiha family. If the Uchiha family launches a large-scale attack on the Hyuga family's grain transport team, the Senju family will definitely get the news and come to support. It is more likely that the Hyuga family will be abandoned by the Senju family and thrown to the Uchiha family as bait, and the Senju family will take advantage of the Uchiha family's emptiness and powerlessness to wipe out the Uchiha family's nest in one fell swoop. Therefore, covert operations are the most necessary. And with the Senju family's tight eyes, even an ordinary-sized action team will attract attention. So in order to ensure success without alerting the enemy, at most 1 or 2 members can be sent to carry out the mission. But such important grain, it is expected that the Hyuga family will do their best to guard it. And if only 1 or 2 ninjas go there, they will definitely die. If you can successfully lurk in the early stage, it will be fine. But in the later stage, as long as the grain is destroyed, your identity will inevitably be exposed and you will be surrounded and killed by a large number of Hyuga ninjas. This is already a mission that is certain to end in death. The key is that we cannot send ninjas with insufficient skills to execute it as consumables, because as long as this operation fails, there will be no next chance. Everyone looked at each other. They can be regarded as the strongest group of people in the entire Uchiha family, but still no one spoke. It is because they are not only the strongest in the Uchiha family, but also the most powerful group in the Uchiha family. Ninjas who can climb to this position are basically unwilling to die so early in the endless siege of the Hyuga family, and if they die by chance, it's okay. In the case that the number of enemies far exceeds their own, it is more likely to be captured on the spot and then suffer endless humiliation and torture, accompanied by torture and interrogation until death. Seeing this situation, Tajima frowned slightly, and then Lin Feng's voice sounded again. "Since I proposed it, I'll do it." Tajima looked in the direction of the voice and saw Madara pulling Lin Feng's sleeve anxiously, but Lin Feng was not moved at all. "I believe you have all seen my strength, which is enough to carry out this task," Lin Feng smiled coldly. "Besides, aren't you all still hesitant? Then I have no choice but to recommend myself." Hearing this, all the elders lowered their heads in shame, but did not dare to respond. Many people even secretly rejoiced in their hearts. "Are you crazy, Izuna?" Madara shouted anxiously. "This is a desperate situation where you are almost certain to die." Seeing that Lin Feng ignored him, Madara had to say loudly, "I disagree. Izuna is only 11 years old and can have such strength. His talent is irreplaceable. That's just that the instant body technique is better. There's nothing special." Someone said this in a gloomy way, and Madara immediately stood up from the tatami, looking for the person who spoke with an angry look. "Ban! How can you be so impulsive? Sit down." Tajima said leisurely, then he glanced at Lin Feng and slowly said, "I agree with Izuna's initiative. In the past 2 years, Madara has also reached the level of elite Jonin. So from the surface, Madara and Lin Feng are at the same level. But the key is that Madara's use of ninjutsu has surpassed many old Jonin of the family, showing unparalleled talent in this area, while Lin Feng almost never uses any ninjutsu. The only one he uses, and the only one he is famous for, is the instant body technique." That ambiguous voice was right, and it can be said that it was stuck at the key point, so it caused Madara's great anger. If the instant body technique was just good, it would not be a big deal. In the eyes of outsiders, Lin Feng's instant body technique is very fast, but in the eyes of old family head-level strongmen such as Tajima, it is far from shocking, and it is still within their reach. The body flash technique is a general term. Anything that can move the body quickly belongs to the category of the body flash technique. The powerful body flash techniques, such as the Flying Thunder God technique and the Water Body Flash technique, have not been developed yet. Therefore, in this Warring States period, the body flash technique is at best the lowest level ninjutsu that every ninja must learn. Lin Feng's body flash technique is fast, but it is also ordinary, without any other characteristics. In the eyes of the head-level masters such as Tajima, the body flash technique is such a low-level thing, and it is the limit to reach Lin Feng's current level. As for relying on this low-level ninjutsu to be promoted to the head level, this is absolutely impossible. Not to mention the head level, just the quasi-head level, as long as it is related to the word head, it is already a completely different dimension of strength. Only geniuses like Madara who are on the right path are the new head-level candidates for the Uchiha clan in the future, and the real new hope for the high-end combat power of the Uchiha clan. "Father!" Hearing Tajima's words, Madara stood up excitedly again. "This is absolutely not allowed. Do you want Izuna to die?" "How dare you?" Tajima frowned and shouted. "You yelled in a meeting and questioned the decision of the head of the family in public. How can you be so shameless?" "But—" Madara wanted to say something, but Tajima waved his hand to stop him. "Ninjas are born for war. They should not have any complaints if they die in battle. Moreover, this is for the benefit of the entire Uchiha family. Then why don't you old guys go? Hearing Tajima's righteous words, Madara wanted to open his mouth and scold these old guys who avoided his sight, but Lin Feng, who knew him very well, kicked him as soon as Madara opened his mouth and made him shut up. For Lin Feng, he wanted Madara to be the head of the family in the future and take care of things for him. It was not a good idea to expose the fig leaf of the decision-making level in the family in front of him. Okay then. Madara gritted his teeth for a while. I want to go with Izuna too. I won't allow it. Tajima's face darkened. You are the future young master of the Uchiha family. You must not take risks unless it is absolutely necessary. Shueidao also nodded and said, Yes, Master Madara, you must be aware of being the young master of the entire Uchiha family in the future. Madara clenched his fists. At this moment, he hated his identity very much. Just because of this, did he have to watch his brother go to his death with his own eyes? Father, enough! Tajima interrupted Madara's words with a cold shout. He said with a gloomy face, Of course, I will send someone to meet Izuna at the border as the greatest guarantee for Izuna's survival rate. Madara was choked. He turned his head to look at Lin Feng and found that Lin Feng was shaking his head at him. No need to say more. Even if you go, you will only hold me back. Lin Feng said calmly, In the entire Uchiha family, I am the only one who is most suitable for this kind of mission. He pointed at himself, with a proud smile on his face. Have you forgotten my name? I am Flickering Izuna. I can definitely escape to the border smoothly before being killed or caught. Since Lin Feng has said so much, Madara can't say anything more, so he can only remain silent with an angry face until the end of the meeting. Because this mission is really urgent, Tajima asked Lin Feng to pack up and prepare to go on the mission that day. After 2 years of training, Lin Feng is confident that his own strength is strong enough, so he thinks that the ability that he has been holding back can be upgraded immediately. After all, although Lin Feng said proudly that he would do both branch tasks, to be honest, just one of them is dangerous enough. Lin Feng's casual appearance hides a cautious and intelligent heart, so he will not be arrogant, but can see himself clearly and confirm that he needs to upgrade his abilities to ensure his chances of survival. Now, in addition to the original 100,000 experience points, Lin Feng also has 210,000 experience points accumulated in the past 2 years, a total of 310,000 experience points, which can be said to be used whenever he wants. Since the dark fruit has been upgraded, the next best choice is definitely electric control. Electric control after upgrading to level A can indeed improve Lin Feng's combat power. The current level of electric control is level A, LV4. Detected the additional skills of electric control. Skill 1, Electromagnetic Wave. It has the effect of mastering the movement of the surrounding space through electromagnetic waves. The user emits weak electromagnetic waves in all directions and can sense the subtle changes in the surrounding reflected waves to play the role of radar without blind spots. Skill 2, Electromagnetic Force. Use electromagnetic force to achieve short-term suspension movement in an environment containing metal and can use electromagnetic force to control metal tools. Skill 3, Iron Sand Sword. Collect all the iron sand in the soil within a range of 200 meters around and use magnetism to make the iron sand move according to your own ideas. The Iron Sand Sword can change and extend freely in the air and can generate high-speed vibration to cut objects. It can be used for attack or defense, or it can manipulate iron sand to fly from all directions and turn it into a high-speed, vibrating slender assassination needle storm to attack the opponent from all directions. Skill 4, Air Explosion. The user can use high-voltage current to explode the air, thereby achieving high-speed movement, high jumps, slow falls, and other displacement operations. Skill 5, Lightning Spear. The light-speed spear formed by a powerful current of up to 200 million volts can hit any distant target in an instant. It is a powerful trick that is absolutely impossible to avoid. The user can adjust the current size at will while maintaining high voltage to adjust the power level of the lightning spear. Skill 6, Electromagnetic Sniper. Hit the object at supersonic initial velocity. The larger the object, the greater the power. After reading the instructions, Lin Feng was overjoyed. Sure enough, it's the same as the dark fruit. Once it is upgraded to level A, it will bring a huge leap forward. After this upgrade, Lin Feng has 3 more skills, which is twice as much as before. Among them, the air explosion of skill 4 is itself a very powerful all-purpose skill that amplifies physical skills. But what surprised Lin Feng the most were the last 2 skills. Lin Feng finally has his first sure-hit move that cannot be dodged. The lightning spear that travels at the speed of light is comparable to Sasuke's highest ninjutsu Kirin in the original work. Although compared to the 1 billion volts that the level 5 lightning spear can control, this 200 million volts, which is only 1/5, seems a bit pitiful, but this is only because of the comparison that such a wrong perception occurs. You know, even Enelu, the user of the Thunder Fruit in the One Piece world, can only generate a maximum voltage of 200 million volts without any external force. It is exactly the same as Lin Feng. In his previous life, Lin Feng read the official estimate of the original author Eiichiro Oda that if Enelu went to the Blue Sea, he would be a legendary pirate with a bounty of 500 million. And this lightning spear can freely adjust the current in it, covering all aspects from knocking out to killing, and its functions are comparable to a Swiss Army knife. The final electromagnetic sniper. No matter how Lin Feng looked at it, he felt that it was the predecessor of the railgun. Although the initial velocity was reduced by 3 times, it must have the same powerful power. What a big profit! Lin Feng muttered to himself and walked out of the Uchiha family's residence with the package, but before he left far, he saw Madara leaning against a small tree with his shoulders folded. "Hey, why are you here?" Lin Feng greeted him with a smile. Ban snorted and said, "You ask even though you know the answer. Let's go." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "Aren't you not allowed to go on this mission with me? If you disobey orders like this, Tian, Father will be furious." "Huh, do you think I care about that?" Ban said arrogantly. "I swore a few years ago that I would protect my only brother no matter what, so this time, even if I have to pester you, I will pester you. I've already said that if you go with me, you will only hold me back, and what about you pestering me?" Lin Feng looked Ban up and down. "Are you sure you can catch up with me?" Ban's face immediately flushed slightly, and he said awkwardly, "Nagging! Nagging! I'm sure I can think of a way to catch up with you." Looking at Ban, who was blushing, Lin Feng felt amused and a little touched in his heart. "So you're thinking about it from now on? Isn't it a little too late?" Ban was angry and said, "Do you think you are great just because you are fast? Don't underestimate me as your elder brother." "I feel like it's slowly turning into a quarrel." Lin Feng spread his hands and said, "Anyway, let me calm your head first." This advice was once issued simultaneously with the 3-level output of God. Explosions, starlight brilliance. The real meaning of it is, I am going to use violence against you. I am very calm now. Madara naturally did not know that this sentence was a famous saying of a tyrant named Takamachi Nanoha in a different plane far away, so he had no idea that the end of Coma was imminent. "Hey, are you a middle school student? Who are you talking to?" An extremely familiar voice came from behind Madara. Madara was stunned and turned around in disbelief. "Izuna? The one who was in front of me just now." The next moment, Madara felt a huge force coming from the back of his neck, and then his eyes went black and he fell unconscious. It was Lin Feng's shadow clone that drew Madara's attention to the back, and then Lin Feng quickly approached and knocked him out decisively. In this Warring States period without any physical clone technique, this trick can be said to be 100 times effective. Lin Feng picked up the unconscious Madara and threw him back to the Uchiha family, and brought a group of family ninjas to keep an eye on him so that he would not run around again. When the subordinate ninjas learned that the young master dared to ignore the orders of the head of the family and almost escaped successfully, they all became more determined to keep an eye on Madara with their spying spirit. After handling all this, Lin Feng first went around the territory of the Senju family. He still had some plans to do. In other words, he had to find someone first for his plan. After the power control was upgraded to level A, Lin Feng's electromagnetic field became larger and more sensitive. In addition to the magical skill of electromagnetic field, Lin Feng now also has the blood limit of the Byakugan, which can be said to be accurate in avoiding people. He perfectly avoided all the Senju ninjas along the way and easily came to the vicinity of the Senju family's nest. He followed the same method and opened the Byakugan and electromagnetic field again, and finally found his target, and followed behind the target when the target went out alone. I always feel that what I'm doing now is a bit perverted, Lin Feng sighed and missed. I kind of recalled the days when I followed Madara to find Hashirama, but this time I changed to find Tobirama. It's really subtle. That's right, the target of Lin Feng's tracking was Senju Tobirama. After leaving the Senju's base for a distance, Lin Feng finally decided to take action. Shh! Look what I found, a lone wild Tobirama. Although he said, shh, Lin Feng still walked out in front of Tobirama. His protein content is 9 times that of beef. After knocking him unconscious, he can be stripped naked, put into a sack and dragged away. I want to sneak up on him. Ah, he's not a beautiful girl, so I can just skip the stripping. Where is sneaking around? The usually serious Tobirama was forced to complain, but even though he complained, Tobirama was still extremely nervous and held the kunai to confront Lin Feng. But to be honest, the only one in the tense confrontation was actually Tobirama. Although Tobirama had only seen the black-haired boy who was speaking some incomprehensible words once, he would never forget him for the rest of his life. It was this boy, Uchiha Izuna. He had killed countless ninjas from the Senju clan in the past 2 years. Just 2 years ago, he had successfully escaped with a person from the hands of a veteran family head. That's right, Tobirama knew it very well. When he faced him 2 years ago, he was no match at all. And 2 years later, he followed him and he had never been able to find him. Obviously, he had become stronger. Looking at the leisurely and contented Lin Feng in front of him, Tobirama's back was covered with cold sweat, almost completely soaking his clothes. Just this relaxed look has already brought huge pressure to Tobirama invisibly. I wonder what the famous Shunshin Izuna is up to by following me? Tobirama narrowed his eyes and finally forced himself to speak to break the deadlock. After hearing this, Lin Feng spread his hands and said, "Nothing, I just want to invite you to have tea with me." Having tea? Tobirama suddenly jumped up. I'm afraid it won't be such a leisurely thing. P.S. Please subscribe, please reward, please subscribe automatically. To suddenly jump up in the middle of a conversation and escape when the other party has not reacted, this is the best strategy Tobirama has thought of so far. To Tobirama's surprise, Lin Feng did not look nervous at all. Instead, he stood there and commented leisurely, "Oh, it's really fast. Even among the elite Jonin, it can be considered outstanding. But it was better that he didn't chase him." Facing a powerful enemy that he could not defeat at all, Tobirama, who was in a desperate situation, had no time to consider the head weirdness. Even though Tobirama's current strength is not as good as Madara and Hashirama, he is still at the level of a Jonin. Tobirama, who has reached this level, has indeed begun to embark on the path of being called the fastest ninja in the ninja world in the future. His speed is extremely fast. It's just... Lin Feng's side naturally flashed with a trace of lightning. It's still not as fast as the light. Lightning Spear! The blue-white lightning spear was formed in an instant, illuminating Tobirama's horrified face as he turned around. He didn't even make a seal. Ah! Before he finished speaking, Tobirama was shrouded in a dazzling light and burst into a loud scream. Soon, the light faded, and Tobirama fell to the ground from the air with green smoke. Unfortunately, even when I use a move of this level of power, I don't need to make a seal. Lin Feng walked to the front of the charred Tobirama with a smile. Tobirama's eyes were now rolled up, revealing a large white of his eyes, and he was obviously in a deep coma. The current of the lightning spear can be adjusted freely by Lin Feng. Lin Feng reduced the current under high-voltage state, so that the lightning spear only knocked Tobirama unconscious, but did not kill him. Oh, I can't believe that this innocent-looking kid will grow up to be the scheming second Hokage in the future. That's not quite right. At this age, Tobirama seems to be developing towards the path of a scheming bitch. Lin Feng sneered at Tobirama and stepped on his face, rubbing it continuously. I always feel that it's quite satisfying to do this. I remember that you seem to have used your position in the Uchiha Guard to plot against the Uchiha clan later. Although I don't feel anything about this, it's still quite fun to step on you in advance. Lin Feng happily trampled on Tobirama's handsome face. Oh, by the way, please avenge my previous life, Izuna, in this world in advance. He might be killed by you in the future. After a while, Tobirama was stepped on so hard that his nose and face were swollen, and he woke up in pain. But every time Tobirama woke up, he would be stepped on by a shoe that was approaching him at a very fast speed, and then he would be stepped on again and fainted miserably with a burst of pain. Lin Feng played this devilish little game several times until he tortured Tobirama so much that he couldn't wake up no matter how hard he stepped on him. Then he stopped and wiped his sweat comfortably. Lin Feng estimated that what happened today would definitely become a shadow in Tobirama's life, an extremely humiliating black history. For this tragic future that is likely to happen, Lin Feng just wanted to express pleasure. After wiping his sweat, Lin Feng stepped forward and kicked Tobirama a few times casually, and then he really took out a sack and stuffed Tobirama in it. After doing all this, Lin Feng quickly dragged the sack to the direction of the Hyuga clan. On the way, Lin Feng specially used the deprivation of the dark fruit to check all the ninjutsu that Tobirama currently knows. Lin Feng roughly found what he wanted. If my guess is correct, it should be the predecessor of that move. In a short time, Tobirama will probably be able to fully develop it. However, this was just a confirmation by Lin Feng, just in case. It only affected the speed of his plan taking effect, and had no effect on the plan itself. After leaving the territory of the Senju clan, Lin Feng found a cave and threw the unconscious Tobirama into it. Of course, he was tied up. And Lin Feng also gave him various explosive charms and sealing charms to ensure that no matter how talented Tobirama was, he would not be able to successfully break through and escape in a short time after waking up. Lin Feng stepped back a few steps to admire his bondage play work, and then threw a bag of dried meat in front of Tobirama. At the same time, he manipulated the iron sand to open a channel in the cave to the stream next door and brought in the living water. This should be enough to survive temporarily. Probably. Lin Feng shrugged without any moral integrity, stood up and continued to rush towards the direction of the Hyuga family. This time, Lin Feng did not directly break into the Hyuga family's important place like he did when he captured Tobirama, but wandered around the periphery of the Hyuga family's territory for a while, carefully observing every peripheral defense ninja of the Hyuga family. After determining the next unlucky target, Lin Feng quietly approached and killed the poor Hyuga ninja with a single knife. This Hyuga ninja looked like a teenager of about 15 or 16 years old. The reason why Lin Feng chose him was that there was no branch family seal on his forehead, which meant that he was a member of the main family. The Hyuga clan was located in the north of the Land of Fire, and the weather was cold, especially at the border defense area. This ninja was obviously from the main family, but he was sent to such a place as a defense ninja, which meant that he must be unappreciated and excluded in the family, and he might not even have normal communication with other members of the Hyuga clan. This kind of experience is exactly what Lin Feng wanted. He first launched the deprivation technique to take away the authentic Byakugan and Bagua 64 palms from this Hyuga ninja, replacing the weakened skills he had taken from the branch family in the past. Then Lin Feng launched the transformation technique and directly turned into the appearance of this Hyuga ninja. That's right, Lin Feng was going to pretend to be him and sneak into the Hyuga clan. If the purpose of burning the food and grass was to exterminate the trapped Hyuga elite, then Lin Feng must wait until the food and grass were transported halfway, and the decision-makers of the Hyuga family in the station believed that it was foolproof before he could take action. Otherwise, with the strength of the Hyuga clan as one of the 4 major families in the north, they can completely prepare food and grass again in emergency, making Lin Feng's actions lose their due effect. But if Lin Feng chose to destroy the supplies when the food and grass were about to be delivered, then firstly, the information of the destruction could not be quickly transmitted back to the Hyuga clan. And secondly, even if it was transmitted back, The Hyuga clan, which was in a hurry, would definitely not have time to successfully re-deliver the food and grass before the trapped elites were completely finished because of running out of ammunition and food. And according to Lin Feng's estimation, for the sake of insurance, the Hyuga clan would definitely not finish sorting out all the food and grass until they began to organize the transportation team to prevent them from being destroyed in advance. And the identity of the head of the Hyuga clan would also provide convenience for Lin Feng. Under the high-pressure identity system of the Hyuga clan, as a member of the head of the clan, no matter how poor he was, he could get access to the highly confidential food and grass more easily than the members of the branch. "Hey, wake up! The sun is shining on your butt!" Lin Feng slapped the Hyuga ninja a few times to wake him up, and as soon as he woke up, he directly activated the three-hooked Sharingan to hypnotize him. Originally, this 15 or 16-year-old Hyuga ninja was not very strong, and the first thing he saw after waking up was Lin Feng, who looked exactly like him, standing in front of him. He was frightened and became even more defenseless, so Lin Feng easily succeeded. "What's your name?" Hearing Lin Feng's question, the Hyuga ninja answered stupidly, "My name is Hyuga Kai." Lin Feng nodded and continued to ask questions in a planned manner until he asked all the ancestors of Hyuga Kai, and then decisively killed him and destroyed his body. Possessing the secret techniques and blood limit of the main family that Hyuga outsiders can never perform, plus the information obtained by Lin Feng and Hyuga Kai's pitiful and rare social circle, Lin Feng has become the most difficult to identify imposter in history. From this moment on, Lin Feng, is Hyuga Kai. Lin Feng, who plays Hyuga Kai, took the opportunity of patrolling and returned to his post. In the distance, there was a member of the Hyuga clan who looked about the same age as Hyuga Kai. Lin Feng walked over slowly and patted his shoulder. This person was called Hyuga Yusuke. Although he was usually indifferent to Hyuga Kai, he was not so cold that he would not pay attention to Hyuga Kai. "When can we return to the main family?" Hearing Lin Feng's question, Yusuke raised his head and glanced at him and said lightly, "Didn't the fifth elder say a few days ago that it would take at least a month for the next batch of clan members to replace us?" "A month?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. He couldn't wait for a month. It seemed that he couldn't follow the main group and naturally go to the Hyuga main family. That night, Lin Feng started to act and rushed to the specific location of the Hyuga station that Hyuga asked about. Of course, Lin Feng was not unprepared. Before that, Lin Feng first went to the location of the fifth elder that Yusuke told him and knocked the fifth elder unconscious with the lightning spear, and then used the three-hooked wheel Sharingan to hint him. The fifth elder's strength was only that of a Jonin, and he was somewhat old and weak, so his mind was easily invaded by the three-hooked Sharingan, which was known as the hypnotic eye. Although it was impossible to change a person's will, it was enough for Lin Feng to make the fifth elder feel that he had done this himself in his subconscious. What he hinted to the fifth elder was that he had sent Hyuga Kai back to the main family in advance for some reason, so that Lin Feng could return to the main family in a more legitimate way without arousing suspicion. Lin Feng's speed was incredibly fast, and in just half a day he arrived at the Hyuga main family's residence. "Who are you?" The gatekeepers were two Hyuga Chunins. Although Lin Feng was dressed like a Hyuga clan member, they stopped him with a responsible attitude. "Sure enough, the guy I play has a terrible popularity. No one recognizes him." Lin Feng sighed. Although he could open the blood limit such as the Byakugan to show his identity, Lin Feng still chose a more labor-saving method, direct hypnosis. After dealing with the guards, Lin Feng swaggered into the Hyuga clan. "First, I have to determine the time of delivery of this batch of food and grass, and then find a way to naturally blend into the escort team. I think these are the two things I have to do now." Lin Feng thought while running around the courtyard, looking at every corner of the Hyuga garrison. Although Lin Feng's behavior seemed a bit strange, fortunately, for some reason, the Hyuga clan members were unwilling to contact him, and naturally no one would come forward to ask what Lin Feng was doing. This saved Lin Feng the trouble of perfunctorily dealing with them, but unfortunately the good times didn't last long. Before Lin Feng could stroll around for long, he was intercepted by an old man. "Hinata-kai? Aren't you guarding the border? Who allowed you to return to your family?" Lin Feng stopped and looked at the old man in front of him. According to the description of Hinata-kai's appearance, the old man in front of him should be the famous second elder of the Hyuga family. The second elder is different from the elder of the fighting faction who almost doesn't care about things. Although he is not as strong as the elder, he has devoted unparalleled energy to managing the Hyuga family and often stays up late to handle affairs. It can be said that when it comes to the determination to protect the Hyuga family, no one can compare to the second elder. But it is also such a person with a glorious image of a tall and noble person who makes Lin Feng's Hyuga Kai miserable. The reason why Hyuga Kai has fallen to this point is that his father had the shameful behavior of deserting the battlefield, which indirectly led to the failure of a very important battle. So after he was caught, he was not only despised by everyone, but also executed by the extremely angry second elder. And Hyuga Kai was naturally ignored by the whole family because of this. The second elder even thought that the bloodline of Kai's family was a shame to the main family, and often suppressed Hyuga Kai, almost engraving the branch family seal on him. However, these have nothing to do with Lin Feng. The reason why he stopped, in addition to the fact that the other party took the initiative to provoke him, is better to say that it is because of the evil interest in his heart. This kind of tall and noble person who has devoted himself to his family and guarded the Hyuga family with all his heart must be a different flavor to play with and trample on it. "So it's the second elder," Lin Feng said with a smile. "I was sent back to my family by the fifth elder to help." "Sent you back to help?" The second elder frowned, and one of his followers immediately shouted, "Hey, stop joking! A loser like you can't be sent back to help." "Who is the loser scolding?" Lin Feng asked suddenly. The follower was stunned for a moment and replied subconsciously, "Of course the loser is scolding you." "That's right," Lin Feng nodded in agreement. "The loser is scolding you." The follower immediately realized that this was a language trap, but he couldn't fight back, and his face immediately flushed red. "Second elder, you accepted a piece of trash as your follower. Is it because you are too old that you are starting to have dementia?" Lin Feng continued to say to the second elder, "I sincerely suggest that you replace him as soon as possible, so as not to expose your low vision to outsiders." With the identity of Hinata Kai, Lin Feng can be said to have no scruples in scolding the second elder, because with what the second elder had done to Hinata Kai, it would be abnormal if Lin Feng, Hinata Kai, could speak nicely to him. "Humph, smooth talker." The second elder frowned and at the same time wondered in his heart, "Hasn't this kid Hinata Kai always been aloof and cowardly in the past? You guy, how dare you be so disrespectful in front of the second elder who works hard for the Hyuga family every day?" The follower found a way to vent his anger. He glanced at the second elder secretly, and after seeing that the second elder looked laissez-faire, he immediately rolled up his sleeves and prepared to teach Lin Feng a profound lesson. "Today, let me teach you to recognize yourself. Recognize the fact that you are a waste." The follower roared and pounced towards Lin Feng swiftly. Lin Feng calmly dodged the follower's first attack, and then quickly rolled his eyes. The Byakugan's insight surpassed that of the Sharingan, and immediately made the follower's actions appear to be in slow motion in Lin Feng's eyes. Is it probably around the level of an elite Chunin? With just this one strike, Lin Feng roughly confirmed the follower's strength. The next moment, he faced the follower's second strike head-on. Just being dodged by the first attack was enough to surprise the follower. When he saw that Lin Feng seemed to want to take his second attack head-on, a cold smile flashed across the follower's eyes. "Although I don't know how he dodged my first attack, he was at most a Chunin a few months ago. Now he dares to confront me head-on. He's simply looking for death." The two soon came into contact, and once again, to the follower's surprise, Lin Feng took his attack without any damage. Even the second elder was surprised, because in his memory, Hinata Kai was just an ordinary Chunin. Being able to dodge the first attack could be considered luck, but taking the second attack head-on could not be faked at all. "Did you get promoted to the elite Chunin level by luck?" The follower sneered. "No wonder you are so arrogant. But I want you to know that even if you are at the same elite Chunin level, there are still differences in experience." "You are right," Lin Feng agreed with a smile, which stunned the follower. How could he know that from the moment he came into contact with Lin Feng, everything from then on would be a history of suffering for him? "Seal!" The A-level seal instantly sealed all the followers' moves. Just a momentary feeling of powerlessness almost made the follower think it was his own illusion. But Lin Feng only needed this moment, because after this moment, the follower would no longer be able to fight back. Soft Fist Technique Bagua Chapter 64. The follower who was unable to resist was hit directly on the acupoints by Lin Feng, and then a full 63 uninterrupted strikes were heard in succession, which heavily knocked the follower to an open space more than 10 meters away. "It seems that the current situation seems to be somewhat different from your estimation." Lin Feng closed his palms and said to his followers lightly, "It's unfortunate that the person who was taught to recognize his own useless identity was you. Hinata Kai, how dare you?" The second elder knew very well the strength of his followers. They were definitely elite Chunin level. But the scene that appeared before him was an unbelievable scene of instant killing. His follower was killed instantly by the person he was supposed to teach a lesson. "Second elder called me. Is there a problem?" "Ah, is it about this follower?" Lin Feng turned around and replied with an innocent look. "This time he was the one who provoked me first, so I had to fight back. I believe that the second elder, who has always been fair, will not confuse right and wrong, right?" Hearing the word fair that Lin Feng deliberately emphasized, the second elder understood that the other party was using this to squeeze and mock him, and for a moment, anger arose in his heart. "You ridiculous little brat! Do you think you can restrict me with such superficial words?" The second elder's face darkened. He has lived for so many years and is an old hand. Naturally, there are many other different ways to deal with the Hinata Kai in front of him. But before he could do or say anything, Lin Feng suddenly shouted loudly, "Everyone look here, the second elder is about to deal with an unruly guy who attacked his own clansmen without permission. This is a good opportunity for you to observe and learn how the second elder, who is a role model for the Hyuga clan, handles things." The fight here had already attracted the attention of many people, and with Lin Feng's shout, the second elder immediately felt that countless eyes were focused here. This kid Hinata Kai, both in strength and intelligence. The second elder didn't dare to act rashly. He looked at Lin Feng dangerously. "It feels very strange no matter how you look at it. Humph, forget it this time, but I will write a letter to the fifth elder to verify your words," the second elder said coldly, and Lin Feng made a please gesture. Lin Feng had already given a hint to the fifth elder in order to deal with this situation. Lin Feng, who had made all preparations in advance, was not afraid at all of the second elder's request for confirmation. After feeling the suspicious look in the eyes of the second elder, Lin Feng secretly revealed a happy smile. Lin Feng had long known about the second elder's suspicion of him, or rather, this was exactly what he hoped for. First of all, as for the fifth elder, he would inexplicably send Lin Feng back at this moment, which would definitely make people like the second elder subconsciously think that there must be something fishy about this matter. But the fifth elder happened to fall into Lin Feng's hint, and was able to help Lin Feng deal with the second elder's verification, making the legitimacy of his return to the Hyuga family seem impeccable. The second is the strength and character displayed by Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng killed the follower with the strength of an elite Chunin in seconds, he only used his Byakugan and 8 trigrams 64 palms from beginning to end, and did not show anything beyond the Chunin level. In terms of personality, compared to the timid Hinata Kai in the past, Lin Feng currently only shows an attitude of hostility towards the second elder. Even if it is considered as an outburst after being oppressed for a long time, it is reasonable and understandable. Indeed, these two aspects were completely beyond the second elder's expectations and would be quite different from Hinata Kai's past image, but this was exactly the effect Lin Feng wanted. Even if the second elder felt it was extremely weird, he couldn't find any fault with it. There were no flaws revealed, but the second elder always felt that there was something wrong, but he just couldn't find out where the problem lay. The feeling of frustration must have made the second elder extremely upset. All the actions that Lin Feng displayed in front of the second elder seemed to be deliberately telling the second elder loudly, "I am suspicious," which was simply a provocation to him. The tragedy is that the second elder is destined to be unable to find anything wrong. Lin Feng knows very well the depressing feeling this would bring, which is enough to make the second elder so depressed that he wants to vomit blood. Anyway, with this old guy's attitude towards the Hyuga clan, no matter if I fool him now or make him suspicious of me or not, he will definitely prevent me from joining the escort team in the end. Lin Feng thought, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. On the contrary, after teasing him like this, the future development will become more interesting. Humph, anyway, you better pay attention to me. The second elder took a last look at Lin Feng. Tomorrow the envoys of the Senju family will come to discuss the alliance. If you lose face for the Hyuga family by then, I will never forgive you. After warning Lin Feng, the second elder clapped his hands and asked a Hyuga clan member to take away the unconscious follower in the distance. Looking at the second elder who was gradually going away, Lin Feng understood that this was the second elder's way of saving his own face, or in other words, his dignity. But this action allowed Lin Feng to obtain good information. The Senju family's envoys will arrive at the Hyuga family tomorrow. On the second day, the entrance of the Hyuga family was hung with colorful flags, and people began to come and go since morning. Soon, a solemn welcoming team lined up at the door of the Hyuga family. The sense of solemnity that came naturally was sure to give the incoming Senju family a shock. Lin Feng also stood behind the team and watched. Soon, a small group of envoys with less than 10 people slowly approached. Although the number of envoys is small, no one dares to underestimate them, because they are definitely the elites of the Sensho family. As expected, the Thousand Hands family's envoy group was small but powerful. Just the aura of the long-haired man in the lead made Lin Feng frown slightly. He had actually reached the legendary level of family head. Next to him was a young man with a rather honest and dull expression. After seeing him, Lin Feng was a little surprised. Even Hashirama is here? But after thinking about it, Lin Feng felt that it was understandable. Although Hashirama's status in the Senju family was like Madara's in the Uchiha family, there was no great danger for this group of envoys, so it was okay to let Hashirama participate in the training. In addition, Tobirama's whereabouts are unknown because he was kidnapped by him, so even if he wanted to send Tobirama, who was more agile in negotiations, it would be impossible to do so. Isn't this Heijian? Hyuga Rikon, the head of the Hyuga family, came forward to greet him. From his tone, he seemed to be very familiar with the leader of the Senju family. I didn't expect that it was you who led the team. I'm sorry for not welcoming you from afar. Heijian nodded, and after a slight salute to the first elder and the second elder, he and Rikon went into the base to discuss matters. Only a small team of 5 Senju people were left at the scene. They all had young faces and basically belonged to the younger generation of the Senju family. Obviously, this time it was Hashirama who would be the leader. The person who came into contact with Hashirama was a capable young man from the Hyuga family named Hyuga Hikan. Lin Feng had asked about him a little bit. As the strongest among the younger generation of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hikan's strength had already reached the level of a Jonin. Afterwards, the young people from the 2 families rushed towards the martial arts arena, and Lin Feng followed suit. Lin Feng had heard about the upcoming competition from the casual conversation of the Hyuga tribe members yesterday. The alliance between the 2 families, whether overt or covert, will involve various interests and open and covert struggles. Even if the Hyuga family appears to need the assistance of the Senju family, this does not mean that the Hyuga family is willing to be used as a gun by the Senju family and become a tool for the Senju family to pacify the north. When the upper class is not in a position to take discordant actions, it is time for the younger generation to confront. What they are fighting for is momentum, face, and a symbol of family strength, which will also bring many benefits to future negotiations. It's a pity that the Hyuga clan is destined to miscalculate this time. The competition was held in the very common arena system, and the Senju family put Hashirama last, letting the first 4 people take turns to go through the arena first. Although those 4 men were all very strong, the Hyuga family outnumbered them and quickly defeated them all. In a blink of an eye, Hashirama was the only one left from the Senju family who could go on stage. On the other hand, there were still many young people from the Hyuga family who were eager to try. Sending more people than the other side to play a round-robin battle, it feels like you've already lost, okay? Lin Feng ate the snacks he got from the kitchen on the way and commented like he was watching a play. The Hyuga family should really thank me for kidnapping Tobirama in advance. Otherwise, these losers wouldn't even be able to force Hashirama out. Fortunately, everyone's attention was focused on the training ground, and no one heard what Lin Feng said. Otherwise, the younger generation of the Hyuga family would most likely have an internal riot first. However, the ultimate result of this attempt to teach Lin Feng a lesson would only be that they would be defeated by Lin Feng before they could even have the chance to fight. So in a sense, it was fortunate for the Hyuga family that no one heard what Lin Feng said. Unlike the Hyuga family, who were cheering because of their winning streak in the round-robin battles, although the Senju family on the opposite side lost 4 people, there was no reluctance on their faces. Instead, there was a hint of gloating in their smiles. Apparently, none of them was worried about whether their family could win this competition, which meant that they were very aware of the absolute strength of their eldest young master. Sure enough, when Hashirama, the 5th member of the Senju clan, came on the scene, he simply swept away the younger generation of the Hyuga clan. As soon as Hashirama appeared on the stage, he was invincible and defeated almost all the Hyuga clan members who came to the ring, forcing Weakling to take action. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the ring. Hashirama's strength was completely beyond the Hyuga family's expectations. The situation had now reached the most tense level of king versus king. Soon, the two began to fight. For a moment, ninjutsu and ninja tools took off in the martial arts arena, dazzling the young people in the audience. Even Lin Feng perked up a little to watch the battle. The previous battles were too childish, and he almost fell asleep. Only this battle was closer to Lin Feng's level. Unfortunately, as the battle progressed, almost everyone on the Hyuga family side felt their hearts sinking. It was simply because they could not see any chance of Weakling winning. Compared to the already out-of-breath Weakling, the young man on the other side named Hashirama still looked as if he was at ease. Why didn't you find out the strength of the younger generation of the Senju family before engaging in this kind of competition? Lin Feng shook his head and sighed. Hashirama is a super genius who has reached the elite Jonin level. He is an absolute elite in any battle. It won't be a problem for him to defeat all of you alone. Lin Feng's strength is higher than Hashirama's. Of course, he can see that Hashirama is having a silly problem, and he took so long to kill Weakling to save face for him. However, Weakling was confused by the situation and always felt that he still had a chance, so he was still working hard to attack. That? Hashirama dodged Hikari's fierce attacks left and right and spoke normally. Can we just stop here? I'm a little tired. It's a pity that Hikari couldn't feel Hashirama's kindness at all. In his opinion, this fight could not end in a draw, since Hashirama single-handedly wiped out all the younger generation of the Hyuga family except him. And Hashirama's excuse of being tired made Hikari even more convinced that he only needed to try one more time to win. There's no point in talking anymore, just take it. Thinking so, Weakling decisively rejected Hashirama. Soft fist technique Bagua empty palm? A tangible chakra shockwave was shot out from Weakling's hand, but Hashirama dodged it easily. Then, Weakling, who was about to lose momentum, was lightly kicked down by Hashirama. There was a sudden silence in the audience, and the younger generation of the Hyuga family looked at each other. Even the strongest among them was defeated so easily, which brought them not only the loss of their family's reputation, but also the despair formed by a deep sense of powerlessness. Is there no one who can defeat him? All the young people of the Hyuga family had only this thought in their minds at this moment. Looking at Hashirama on the stage, who seemed like an invincible god of war, they felt that this idea was ridiculous. This is a true super genius. No matter which family he is from, there is no one of the same age who can defeat him. Everyone, cheer up! The second elder's angry voice sounded, and everyone looked over and saw that a group of high-level officials led by Heijian and Rikong had arrived at the martial arts training ground. It was obvious that they had just finished the preliminary discussions and were preparing to come to the martial arts arena to watch the battle. But they entered at the worst time for the Hyuga family. All they saw were the defeated and frustrated Hyuga clan members. There was a faint smile on Heijian's face, and it was unclear whether it was calm or sarcastic. Rikong and the Great Elder were both a little embarrassed, but they had no other options. Even the strongest Rikang was defeated. What else can they do? Are a group of old guys going to fight with the young people? Your family is really full of talented people. Rikong could only accept it with a pinch of his nose. Especially the young man on the stage, he must be the young master of the noble family, Senju Hashirama, right? He really lives up to his reputation as a genius that is well known far and wide. It seems that our family can only wait a little this time. Wait, a voice interrupted Rikong. I haven't gone up yet. Rikong, the Great Elder, and even Heijian were all stunned. The second elder's expression suddenly changed after a moment of stunned silence, and everyone looked in the direction of the voice. He was an ordinary-looking boy from the Hyuga family. He sat aside with an expression of a big boss, and there were several stacks of small plates filled with snacks beside him. Who is? Heijian narrowed his eyes slightly. Rikong looked at the first elder again, and the first elder looked at the second elder. The second elder wiped his sweat and said, "He is the son of that waste who deserted from the battlefield, Hinata Kai." Oh, it turned out to be him. Rikong had an impression of this incident. Why could it be that he is a hidden figure who is more talented than Rikong? The second elder shook his head, turned to Lin Feng and shouted angrily, "Hinata Kai, the Hinata family has a distinguished guest visiting today. Don't make trouble." As soon as these words came out, the righteousness in the tone made people want to obey involuntarily, but Lin Feng ignored the second elder as a matter of course. He wiped his mouth, jumped directly onto the ring, and greeted Hashirama. "Although you are very rustic and ugly, your strength is still quite good. I will recognize you for the time being." What? Hashirama was hit hard in an instant. I think Madara and Izuna said this before. Am I really so rustic and frustrated? Hehe. As expected, I am very rustic and frustrated. Lin Feng ignored Hashirama, who was squatting on the ground and drawing circles, and turned to the audience to teach a lesson. "You guys, none of you can fight." Faced with such an arrogant Lin Feng, the audience was immediately excited. "Who do you think you are? If you can do it, come on." Lin Feng snapped his fingers. "No problem, I will do it without you telling me. My fists and feet are already thirsty for it." After that, he looked at Hashirama, who was still depressed, and shouted, "Hey, let's fight! Come and face me head on." Even Hashirama couldn't stand such provocation and teasing. He ended his depressed state, took a stance, and said in a deep voice, "Then please be careful." As soon as the voice fell, Hashirama rushed up at an extremely fast speed, showing the strong body of the Senju clan. "Come on!" Lin Feng opened his eyes, white eyes. Before evolving to the Manjeki stage, the insight of the Byakugan is better than that of the Sharingan. Combined with Lin Feng's upgraded electromagnetic field, even Hashirama's movements can be captured clearly. The stage was immediately covered by a chaotic strong wind. It was not a strong wind formed by wind escape, but simply the wind pressure brought by Hashirama's fists and feet. Seeing Hashirama punching and kicking Lin Feng non-stop, and the power generated by each move and each style was daunting, but Lin Feng did not fight back, just kept dodging. The young generation in the audience started to curse again. "What? You only talk big. Isn't this just being beaten by others? That's right. You'd better stop embarrassing yourself." Even Rikang, who retreated to the stage, gritted his teeth and shouted, "That's right, fight back!" For a moment, even the young generation of the Senju family on the opposite side all showed disdain on their faces. Only the senior leaders of both sides had extremely solemn faces at this moment. They have strength and experience beyond those young people. Even Weakling, who is not weaker than some of them, lacks the knowledge brought by their long combat experience. Only Hashirama was attacking unilaterally on the stage. On the surface, it seemed that Hashirama was suppressing Lin Feng, but in their eyes, Hashirama was brought into the opponent's rhythm. Hashirama's continuous attacks were like a turbulent sea, giving people a huge sense of oppression, and that Hinata Kai was just like a small boat swaying in the waves. But no matter how fierce the waves were, they just couldn't sink him. Looking closely, Hashirama made countless attacks, but none of them hit the opponent. On the contrary, in the eyes of Heijin, Weakling, and others, it was Lin Feng who performed with ease, while Hashirama was brought into the opponent's rhythm and tired of continuous attacks. He had consumed a lot of physical strength and became a little out of breath. "Ha! Damn it, why can't I hit him?" Just as they expected, Hashirama was already very tired at this time. This feeling is just like when I fought Izuna a few years ago. The next moment, Hashirama saw Lin Feng's Byakugan, and his mind became clear again. I have heard that the Hyuga family's Byakugan surpasses the Uchiha family's Sharingan in insight. I think this is the reason. Now that the reason is found, we must find a way to crack it and win. Hashirama was shocked and began to try various changes in the dark. He knew that he was carrying the reputation of his family and must not lose. It is true that the Byakugan can see through his movements in the dark, but Hashirama thought that while maintaining a high level of insight at close range, the switching of perspectives between perspective and non-perspective cannot keep up with the speed of the battle. You play a good trick, but it's a pity that it is useless to me. Lin Feng dodged Hashirama's attacks easily as if he was strolling in a garden. The tricks that Hashirama had carefully planned to perform in the dark were completely meaningless to Lin Feng, who possessed the electromagnetic field. He was just delaying the battle based on the idea that he couldn't go too far beyond common sense. Otherwise, Hashirama wouldn't have been able to fight with Lin Feng for so long. The time is probably about right, Lin Feng muttered to himself. In a sense, this was the countdown to Hashirama's defeat. Then try this. Lin Feng suddenly closed the distance between him and Hashirama. Air explosion! A loud bang was heard on the field. It was the high-voltage electricity that caused the air to explode, but in the eyes of the spectators, it was because Lin Feng stepped on the ground too hard. Originally, Lin Feng's physical skills level was at the peak of the elite Jonin, and with the propulsion of the air explosion, his speed suddenly surpassed Hashirama by a large margin. The surge in speed made Hashirama's pupils shrink, and before he could react, he was hit by Lin Feng's first palm. Another explosion was heard, and this time Lin Feng used air explosion to increase the propulsion force of the palm strike, which made Hashirama's mind dazed. Lin Feng only needed him to be stunned for a moment, and the next moment Hashirama was enveloped by Lin Feng in the invisible Bagua diagram. Soft fist Bagua 64 palms. After a dense barrage of palm strikes, Hashirama was directly knocked off the stage. For a moment, the whole audience was silent, and all the young people stared at the scene in front of them, with their mouths wide open. This reversal was simply too fantastic, comparable to the fairy tales their parents told them when they were young, and now it was happening in reality, making their brains unable to wrap their heads around it. P.S. Please subscribe, please reward, please subscribe. It feels like there is no reward at all. Weakling looked at Hashirama, who had easily defeated him, being easily defeated by Lin Feng, and muttered to himself blankly, "Am I hallucinating?" A young man next to him also answered stupidly, "I think if we are not collectively hallucinating, then it should be true." After a moment of silence, overwhelming cheers and cheers appeared. At the most embarrassing moment of the Hyuga family, it was Lin Feng who appeared and saved the whole situation. In this sense alone, Lin Feng is the hero of the Hyuga family. It's really wonderful. Weakling clapped his hands and praised, as if responding to Heijin's previous smile, and Heijin's smile became very forced. That kid is really good. The eldest elder also nodded. Only the second elder had a bit of an ugly look on his face. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Lin Feng raised his hands high on the stage, like a boxer who had just won the world championship. Here I want to thank the country first for giving me such an opportunity to show myself, and then I want to thank my parents and relatives and friends. Although no one knew what Lin Feng meant by the country, nor could they understand Lin Feng's jokes, it did not prevent them from clapping their hands more happily and enthusiastically in response to Lin Feng. After satisfying his craving for food, Lin Feng smacked his lips with satisfaction. Then he jumped off the ring directly, walked to Hashirama, and stretched out his hand. "Are you okay? Do you want me to help you?" Of course, Lin Feng knew very well that Hashirama would be fine. With the abnormal physique of the Senju clan, which was fully reflected in Hashirama, even if Lin Feng used another set of 8 diagrams 64 palms on him, he would not be able to hurt him at all. However, for the sake of his own plan, Lin Feng still had to pretend to be kind. Hashirama slowly recovered at this time and was about to get up from the ground. Facing the hand extended by Lin Feng, Hashirama believed that this was a gesture of kindness shown by Lin Feng. He shook Lin Feng's hand with some gratitude and stood up. "Thank you. You are really amazing. This time I am convinced of my defeat." It's normal, as the saying goes, appearance determines combat effectiveness, so it is inevitable that you lose to me. Don't take it too seriously. Lin Feng replied with a smile, which made Hashirama, who had just stood up, squat on the ground with a depressed look and muttered, Hey, it seems that my appearance is really rough and rustic. Does this represent my fighting power? I'm so sorry for hurting your eyes." "I didn't say the last sentence." Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. Hashirama really hasn't changed. Lin Feng's actions were also seen by Weakling and the Great Elder. To be honest, this kind of pretense of the victor to the defeated party is very popular with everyone. It is obvious that Lin Feng's behavior that fully reflects the elegance and grace of the Hyuga family as the winner is deeply loved by them, and their admiration in their eyes is getting stronger and stronger. Only Hejin's face has always been very bad, in sharp contrast with Weakling and the Great Elder. He frowned calmly, stepped forward to greet the depressed Hashirama to go back, and then left towards the residence arranged by the Hyuga family. The rest of the Senju clan members followed Hejin and left in a scattered manner, and the Hyuga clan members who finally won the counterattack also dispersed with satisfaction. Lin Feng also retired after his success and quietly disappeared in the crowd. At night, Lin Feng directly used the electromagnetic field in the Byakugan to find the location of Hashirama and then pretended to encounter him by accident. Hashirama was depressed because he was scolded by Hejin at this time. The reason was that he was defeated by Lin Feng. Lin Feng found his location, which was on the roof of the residence of the Senju clan. Well, as expected, there is surveillance for the Senju clan. Lin Feng first opened the electromagnetic field below to cover the residence of the Senju clan, and indeed found the Hyuga clan ninja responsible for surveillance. At the same time, there was also a surveillance ninja not far behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng estimated that it was sent by the Second Elder, because his performance today had made the Second Elder deeply suspicious. But they would never have dreamed that they had been discovered by Lin Feng a long time ago. Lin Feng knew that they would still continue to perform the surveillance mission diligently. "Very good. Guess as much as you want." Lin Feng showed a barely perceptible smile on his face. Then he jumped onto the roof and casually greeted Hashirama. "Hey, are you here to watch the night view?" Hashirama was stunned when he saw that it was Lin Feng. "Ah, you are the one who defeated me today. I think your name is Hinata. Hinata Kai. Yes, it's Hinata Kai." Hashirama was not embarrassed at all for not remembering the other person's name. He warmly invited Lin Feng to sit down. "Speaking of which, you are really amazing. When you fought with me, it reminded me of a very good friend in the past." "Oh?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. "You really aroused my interest. Can you tell me more about your friend?" "No problem." Hashirama agreed without hesitation. "We met about 3 years ago. At that time, I was skipping stones on the riverbank, and I saw a boy who had been there earlier then. His name was Madara. And the friend I was talking about was his younger brother, Izumi. Just call him Izumi." When Hashirama was about to say the name, he suddenly stopped and gave Lin Feng an inappropriate pseudonym of Izumi. Lin Feng was deeply annoyed by this pseudonym. He curled his lips and asked, "Why do you say that? Is there something wrong with his name that can't be said?" Hashirama scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Well, because he is so famous now. I guess you will guess who it is as soon as I say his name. This is not good for everyone, so please forgive me. Hey, my reputation of instant body Izumi is so awesome." Lin Feng still didn't feel real in his heart, but he didn't continue to pester him. Forget it. Continue to talk about him. This kind of asking others what they think of oneself as a third party should be regarded as the most sincere evaluation of oneself by others. Lin Feng is very interested in this, especially when that other is the future god of the ninja world, Hashirama Senju. Hashirama saw that Lin Feng did not hesitate and breathed a sigh of relief. Well, how should I say this about him? Let's put it this way, but don't get angry when you hear it. After that, Hashirama secretly glanced at Lin Feng, and seeing that he did not show any strange expression, he continued, "He is the most talented ninja I have ever seen, no doubt about it. Even more talented than you." After saying this, Hashirama secretly looked at Lin Feng again, and found that Lin Feng was looking at him. "It's okay, you continue. I'm more and more curious about what kind of person he is. Although he is younger than me, his strength is far stronger than mine." Hashirama continued, "I have fought with him countless times, but I have never defeated him, and every time it was basically like when I sparred with you today, I couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. So that's why I said that when I fight with you, I will think of him." As he spoke, Hashirama laughed again. "But you are still different from him. Every time he fights with me, he basically beats me up in the end. He is simply a violent maniac. You are much gentler than him." "Hashirama, you little bitch, you dare to say that to me. You will be dead when we meet next time." Lin Feng twitched his mouth unhappily, thinking that if I were not still pretending to be someone else, I would still have to beat you up in the martial arts field. Hashirama was laughing and suddenly felt a chill. He looked around nervously and found nothing unusual. At this time, Lin Feng's expression returned to a smile, and Hashirama did not catch his malice. "It sounds like he is indeed a suave, extraordinary, talented, handsome, dignified, and handsome genius. Please continue." Can you draw such a conclusion based on what you just said?" Hashirama was also a little embarrassed. "Although he is indeed quite handsome, what you said is too exaggerated." At this time, the chill that had been bothering Hashirama just now reappeared, causing Hashirama to shrink his neck and take several deep breaths before he was able to continue. "He and his brother have known each other for a long time. We practice and exchange ideas together every day, and talk about everything. I often feel that we are like real brothers." Hashirama's voice suddenly became higher. "He and his brother are not only talented, but also have the same dream as me, a truly precious ideal in this war-torn era." At this point, Hashirama's voice suddenly dropped again. "Unfortunately, our friendship ended 2 years ago. His brother broke up with me decisively at that time, but as for him, I don't know what he thinks. At that time, he once again demonstrated strength far beyond my imagination, but fortunately so, otherwise I would really regret it for the rest of my life." "I don't know what he thinks?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "What does this mean? The fault was all mine back then, but I had to do it. He should have been extremely angry." Hashirama murmured, "But later, no matter how I thought about it, I felt that he still seemed to regard me as a friend." Suddenly, Hashirama's voice became louder, as if he wanted to tell a friend far away here. "Of course, I still regard him and his brother as my best friends. In my heart, we are like brothers without blood ties." So, Hashirama opened his mouth but didn't say anything. After a while, he said with a gloomy expression, "I'm so sorry I told you these boring things. I also believe that he still regards you as a friend," Lin Feng said suddenly, and for some reason, Hashirama felt that his words were particularly convincing. Lin Feng patted Hashirama's shoulder again and said, "I can roughly guess what you mean by having to do it. I think he should be able to think of it too." A was stunned for a moment and said with a little emotion, "Thank you." Lin Feng waved his hand and asked knowingly, "By the way, what do you mean by the same dream?" "This," Hashirama scratched his head embarrassedly. "Don't laugh when I tell you. After all, this is just a fantasy now." After getting Lin Feng's assurance that he would never laugh, Hashirama said, "This era is full of wars. The average age of each ninja is less than 30 years old. Sometimes even children have to go to the battlefield. I think this is wrong. It's not just me. My two friends think so too." Hashirama patted his chest and said, "So I want to establish a peaceful and prosperous world. In that peaceful world, everyone can grow up safely, and there will no longer be so many life and death separations." "This is a great idea." Lin Feng clapped his hands hypocritically and praised. Hashirama coughed a few times shyly. "Actually, the specific plan was proposed by my friend. That's why I say he is a super genius in the true sense." This time Lin Feng's praise was finally sincere. "Well, your friend is really talented. You can admire him in these two aspects. He is really good at both civil and military affairs." Hearing Izuna being praised, Hashirama also became happy. "It's okay to ask you to open it? You seem to agree with our ideals?" Hashirama certainly didn't know that Lin Feng was shamelessly praising himself, but Lin Feng also needed Hashirama to ask this. "Yes, in fact, this is also my dream." Oh. Hashirama didn't expect to find a like-minded person again. "That's great. To be honest, I now feel that my trip to the Hyuga family is not in vain. I am so excited to meet the person of my dreams again." Lin Feng secretly glanced in the direction of the surveillance ninja and then hugged Hashirama very affectionately. "I am very happy too, Hashirama." Hashirama seemed very happy. Lin Feng said again, "In fact, I have my own opinions on peace." Hashirama's eyes condensed, and he looked like he was listening attentively. "There are many ways," Lin Feng continued. "For example, concluding a ceasefire agreement, then forming an alliance, or even a marriage. For example, the current Hyuga family," Lin Feng paused and said, "but this alliance is ultimately just the common interests of both parties, which is extremely unstable." Hashirama obviously thought of it, and he asked curiously, "So, you said that there is a solution?" Lin Feng nodded. "Of course there is. Didn't I just say that the solution is marriage?" "Marriage?" Hashirama was stunned, then seemed to have thought of something. "You mean?" "Yes, it seems you thought of it." Lin Feng said with satisfaction, with an expression of a teachable child, "The most important thing for our Hyuga family is the bloodline limit of the Byakugan, and your Senju family's strong physique is not bad either." At this time, Hashirama has not yet created, would release, but the strong physique inherited by the Senju family from Ashura is enough to match any excellent bloodline limit. When two families marry and have children, it means that the most important thing of the two families, the bloodline with bloodline limits and strong physique, has leaked out and flowed into the other family. As he said, Lin Feng raised two fingers and shook them. "It's not based on feelings, nor on common interests. It's simply that the family foundations of both parties have been integrated, which will put both families in a delicate relationship, making it difficult for them to fight each other, and naturally, there will be no struggle." Of course, Lin Feng understood that this was impossible. After the establishment of Konoha village in later generations, there were many intermarriages between the major families, but there had never been a being that possessed two bloodline limits at the same time. Therefore, it is obvious that what Lin Feng said has been proven to be impossible over time. The offspring born from the marriage of members of the two families can only inherit the bloodline limit of one of them at most. But Lin Feng knew that Hashirama at this stage did not know this, and he was completely attracted by Lin Feng's novel concept. "Your idea is really great. I thought about it carefully, and I feel that the model you mentioned has a great possibility of realization." Hashirama said excitedly, and Lin Feng shook his head. "That is all in the future. At least it is impossible at this stage." Hashirama also looked gloomy after hearing this. "Yes, in this warring states era where strength is equal to survival time, it is absolutely impossible for such a marriage that is likely to leak the family's bloodline limit to appear." However, Lin Feng made a big turn of first suppressing and then praising, and drew Hashirama's attention back. "When we grow up, maybe we can do all this with our own efforts." Hashirama was also shocked. "That's right, we are still young now. There is no need to rush. No one can predict the future." Lin Feng nodded enthusiastically and patted Hashirama on the back. "Then there is no time to lose. Let's start now." "Huh?" Hashirama was stunned. Start what? Start with an arranged marriage. Lin Feng showed an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Marry your granddaughter. Although Lin Feng's goal has almost been achieved so far, but now that it has come to this, it would not be Lin Feng's style not to take advantage of the opportunity to play such an interesting thing. Obviously, Hashirama was also stunned by Lin Feng. My granddaughter? This is thinking too far ahead. I don't even know if I can live to see the age of having a granddaughter. Besides, even if I really have a granddaughter, when she grows up to marry, you will. Hashirama's voice became hesitant. Lin Feng understood what he meant. He meant that, by then, even if Lin Feng was still alive, he would be a super old man. Hey, don't worry. Lin Feng waved his hand. I didn't say you want to marry me. You want to marry someone in the future. Someone in the future? Hashirama's eyes became more confused. Can you predict the future? Lin Feng said mysteriously. You know that our Hyuga family is good at gossip, right? And this Bagua diagram contains the mysteries of the universe. If you practice it deeply, sometimes you will suddenly have a blessing and peek into the secrets of heaven and understand future events. To put it simply, it's like suddenly having a feeling in your heart and predicting something in the future by counting on your fingers. Lin Feng continued to fool Hashirama, and your granddaughter must marry this man in the future. It's related to the peace and safety of the ninja world. Hashirama was stunned by Lin Feng's fooling around. His head was dizzy, indeed but so mysterious. It turns out that the Hyuga family, who specializes in studying Bagua and integrating it into physical and ninjutsu, has reached this level. Come on, Lin Feng coaxed. I guarantee that in the future, that man will be the best in the ninja world in terms of appearance and intelligence. No one can compare to him throughout the ages. You will definitely make a profit if you let your granddaughter marry him. Hashirama swallowed and asked nervously, Then, so powerful. What's his name? Lin Feng pretended to say, although the surname could not be calculated due to the obstruction of heaven, the name is very clear. His name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Hashirama took a deep breath. It does sound like a good name. If it really concerns the peace of the ninja world, and he is really so perfect, then it would be fine to let my granddaughter marry him. Then let's sign the contract quickly. Lin Feng took out 2 scrolls from his arms with a smile, and then said, In addition, you must remember to teach her from a young age that she has a fiancé, so that this matter can go more smoothly. Otherwise, if most people suddenly hear about this, they will have resistance. Hashirama nodded, and after studying the technique that Lin Feng had engraved on the scroll, he bit his finger and solemnly sealed the engagement with his own blood, selling his future granddaughter Tsunade without any pressure. After finishing everything, Lin Feng put away the scroll with satisfaction and gave the same scroll to Hashirama. So far, Tsunade Senju had been officially sold in advance by her grandfather, Hashirama Senju. For the rest of the night, Lin Feng chatted with Hashirama and kept exchanging feelings. In short, from the outside, they looked as affectionate as they could be. Soon this situation was presented to the second elder's table as information, and everything happened just as Lin Feng had expected. How could the relationship between the two sides become so close on the first day? The second elder looked at the information in front of him and frowned deeply. This is so strange. On the second day, Lin Feng continued to act like he had a very good relationship with Hashirama, and began to sneak glances around from time to time intentionally or unintentionally. Basically, every time he was with Hashirama, Lin Feng would often do this kind of weird behavior, which made Hashirama extremely curious. Is there anything around here that you care about? Hashirama asked doubtfully. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled mysteriously. Of course, his action was for the surveillance ninja to see, but Hashirama didn't know. The ninjas sent by the Hyuga family to monitor were all very powerful. If it was Tobirama, he could rely on his superb perception ability to detect the surveillance ninja, but Hashirama at this stage could not do it for the time being. Naturally, this abnormal behavior turned into intelligence and came to the second elder, which deepened his suspicion. By the evening, the Senju family had preliminarily negotiated the terms, and Hashirama had to say goodbye to Lin Feng reluctantly. In less than 2 days, it was the first time he met someone with the same ideals as him since 2 years ago. Lin Feng also said goodbye to Hashirama with a smile. At least Lin Feng was quite happy to use Hashirama and temporarily used up all the value of Hashirama at this stage to pave the way for Lin Feng's plan. That night, an emergency meeting was held at the decision-making level of the Hyuga family. Since it has been agreed that the Senju family will serve as the rear base to protect their own family, the matter that needs to be discussed immediately is also an urgent matter that cannot be delayed. That is, to do our best to escort the grain and grass to Luoyang Valley. After all, the supplies of the trapped party are decreasing day by day, and it can no longer be delayed. We can't completely trust the Senju family yet, Rikong's voice echoed in the room. In addition to sending most of the elite combat forces to protect the transportation of grain and grass, we also need to leave enough defense personnel for the main residence. Everyone nodded in understanding, but the eldest elder frowned and said, "But in this case, our number is not enough." The third elder also echoed, "Indeed, many of our family's elite combat forces are currently trapped in Luoyang Valley. Excluding the necessary members who must stay in the main family, there are not many high-end combat ninjas to escort." The sixth elder said in a deep voice, "One of the reasons why we want to form an alliance with the Senju family is this consideration. I didn't expect that it would not be enough in the end." "I have an idea about this," Rikong said suddenly. "Yesterday I saw that the kid named Hinata Kai is good. Why not let him join the escort team, and he can have a chance to make up for his father's mistakes?" The first elder nodded and said, "After all, it was his father who fled from the battlefield, not him. I think it's good to give him this chance." Hinata Kai's performance was obvious to all during the competition that day. Everyone knew that the first elder and the head of the family were optimistic about Hinata Kai, so they all agreed. But at this time, the second elder, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "I object." "Oh?" Rikong was a little surprised. "Why object?" "You are still concerned about his father's matter. I said this is to make up for the mistake." It was the second elder who pushed Hinata Kai to the border defense deployment over the years, so almost everyone thinks that the second elder must still have a deep prejudice against Hinata Kai. Under the inertia of this kind of thinking, no matter what reasons the second elder gave, it is no longer important. Second elder has lived for so long, so he naturally knows this truth very well. The kid is still very strong. Instead of letting him stay in the main family defense, where there may not be any war, it is better to let him follow the escort team and play a role. The first elder also persuaded, which made the second elder deeply understand that what he did before has now become a shackle that binds him. Tsk. The second elder struggled silently in his heart. Although it is unwise to let him join the escort team, it is absolutely impossible to let him stay in the main family out of my sight. The second elder understood that in such a situation of such a shortage of manpower, he would definitely be assigned to the escort team. But this would be equivalent to temporarily leaving the main family with his energy. If the Hinata Kai, whom he deeply suspected of having problems, was allowed to stay in the main family at this time, there would be no one who could keep an eye on his abnormal movements. Such a dangerous person, it is indeed better to keep an eye on him. I believe that if he is alone, he can't cause any trouble. The second elder made a decision in his heart quickly. Not only for this reason, but more because of the situation, he had to do it. Okay, I agree. At this point, Lin Feng's entry was inevitable, and his first step of the plan was perfectly achieved. On the next day, Lin Feng also received a notice asking him to join the escort team and transport food and supplies all the way to Luoyang Valley. Lin Feng readily agreed and went directly to the gate. There, the entire food and grass escort team was already ready to go. "Hurry up! You are the last one!" The second elder stood at the end of the team and shouted to Lin Feng coldly. "I know." Lin Feng still looked leisurely, and when he approached the second elder, he deliberately showed a meaningful smile. "This kid!" The second elder gritted his teeth and warned Lin Feng at the moment he passed by him. "This escort team is full of talents. They are all elite ninjas who are countless times stronger than you. I hope you can take care of yourself." "What are you talking about, second elder?" Lin Feng squinted and replied, "I don't seem to understand. Are even the elderly finally starting to show symptoms of middle school?" The second elder snorted coldly, and without thinking about what Lin Feng meant by middle school, he waved his sleeves and walked to the front of the team to give orders. "Then let's set off now. The target is Luoyang Valley." "Yes!" The team responded in unison and at the same time escorted the food cart out of the Hyuga family's gate. "It's really impressive." Lin Feng sat leisurely at the rear of the car, while the second elder stared at him closely, making Lin Feng feel like he was being spied on by an old pervert. "Hey, are you a pedophile? You've been spying on me like this." Even Lin Feng shuddered under this gaze, and without hesitation, he loudly questioned the second elder's sexual orientation, and almost everyone in the team heard it. Puff. Finally, someone couldn't help laughing. "You know, the second elder, who always has a glorious and noble image, is extremely serious. Such a second elder is said to be a pervert." Just thinking about this contrast is funny. Upon hearing this, the second elder glared at Lin Feng fiercely, but due to his status, he couldn't make any rebuttal that would be inappropriate. Unexpectedly, after complaining about the second elder, Lin Feng had already ignored the second elder and ran to the other end of the grain cart to bask in the sun as if it had nothing to do with him. Only the second elder was left there gritting his teeth, but in order to continue to monitor Lin Feng, he had to follow Lin Feng to the other end under the gaze of everyone. It was as if the second elder was speaking for Lin Feng's pedophilia, causing all the ninjas to look thoughtful, and the second elder almost had a heart attack. It's not easy. After Lin Feng was happy, he began to think about the mission. The configuration of this food escort team is even more luxurious than I thought. He looked at the ninjas walking by. If I don't count myself, there are a total of 29 elite ninjas, and all of them are at least Jonin level. It's worthy of the Hyuga family, one of the 4 major families. Among them, Jonin like this old pervert account for the majority. Lin Feng glanced at the second elder who was staring at him. There are about 18, that is 6 teams. There are also 9 elite Jonin who form 3 elite teams, but the 2 who are really difficult to deal with are the remaining 2. Lin Feng stood up and looked forward. The one leading the team was the Great Elder, and next to the Great Elder was a sturdy middle-aged man. Is that middle-aged man called Hinata Hibiki? This aura is at least at the quasi-Kage level, right? Quasi-Kage level masters were the so-called quasi-family head-level masters in the Warring States period. The most solid forces in the war were them, those Jonin, and many elite Jonin. After all, even the top few families in the Warring States period only had a handful of family head-level masters, so strictly speaking, the quasi-family head-level masters were the real protagonists of the Warring States period. And each of the quasi-family head-level masters is a monster that can fight against formal family head-level masters, and they are all extremely difficult to deal with. This is not good news for Lin Feng. But what gave Lin Feng the most headache was the addition of the Great Elder, who was a real veteran family head-level master. It's really troublesome, forget it. Just let it go. Lin Feng thought so while closing his eyes and continuing to bask in the sun. This attitude made the second elder, who had been concentrating on monitoring Lin Feng, look particularly stupid. They traveled in a hurry for several days and finally left the territory of the Hyuga family. What you will face next is a storm. The eldest elder spoke for the first time. I believe that the whereabouts of our food escort team have been known to the hostile families, and when we really leave the Hyuga territory, it will be the best time for them to take action. Everyone responded loudly in understanding, and the eldest elder nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Rikang's voice came hurriedly. Something is happening. As a super genius of the younger generation of the Hyuga family, Hikari was naturally assigned to this team and was responsible for using his Byakugan to investigate the situation. After receiving Hikari's warning, everyone activated their Byakugan to investigate. It must be said that the Byakugan's bloodline limit is the most convenient bloodline limit in this situation. The investigator does not need to say much, and one can see the situation with one's own eyes. That is, Lin Feng also activated his Byakugan to check the enemy's situation. Finally, I've been waiting for it. The visitors were the joint forces of the Hatake clan and the Inuzuka clan. They seemed to be well aware of the power of the Byakugan. From the very beginning, they gave up their useless concealment and instead attacked the Hyuga clan's grain convoy at full speed. That's why they were able to attack the grain convoy as soon as it left the Hyuga territory, and it was them that Lin Feng was waiting for. Lin Feng had calculated that the combined forces would definitely come, and everything went according to his plan. Enemy attack! Hikari commanded loudly. Everyone prepare to fight! Hearing Hikari's order, all the Hyuga clan members nervously took out their kunai and shurikens and entered a state of preparation for battle. The combined forces of Hatake and Inuzuka soon arrived close at hand, and the avenue was in chaos for a while. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions and roars sounded, and all kinds of ninjutsu were flying all over the sky, but more of them were the sword lights that were like ice. That was the unique, exquisite sword technique of the Hatake family, and it was flying freely on the field at this moment. At the same time, the barking of wild beasts resounded throughout the avenue, and countless roars overlapped, making it difficult for the Hyuga family to distinguish the specific location and number. That was obviously the Inuzuka family that had allied with the Hatake family. As one of the two secret families in the West that controlled things other than human beings, the Inuzuka family also had unpredictable and powerful combat power. The second elder sat beside the food and grass, and together with the other Jonin, was responsible for protecting the food and grass in the rear, while the first elder and the top fighters such as Hikari rushed directly to the direction of the coalition army and started a large-scale fight. Similarly, Lin Feng was also facing the attack direction of the Inuzuka clan head-on. While paying attention to the movements around the food and grass, the second elder would follow Lin Feng's actions with a deep gaze from time to time. Come on, let me see if you are related to the Hatake family or the Inuzuka family. At this time, Lin Feng was closing his eyes to face the upcoming attack. Suddenly, he opened his eyes abruptly, and the corners of his eyes were swollen blood vessels. White eyes. 2, 5, 10. Lin Feng's vision quickly passed over the Inuzuka clan in all directions. At this time, two spiral figures suddenly flew out from the woods and crossed to attack Lin Feng. Yatongya! This sudden attack was obviously intended to catch Lin Feng off guard. The attackers had previously used transformation techniques to turn into flowers, plants, and trees to deceive the Byakugan, in order to give the Hyuga family ninjas an unexpected killing blow. The Hyuga family ninjas all trusted their Byakugan very much, and the places where they had scanned with their Byakugan to confirm that there were no enemies were the negligence points of their defense. The Inuzuka clan took advantage of this unique psychological loophole of the Hyuga family. But Lin Feng seemed to have anticipated their actions long ago and jumped up and flashed past without delay. Not bad, even mere beasts and savages can use their brains. They would never understand that under the coverage of Lin Feng's electromagnetic field, they had been exposed from the moment they launched the attack. The two identical Inuzuka ninjas stopped attacking in astonishment. One of them was the master himself, and the other was the master's appearance transformed by the ninja dog using anthropomorphic ninjutsu. They had always cooperated closely. Today can be said to be their first failure. After being surprised, they began to try to find Lin Feng's position again. When they saw Lin Feng again, they found that Lin Feng had landed and stretched out his hands to make a gesture. Soft fist technique. The Inuzuka clan ninjas all rushed towards Lin Feng, wanting to attack him, which just allowed Lin Feng to include all the attackers in his attack range. Bagua 64 palms. The invisible Bagua diagram quickly spread out from Lin Feng's feet, instantly covering all the Inuzuka clan members who were running on the field. A total of 10 ninjas and 10 dogs. Lin Feng quickly calculated in his mind that not all ninja dogs used anthropomorphic ninjutsu, and most of them still maintained their original forms with higher attack power. 2 palms, 4 palms. Lin Feng first met the Inuzuka clan team that had just attacked him. Air explosion! The total of 4 palm attacks with the increase of air explosion had a speed far exceeding the reaction of the Inuzuka ninjas and ninja dogs, and the power was greatly increased, directly knocking them all out. Goo! Woof woof! Two wailing cries sounded at the same time. Without looking back, Lin Feng threw two kunai to catch up with them and put an end to their lives. The Bagua map, which had been interrupted once, reappeared and went straight to meet the remaining Inuzuka ninjas. 8 palms! Lin Feng slapped the ground with 4 consecutive blows. At the same time, he also used the air explosion technique to detonate the ground. For a while, the visibility on the field became very low. Sk! A trifling trick! This is useless to us! The leading Inuzuka ninja spat secretly. Ordinary ninjas might become very panicked because of losing their vision, but they, the Inuzuka clan, have a secret technique that can increase their sense of smell 10,000 times, which can completely replace vision to some extent. The next moment, he gathered all his chakra into his nose, and immediately all the smells became clear, including the strong smell of blood. Iron sand swords. Countless iron sand swords quietly emerged from the ground. They took advantage of the smoke and dust to cover them and followed the force of the ninja dog's attack. They mercilessly ripped open all the ninja dogs' bellies. For a moment, the field was full of the wailing of ninja dogs, and the leading ninja's face changed drastically. Yunwan. Not only him, almost all the Inuzuka clan members present were desperately calling out the names of their companions. Those ninja dogs were brothers who had grown up with them since childhood, and their death now was like the death of a loved one. Damn it! The leading ninja gritted his teeth. Why on earth is this happening? It was only a moment. What on earth happened? For this kind of thing, you'd better go to hell and ask the king of hell. A cold voice came from behind him. It was the murderer who was stained with the blood of their loved ones, and he was attacking him at this moment. 16 palms. 8 consecutive palm strikes, enhanced by the air explosion, hit the leading ninja, causing him to fall backwards uncontrollably. He then immediately understood what attack had taken his ninja dog's life. Puff! The iron sand sword that emerged from the ground pierced his heart without any hindrance. Lin Feng glanced at him coldly, and without stopping, he came to the side of the other Inuzuka ninjas. 32 palm strikes. 3 more Inuzuka ninjas were slapped away and hit the iron sand sword hard. Lin Feng turned around on the invisible Bagua map under his feet and launched the final attack, 64 palm strikes. 32 palm strikes that were enhanced and accelerated densely covered the remaining 5 Inuzuka ninjas. There was no doubt that they would all follow in the footsteps of their beloved dogs in the next second. At this point, the smoke and dust raised by Lin Feng had basically dissipated, and at this time, the only one who could stand on the field was Lin Feng. The iron sand sword had quietly returned to the ground. All the people who stayed behind to guard the food and grass could see were the corpses of the Inuzuka clan scattered all over the ground. Great, so powerful. As a member who stayed behind, Weakling witnessed the whole process of Lin Feng's attack. He swallowed his saliva subconsciously and was extremely shocked. It turns out that after the 8 diagrams 64 palms that block the acupoints are raised to the extreme, the lethality is so huge. The reason why Lin Feng only attacked the ninja dogs directly with the iron sand sword was to keep the iron sand sword in a low position that was difficult to see clearly, so that it would not be exposed to the Hyuga clan. Normally, when most people look at things, they will focus their attention on the middle and upper part of the target position, and few people pay attention to their feet, so that position is often out of people's sight. So in the eyes of all the Hyuga ninjas who stayed behind, what Lin Feng did was to kill directly with the 8 diagrams 64 palms, or throw a kunai to make up for it after knocking it away, which was simply to use this soft fist method to the extreme. With this level of strength, they dare to form a group to attack the grain and grass escort team. They are really good at courting death. Lin Feng, who killed all the people and dogs in the blink of an eye, shook his head and sighed. In his opinion, this kind of rubbish sneak attack team with average strength is just here to deliver food. But it is understandable. After all, most of the elite troops of the Take and Inuzuka families are in Luoyang Valley to encircle and suppress the Hyuga family. Even if they want to sneak attack the grain and grass escort team, they are powerless. They have to send a miscellaneous army to try. But in Lin Feng's opinion, there is no chance of winning at all. It is a model of not seeking death, so it is better not to send them. Sure enough, after only a moment, the battle in the rear ended with the great elder's shout of 8 trigrams breaking the mountain. Lin Feng didn't even need to look at it. He knew that the joint army must be finished. This attack not only did not reduce the number of Hyuga side, but also exposed the current shortage of manpower of the Hatake family and the Inuzuka family. It was a completely unilateral and overwhelming victory of the Hyuga family. But Lin Feng also needed such a big victory to relax everyone. That night, most of the Hyuga clan members went to sleep. After all, even if they won a great victory, they had experienced a high-intensity battle, and everyone was tired. Then let's decide on the patrol personnel. For tonight, the elder looked around. Select from the clan members who did not directly participate in the battle today and stayed by the food and grass. Naturally, the second elder was in a high position and had rich experience. He did not directly participate in the battle and saved his physical strength, so he would definitely be selected. Then several ninjas, including Ri Kang, were selected, and the elder who arranged everything was ready to rest. "Please wait a moment," Lin Feng suddenly said. "I only fought for a short time today, and I still have a lot of physical strength left. I think I can also contribute to tonight's patrol." The elder stopped. He looked back at the tired clan members and finally nodded in agreement. "Okay, after just experiencing a big battle today, everyone is very tired. Of course, the more people who can patrol, the better." The second elder opened his mouth, but finally did not speak. Originally, he felt that Lin Feng's initiative was a bit strange, but today Lin Feng had killed all the enemies in front of him, and the second elder always believed that it would be more reassuring to put Lin Feng in his sight rather than putting him out of sight. Duty is a group of 2, and with this idea in mind, the second elder really arranged himself and Lin Feng in the same group. This time, even Ri Kang and others felt that the second elder was a little entangled with Lin Feng, and Lin Feng was full of disgust. He could almost clearly express his disgust to the second elder with his face. "Stay away from me wherever it's cool." The second elder's face twitched, with a paralyzed expression. In short, he was determined to keep an eye on Lin Feng. Time soon entered the middle of the night, and all non-patrol ninjas fell asleep. Under the surveillance of the second elder, Lin Feng also dozed off from time to time. "It doesn't look unusual. Could it be that I'm really overthinking?" The second elder narrowed his eyes and thought silently. How could he know that what he had been staring at from beginning to end tonight was just Lin Feng's shadow clone? In this era, without physical clone techniques, the Byakugan that can see through acupuncture points and chakra flow can see through all clone techniques. The rigorous second elder also used the Byakugan to confirm that Lin Feng was fine many times, and the real Lin Feng had already taken this opportunity to ambush. The time is almost here. Lin Feng looked at the moonlight and slowly calculated the time. Now is the deepest time of the night, and it is also the time when humans fall asleep the deepest and sleep the most soundly. In addition to today's great victory, many Hyuga people know that Hatake and Inuzuka should not be able to come again, so their vigilance has been relaxed for the most part, accompanied by the sweet dreams after the victory. So this time is the best time to burn the food and grass. "Let's go!" Lin Feng jumped out from his hiding place and formed a cross seal with his hands. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, 9 Lin Fengs appeared out of thin air, forming seals in pairs in midair at the same time. Fire-style Great Flame Bomb. Wind-style Great Breakthrough. These were the ninjutsu that Lin Feng copied with his Sharingan when he killed the second elder that day. It was just right to use them here. 5 huge whirlwinds of fire formed in the air and landed exactly on the food and grass, burning fiercely. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Rikong's voice rang out loudly, shouting so hoarsely and so full of despair. Those were 5 consecutive powerful combination ninjutsu. All the food and grass could be burned in the blink of an eye, and there was no time to rescue them. Just a few seconds ago, their mission could be declared a complete failure. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The second elder was also immediately shocked. Where did this enemy team of 10 people come from? We have clearly used the white eye to repeatedly investigate. Humph. The shadow clone that has not yet been separated. No matter how powerful your white eye is, you can't see it, right? Lin Feng sneered silently on the side, as if he was watching a monkey show, watching the second elder jumping up and down in frustration. Follow me to search for the enemy, the second elder ordered Lin Feng loudly. After all, Lin Feng had been under his surveillance just now, so it can be said that the suspicion has been reduced to the lowest level. I think neither me nor you need to search for the enemy, Lin Feng said playfully, and the second elder's pupils shrank and turned his head. It's you? When the second elder saw the smile on Lin Feng's face, he understood everything. As expected, there is something wrong with you. You are a traitor to the Hyuga family. You are the disgrace of the main family's bloodline. Hearing the second elder's gritting teeth, Lin Feng laughed happily and said, Don't you think it's too late to say this now? The food and grass have been burned, and the Hyuga family's combat power in Luoyang Valley is completely over. Lin Feng's voice reached the ears of every Hyuga clan member. Their faces were a mixture of panic, fear, and anger, and they all stared in the direction of Lin Feng with this complex hatred. That's the man! Everything is due to him! Feeling these angry eyes, Lin Feng became even more excited. This raging fire is an excellent stage, and now the audience is also complete. You bastard! The second elder roared hoarsely, his face full of rage, but Lin Feng continued to say with a click of the tongue, How do you feel? Are you conflicted? The person I have always suspected finally revealed his true face under the mask, and it was confirmed that there is indeed a problem. Unfortunately, it is too late now, and the bad guy's conspiracy has succeeded. Lin Feng opened his hands, like an opera singer singing on the stage. Watching the Hyuga family that you have always protected and loved so much suffer a great loss because of your wrong judgment along the way. Do you feel heartbroken? Seeing the bad guy in this performance perfectly carry out his conspiracy and standing in front of you and laughing at you wantonly, do you feel suffocated? Do you feel regretful? Do you feel heartbroken? Do you feel angry? Lin Feng said quickly and continuously. Against the backdrop of the firelight, his face was really as evil as a peerless devil. Do you feel the deepest despair? Looking at the trembling second elder in front of him, Lin Feng's face showed a happy smile. It seems to be the case. It's so great, so wonderful, it's totally irresistible. I'm very satisfied with the indescribable pleasure you brought me. Asshole! The second elder clenched his fists tightly, his lips bleeding from his teeth. Our dignified Hyuga family? What on earth is the dignified Hyuga family in your eyes? Do you even need to ask? Lin Feng had a matter-of-fact expression on his face. Of course it's just a fun toy. You damn brat! Risheng's roar came, he couldn't listen anymore, and flashed directly to Lin Feng's back. Soft, fist, Bagua tiger roaring palm. Iron sand wall. A large amount of iron sand appeared without delay, blocking the ferocious chakra tiger on Risheng's palms. But just this one blow has caused the iron sand wall to shake and almost collapse. Tsk! It turns out that the power strength inherited by the shadow clone is still far from enough. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Fortunately, his power control has been upgraded to level A. Otherwise, the iron sand wall displayed by the shadow clone alone cannot stop a quasi-family head-level strongman like Risheng. It is your biggest mistake to reveal your identity in front of us elites. Rikang suddenly appeared in front of Lin Feng, drew out his samurai sword and slashed, You can't do anything alone under our siege. You can't do anything? That's not necessarily true. Lin Feng pulled out a kunai to resist the samurai sword that Rikang chopped with all his strength, and smiled coldly at the same time. Even if I am surrounded by you, I can still kill people easily. Let's start with you. Rikang was shocked, but soon calmed down. Because in his eyes, Lin Feng not only used all his strength to block Risheng's attack, but his physical skills were temporarily sealed by himself, and it was impossible for him to do anything. Just as he was thinking this, he saw a few blue lightning flashes strangely between Lin Feng's temples. Lightning Spear. The vast lightning spear completely pierced through Rikong's chest the next moment. Even Risheng, who was entangled with the iron sand wall, had his pupils shrank. How is this possible? You haven't even made a seal, but you can instantly release such a terrifying level of lightning escape. The next one is you, damn old pervert. Lin Feng did not stop and decisively withdrew all the electricity supporting the iron sand wall. At the same time, he threw a smoke bomb. I have tolerated your voyeurism for a long time. Everyone who heard this understood that Lin Feng's target was the second elder. The second elder's face also changed, but before he could react, Lin Feng's attack had already come. Try this! Lin Feng concentrated all the withdrawn power and the remaining power on the kunai in his hand, ignoring the Nisei who was about to attack him. Electromagnetic Sniper. How powerful is the electromagnetic sniper? Just using a 2-centimeter short nail can produce the power of a pistol, not to mention the full metal kunai with a mass of more than 100 times that of a super small short nail. The sound of breaking through the air sounded instantly, and the next moment, Second Elder's head exploded like a bursting watermelon. The speed of the electromagnetic sniper made it impossible for the Second Elder to block it, so that he was killed instantly by Lin Feng's attack without a doubt, and ended up with a miserable death. So far, Lin Feng has completed the amazing feat of instantly killing 2 Jonin with just the Shadow Clone. However, even if Lin Feng had specially allocated the maximum power to this Shadow Clone when he used it to this extent, it was basically completely used up. Risheng watched the Second Elder die tragically, roared, and at the same time hit Lin Feng in the smoke. Lin Feng's body suddenly turned into smoke and disappeared, but because it was mixed in the smoke of the smoke bomb, Risheng felt that Lin Feng had escaped directly in some way. At this stage, Lin Feng could not expose his Shadow Clone, so he released a smoke bomb in advance to cover the disappearance of the Shadow Clone. This move was effective. Risheng immediately turned on his white eyes and searched for Lin Feng's traces. Damn, this kid runs pretty fast. Let's join a group. I'm so lonely. Group number tail, 425924965. Do you think you can still escape? 3 identical shouts sounded at the same time, and it was obvious that someone discovered Lin Feng faster than Risheng. The Byakugan's bloodline limit is so troublesome at this point. Lin Feng's figure, who had already run to the periphery of the fire, was exposed. The next moment, 3 consecutive light blue thick chakra palm strikes accompanied by heavy palm winds hit Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at them and saw that they were 3 of the 9 elite Jonin of the Hyuga family. The 3 of them seemed to be brothers, and they cooperated with each other very well, leaving Lin Feng completely unable to avoid them. Iron Sand Wall. The spherical solid iron sand immediately enveloped Lin Feng. This time it was not the Shadow Clone, but the iron sand wall used by the main body. The defense and speed were perfectly demonstrated at the level of A, blocking all the attacks of the 3 elite Jonin. Bang! The palm strikes hit the iron sand wall, but they could not penetrate it at all. Seeing this, the 3 brothers frowned and used chakra to prepare to launch a more powerful attack. He's not there anymore. The 3 brothers were shocked by Risheng's warning from a distance. When they looked again, they found that Lin Feng had quietly used the earth escape technique to run to the other side. Sure enough, the iron sand wall dispersed in the next second. There was no one inside, only a big hole left on the ground. Soft fist method, 8 trigrams empty chop palm. The fierce chakra gale rushed towards Lin Feng, blocking his escape route. Lin Feng dodged with a flash. His eyes turned to the source of the attack. It was another elite Jonin team. 2 of the elite Jonin stood together and launched this powerful long-range attack. The 3rd person appeared behind Lin Feng at this time. Success! As soon as this thought flashed through the attacker's mind, he found that Lin Feng had his back to him, but he perfectly avoided his kunai as if there was an eye behind him. What? The attacker was startled. This unexpected situation made his reaction a little slower than usual, but just this little bit was enough for Lin Feng to take advantage of. Seal! Lin Feng quickly grabbed the attacker's neck with his backhand. At the same time, his other hand quickly condensed a sword of iron sand and pierced the attacker's heart. But, damn! The attacker was horrified to find that he could not use either the instant body technique or the substitute technique at the moment his neck was pinched, and his chakra flowed very slowly. Before he could think about how to crack it, he was stabbed by Lin Feng. Asshole! Risheng was watching from a distance with his eyes wide open. That was a precious elite Jonin combat power. He was killed so easily by Lin Feng in an instant. He tried his best to get close to Lin Feng and kill him, but before that, someone took action before him. "You can't forget about us," a gentle voice came. "This will become your most fatal negligence." "So annoying! It's just one wave after another. Are you guys the minions of Lull?" In order to avoid being besieged, Lin Feng has stretched the battle line to the maximum extent, forcing those teams to come one by one due to the time difference. But he still can't make it in time. Lin Feng dodged the flying shuriken and took this opportunity to see the source of the attack. The elite Jonin team that came to intercept this time seemed to be led by the elegant man who spoke earlier, and they were completely different from the two teams just now. "Look at your coquettish look. Don't you know not to talk nonsense when fighting?" Lin Feng complained while taking the Fet initiative, and he had already completed the seal on his hand. Water-style water break wave. This is exactly the A-level ninjutsu that Lin Feng exchanged as soon as he was promoted to Jonin chakra and obtained the change of water attribute chakra nature. At that time, he just saw that this ninjutsu could blast the iron sand wall and felt that it was quite powerful. Recently, Lin Feng found that this move could also be perfectly integrated into his plan, and now this water-breaking wave also made great contributions. The sweeping ray attack forced the three opponents to use the sky-turning technique to resist together, and they could not attack Lin Feng at the first time. Soft Fist Method, 8 trigrams empty palm. Soft Fist Method, 8 trigrams empty palm. Two loud shouts rang out at the same time. They were the two elite ninjas who had previously used the 8 trigrams empty palm to attack Lin Feng. A few seconds ago, they witnessed Lin Feng getting rid of their teammates with their own eyes, and they were full of anger at this time. This time, the attack was not launched from one direction, but from the front and back to attack Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was not panicked. Air explosion! Suddenly, a large amount of air exploded under his feet, forming a huge thrust. When mixed with Lin Feng's own strength, it immediately helped Lin Feng jump into the air at an extremely fast speed. The two attacks collided with each other under Lin Feng, and Lin Feng exploded several times in the air and landed lightly in the distance without looking back and continued to leave at full speed. Risheng finally rushed to the original location of Lin Feng, but at this time, Lin Feng had already incredibly broken through 3 elite teams composed of elite Jonin and successfully ran to a farther distance. And in this situation, Lin Feng also chopped off one of their elite Jonin. "You bunch of trash!" Risheng gritted his teeth and cursed, but he knew very well that there was still a key person who had not made a move. There is a strange sand escape that can be used. It seems that if it is directly touched, it will lose the ability to resist instantly, and it has mastered high-strength water escape and lightning escape. Basic information has been collected. The elder muttered to himself. He was extremely cautious and relied on his subordinates to find out Lin Feng's ability before making a move. However, the elder was very confident that it would not be too late for him to make a move at any time. Boom! A big pit appeared on the ground where the elder was, accompanied by a loud noise. It was caused by the great elder's great strength. The speed brought by it was also imaginable, and the elder was instantly out of everyone's sight. On the battlefield, if you only want to escape and turn your back to the enemy, this behavior will kill you faster. The elder's family head-level strength is not in vain. He is whistling like a cannonball and getting closer and closer to Lin Feng with extreme speed. Seeing Lin Feng fleeing forward without looking back, the elder felt that it was a sure thing for him to kill Lin Feng. Zila. A few small lightning flashes suddenly flashed through the black hair fluttering behind Lin Feng. The elder did not miss this detail. He immediately remembered the battle process he had observed before. The lightning escape that does not require seals and movements. This is Lightning Spear. The blue-white lightning spear suddenly appeared out of thin air behind Lin Feng, carrying a full 200 million volts at the speed of light to hit the Elder. But the azure chakra shield that was emitted almost at the same time as the Elder observed the prelude of the lightning spear perfectly blocked the entire lightning spear at the periphery. Bagua Palm Huitian. A dazzling light appeared on the avenue, almost illuminating most of the growing night sky. It was a fierce duel between Huitian and the lightning spear. Without turning back, Lin Feng could still use his Byakugan and electromagnetic field to know the situation behind him. You actually used the Heaven Resurrection without hesitation when you noticed it. Your combat reaction and awareness are quite awesome. This intense light lasted only for a short moment. The lightning spear was ultimately unable to outlast the Heaven Resurrection supported by the endless chakra. After a stalemate, it could only helplessly dissipate into ordinary lightning and dissipate between heaven and earth. But by this time, Lin Feng had already fled very far, and the Great Elder was successfully intercepted by the lightning spear halfway. The Great Elder only frowned slightly at this, and did not look very angry. He slowly took a stance and aimed at the direction where Lin Feng left. Soft fist, 8 diagrams breaking the mountain. A huge chakra aggregate like a laser beam shot out, aiming directly at Lin Feng. Boom! After the fierce roar, the ground where Lin Feng was originally located had been blasted into a giant pit with a diameter of at least several hundred meters. In the deepest part of the pit, a dark sphere was constantly collapsing, revealing Lin Feng, who was slightly panting inside. "Oh shit, this is too exaggerated," Lin Feng said with a pale face. "It actually completely destroyed my A-level iron sand wall with one strike, and it was just a little bit short of forcing me to use the body flickering technique to dodge." In the current Warring States period, the only one who could have such a fast body flickering technique without reaching the level of a family head was Lin Feng, who was famous in the ninja world as Blinking Izuna. So in order to avoid exposing his identity as much as possible, Lin Feng tried not to use this golden signboard-like body flickering technique as much as possible. But the ninjas on the Hyuga side were more surprised than Lin Feng. That was the 8 trigrams mountain-breaking strike that the Great Elder used with all his strength. It wouldn't be a problem even if it flattened a mountain. How could that bastard thief withstand such a powerful attack? Even the Great Elder looked much more solemn. Although it was beyond my expectation that you could withstand it, that's all. From what I saw, your chakra should have been almost used up. What the Great Elder said was a little off, but it was not far off. Lin Feng's power control ability required both his mental and physical strength to activate, and he had experienced the distribution of a large amount of power to the shadow clones, 2 lightning guns with the maximum output and 1 electromagnetic sniper, as well as multiple iron sand walls and air explosions. At level 4, it was already close to the limit, so Lin Feng was not running out of chakra now, but his physical and mental strength were severely consumed, so he had fatigue symptoms similar to running out of chakra. Seeing that Lin Feng did not reply, the Elder pondered for a moment and said, "You are now trapped in a jar. You are trapped in our heavy encirclement, and it is impossible for you to turn the tables. Therefore, it is better to surrender and save your life." Lin Feng's endless secret techniques have made the Elder start to think, and the Elder also really wants to know which enemy the Hinata Kai played by Lin Feng has defected to. However, Lin Feng obviously did not intend to follow the Elder's good intentions. Instead, he looked very relaxed and at the same time stretched out his finger and shook it. "Before that, let me show you a magic trick. Do you know what 1 arrow piercing the clouds, thousands of troops come to meet means?" As Lin Feng spoke, he took out a flare from his pocket and lit it to fire it. The Elder's pupils shrank, and he saw Lin Feng sneer, becoming a turtle in a jar, trapped in heavy siege. "I think it's you." Scarlet flares exploded in the sky. Under the illumination of the blood-red light, hundreds of densely packed figures slowly emerged from the night, surrounding all the members of the Hyuga family. "There are still ambushes!" The Elder's eyes were full of disbelief. He quickly opened his white eyes and looked carefully indeed. Each of the hundreds of people had chakra and meridians, not phantom clones, but real existences. Suddenly, a member of the Hyuga clan shouted in horror intermittently, That! That's the family emblem of the Senju family. The elder took a closer look, and sure enough, many people had the family emblem of the Senju family on their armor. He gritted his teeth and said, Asshole, sure enough, the Senju clan can't be trusted. After the elder roughly counted the ambushes surrounding them, his heart sank suddenly. The number of ambushes was actually more than 300 people. That is more than 10 times theirs. Even if the other side is all Chunin, 10 against 1 is more than enough to drag down the Jonin to death. Not to mention that the opponent is the Senju clan with the strongest physique at the same stage. You are a bunch of untrustworthy villains, Risheng said angrily. Didn't we just sign the alliance agreement not long ago? Lin Feng's voice came from afar. Are you too stupid to see the current situation clearly? Risheng looked back at Lin Feng again. He gritted his teeth and said, You are the key figure in this ambush. You have so many messed up secret techniques. You are definitely not Hinata Kai. Who are you? Who am I? Lin Feng smiled slightly, and his body was immediately surrounded by smoke, and soon a young man with white hair appeared under the smoke. The boy had a scar-like birthmark on his chin and cheek. His tone sank, and he said, You really want to know? Well, since you asked sincerely, I will. I won't tell you. Lin Feng made a face which almost made Risheng have a heart attack. You are a slick kid. Sorry, Lin Feng said insincerely while slowly retreating towards the encirclement. It's mainly because you are so silly and cute that I can't help but want to tease you. Risheng felt a tightness in his chest. He had never suffered such humiliation before. He was teased by a kid in public. Asshole, are you looking for death? Risheng roared, and when he was about to rush up to teach Lin Feng a lesson, he was stopped by the elder. Your family's actions are really puzzling. Could it be that the Senju family no longer needs the aid from the north provided by our Hyuga family? If you can't give a reasonable explanation, I will report the truth to the head of the family when I return. The voice of the elder became much lower, and it was obvious that he was also full of anger. But Lin Feng seemed to have felt nothing at all, spread his hands and said, So you are stupid. You can't see the current situation clearly. Our family does need to take over the north, and for this the assistance of the Hyuga family is indispensable. But are you really willing to pave the way for the north for us? Lin Feng retreated as he spoke, and was already very close to the encirclement. You will definitely still have some disloyalty, but it doesn't matter. Once all your elite troops in Luoyang Valley are wiped out, you will naturally no longer have the strength to have disloyalty. At this point, Lin Feng's mouth flashed a wicked smile. After all, a written agreement is far less solid than obedience under a huge gap in strength, isn't it? So, our family will first use an alliance to numb your vigilance, and then burn this batch of food and grass. In this way, the Hyuga family, who is no longer able to resist us, can achieve true peace with our family. Listening to Lin Feng's heresy, all the ninjas of the Hyuga family were staring with anger, and many of them said with rapid breathing, Assholes! The elder, give the order quickly. Let's fight them. Oh, you have to think it over carefully. Lin Feng arrived at the encirclement and stood next to a big man from the Senju clan. If we really fight, the Hyuga family will be seriously injured again, and then we may not even be called one of the 4 major families. The elder was trembling all over, and he said coldly, Humph, wouldn't that be more beneficial to you? How could that be? Lin Feng passed through the back of the big man next to him and said, Our Senju family has always been famous for the 1,000 hands of love, and we have always valued peace. While passing through, Lin Feng had already split another shadow clone out, and the original body quickly left. At this point, his plan has been basically completed. Those members of the Senju family were obviously Lin Feng's shadow clones, and the shadow clones with entities were the natural enemies of the Byakugan and Sharingan, and they could not be seen as fake in a short time. As for Lin Feng's appearance, he just used the smoke of the transformation technique to change into the appearance of Senju Tobirama. In this battle, he showed the unique water-breaking wave developed by Tobirama, as well as the shadow clone technique that is about to be completed. I believe that these 2 unique ninjutsu created by Tobirama will point out to the Hyuga family, who is the enemy of this heavy loss in the future. For this reason, Lin Feng tied up Tobirama in advance and also used deprivation to check the progress of Tobirama's shadow clone development. At the same time, Lin Feng also deliberately showed the monitoring ninja all kinds of tricks during the period when Hashirama came to form an alliance. The Hyuga family got the wrong answer given by Lin Feng today for all the doubts. The Senju family has no way to defend themselves. Lin Feng knew that even if the alliance did not break down this time, the Hyuga family would raise their vigilance and suspicion of the Senju family to the highest level, and a huge crack has already appeared. I don't know how long the shadow clones can deceive them, maybe only for a short while at most. Lin Feng thought in his mind as he hurried in a specific direction. When time is so tight, is it really a good idea for me to still do such a time-wasting thing? Lin Feng was now heading to the border of the Land of Fire. Tajima had said that he would send someone there to pick him up. Before, Lin Feng pretended to summon the Senju family's signal flare, but it was actually for the Uchiha family's pickup members to see. But to be honest, Lin Feng didn't think there would be any pickup personnel. But in order to ensure that there would not be a situation like Madara going to the battlefield alone to save him a few years ago, Lin Feng thought it was necessary for him to go to the pickup location to take a look. Otherwise, if Madara really came to pick him up again, but encountered the Hyuga family being killed, and the future behind-the-scenes big boss died prematurely, then Lin Feng would really have a headache. At this moment, Lin Feng received the memory of the disappeared shadow clone. It was obvious that the time for Lin Feng's shadow clones to deceive had reached its limit, and the Hyuga family began to decide to attack with all their might. Once they really launched an attack, it meant that they would start to chase Lin Feng furiously. After all, the strength of the more than 300 shadow clones had also declined seriously, and they could not stop the Hyuga family for long. Lin Feng, who understood this, sped up a lot more. The meeting place was a simple wooden house at the border of the Land of Fire. This was a temporary residence built by the ninjas of the Uchiha family when they passed by here during their missions. Only the Uchiha family knew about it, so it was very suitable for use as a meeting place. P.S. Group number tail 425924965. Lin Feng quickly arrived at the location of the wooden house. As expected, there was no one inside or outside the wooden house. There was no trace of any human nearby. Lin Feng entered the wooden house, and the huge dust in front of him told Lin Feng that no one had been here for at least several years. Tsk. Although I had expected it, I still felt very unhappy when I found out that there was no one there. Lin Feng shook his head, knowing that it must be Tiandao who had tricked him and did not send anyone to pick him up. Lin Feng knew exactly why Tiandao did this, so he thought that no one would pick him up before he arrived. The Hyuga family's grain escort team must have been informed of the size of the team as soon as it set out. This is a super luxurious lineup, consisting of 18 Jonins, 10 elite Jonins, including Lin Feng, a quasi-family head and a veteran family head. Lin Feng, who has never shown the two major abilities of power control and the dark fruit, is just an elite Jonin-level fighter in Tiandao's eyes, and he is also on the evil path of specializing in the instant body technique, and there is basically no possibility of achieving the strength of the family head. Although he can achieve results comparable to the quasi-family head level with the instant body technique when dealing with miscellaneous soldiers, it is nothing once he faces the real family head level. This is Tiandao's entire evaluation of Lin Feng. Now that they know that the other side has nearly 30 super elite fighters, it is obviously unwise to waste the family's strength to fight with them for the sake of Lin Feng, a mere elite Jonin. At this time, Tiandao will choose to abandon Lin Feng decisively, and the object of sacrifice for this decision is Lin Feng, who is Tiandao's son. Then it will not only not chill the ninjas of the Uchiha family, but also highlight Tiandao's noble image of sacrificing relatives for the sake of justice, which will greatly increase his prestige. The sons who were killed by the elders a few years ago, Tiandao did not care about them in order to ensure the stability of family governance after he came back. It seems that all the sons except Madara are regarded as props that can be sacrificed at any time by Tiandao. Thinking of this, Lin Feng spat unhappily. Tashima, you little bitch, you dare to stand me up. I will slowly settle accounts with you later. Although he cursed, Lin Feng knew that he had to set off as soon as possible. The short time spent here was enough for the Hyuga clan to catch up with him. After all, the Byakugan's super-wide search range was not exaggerated. Sure enough, not long after Lin Feng left, 10 figures descended on the cabin and completely blew it up. He's not here, gritting his teeth and said fiercely, "Damn it! That little devil actually dared to use that little trick to play with us. When I catch him, I will torture him to death." Sure enough, the speed is very fast. The elder frowned slightly. And that kind of unheard of wonderful entity clone technique. I seem to have some clues about his identity. What the elder didn't know was that Lin Feng rarely used the instant body technique in order to make the show complete. Otherwise, with just the short time he was ahead, it would be enough to leave the Hyuga clan behind without even a shadow. Identity or something? Why not just catch him and torture him? Risheng said angrily, and at the same time opened his Byakugan. I saw him in the northwest direction. Everyone follow me to chase him. Yes! The ninjas of the Hyuga clan gnashed their teeth, and they were excited. They responded to Risheng loudly and tried their best to quickly catch Lin Feng, who brought them endless shame. Bayan! Lin Feng here also has the Byakugan skill. Since Risheng can see him, he can certainly see Risheng. Are you here? This speed is a bit fast. Lin Feng quickly jumped between the trees, and a faint sneer appeared on his face. Well, I hope you like the gift I left behind. I have almost distributed all my strength in this area. I hope you like my gift. Almost the same words suddenly sounded from the side of the Great Elder and others, making everyone look shocked. Risheng turned his head and saw that it was Lin Feng who slowly emerged from the soil using the earth escape technique. A small black ball flew out of his hand the next moment, floating above the heads of the Great Elders and others. Humph! What tricks are you playing this time? Risheng flashed behind Lin Feng and grabbed his crown with a powerful palm, but Lin Feng turned into white smoke and disappeared after being hit. Tsk! This clone technique again, Risheng snorted angrily, and just as he was about to continue chasing in the northwest direction, he suddenly found that his body was not moving forward, but moving backward, being pulled backward by an invisible suction force. What the hell is this? The same exclamation came one after another, and all the ninjas of the Hyuga family could not help but fly towards the sky. The source was the small black ball. The ruins of the cabin, the rubble on the ground, and the towering trees around were all uprooted and swarmed towards the dark cave in the sky. Another powerful secret technique. The elder jumped down on the gravel and turned his head to the direction he had just come from and shouted, "Jonin, listen to my order. Stay away from here and continue to move northwest to chase the thief." He, Hibiki, and the remaining 8 elite Jonins were the fastest to reach the cabin, while those Jonins who were not as fast as them and were left behind escaped and were not hit by Lin Feng's hidden acupuncture points. The Jonins heard the voice of their elder from afar, and coupled with the terrifying vision of the slowly forming asteroid that could be seen from a long distance, everyone understood what happened in an instant, and they all received orders to chase in the direction of Lin Feng at full speed. Failed to hold everyone back. Lin Feng also spotted the chasing Jonin with his eyes, but there was no expression of difficulty on his face. Instead, he sighed and shook his head. They dared to send only Jonin to chase me. This is really. If you don't commit suicide, you won't die. Why don't I understand? I saw him. Go after him. The voices of the Hyuga Jonin gradually came. They didn't know that they could catch up with Lin Feng at all. It was just because Lin Feng deliberately slowed down to play with them. Leading the way were 2 Hyuga Jonin with long flowing hair. There was hatred in their eyes. Lin Feng could feel their hatred of wanting to tear him into pieces just by looking at them. Look at your hair. It looks like you have used Rejoice. You must be very confident. Lin Feng turned around and threw 3 kunai. Then let's start with you too. Huh! The 2 leading Hyuga Jonin were startled at the same time, When they looked up, they saw 3 kunai with explosive talismans flying towards them. No, quickly disperse. This thought drove them to dodge in both directions, avoiding Lin Feng's explosive talisman attack, and letting the 3 kunai that brushed past them fly to the back. After avoiding Lin Feng's first wave of attack, both of them looked up at Lin Feng provocatively, but what caught their eyes was Lin Feng's playful smile. "Do you think my attack will be so simple?" As he said that, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and waved, and the 3 kunai flew back to the side of the upper ninja of the Sun Moon Lake again, under the summons of the electromagnetic force. What? The 2 upper ninjas of the Sun Moon Lake were all shocked. They had never seen such a strange ninjutsu. They had clearly confirmed that there was no steel wire tied to the kunai that could be controlled at the moment of avoiding it. But the emergency situation at this time did not allow them to think too much. Seeing that the explosive talisman on the kunai was about to explode, they had to spin their bodies in the air. Bagua palm to return to heaven. Boom! 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 The next moment, 3 explosions covered the figures of the 2 of them, but they were shrouded in the blue chakra light shield under the smoke and were unharmed. At the same time, Lin Feng pulled out 2 more kunai, 1 in each hand, and poured all the remaining electricity into them. Electromagnetic sniper! 2 sounds of breaking through the air sounded, and the kunai disappeared instantly, and the mixed explosion smoke was suddenly opened with 2 large holes out of thin air. The 2 upper ninjas of the sunlight used the chitin to block the explosion at the critical moment, and were proud of their quick reaction at this time. "Humph! Let's see what tricks you have." But as soon as the voice fell, the heads of the 2 upper ninjas of the sunlight exploded. 2 more. Lin Feng hummed happily a few times. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his fingers lightly, and shot out a few small lightning bolts. Seeing these small lightning bolts, Lin Feng's face became a little bitter. "Oh, the battery is really dead this time. It's a bit bad." The power that can be used by the power control ability is limited, because most of this power is produced by the power user himself, so it is difficult for Lin Feng to use this ability again in a short period of time. If he wants to use the power control again, he can only wait for a while to recover. Fortunately, Lin Feng is a ninja with a physique that is countless times stronger than that of ordinary people. Not only does he have power control, but he also has chakra to support it. Otherwise, he would have collapsed from overusing his abilities. "In that case, I will play a game with you." Lin Feng squinted at the dozen or so Hyuga ninjas who continued to chase him angrily. The 2 fastest among them had been killed by Lin Feng, and now they could not catch up with him. Shadow clone technique. Lin Feng created 34 shadow clones at once, which was more than twice the number of the chasing ninjas. Guess who is the real me, but there is no prize for guessing correctly. The chasing Hyuga ninjas were all stunned. How can they play this game? They can't tell which one is fake and which one is real just by using their Byakugan. The only way now is to catch up with each of the dumbest shadow clones to test the authenticity. The shadow clones created by Lin Feng also inherited Lin Feng's usual bad character. They all showed contempt to the Hyuga ninjas. "Come and chase me, idiot!" The Hyuga ninjas were so angry that they chased after them with roars. Fortunately, the shadow clones, whose strength was greatly reduced, also slowed down. Otherwise, the Hyuga ninjas would really not be able to play happily with them. After a while, they were all caught up by the Hyuga ninjas with their speed greatly reduced. While the Hyuga ninjas breathed a sigh of relief, they were all ready to make a move to test the authenticity of the shadow clones. But the shadow clones were not panicked even when they were caught up. They all showed a teasing smile. "Congratulations. Actually, I was just lying to you. There will be a real prize after you catch up with us." After that, the shadow clones took off their clothes, revealing the explosive charms that were about to explode. "I'll give you a big firework." Boom! The flames of the explosion illuminated the terrified faces of every Hyuga ninja. They lacked experience in fighting against the physical, clone technique of shadow clones, and did not expect this kind of suicidal move that would destroy both sides at the beginning. The Hyuga ninja, who had been killed by Lin Feng and only had 16 left, suffered another loss of personnel. Many of them did not have time to react and use the defense of the sky. Now there are only less than 10 people alive. Even if they barely survived, they were all covered in dust, as if they had just experienced a life-and-death battle. However, the disappearance of the shadow clone also led to the return of memories, causing Lin Feng to almost fall off the branch. Fuck, it hurts so much. Next time I will never use this trick unless it is necessary. At this time, a thick beam of light like a laser streaked across the sky in the distance, followed by the noisy sound of various objects falling to the ground. It seems that the dark cave has been broken by them. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at the sky. Anyway, I will soon cross the border of the Land of Fire, so I won't play with you guys. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Lin Feng's speed immediately increased again, and soon he completely left the group of embarrassed Hyuga ninjas behind. P.S. Group number tail 425-94965. Ling and the Great Elder's pursuit battle had lasted for a whole day. After the Great Elder cracked the dark cave, he chased after him in great rage. Even though Lin Feng used the instant body technique in the end, he could not get rid of him. After all, for the sake of acting, Lin Feng's advantage was already very limited. Although his instant body technique was extremely powerful for ninjas below the quasi-family head level, it could only be considered very fast when facing a quasi-family head-level strongman. As for ordinary family head-level masters, Lin Feng's instant body technique was only relatively advantageous. What's more, the Great Elder was a veteran family head-level strongman, and, in the future, he would be an elite Kage level. Moreover, Lin Feng used a lot of electricity to control and divide the power of the dark fruit for the shadow clone to use the dark acupoints, which greatly reduced Lin Feng's physical strength and speed. Why do I feel a little out of control? Lin Feng sighed while quickly shuttling through the woods, but he still had his own plan. Originally, Lin Feng did not rely on the Uchiha family's support after completing the mission, so he must have his own backup plan, which was exactly why he wanted to cross the border of the Land of Fire. Outside the border of the Land of Fire, there is a large village called Takigakure. This village should be regarded as one of the earliest ninja villages in the history of the entire Naruto world, but it has never participated in any war, so it has not attracted the attention of families from all over the world. It is located at the junction of 4 major countries. This special geographical location prevents it from being involved in wars and does not need to worry about being attacked by other families. Lin Feng believes that the Elder is in a high position in the Hyuga family, and he must not be ignorant. Then the Elder would definitely not dare to make a scene in Takigakure, which has the most special strategic location. If Lin Feng wants to avoid the pursuit of the Elder, he only needs to hide in the densely populated Takigakure and then use a transformation technique to ensure that the party who is out of control will immediately become the Elder. I really want to see him gritting his teeth in anger after he finds out there is no way out, Lin Feng thought happily. I can sneak into the nearby villagers and watch him closely from a VIP special seat. Seeing the Great Elder getting closer and closer in the Byakugan vision, Lin Feng did not show any sign of nervousness. He now had a large amount of experience points. Even if he was unlucky and was discovered, he could immediately exchange them and become stronger instantly to fight the Great Elder to the death. It's just that Lin Feng has not decided whether to exchange or store them yet. Otherwise, he will definitely make the Great Elder regret catching up. Soon, the Takigakure village was in sight, but Lin Feng stopped and did not move forward. At this time, the Takigakure village did not have the perfect task acceptance system of later generations. It can be said that it could not be considered a complete ninja village. It was not until more than 10 years later, when Konoha was established, that the world had the first organization that could truly be called a ninja village. Therefore, the building distribution structure of Takigakure village is still very primitive. The poorer and weaker the villagers are, the further they live on the periphery. Outside of Takigakure village, an entire circle is filled with slums. After stopping, turned around and gave the Elder a big middle finger and laughed sarcastically. He knew that the Elder was staring at him with his eyes rolled up. Shadow clone technique. A puff of smoke flashed, and hundreds of Lin Feng appeared and scattered, all rushing towards the Takigakure village. Lin Feng's real body had already sneaked into a nearby shabby cabin in the chaos. Tsk tsk. Now it's time to sit and watch the funny guy find someone. Lin Feng smiled in the dark. He was sure that the elder would try his best to enter the Takigakure village to search for his traces. He would never think that Lin Feng was hiding in the outermost slums. This is a psychological loophole of human beings. Lin Feng used the transformation technique to transform into another poor kid, and then sat on a small wooden box beside him to wait for the elder to arrive. After a while, the elder had already arrived at the slums, and beside him was the panting Risheng. That little hands thief is really fast. Damn it, he got away with that trick again. Ri stomped his feet in anger. It was already difficult to find just one Lin Feng who sneaked into Takigare, let alone hundreds of Lin Fengs who couldn't tell the real one from the fake. Calm down, the elder said calmly. Although this situation is indeed tricky, it also shows that the little thief has no reinforcements available. Risheng took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. You are teaching us? Let's go into the village and search now. But the elder shook his head and said, Don't worry, let's wait for all the subsequent tribesmen to arrive before searching. The search will definitely be faster with more people. But, Risheng hesitated. What if the little thief takes this opportunity to escape? The elder glanced at Risheng and said coldly, With your and my cultivation in Byakugan, working together is enough to bring the entire Takigakure village into our field of vision. Once we find someone leaving the village, it is most likely that the little thief thousand hands, and then we will kill him without mercy. The elder's voice became colder and colder. It is better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. Risheng was startled and wanted to say something, but the elder stopped him. I understand your concerns, but the situation I'm talking about is that someone left Takigakure, so this is not within the scope of Takigakure, so it doesn't matter if they are killed. Risheng suddenly realized, and together with the elder, he opened his Byakugan to monitor Takigakure, while waiting for the arrival of the follow-up clan members. As expected of someone who has lived for so long, he is as cunning as the second elder, the old pervert. Lin Feng also heard their words vaguely. He scratched his hair in distress and suddenly saw a boy not far away who had been staring at him. The boy had strange dark green pupils, and Lin Feng estimated that he should be the owner of this small shabby house. But surprisingly, the boy was very calm when he saw Lin Feng suddenly. Suddenly the boy spoke, Hand over all the money, or I will shout! Hearing this, even Lin Feng was choked by his own saliva. In fact, the boy was there before Lin Feng entered the cabin, but because he was too quiet and Lin Feng did not think he was a threat, he did not pay much attention to him. Originally, even if the boy did not say a word, Lin Feng could think that he was scared or frightened, but now it seems that the boy is not stupid or frightened, but is terrifyingly calm. That's not right. Maybe he is crazy. Lin Feng thought silently. This was the first time in his life that he was threatened and robbed. In the past, it was always Lin Feng who threatened and robbed others. But precisely because of this, Lin Feng still felt quite amused. You are not a beautiful girl, what's the use of shouting? Besides, even if you are a beautiful girl, once she falls into my hands, no one can save her even if you shout your throat out. I also saw the two old guys outside the village, the young man said seriously. Although I don't know whether I shout or not has anything to do with whether I am a beautiful girl, I'm sure you will be in trouble if you shout. As he said that, the young man looked Lin Feng up and down again. Judging from this situation, you must be being hunted by those two old guys. If you want to hide here with me, how can you not pay a price? Are you threatening me? Lin Feng said with a smile. I'm so scared. You'd better not shout. Unfortunately, the young man didn't seem to hear Lin Feng's emotionless tone. He nodded and said, That's right. Hand over the money if you want to live. You want money so badly. Lin Feng's tone gradually turned cold. Are you Kakuzu? Otherwise, I'll send you to a good place where you can earn tens of thousands or hundreds of millions of money every time you come in. The underworld is indeed a good place where you can earn tens of thousands or hundreds of millions of ghost money every time you burn money. You dare to threaten me when you are so weak. You are simply another model case of not wanting to die. As soon as this thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind, he heard the young man say in surprise, "How do you know my name is Kakuzu?" Ahem. This time, Lin Feng was choked by his saliva again. Damn, is this really the money-loving Kakuzu in the Naruto world? Come to think of it, it seems that Kakuzu is indeed a figure from the Warring States period, and he belonged to the Takigakure before he defected. Lin Feng didn't expect that what he said casually was exactly right. He glanced at Kakuzu with interest and said, "I can give you money, but you have to tell me why you love money so much first." "Do I even need to ask that?" Kakuzu said disdainfully. "Look at the environment I live in. I have been struggling to survive in the slums since I was a child, so naturally I know the importance of money better than anyone else." At this point, Kakuzu's tone became incomparably righteous. "Besides, there's nothing wrong with liking money. Do you need a reason to like money?" Lin Feng blinked and said with a smile, "What you said makes a lot of sense." I was speechless for a moment. "I'm glad to know," Kakuzu said, shaking his head. "Then hand over the money quickly." "No problem, I'll take it." Lin Feng smiled and threw a purse to Kakuzu. Kakuzu's face lit up, and he immediately reached out to take it. But at the moment when Kakuzu received the money bag, he suddenly found a kunai on his neck. Kakuzu was shocked. He looked up and saw that there was no one in front of him. Lin Feng's words were also passed into his ears. "Since I promised to give it to you, then as a good young man in the new world, I will definitely abide by the agreement, but I don't want to give it to you for free." "What do you think I should do in this situation?" Kakuzu felt that Lin Feng's tone was getting colder and colder, and he almost felt the illusion that his heart was frozen. "I had to think of a way. That is, to give it to you first, and then kill you and take it back." Kakuzu opened his mouth and was about to speak, but Lin Feng pressed his neck with the blade of the kunai. "Why, do you want to see who is faster, me cutting your throat, or you making a sound?" Kakuzu didn't dare to act rashly. Lin Feng behind him could clearly see that countless cold sweats instantly appeared on Kakuzu's neck, which meant that Kakuzu was extremely nervous both physically and mentally at this moment. "Ah, I thought you would be desperate for money in this situation," Lin Feng suddenly said in a boring tone. "Isn't it the point where you want money but not your life? Eh?" Kakuzu was immediately stunned. The next moment, let go of the kunai, waved his hand and said, "Relax, don't be nervous, I'm just joking." Hearing what Lin Feng said, Kakuzu was relieved and almost angry to death. Is there anyone so wicked as to joke about other people's lives? For Lin Feng, he just wanted to teach Kakuzu a lesson for threatening him, and to test Kakuzu's love of money for fun. However, after Kakuzu escaped from death, he still looked very disappointed because he knew that the great god in front of him was not to be provoked at all, and was countless times more powerful than those half-hearted ninjas he had seen in the village. Threatened by shouting? It is estimated that as soon as he opened his mouth, his head would be separated from his body and say goodbye. But this also meant that there was no hope of making money, which naturally made Kakuzu extremely disappointed. Looking at Kakuzu's expression, Lin Feng felt a little interesting and suddenly asked, "Kakuzu, do you want to become a ninja?" Kakuzu was stunned when he heard this question and then nodded heavily. "Of course I do. Becoming a ninja can make more money." Lin Feng was speechless, but Kakuzu became excited at this time. "Can you please accept me as your apprentice? Let me become a very powerful ninja who can make a lot of money." "Not very interested," Lin Feng yawned. "And why do you want to come to me to become my apprentice? At the cost of selling my position, wouldn't it be better to find those two old guys outside to teach you? The fact that I was hunted by them obviously shows that they are stronger than me." Hearing Kakuzu upgrade the address of you to you, Lin Feng also understood his eagerness to become his apprentice. Thinking about his first apprentice Deidara, Lin Feng thought it would be interesting to accept another member of the Akatsuki organization as his apprentice. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about this, Kakuzu shook his head and answered Lin Feng, "It's different. You look no more than a dozen years old, while the two old guys outside are obviously approaching old age. You didn't look embarrassed when you came in, so I think you are still very comfortable in front of them. At least the strength will not be too different. Looking at the direction of the Great Elder, Kakuzu continued, "It is now clear who will become the stronger in the future, so I think it is better to worship you as a teacher than the two of them." "Oh, you are quite interesting, little guy." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. It seems that Kakuzu is indeed extraordinary. He has such a strong ability to observe and analyze since he was a child. Whether it is the analysis just now, or the inference that he is being hunted, Kakuzu can think so carefully at a young age. He is indeed a good material for being a ninja. Originally, I thought that Kakuzu in the original work only had the Earth Grudge and Five Elements chakra as his characteristics, but now it seems that even without those two aspects, Kakuzu himself is a very powerful ninja. Lin Feng nodded secretly, thinking carefully. Kakuzu in the original work grew up to be the strongest in Takigakure, and successfully saved his life in front of Hashirama Senju, who was already as powerful as a god at the time, all of which happened before Kakuzu seized the Earth Grudge and obtained the Five Elements ninjutsu. In other words, even if Kakuzu did not have any secret techniques, he at least had the strength of a Kage. When Kakuzu appeared in Shippuden, he was already 91 years old. Even if he kept replacing his heart to save his life, his body's functional strength would definitely decline significantly due to old age like the third Hokage. Even so, Kakuzu still had the strength of an elite Kage, which shows how strong Kakuzu was in his heyday. "But there is no benefit for me to accept you as my apprentice. I will just work hard to teach you ninjutsu for nothing." Of course, Lin Feng would not accept Kakuzu so easily. With his bad character, he would definitely play with Kakuzu first. I will definitely honor you well. Washing clothes, cooking, serving tea, and pouring water. I will do all the hard work without complaint," Kakuzu said eagerly with a red face. He knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, otherwise he would never be able to become a powerful ninja in his lifetime. In the future, Kakuzu might be noticed by the top leaders of Takigakure because of his talent, and thus embark on the road to becoming a strong man. But Kakuzu now did not know what would happen in the future. Lin Feng glanced at Kakuzu with a playful look and made a few non-committal sounds, deliberately teasing Kakuzu, and Kakuzu was indeed anxious. I think I'm quite talented." Kakuzu tried hard to promote himself. "Please take a look." After that, Kakuzu picked up a small wooden stick on the ground and started to play with it in a very realistic way. "Huh? The speed and power are both very good." Lin Feng was a little surprised. "Did anyone teach you?" Kakuzu shook his head and said, "No, I learned all this from watching the ninjas in the village, but even so, I still think I'm stronger than those Jonin who studied formally." He scratched his head and said, "Before, I saw that your age was about the same as the Ginin in the village, so I had the idea of threatening you. I'm very sorry for offending you." So, Kakuzu was not crazy at the time, but he took action after conducting a strength assessment based on the known information. Lin Feng thought silently. The more he looked at Kakuzu, the better he felt. He could practice to this level by stealing, and his calmness and analytical ability were also excellent. Jiraiya once said that the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze was the most talented ninja he had ever seen, and in Lin Feng's opinion, this statement was not an exaggeration for Kakuzu. Kakuzu, who had always been very calm, was so anxious to get Lin Feng to accept him as a disciple, which showed that he really attached great importance to this matter. I remember that in the original work, Kakuzu was always loyal to Takigakure. He defected after being betrayed by Takigakure. It seems that his loyalty can be guaranteed. Lin Feng nodded. It's not bad to have an errand runner, and Kakuzu is not like a certain scapegoat who would turn against his master. It's decided, Lin Feng said. Since you beg me sincerely, I will mercifully accept you. Kakuzu was surprised to hear this, and immediately knelt on the ground and sat down in front of Lin Feng to kowtowed and thanked him continuously. Dogeza is used to request or apologize, right? Lin Feng grinned, kicked Kakuzu up, and then walked to the door to observe the situation outside. While Lin Feng and Kakuzu were chatting, The ninjas of the Hyuga family had all arrived and were listening to the orders of the Great Elder. Soon, they scattered to the interior of Takigakure for a thorough search. Although the Great Elder would not cause trouble in Takigakure, the Hyuga family, as one of the 4 major families in the north of the Land of Fire, was not something Takigakure was willing to offend, so their search did not encounter any obstacles. Lin Feng watched with interest for a while and soon felt bored. It's boring to watch funny people too much. Let's retreat first, Kakuzu. Lin Feng yawned and said. Kakuzu first responded respectfully, then asked in a low voice, "But master, how can we escape from their surveillance?" Originally, Kakuzu thought that the 2 old guys had chased his master all the way here, but they couldn't do anything to him. Now it seems that it was actually a group of people chasing his master, but they still couldn't do anything to him. In an instant, Lin Feng's image in Kakuzu's heart became even taller and more majestic. Since Lin Feng said he wanted to retreat, Kakuzu would not doubt the possibility of success. He was just curious about the method Lin Feng used. Lin Feng said disdainfully, "It's very simple. I can retreat at any time. Only their old and rigid pig heads would wishfully think that they have completely blocked me into the Takigakure. It only needs to be like this." Lin Feng made a seal, and a puff of smoke suddenly surged out of his body. After the smoke dissipated, Lin Feng had turned into a domineering black cat. Or it could be like this. Another puff of smoke. This time Lin Feng turned into a mighty eagle. The next second, Lin Feng changed back. He waved his hand and said, "It only needs to be transformed into an animal that can be seen everywhere, or a leaf or grass ball floating in the wind. There are too many such things around them, and they can't check them one by one, so naturally they can easily hide the truth." In Lin Feng's view, the transformation technique in the Naruto world is definitely one of the magical skills, which can change the appearance and size freely and perfectly. It was a pity that the ninjas were so obsessed with improving their combat effectiveness that they didn't spend more time on this aspect. Lin Feng felt that they had wasted such a great and powerful ninjutsu. Transformation was the most basic ninjutsu, and with Kakuzu's talent, he could learn it in one go. Soon, they had successfully reached the outside of Takigakure and were getting farther and farther away from Takigakure. "Goodbye, a bunch of idiots." Lin Feng was actually in high spirits as he waved goodbye in the direction of Takigakure. "Let my shadow clone witness your anxious looks. Anyway, the memory will be transmitted back to me." After saying goodbye, Lin Feng leaned against a tree and looked like a thinker. "But what should I do next? I don't really want to go back to the Uchiha family for the time being. I'll go back when I have to settle accounts with Tajima." While thinking, Lin Feng clicked on his task list. Congratulations to the player for completing Task A, Deterioration of the Alliance. It was detected that the player obtained 10,000 experience points. Choice 1, Save and save for later use. Choice 2, Increase ability level. Choice 3, Exchange in the mall. It was detected that the player obtained 1 C-level gem fragment. Congratulations to the player for completing Task B, Deterioration of the Alliance. It was detected that the player obtained 20,000 experience points. Choice 1, Save and save for later use. Choice 2, Increase ability level. Option 3, Exchange in the mall. After reading the task prompt, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, he saw a small prompt at the bottom. It is detected that the player has completed 2 branch tasks at the same time and received a special reward. Special reward is being drawn. Drawing is successful, and the result is the experience value reward is doubled. This prompt was the first time Lin Feng encountered it, but it also made him overjoyed. It doubled all at once, so great. It seems that there is indeed a reward for every effort, Lin Feng thought to himself. If you think about it this way, it's not bad to die occasionally. But if all the 2 branch tasks are completed, there will be special rewards, which is also very important information. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and clicked on the panel to check. Now, in addition to the 10,000 experience points for purchasing the water-breaking wave, he has a full 260,000 experience points, which can be said to be unprecedentedly rich. But at this time, there are 2 difficult choices in front of Lin Feng. What should I do with these experience points? Either exchange them directly to become stronger, or store them to upgrade skills. Currently, Lin Feng's two main combat abilities, the Dark Fruit and Electric Power Control, have both reached the bottleneck of A level. If he wants to upgrade, he needs 1,000 experience points, and each ability requires 1,000 experience points. Just thinking about this makes Lin Feng feel dizzy. In comparison, Lin Feng immediately feels that the current 260,000 experience points are still too little. It will take a long time to get 1,000 experience points. Well, use it according to your needs. Lin Feng sighed and looked into the distance. Then I will practice outside for a year and earn more experience points. And this first stop? Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Kakuzu beside him. Isn't there a tailed beast near Takigakure? Damn it! Where is the real body of that little thief? Hikari panted and destroyed another shadow clone of Lin Feng. At this time, the moon was already high in the sky. All of them had been working hard for a whole day. From the night before, when Lin Feng burned the food and grass to now, it was late at night. They, a group of Hyuga ninjas, had not stopped and were exhausted. The despair of failing an important mission, the resentment towards Lin Feng, and the physical fatigue were a double pressure on the Hyuga ninjas, both mentally and physically, making them almost collapse. The one that Hikaru just killed is the 109th one, the elder said with a terribly gloomy face. It's almost the same as the number of clones we saw with our Byakugan. It's not easy. I want to applaud you. Lin Feng's teasing voice came from a distance, and all the Hyuga ninjas who were sitting and resting stood up quickly and looked around. Don't look, I'm here, Lin Feng said leisurely while sitting on a branch. Then he jumped down and walked not far from the elder and others and said, Since you have been looking so hard, I will tell you a good news. My real body has long been far away from you. Congratulations, you have worked in vain. Lin Feng's voice was extremely happy, and it really sounded like a hearty boy who was laughing. But this voice was so harsh in the ears of the Hyuga ninjas, comparable to the cruelest irony in the world, making their faces turn pale all of a sudden. You're lying! I don't believe it! Finally, a Hyuga ninja with poor psychological quality began to collapse. They were all plotted against by such a little devil along the way, and many of their clansmen died. They suffered countless setbacks, but in the end they were still fooled by this little devil. He rushed forward frantically to attack Lin Feng, but Lin Feng automatically released his shadow clone before him, leaving only the last words. Farewell, a group of intellectually disabled people of Class A. Goo. In a remote cave somewhere, an uncontrollable groan was heard. After a while, a haggard white-haired boy walked out of it with difficulty. He needed to lean against the stone wall to barely stand upright, and he walked with a limp. Damn Uchiha Izuna! The white-haired boy's already serious face looked even more terrifying because of anger. I will definitely take revenge. This white-haired boy was the Senju Tobirama who had escaped with great difficulty. Even though Lin Feng left food and water before leaving, he was still starving to death. That guy didn't kill me. He just locked me up. What's the purpose of doing this? Tobirama walked a short distance, gradually got rid of his anger, and began to think about the problem calmly. No, I still can't figure that guy out. Tobirama was now exhausted. Just thinking made him feel dizzy. It's been like this from 2 years ago to now. That guy is really too dangerous. As an enemy, he is as scary as an entire enemy family. Tobirama often prided himself on the talents of himself and his elder brother Hashirama. Even in the history of the Senju clan, there are almost no people who are more talented than him and his elder brother Hashirama. They are definitely well-deserved super geniuses, the chosen ones of heaven. But all of this is nothing compared to Uchiha Izuna. He is the same age as Tobirama, and 1 year older than Hashirama and Madara, but he has made a name for himself 2 years earlier than them. For this young generation, Uchiha Izuna's strength is too extraordinary, and it is simply not in the same dimension as them. It is really too amazing. Even though he had heard of the name Instant Body Izuna in the past, Tobirama had never thought that someone could kill him instantly. He and Uchiha Izuna are not on the same level at all. Asshole, the more I think about it, the more incredible it seems. How can he be so strong at such a young age? Tobirama felt a little depressed when he thought about it. At this time, the light in front of him attracted his attention. This is the sunlight that Tobirama has not seen for a long time. Feeling this warm light, Tobirama knew that he had finally succeeded in getting out of trouble. He walked towards the light with a shaky step, muttering in his heart, "Anyway, my clone technique is almost complete. This is a physical clone technique that has never appeared in the ninja world. I can definitely defeat that guy with it." In the courtyard of the Uchiha family, Madara was walking around anxiously. "Can't I go out yet, father?" "No." Tajima's voice came from the Japanese-style room. "This is a grounding punishment for your disobedience to orders and wanting to go out with Izuna to perform tasks without permission." Madara was anxious. "But," Tajima said lightly, "there is no but. Not only are you not allowed to go out in the war, but you are not even allowed to take ordinary tasks at present. You must understand the importance of obeying the orders of the head of the family." Madara gritted his teeth, knowing that it would be useless to say more, so he could only turn around and leave without saying a word. "Is this okay?" Not long after, an old voice sounded. "It's not a solution to keep Master Madara under house arrest like this." Tajima looked up and saw that the one who spoke was his shadow guard, who had been with him for decades. "Our spies in the Hyuga family have sent news that although the food and grass were burned, the culprit was also shot dead on the spot." Shadow was stunned and sighed. "So, Master Izuna is really—" Tajima nodded and said, "This result is inevitable. I think he should have understood it when he took on this mission. But you, the head of the family, did not send out the supporting ninjas as agreed. What if Master Madara knew about this?" Listening to Shadow's worried words, Tajima sighed and said, "The other side has a full 30 super elite fighters. If I insist on saving Izuna, then the family's strength will suffer a completely disproportionate loss in this operation. I think Madara will understand how to make a choice at this time." Tajima smiled faintly again. "Besides, once Izuna dies, Madara will be the confirmed candidate for the next head of the family. He won't care about such trivial matters anymore." "Trivia? Well?" Shadow nodded slightly and stopped talking. "After a while, everything will be settled," Tajima continued, "and then Madara's freedom of movement will naturally be restored." Madara, who was venting his anger in the training ground, did not know what Tajima said, but a few days later, Madara was allowed to accept tasks again. The job of a ninja is to solve the tasks issued by the client, even in the Warring States period. Otherwise, where would the resources and money come from to support the war between families? After all, the only ones who can be directly financially supported by the daimyo are only a few super families. In the Land of Fire, where there are two equally powerful super forces, the Senju family and the Uchiha family, the daimyo is even more wavering, so the Uchiha family also sends out missions very frequently. It just so happened that because of the Uchiha family's reputation, many clients would come here to post tasks, which made it easy for Madara to get the tasks he wanted. Madara wanted to take the mission related to the border of the Land of Fire. In this way, he could legitimately go to the rendezvous point to check on Izuna. "It's been so many days, but Izuna still hasn't come back. I'm really worried." Madara held the mission scroll and sorted out the ninja tools at the same time. "Damn it! With Izuna's strength, there will be no problem. Haven't I always known it?" Unfortunately, this kind of self-consolation method could not really calm Madara's heart. After receiving the mission, Madara, who was anxious, rushed to the border of the Land of Fire as soon as possible. There was a small wooden house there that only the members of the Uchiha family knew about. Basically, things like rendezvous and rendezvous would be carried out there. "We should be there soon." Madara estimated the distance by comparing the map while quickly shuttling between the trees. Soon, a piece of empty land appeared from behind the woods. Madara knew that the destination had been reached, but after arriving at the destination, Madara became shocked, just because what caught his eyes was a large area of scattered wooden ruins and a mess on the ground. These traces. Did a fierce battle take place at the rendezvous point? Madara frowned and landed beside the ruins to take a closer look. Suddenly, Madara shook his head again and whispered to himself, "No, I'm afraid that's not the case. Look at the traces of battle left behind. There is basically only this one place, which means that the battle may have ended in just a moment. Madara's guess was basically right, and the battle was indeed only a moment. However, he would never have thought that this ruin and mess, except for the wooden house that was blown up by the pursuit of the Hyuga family at the beginning, the rest were affected by Lin Feng's dark acupuncture points. Madara, who didn't know the facts, was naturally extremely confused. In his cognition, a ninja with the strength level of Izuna could not kill Izuna instantly, even if Tajima did it himself. Then, the only possibility is, Madara muttered to himself, and finally opened his eyes wide in horror. We are outnumbered. The number of enemies far exceeds ours. Thinking of this, Madara stamped his feet fiercely. Asshole, how can I think like that? Izuna must be fine. It's not a good idea to guess like this. Let me ask the person involved in person what the truth is. Although Madara has not yet grown into the big boss behind the scenes who has been involved in the disputes in the ninja world for nearly 100 years, he is already very courageous at this time. He immediately decided to go to the Hyuga family alone to find out. If Tajima knew that Madara did this, he would definitely regret his judgment to restore Madara's freedom of movement. Outside the Hyuga family's residence, two Hyuga Chunins who were guarding were talking. They carried out this boring task day after day. If they didn't talk about something else to relieve their boredom every day, they would feel uncomfortable all over. Our family has been badly hurt this time, one of the Chunins sighed. Luoyang Valley? Alas, I think it's going to be a disaster. Another Chunin nodded and said, yes, fortunately our family had foresight and formed an alliance with the Senju family before this. Regarding this, didn't the Great Elder pass down a new order after his return, asking us to be secretly vigilant against the Senju family? That's true. The Chunin who spoke last pondered, but our family is still in danger. The other three major families, especially the Hatake, are eyeing us covetously. His companion heard this and stamped his feet in anger. It's all the fault of that bastard who destroyed our plan to transport supplies. Fortunately, the Great Elder said that our family has also taken revenge. Can you tell me more about this matter? A cold voice suddenly rose from behind them, and both of them were startled and were about to turn back to attack. But as soon as they turned around, they were each grabbed by the neck by a strong and powerful hand and lifted up, and they had no time to launch an attack. Damn it! The Hyuga Chunin, who was subdued by a move, certainly would not give up so easily. He raised his hand with all his strength, took out the kunai hidden in his palm, and stabbed it into the attacker's heart with the force of thunder and wind. Puff! The sound of flesh piercing was heard immediately. Before the attacking Chunin could show the joy of successfully killing the enemy, he found that a puff of smoke was pouring out of the attacker's body. When he looked again, he was horrified to find that he had stabbed the kunai into his companion's heart. Looking at his companion's unbelievable eyes before his death, the Hyuga Chunin's body involuntarily took a few steps back. Is this a substitution technique? His voice was trembling. It can actually use the person in your hand as the target of the substitution technique in an instant? That's right. The attacker's figure reappeared behind the Hyuga Chunin. He took advantage of the moment when the Hyuga Chunin was stunned and neatly strung up both of the Hyuga Chunin's hands with a kunai. Ah! Goo! Feeling the sharp pain in his palm, the Hyuga Chunin was about to scream, but was stopped by the attacker's hand that was pinching his throat. At this time, he was completely defeated and was able to see the attacker's appearance clearly. He was actually a boy who looked about 11 or 12 years old. And in the boy's eyes, blood-red pupils were spinning, and the two pairs of hooks in them were extremely dazzling. It's a ninja from the Uchiha clan. As soon as this thought flashed through the Hyuga Chunin's mind, he felt that he was deeply trapped in the pair of red Sharingan. He felt that these eyes were so beautiful that he didn't want to look away at all. Seeing that the Hyuga Chunin's eyes gradually became dull, Madara loosened his hand that was pinching his neck. The accidental killing of a companion, coupled with the sudden severe pain, made the Hyuga Chunin lose his mind instantly. There was also the overwhelming elite Jonin strength that Madara possessed, and the fact that the Hyuga Chunin was looking for death and staring into Madara's Sharingan, which made him fall into Madara's illusion in an instant. Now, he had already told Madara everything he knew. "You just said that? Bastard, the enemy who burned the food? Are you sure there was only one person?" Madara asked first, and the Hyuga Chunin answered stupidly, "Yes. According to the ninjas of the escort team who returned, there was only one enemy from beginning to end. It was always a one-man battle. Is that so? Damn it!" Madara's pupils shrank. This testimony completely confirmed his inference from the ruins of the rendezvous point. Tajima didn't send anyone to meet Izuna. Madara himself was also a talent for the head of the family. He was fully aware of the reasons why Tajima would do this, and he had guessed it long ago, but he had always been unwilling to admit it in his heart. "So, the enemy who burned the food?" Madara was silent for a moment, then asked, "What's his current situation?" This was the question Madara was most concerned about, and he should have asked it first. But he didn't dare to ask this question in the first sentence he opened his mouth. He was like a gambler, wanting to leave hope for the end no matter what. According to the Great Elder, the enemy, the voice of the Hyuga Chunin was dull and without fluctuations, has been killed for sure. Killed? Killed? Madara's body shook slightly. How should he understand the meaning of this sentence? He felt that he knew exactly what the Hyuga Chunin was saying, but his brain refused to accept the meaning of this sentence. In other words, Madara couldn't accept this information that seemed infinitely close to the truth to him. In the end, did I still fail to protect my brother? Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, bastard! Self-blame and guilt, regret and anger, all kinds of complex emotions intertwined in Madara's heart. He felt as if his chest was blocked and he couldn't breathe at all. An extremely dark emotion rose from Madara's heart and rushed straight to his brain. The Hyuga Chunin was, after all, a ninja with a blood limit of eye technique, and his resistance to illusions was stronger. He was about to struggle to wake up, but at this time, his eyes, which were gradually regaining focus, saw the eyes in front of him filled with darkness and despair again. The three hook wheels were quietly turning, and they were turning faster and faster, as if they were about to intersect to form a new pattern. Unfortunately, because of the addition of a pair of hook wheels, they seemed to lack stamina and finally stopped and returned to the state of three hook wheels. Even the three-ring Sharingan is many times stronger than the two-ring Sharingan in terms of the increase in illusion. After all, the three-ring Sharingan is the real hypnotic eye. However, Madara, who was in a state of agitation, was completely unaware of all these changes. Madara's lips moved a few times and he asked tremblingly, "Where is his body?" The corpse of a ninja contains countless information and secrets, especially the corpse of a bloodline limit ninja. Therefore, Madara believes that after Izuna was killed, the Hyuga family should bring his body back for research. Now the only thing Madara wants is to bring back Izuna's body and bury him properly. The Hyuga ninja, who was once again subjected to strong hypnosis, immediately replied, "The elder has burned his body in public." This answer is so simple, but it is extremely cruel to Madara. In the end, there's not even a corpse left. Madara muttered to himself while gritting his teeth. To be honest, he knew very well that if a corpse was needed, there would be plenty everywhere on the battlefield, and it was not necessary to keep Izuna's body for research. It was just that the secrets hidden in the corpse and the research value were determined by the strength of the deceased before his death. Madara knew this, so he asked this question with a fluke. Madara didn't know that the elders and others had returned empty-handed. They suffered a devastating blow, but they didn't even catch the enemy. In order to appease the panicked tribesmen, they announced false news and randomly captured a civilian disguised as Lin Feng, killed him, and then burned the body. In Madara's view, his information from the Hyuga family itself was already the most accurate. Since the questioning was over, the Hyuga ninja in front of him was no longer useful. Madara waved his hand and slashed, completely ending his life. "It's not just these two guys." Madara looked towards the Hyuga family with lifeless eyes. "You, the Hyuga family, all of you will be buried with Izuna. You will all die. During the few days I rested, did you learn the earth escape technique I taught you?" "Yes, I have fully practiced it." Oh, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Not bad, Kakuzu. Kakuzu scratched his head embarrassedly. Seeing this innocent performance and thinking of Kakuzu in the Shippuden, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh at the power of time. Although Kakuzu has not yet stolen the secret technique of the Earth Grudge to complete the 5 escaped chakra nature changes, he himself has both Earth and Water chakra nature changes. It is very rare to be born with 2 chakra attributes. Kakuzu is just like Lin Feng and Sasuke. He can be sure that he is an excellent ninja talent at birth. Lin Feng also needed to take a few days off to recover his body, so he taught Kakuzu the first Earth escape technique. If necessary, he might need Kakuzu to cooperate with him. Kakuzu was indeed a genius recognized by Lin Feng. In just a few days, he had successfully learned the Earth escape technique. You have mastered the Earth escape technique, and my physical strength has been fully restored, and the destination is in front. Everything is just right. Lin Feng jumped onto a big tree nearby and looked at a mountain not far away. At this moment, they have successfully found the destination that Lin Feng wanted to go to and arrived smoothly. One last confirmation. The habitat of the tailed beast you mentioned is roughly there, right? Lin Feng lowered his head and glanced at Kakuzu, who nodded affirmatively. There is a tailed beast near the Takigakure village, which is already a legend known to everyone in the village. Since Hashirama hasn't captured the tailed beast yet, the 7-tailed beast is very likely hiding here. No wonder the 7-tailed beast Jinchuriki belonged to Takigakure for generations. After getting Kakuzu's confirmation, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. He jumped off the tree, grabbed Kakuzu, and disappeared from the spot with a flash. Buzz! In a huge cave somewhere, a dense and sharp noise suddenly rose, and then it became louder and louder, turning into a harsh noise. If someone listened carefully, it would feel like the sound of an insect flapping its wings quickly, but it was amplified countless times. Is this the place? It's so hard to find. I wandered around in the mountains for a long time. The unpleasant complaint and the flapping sound sounded at the same time. From the source of the flapping sound, a dull question suddenly came out. Who are you? Hey, take a closer look, and it turns out to be a cave half buried in the soil. Lin Feng ignored Nanawe's question and said to himself, "It's really the residence of wild beasts." As he spoke, Lin Feng shook his head again. It doesn't seem right. This guy is a bug that can't even be considered a wild beast, right? I'm asking you a question. Human! Nanawe's voice became much louder. You trespassed into my territory without permission and started to insult me for no reason. Lin Feng suddenly interrupted Nanawe's words, with an innocent expression on his face. Speak with evidence. How could I insult you? Did I say something wrong? Aren't you an insect? Nanabe's voice was stuck for a moment. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that there was nothing wrong. See, even you can't find any words to refute, Lin Feng said with his hands spread out. This is enough to prove that I am completely reasonable and convincing. Master, Kakuzu, who was held in Lin Feng's hand, said weakly, You are still talking nonsense so leisurely in front of such a monster. Is this really okay? Lin Feng shook Kakuzu a few times in dissatisfaction and scolded him. How do you talk like that, kid? Today I will teach you that as long as it is what I say, even if it is nonsense, it is the truth of the world. Oh. Facing the unreasonable Lin Feng, Kakuzu could not resist his power at all. Well, actually, I want to remind Master that the monster seems to be very angry. Bang! As soon as Kakuzu finished speaking, the boulder where Lin Feng was standing was smashed by Nanabe's horns. Obviously, Nanabe no longer wanted to be a gentleman and only talk, but wanted to take action directly. Before this, Lin Feng had already used the body flash technique to evade to the other side, while still lectured Kakuzu non-stop. Do you need to remind Master of this? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the guy is angry because he can't argue with me. Kakuzu turned pale because of Nanabe's sudden attack, but he still whispered, But I think it's because you, Master, are too good at making excuses. So? Hey, Nanabe, you look at my Kakuzu darts. Yes, Master. You are the wisest. Kakuzu's face turned from white to green. Master's every word and action represents the truth of the world. You guy? Lin Feng shook his head. How can you be so shameless? These words make me feel sick. Master, what do you want? Kakuzu finally couldn't stand it anymore and started to complain vigorously, but he was interrupted by gravel that came from the sky just when he was halfway through his words. Lin Feng and Kakuzu flashed again, avoiding the whip under Nanabi. Looking at the place where he was originally, a deep gully had been opened. Kakuzu's heart was full of fear and anxiety. Master, this monster is not something that humans can fight. Let's first. Hey, don't talk too much when your master is fighting. Lin Feng threw Kakuzu aside and took out 2 kunai to throw. Anyway, let me try first. Humph! Nanabi was upset that she failed to hit this damn human with 2 consecutive attacks. What can 2 kunai do? Electromagnetic sniper. 2 sounds of breaking through the air sounded together, drowning out Nanabi's mocking words, and the next moment, a violent scream came out of Nanabi's mouth. There were already 2 terrifying penetrating wounds on Nanabi's wings. The 2 hole-like wounds completely penetrated the wings of the seven-tail, and even the rocks behind the wings could be seen through them. However, compared with the huge seven-tail, the injuries of this area were nothing. Alas, it is indeed difficult to use this to fight monsters at this stage. Lin Feng shook his head regretfully. He knew that the biggest effect of these 2 attacks was actually to really arouse all the anger of the seven-tail. Asshole human, I will make you regret it. As expected, the seven-tail's roar and scream came over, and it rushed towards Lin Feng fiercely. Its might along the way was really unstoppable. But Lin Feng did not intend to fight the seven-tail head-on. He left this place in an instant and shot a lightning spear at the seven-tail. Roar! The seven-tailed beast let out an even more brutal roar, which made Lin Feng secretly smack his lips. This is a lightning spear equivalent to a small thundercloud. The results produced are actually similar to electromagnetic sniping. Isn't the seven-tailed beast too durable? Although the 9-tailed beasts do not completely follow the law that the more tails the stronger the power, the general ranking of strength is still somewhat related to this. After this short fight, Lin Feng finally deeply realized the strength of this beast, which is second only to the 8-tailed beast and the 9-tailed beast. You're dead! The 7-tailed beast roared again and again, and was really furious to the extreme. You have said this kind of thing many times, but I am still alive and well. Lin Feng shrugged. Don't embarrass yourself by talking about things you can't do. Besides, can't you change the content? It's nothing new. Lin Feng's relaxed look made Nanabi almost crazy. It flapped its wings and was about to rush forward, but Lin Feng's face suddenly changed and he raised his hand. Pause! The last moment it was extremely comfortable, and the next moment it became as if it had been attacked by an unknown person. This huge contrast made Nanabi actually stop subconsciously. You. Lin Feng pointed at Nanabi with a trembling finger. After listening to it many times, I feel that the sound of your wings is exactly the noise of mosquitoes in summer increased by 100 times. This is simply mental pollution. Nanabi and Kakuzu were stunned by Lin Feng's behavior of teasing the opponent on the battlefield. Soon they saw Lin Feng angrily cursing. I said, you are obviously in a cave, and you are still flying. Is there a hole in your head? Kakuzu was completely expressionless. In his heart, he admired his master very much. Could this be the demeanor that a master should have when fighting? As the direct object of Lin Feng's teasing, Nanabi was completely speechless and decided to shut up decisively. Nanabi was afraid that if he had any more conversations with Lin Feng, he would probably be angry to death before he was defeated. When you think about this mosquito-like sound, your giant insect-like appearance is even more disgusting. Really, why is there someone like you among the tailed beasts? You are simply a traitor among the about other 8-tailed beasts who all look like beasts. Lin Feng continued to talk non-stop, which made the 7 tails feel suffocated. He continued to attack regardless. I told you to stay away from me because it's disgusting. Lin Feng looked at the 7 tails who rushed over silently and dodged with a flash body technique with a look of disgust on his face. Kakuzu was also drunk watching from the side. Obviously, the battlefield in front of him was shaken by the 7 tails, but with Lin Feng's mouth, the battle seemed to have no tension at all. This was the countless time that Lin Feng dodged the 7 tails attack. The flash body technique, which was originally only considered relatively outstanding in the eyes of the Seven Tails, now made it take it seriously. It's really fast, Nana-Oi thought silently, but it's useless even if you're faster. See how you dodge this move. Nana-Oi flapped her wings fiercely and her figure rose a lot. Seeing Nana-Oi's unusual movement, Lin Feng finally became a little more serious. Are you going to get serious? It seems that I can't continue to talk nonsense anymore. Phosphorus powder hug technique. Nana-Oi's mind moved, and a large amount of light yellow poisonous powder immediately appeared under her body, and it attacked Lin Feng in an overwhelming manner. It only takes a short while, and the whole cave will be filled with this poisonous phosphorus powder. At that time, it will be useless no matter how fast Lin Feng is. Shadow clone technique. Lin Feng didn't look nervous, but split more than 10 shadow clones and jumped up, distributed around Nana-Oi. Wind escape breakthrough. Each of them formed a seal of breakthrough and spit out wind walls, forming a circle of dense wind nets, blowing all the poisonous phosphorus powder back and gathering together. What kind of strange clone technique is this? Nanao saw Daki, and the phosphorus powder was circled around it by the wind wall of the big breakthrough, bringing the concentration to a new height. But Nanabi didn't care. It sneered and said, "Stupid human, you are just making a last-ditch effort. As long as the wind wall disappears, you will fall into the desperate situation just now. And do you still think I will be poisoned by the phosphorus powder I spit out? This is totally useless." Lin Feng smiled slightly and replied disdainfully, "Whether it is useful or not is not up to you to decide." Nanabi was stunned for a moment and heard Lin Feng muttering to himself quickly, "High concentration of dust, secret cave, a large amount of wind escape. All conditions are met. Let me show you that chemical knowledge is power. Fire escape big fireball technique." Another Lin Feng instantly appeared on Nanabi's head and spit out a big red fireball downwards, while the original Lin Feng instantly appeared next to Kakuzu, raised his hands high. Wall of iron sand! Boom! As soon as the fireball came into contact with the dense phosphorus powder, a violent chemical reaction immediately occurred, turning into a huge explosion that submerged the cave. Then there was another loud noise. The flames of the explosion touched the wind walls formed by the wind escape technique. The closed environment of the cave caused another bigger explosion. The whole cave was shaken to the point of collapse. Sand, gravel, and soil kept falling from the stone walls. Countless cracks visible to the naked eye covered the mountain. Now! Under the iron sand wall, Lin Feng waved his hand fiercely again, and the iron sand wall suddenly disappeared into the ground. Iron sand sword assassination needle! Countless dense black sand needles suddenly protruded from the ground where the Seven Tail was located and instantly penetrated its lower part completely. Roar! After being suddenly hit by 2 major explosions and being penetrated by the iron sand needles, the Seven Tail howled for the 3rd time, but this time it was close to a wail. It was a pity that compared with the huge body of the Seven Tail, the iron sand contained in the land within a range of only 200 meters was very small, and it was impossible to attack the entire body of the Seven Tail. But Lin Feng only intended to use the iron sand needle to fix the seven-tailed beast. His real killer move was the last bit of iron sand. Iron sand sword! The black iron sand sword vibrated at high speed and pierced the immobile seven-tailed beast quickly. Lin Feng wanted to nail it to the stone wall alive. Seeing that there was no escape, the seven-tailed beast decided to fight back. It was indeed a tailed beast with power, second only to the 8-tailed and 9-tailed beast. It recovered quickly and condensed a dark red-tailed beast jade in its mouth. Oops! Lin Feng's pupils shrank. He decisively withdrew all the iron sand and shouted to the side, Kakuzu! Yes! Kakuzu also responded to his master loudly, and he formed a seal of earth escape technique in his hands. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Lin Feng quickly clenched his hands and controlled the iron sand to surround himself and Kakuzu. Iron sand wall. Tailed beast ball. The huge tailed beast ball was shot out by the seven-tailed beast without hesitation. The next moment, the whole cave was hit by a violent explosion again, and it was directly collapsed with a lot of roars. At the center of the explosion, a small stone ball was collapsing rapidly, revealing Lin Feng and Kakuzu, who were panting inside. Sure enough, the high temperature and high heat attack has a very strong restraint on the iron sand wall composed of magnetic force. Fortunately, I let Kakuzu add another layer of earth flow wall inside the iron sand wall in advance. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and waved his hand to disperse the smoke and flames caused by the explosion, while Kakuzu standing next to him was completely shocked. Soon, the battlefield situation reappeared in front of Lin Feng and Kakuzu. At this time, Kakuzu's body shook and finally fell to the ground. At this time, they were in the center of a huge pit with a diameter of at least 1 kilometer, and all around were huge trees blown down by the wind pressure and huge rocks scattered everywhere. This battlefield, this kind of power, so this is the level of the master, it's too powerful. Kakuzu was deeply shocked by the messy battlefield in front of him. The battlefield caused by Lin Feng's battle with the Seven Tails alone was enough to be comparable to the family wars that Kakuzu had seen in the past. In fact, this was mainly because one of the two sides in the battle was a tailed beast known for large-scale destruction, so it was a bit watery, but Kakuzu, who didn't think too much, deeply engraved this scene in his mind. The sunlight outside the valley was no longer blocked by the mountain, and it was unscrupulously sprinkled in. But in front of them there was still a huge monster blocking their way. It was floating high in the air, and the shadow it cast completely enveloped Lin Feng and Jiao Du. As the only tailed beast that can fly, it must be able to fully exert its combat power by using the sky where it can fly freely as a battlefield. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and made such a judgment in his mind. He knew that the seven-tailed beast could not only fly, but also fly at an extremely fast speed, which was extremely troublesome. But compared with Lin Feng, the seven-tailed beast was even more frightened, especially after seeing Lin Feng take a blow from the tailed beast cannon and still be unscathed. The seven-tailed beast had not encountered such a strange battle for a long time. The tiny human in front of it clearly felt that its aura was far weaker than its own, but it was always at a disadvantage when fighting. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. The seven-tailed beast made such a judgment in its heart. In the legend of the tailed beasts, the seven-tailed beast was the most cunning one, and before it experienced the sealed life, the seven-tailed beast had no hatred against humans that it had to fight. Therefore, the seven-tailed beast immediately decided to retreat, but this was not good news for Lin Feng. Huh? Lin Feng noticed Nanabe's unusual movements. Fuck! You're running even when you have the upper hand? You still have no moral integrity. Nanabe ignored what Lin Feng said, flapped its wings, and instantly flew over 100 meters in the air away from Lin Feng. Damn it! Don't even think about running. Lin Feng opened his eyes wide, stretched out his hand and pulled in Nanabe's direction. Dark water. A huge attraction arose spontaneously, and Nanabe's figure was stopped in the air. At present, Lin Feng's dark water is still in the A-level state. As long as it reaches the level of Elite Shadow, it can completely resist his dark water, such as the Thousand Hands Buddha 2 years ago. But at this time, even if Nanabe is not sucked in, it can't escape. This move, isn't it the 10,000 Elements Heaven attraction? Nanabe was obviously shocked. What is your relationship with the old man Liu Dao? You don't need to know this, Lin Feng replied with a sneer. But cold sweat gradually appeared on his face. It was obvious that it was very hard for him to forcibly hold on to such a huge monster as Nanabe. Humph! Nanabe snorted coldly, turned around and flapped his wings to resist the dark water while gathering the tailed beast ball again. Looking at the dark red high-energy sphere that was condensed quickly, Kakuzu, who had been hit once and fully understood its power, immediately changed his face. Master, that move is coming again! This is really bad. Now I don't have the spare energy to condense a wall of iron sand that can resist the level of tailed beast ball. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Sure enough, relying on my current strength, it is too difficult to force the tailed beast. Either he will be killed by the tailed beast ball, or he will let go of the dark water to condense the iron sand wall. But in this way, Nanabe will escape, no matter which result Lin Feng doesn't want. Unlike Kakuzu's anxious shouting, Lin Feng still had no sense of nervousness at this moment. At this time, it's time to use it as needed. Speaking of the special power against the tailed beasts that I can get at this stage, it must be that one. Seeing that the tailed beast ball was about to be completed, Lin Feng's experience value balance was also rapidly decreasing with his thoughts, and in the blink of an eye, a full 100,000 were gone. At the same time, Lin Feng felt an extremely cold force rushing into his eyes, and the originally blood-red Sharingan now revealed an extremely terrifying evil light. The 3 hook wheels in Lin Feng's eyes were already spinning rapidly. They spun faster and faster, and then condensed together, finally formed a new pattern. Madara is now crazy, but what is incredible is that he is now calmer than ever before. Madara is not a hot-blooded young man. He is a future peerless strongman, an absolute talent for the head of a family, with strategy, courage, and courage. He knows very well that if he rushes in and kills directly at this stage, he will most likely not come back. How can we truly destroy the Hyuga family? How can we save our own lives until we can completely destroy the Hyuga family and avenge Izuna? Madara has thought about all these things and considered them in great detail. Only time can do it. Madara closed his eyes tightly. Time is the greatest weapon. The strong will weaken, but I will become stronger and stronger. Moreover, the speed at which I become stronger is much faster than the speed at which they weaken. It is not urgent to destroy the Hyuga family at this moment. A cold light flashed in Madara's eyes, and he quietly began to sneak towards the Hyuga family. But they must first feel the unforgettable pain, just like me before. That night, the Hyuga family suffered another huge blow after the Luoyang Valley incident. Almost half of the young generation were killed. The murderer started killing from the weakest first, without a sound. It was not until he had slaughtered nearly half of them that he could no longer cover up the smell of blood. The Hyuga ninjas who discovered this were all horrified, and naturally, the family masters also went out in full force, vowing to keep the murderer completely. What shocked them again was that the murderer remained calm in the face of danger, and it could even be said that he had a plan in advance. While killing people, he calmly calculated the bloody smell in the air, and he was not in a hurry at all. When he killed someone and thought he had to leave, he decisively turned around and left. When the family masters arrived, they could not find any trace of him even within the range of the Byakugan. The murderer had disappeared without a trace. This kind of thing was impossible for Madara, who had just entered the realm of elite Jonin in the past. So this meant that Madara's strength had improved a step further. But Madara didn't notice this at all. At this moment, he was standing in the courtyard of the Uchiha family, and all his attention was on the Japanese-style room in front of him. Sitting inside was his father Tajima, who was also the indirect murderer who caused Izuna's death. Just thinking of this, Madara's chest couldn't help but start to rise and fall violently, but he didn't curse at the first time, but remained silent. Tajima in the Japanese-style room also noticed Madara's presence, and he also said nothing. Finally, Madara spoke first. He was born domineering and was not the type who could endure it forever. "Father, you didn't send anyone to pick up Izuna, did you?" Madara was so angry that he didn't even call him father, which made Tajima feel the anger. Tajima remained silent, and after a while he responded, "It seems that you know everything. Bang! The sliding door of the Japanese-style room broke with a sound, and Madara rushed out from between the broken pieces of paper with bloodshot eyes. Madara didn't want to waste time talking to Tajima. All he needed was a recognition. That was enough. Clang! Compared to the somewhat surprised Tajima, Shadow reacted faster and blocked Madara. After all, as a guard, he was always on guard against Madara's movements. Madara didn't hesitate at all about being blocked. He quickly pulled out another kunai and quickly fought with Shadow. For a moment, the room was filled with the sound of metal colliding. To Tajima's surprise, the duel was decided very quickly. What surprised Tajima was not the fact that it was very quickly, but that the winner was none other than Madara. "Ha!" Madara shouted loudly and took advantage of the gap to kick Shadow away even faster. "Get out of the way!" How is this possible? Shadow was kicked into the Japanese-style room next door by Madara's huge force. In addition to the severe pain, the only thing that appeared in his mind was shock. Shadow is a veteran elite Jonin. It stands to reason that a ninja like Madara, who has just been promoted to the elite Jonin realm, can't compete with him. Before Tajima had time to think more, Madara had already rushed in front of him and raised his kunai to stab him. Like the Great Elder, Tajima's shadow guards were also at the elite Jonin level. But unlike the Great Elder, Tajima himself only had shadow guards because of the family's traditional system. In fact, his own strength was many times stronger than that of the shadow guards. Madara's kunai was getting closer and closer to Tajima's neck, but Tajima turned around even faster and kicked back with a swift kick. Goo! Madara, who was hit in the stomach, could not help but fly backwards in the air, but he was worthy of being Madara, and quickly adjusted his body shape and landed safely. Stop, Madara. Tajima did not continue to attack, but said coldly, "Just for Izuna's death, you are going to attack me as the head of the family," he said, as if warning, or perhaps asserting. "I don't know why you have become stronger, but with your current level, it is impossible to defeat me." Just... Madara muttered to himself, his voice getting louder and louder. What a joke! Madara gritted his teeth, and the three-hooked Sharingan in his eyes turned faster because of anger, and this phenomenon also made Tajima notice Madara's eyes. That's the three-cut Sharingan. Tajima was surprised, then overjoyed. No wonder you're stronger than the shadow at the age of 12. It's a great deal to exchange such a small matter as Izuna's death for your early advancement to the three-cut Sharingan. But Tajima's words made Madara even more angry. A small matter? A great deal. Is this how you see Izuna's death? Think about it, Madara, Tajima said excitedly. You can open the three-cut Sharingan so early, then even the legendary and illusory Manjeki Sharingan will not be impossible for you. Once you successfully open the eyes of the Uchiha ancestor, our Uchiha family will be invincible. Tajima became more and more excited as he spoke. He looked at Madara and said quickly and coherently, I know that the death of your brother made you lose your composure for a while, but it doesn't matter. I can forgive you. Without Izuna, you will definitely be the next head of the family. Tajima was trying to persuade him. Isn't this enough to make you ecstatic? Ninjas are destined to die early at the moment of birth, so let Izuna die, Madara. Enough! Madara shouted in a low voice. Izuna is not only my brother, he is also your son. Now you can still talk as if it has nothing to do with you? I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. Tajima was stunned when he heard this, and his face became gloomy. It seems that you are still too young. Well, let me, as a father, use force to teach you the first lesson of respect. As soon as the voice fell, the two figures entangled with each other quickly, and the shadow crawled back with his hands on his waist in pain, looking at the scene in front of him with great surprise. Even with the three-hooked Sharingan, Madara was still far behind Tajima, and his kunai was knocked away in a short while. Madara immediately drew out another kunai to connect, and was knocked into the air by Tajima again. Looking at the defenseless Madara, when Tajima was about to give Madara the final blow, he suddenly saw a kunai falling from the sky. Behind the kunai was a half-burned explosion talisman. At this distance, Tajima was shocked. Could it be that Madara wants to die with me? Tajima was indeed a veteran family head who could fight against Fujian for many years. Without thinking, he changed his body shape without hesitation and kicked the kunai back into the sky with a backflip. The kunai reached its highest point instantly, but the explosion talisman still did not explode. At this moment, Tajima suddenly realized that he had been tricked. That explosion talisman is fake. Tajima's heart was full of warning signs. It is a normal piece of paper drawn in the style of the explosion talisman and ignited. Sure enough, as soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Tajima saw Madara coming forward to attack him in his peripheral vision. Ugh! Tajima barely blocked it, but was forcibly knocked dozens of meters away, landing hard on the ground. But as soon as Tajima landed, several flame dragon heads flew over closely. Fire-style dragon flame song jutsu. Madara kept making seals and exhaling, and at this time he saw Tajima making the same seals even faster. Fire-style dragon flame song jutsu. The larger and stronger dragon head swallowed up Madara's attack, causing a violent explosion. Madara raised his sleeves to block the strong wind with difficulty, but unexpectedly Tajima had taken this opportunity to come to his side. Shit! Tajima's hand reached out like an iron clamp, pinched Madara's neck vigorously, and then slammed him to the ground. Bang! The ground was smashed into huge cracks by Madara's body, and Madara temporarily lost the ability to resist. He could only stare at Tajima with hatred while panting. Madara! Tajima shouted loudly. Wake up! Don't you understand why I didn't send anyone to pick up Izuna? I know! Madara also gasped, but this also indirectly led to Izuna's death. I absolutely can't forgive you. Tajima narrowed his eyes and said, Since you know, you must know that if I sent someone to pick up Izuna, it would very likely mean the death of a dozen or 20 tribesmen. Doesn't that matter? It doesn't matter. Completely beyond Tajima's expectations, Madara spoke seriously without hesitation, word by word. In my eyes, the lives of the rest of the tribesmen, even if there are hundreds or thousands of them, are not as important as the life of Izuna alone. Tajima was speechless for a moment. He never thought that the relationship between Madara and Izuna had reached such a point. You, the target of your revenge, shouldn't be me, right? Tajima's mind changed. If you kill me head-on, then the Uchiha family will never tolerate you. And without the support of the Uchiha family, then you alone will never be able to fight against the Hyuga family that actually killed Izuna. You should think about it carefully. After saying that, Tajima let go of Madara, leaving him lying on the ground and coughing desperately. For a while, Madara hammered the ground hard. Damn it! Madara now doesn't know that in the future he will be able to grow into a peerless strong man who can destroy the entire Hyuga family by himself, so at present he still thinks that Tajima is right. Tajima glanced at Madara coldly, raised his foot and left the compound. Shadow looked at Madara and quickly followed. After they were far away, Shadow asked cautiously, You? I didn't expect Madara to go to such lengths for Izuna. Tajima seemed to know what Shadow was thinking. He's gradually losing control. Shadow was puzzled after hearing this. Then why are you still? Tajima interrupted Shadow's words, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Mangekyo Sharingan. I remember that transplanting the eyes of direct blood relatives can minimize the rejection reaction. Shadow's pupils shrank, but he didn't ask any more. He has been with Tajima for decades and knows that many things can only be touched upon. If you go deeper, you will end up in a bottomless abyss. Ah! I didn't expect that my eyes would be so uncomfortable after just using it once. Lin Feng rubbed his eyes and walked out of the woods, and Kakuzu followed behind him, with a look of wanting to say something but stopping. Lin Feng tried hard to blink his eyes, but then felt a little sore, so he had to close them again. Tsk! Lin Feng stretched out his hand and continued to massage his eyes, complaining at the same time, This Mangekyou Sharingan is indeed a double-edged sword. It seems I have to use it less in the future. Master, Kakuzu finally couldn't help it. Why did you catch that tailed beast? Is there any purpose? Lin Feng stopped and seemed to be thinking carefully. Oh, so Master really has some long-term plans. Seeing Lin Feng's reaction, Kakuzu couldn't help but get excited. If it could be related to money, that would be great. Unfortunately, Lin Feng was just thinking about it casually. It seems that there is no important purpose for the time being. Anyway, it will definitely be useful in the future. Kakuzu said that he could not accept this answer at all. To provoke such a powerful monster, is there no purpose? You are so annoying, Lin Feng said with a pout. Because I wanted to fight the tailed beast, so I went to fight. It's that simple. But... Kakuzu opened his mouth as if he didn't know what to say. But why did you? Why are there so many whys? Lin Feng didn't even open his eyes, turned around and knocked Kakuzu's little head with his hand accurately. My apprentice can't be so talkative. Kakuzu covered his still aching head, still unwilling. But master, if you quarrel again, I will beat you. Oh! Kakuzu drooped his face, completely succumbing to Lin Feng's power. His ears were suddenly much quieter, which made Lin Feng nod with satisfaction. He patted Kakuzu on the shoulder and taught him a lesson. Don't be like a certain blonde mouth-to-mouth maniac. Use more hands and less mouth. Do you understand? Kakuzu nodded obediently. Although Lin Feng did not open his eyes, he seemed to be able to sense Kakuzu's movements. Very good. Then you can do an eye exercise for your master first. Eye exercise? Kakuzu's face was full of question marks. What is that, master? Can it be sold for money? Money, money, money. You only think about money. Lin Feng reached out and slapped Kakuzu's head again, then grabbed Kakuzu's hands and placed them on his temples. Master will teach you, first of all, the first section. Press the temple to scrape the eye socket. Time flies, and a year has passed in the blink of an eye. In this year, Madara, who had completely awakened his talent, also made a name for himself on the battlefield, just like Lin Feng before, and was known by all the families. At the same time, the genius brothers of the Senju family also became famous, and they were faintly competing with Madara, and even surpassing Madara. At this time, they were also confronting each other. The battle situation was not optimistic, and it could even be said to be completely desperate. The battlefield of the Uchiha family on the east front shrank sharply due to the joining of the Hyuga family, and it was almost approaching the main family's residence. With the support of the Senju family, the Hatake family was also beaten back by the Hyuga family. Facing the powerful Senju-Hyuga joint army, the Shimura family, as one of the four major families, also turned over. The Uchiha family, which could only be in a stalemate with the Senju family, was now at a more obvious disadvantage. In addition, the Yui family, which was attached to the Uchiha family, was almost completely wiped out by the Uzumaki family, which was attached to the Senju family. The Uchiha family is now passive and can no longer be passive. Damn it, we are really in a desperate situation now. Xiang Yu thought half desperately and half negatively. Since she was rescued from the battlefield by Lin Feng 3 years ago, she has now grown into an excellent Jonin of the Uchiha family. But even a Jonin is insignificant in this top-level war. Second young master. As if because she also tasted despair, Xiang Yu couldn't help but think of Lin Feng. If the second young master was still here, he would definitely lead us to break through this predicament and successfully create a miracle. Xiang Yu didn't know why she had such an idea, but she felt so. Unfortunately, Xiang Yu also knew that this was impossible, because she heard a year ago that the second young master died gloriously for the family mission. Now is not the time to think about this. Xiang Yu suddenly forced herself to cheer up. The enemy has already reached my doorstep. I should think about how to protect my family. But she was stunned again. Can I really survive? Xiang Yu glanced at the large number of enemies in front of him. In the front row were some long-established peerless masters who had gathered the fighting power of the four families of Senju, Uzumaki, Hyuga, and Shimura. This also created the dense ninja army in front of him, while the Uchiha family, in a sense, was completely outnumbered. Xiang Yu glanced at his companions again. The mood of despair was really contagious. Some were still sharpening flints and praying for safety before the battle. Some were holding the amulet in front of their chests and praying with their eyes closed. Some were shaking with legs and feet and could hardly stand, and some were sweating all over and their eyes were bloodshot. At this time, a voice came from the enemy camp, which seemed very young, which attracted Xiang Yu's attention. Madara! That was Hashirama's voice. Are you really not considering surrendering? You can't win this war. With your wisdom, you should be able to see it clearly. As one of the top masters of the family, Madara, who was also standing in the front, naturally heard it. His face remained unchanged and he replied coldly and loudly, You know very well that this is impossible, Hashirama. But... Hashirama got anxious, and Tobirama interrupted. Brother, you still don't understand. You are talking to him like this, which is simply talking to a cow. Tobirama. On the most important matter, Hashirama was more determined than ever. I believe Madara will understand. People must be longing for peace in their hearts. He looked at Madara again and said hopefully, if Izuna was still there, he would definitely not want. Shut up! Madara's voice suddenly became countless times colder. I don't allow you to talk about Izuna. Hashirama was stunned for a moment, and soon he seemed to remember something, and immediately turned pale and said no more. Tajima, who was standing in the first position as the general, looked at Madara's position and then looked back at the Buddha. No need to say more today. Let's start the battle. This sentence seemed like a battlefield order, followed by fighting and shouting. Blood and meat were scattered all over the land. On a cliff somewhere, a boy wearing a bamboo hat was sitting crookedly on a huge rock on the top of the mountain and a slightly smaller boy with green eyes was kneeling behind him, respectfully massaging him. The boy in the bamboo hat was very comfortable while blowing the refreshing breeze in the mountains, enjoying the green tea beside him and the massage behind him. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked to the south. "What's wrong, Master?" the green-eyed boy asked curiously. "Is there something wrong?" The boy in the bamboo hat stood up and instructed the green-eyed boy. "Master has something to do and needs to leave first. You just stay in this area for a while." "Yes!" The green-eyed boy nodded vigorously in response, and the boy in the bamboo hat closed his eyes, as if he was checking something. Special Mission 9, Show Off the Uchiha. You replaced Uchiha Izuna of the Warring States period with your own body, so you need to use the identity of Uchiha Izuna to make the name of Uchiha resound throughout the Warring States. The Uchiha family is currently in absolute trouble. You need to immediately go to the battlefield at coordinates 135,248 for support. Calculate the total number of people at that time based on the time you arrived at the battlefield, and calculate the task reward according to the completeness of the Uchiha family members who preserve the current number of people. Reward: 50% completeness, 20,000 experience points. 60% completeness, 30,000 experience points. 70% completeness, 40,000 experience points. 80% completeness, 50,000 experience points. 90% completeness, 50,000 experience points plus sea-level gem fragment X1. Oh, a rare and generous reward? Lin Feng squinted his eyes and smiled. In other words, even if there is only one Uchiha clan member left when I arrive at the battlefield, as long as I protect that person, it will be considered 100% complete? However, Lin Feng would not do such a thing of killing the goose to get the eggs. He took off his bamboo hat and threw it aside, and then his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. It seems that it's time to go back? The battle was extremely tragic. Blood and flesh were constantly flying, dyeing the soil on the ground into blood mud mixed with minced meat, and broken limbs and corpses were everywhere. The Senju side seemed to have developed a peculiar entity clone technique, which was used to gather intelligence and repeatedly break through strange achievements, and understood the strategic layout of the Uchiha family clearly. If the Hyuga family had not been at odds with the Senju family for some reason, and the conflict had become more intense after the entity clone technique appeared, the Uchiha family might have been defeated long ago. However, in terms of numbers, the Uchiha family still has an irreversible gap. This gap is particularly fatal when it comes to high-end combat power. At this time, a quasi-family head-level strongman of the Uzumaki family freed up his hands and rushed into the Uchiha family's camp to kill. Xiangyu clenched the samurai sword in her hand. She recognized the quasi-family head-level strongman. He was a super master named Uzumaki Kenshiki, who had been famous for a long time. The Uchiha clan no longer had any manpower to stop him. Looking at the whirlwind that rolled up corpses, Xiangyu made up her mind. I am the leader of the team. I must stop him. Xiangyu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated the moment she made this decision. She knew very well that this was almost a death decision, but she still had to do it. Xiangyu rushed over while shouting as if to cheer herself up. Go to hell, bastard! Xianxi looked up at the sound, threw away the dead head in his hand, and went straight to Xiangyu with a grin. Two-hooked Sharingan? Not bad, worthy of my killing. Xianxi laughed and punched, his fist wrapped with a huge amount of chakra. This physical technique made full use of the abundant vitality and chakra of the Uzumaki clan, which was extraordinary. Xiangyu also attacked angrily, but facing the opponent's fierce attack as if chakra was free, the samurai sword was knocked away in just a few dozen rounds. Damn it, is this the end? Xiangyu, who lost her weapon, realized that she could no longer fight against the limit. It was just like the war 3 years ago, except that it was even more desperate for the family. Now only Master Madara is alive. It would be great if Master Izuna was still alive. Xiangyu muttered to herself. In front of her eyes, it seemed that Izuna's back that blocked her that day appeared, but she immediately closed her eyes slightly. After all, it's just an illusion before death. Bang! A huge gale suddenly exploded in front of Xiangyu with a sound. Xiang Yu was caught off guard and was blown back several meters. She opened her eyes in surprise. That familiar back seemed to be a little taller, but more solid. Master Izuna once again blocked in front of her and saved her. As soon as this thought appeared in Xiang Yu's mind, she was overjoyed. Soon, the familiar words that almost made her cry came over. "Pick up your sword and go support others," Lin Feng said lightly, and Xiang Yu picked up the samurai sword and responded loudly, "Yes!" Next, back at Xianxi, who was wrestling with him in sweat, "The first person to kill is you." Xianxi saw a little ghost who he had never seen before suddenly appeared in front of him, and he blocked him. Naturally, his face was full of anger. "You bastard! Who do you think you are?" Lin Feng opened his eyes suddenly, and Xianxi immediately felt that he was enveloped by a strange feeling. He was cut off in his throat when he was halfway through speaking. Then, Lin Feng kept urging his hands to resist Xianxi and blasted him away violently. Bang! A bigger explosion sounded, and Xianxi was so shocked that he was beaten nearly 100 meters away like a piece of paper. How could it be? Kenshi landed with difficulty. He should be as strong as me in terms of aura, but just now... Thinking of this, Kenshi looked up at Lin Feng, but his vision was filled with blue and white light. Lightning spear! The next moment, a charred hole had been opened in Kenshi's heart, and he himself didn't even know how he was hit. The strong vitality of the Uzumaki clan allowed Kenshi to survive for more than 10 seconds, but for him it only prolonged the hell of pain. He used up his remaining strength and only sighed. "I don't believe it. How could it be so fast?" Lin Feng ignored Kenshi on the ground. His Sharingan scanned left and right, and his figure suddenly disappeared. On the battlefield in the distance, Madara was struggling to fight against the brothers Hashirama and Tobirama at the same time. Like him, Hashirama was barely promoted to the quasi-family head level, and Tobirama was also at the peak of the elite Jonin state that could break through at any time. The tactic adopted by Tobirama was an effective but shameful 2-on-1. If Madara had not opened the three-hooked Sharingan in advance because of the stimulation of Izuna's death and used it to slightly suppress Hashirama, he would have lost long ago. "Tsk, you are really difficult to deal with." Madara rolled back and spit out the great fire-extinguishing strike to force the two people in front of him to retreat. But the two figures in the sea of fire suddenly dispersed into two clouds of smoke, which made Madara's heart warm. It's that kind of physical clone technique again. It's really troublesome. In terms of difficulty, you are not qualified to say that we are difficult. Sure enough, Hashirama and Tobirama rushed out from behind Madara. "We have been fighting for so long, it's time to end it." The timing chosen by Tobirama and Hashirama can be said to be extremely accurate, but Madara did not intend to give up. He knew that he had no chance to dodge, but since he would definitely be hit, he would at least drag Tobirama down to be buried with him. Seeing that Madara was still struggling to turn around, Hashirama and Tobirama also understood his intention in an instant, but they still did not intend to stop. "We'll win." They were so sure in their hearts that they sped up their pace again. But the next moment, a black-haired figure suddenly appeared between Hashirama and Tobirama. P.S. The 200 tickets a few days ago and the 600 tickets yesterday were simply terrifying. He seemed to have run into an old friend he hadn't seen for many years, and he gently put his hands on the shoulders of the two men, just stopping the Senju brothers from moving forward. "Why don't you play with me for a while?" The black-haired figure whispered softly, saying words that could not be heard on the battlefield at all, as if this war, which was like a meat grinder, was not worth mentioning in his eyes. "When is it?" Hashirama and Tobirama's pupils shrank, and they raised the samurai swords that were about to stab Madara in tacit understanding, and slashed inwards together. The black-haired figure disappeared again, and when he reappeared, he was already above the two of them. Then he kicked Hashirama and Tobirama one by one, without any hesitation, and stomped them heavily into the soil. Madara stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. This development was too incredible, so he couldn't react in the first time. Soon Hashirama and Tobirama roared and rushed out of the soil, entangled with the black-haired figure. What surprised Madara even more was that the black-haired figure was not at all inferior to the two enemies, but instead had a faint feeling of playing with the two enemies. However, everyone understands the truth of kicking the drowned dog. Just when Madara was about to join the battle and help the mysterious comer to kill the Senju brothers together, he suddenly heard a familiar voice that made his eyes widen. "Your physical training is not bad. When you attack together, you can barely tie with me." The critical words appeared in the fierce battle. The black-haired figure kicked the Senju brothers away again and jumped back to Madara's side. You. Madara's voice trembled. Could it be? Is this guy stupid? Lin Feng stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Madara's eyes. If he's not stupid, go to the battlefield as soon as possible, and I'll take care of this. Madara was shocked. He knew that this was not the time to express the joy of reunion. Every moment, Uchiha clansmen were being slaughtered by the enemy. He looked at Lin Feng deeply, his eyes full of trust, and then Madara jumped high and rushed to the rear battlefield. "I'll leave it to you, Izuna." Lin Feng shrugged and looked back at Tobirama, who was facing a great enemy, and Hashirama, who was also full of joy. "So you're not dead, Izuna?" Hashirama said happily, "That's great. I knew that with your strength it would be impossible for you to die so easily in a mission." "Brother!" Tobirama scolded Hashirama dissatisfiedly, and then said to Lin Feng in a deep voice, "I don't know why you pretended to be dead for a year, but now you want to deal with the two of us brothers alone, which is absolutely wrong and arrogant. Are you trying to say that I'm too arrogant?" Lin Feng shook his fist at Tobirama like a gangster. "Do you only remember to eat and not to be beaten, Tobirama? Have you forgotten the pleasant exchange between us 2 years ago?" Hashirama looked at Tobirama in confusion, and Tobirama's eyes were full of haze. "I admit that I was far inferior to you a year ago, but this time is different from that day. My strength is gradually approaching yours, and with the combination of me and my brother, we can definitely defeat you. Did you judge it from the fight just now?" Lin Feng yawned. "Let me give you a friendly reminder. I only used physical skills just now, and nothing else worked." "What?" Tobirama was stunned, not understanding what Lin Feng meant. Hashirama next to him couldn't help but said, "Izuna, I just said this to your eldest brother. You really don't consider surrendering?" "Sorry, Hashirama." Lin Feng's voice sounded close to Hashirama's ear. "I have to hurry." Looked at Lin Feng, who had come to his side at some point, in horror and couldn't react at all. Tobirama couldn't resist Lin Feng, who appeared in an instant, and was being strangled by Lin Feng and lifted up. "Let go of Tobirama!" Hashirama roared, and was about to attack Lin Feng, when he saw Lin Feng throwing Tobirama towards him fiercely. Hashirama had no choice but to change his attack to receiving, and barely received the Tobirama that was hit by Lin Feng. But as soon as he caught Tobirama, Hashirama felt that he was shrouded by a person's shadow. Tobirama's missile has been used for the second time, and the effect is really good. A neat back whip kick was used by Lin Feng on Tobirama, and Hashirama was kicked into the sky. Ouch! So fast! Tobirama, who was hit hard, spat out a large mouthful of blood in Hashirama's arms, and Hashirama also adjusted his body with difficulty, trying to offset Lin Feng's strength. But before he could land safely, Lin Feng's figure had instantly appeared behind him. "Get some sleep!" Boom! The ground seemed to have a small earthquake, and the source of the earthquake was the Senju brothers, who were struggling to crawl in the deep pit that suddenly appeared. To be precise, only Hashirama was struggling to stand up, and Tobirama had already fainted. How can there be such a fast instant body technique? Hashirama was slightly dazed in the severe pain. It can even suppress a quasi-family head-level strongman like me. In the whole fight, he and Tobirama were beaten up all the time, and they didn't even have time to release a single move. This is something that even a family head-level strongman can't do. Your body is really strong. Lin Feng instantly came behind Hashirama and chopped him unconscious with a hand knife. After doing all this, Lin Feng raised his foot to leave, and at this time, 5 extremely fast figures roared and surrounded him. From the aura, they were 5, Jonin, absolutely elite. Unfortunately, their siege did not cause any harm to Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged left and right, perfectly avoiding all their attacks. Lin Feng was not only fast in the instant body technique, but also had super speed skills to match the instant body technique. Lin Feng suddenly stretched out his hand and accurately pinched the throats of two of the Jonins. Ah! Ah! Two identical groans came out of the throats of the two Jonins and then turned into even louder screams because a large amount of electricity was released by Lin Feng and instantly spread all over their bodies. Soon, the two Jonins fell to the ground with their bodies charred. At the same time, Lin Feng seemed to have sensed something and stomped his feet on the ground. Sword of Iron Sand! The Jonin who was proficient in Earth Escape technique had just stretched out his hands from the ground and was killed by the black iron sand everywhere in the ground. You bastard! The remaining two Jonins didn't just sit there and watch the show. They roared, holding kunai on the left and right and thrusting forward. Dark water! Lin Feng opened his arms, and the powerful suction made the two Jonins come to Lin Feng's side at a speed countless times faster than they expected, and Lin Feng grabbed their necks directly. Seal! The power of the dark fruit quickly penetrated into the bodies of the two Jonins, making them unable to use anything for a while, and they could only let Lin Feng grab them and throw them to the ground. The iron sand that quietly emerged from the ground was condensing into the shape of spikes and lurking under them. The next moment, it pierced their chests with spraying blood. Lin Feng kicked the bodies of the two Jonins away, like kicking garbage, and then stretched out his hands and used all his strength to use dark water. For a moment, with Lin Feng as the source, a huge suction appeared on the battlefield, forcibly pulling all the ninjas in a large area over. Soon, the density of ninjas near Lin Feng was higher than anywhere else. They were all in doubt, and seemed to be unable to understand where the strange phenomenon just now came from. At this time, Lin Feng's shout came, "All members of the Uchiha family, listen to the order. All jump up." This order gave people a sense of course, so that the ninjas of the Uchiha family obeyed the order involuntarily after hearing it, and only realized that this might be an enemy trap after jumping up. The four families' coalition forces on the opposite side naturally reacted half a beat slower, and this was exactly the effect Lin Feng wanted. He waved his right hand and pulled out all the iron sand within a range of 200 meters underground, condensing it into a super long iron sand sword that vibrated at high speed. It was actually 500 meters long, almost piercing through all the ninjas in the straight line. Then Lin Feng swung the giant iron sand sword in a circle, cutting all the enemy ninjas in the attack range in half. The 500-meter-long iron sand sword swung in a circle, perfectly covering an astonishingly huge circle with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Countless screams resounded through the sky. The strong physique of the ninjas prevented the enemy soldiers who were cut in half from dying for a while. They could only be drowned in endless pain before they died. It was like a hellish scene. How many ninjas died in this attack? 100, 200, or 300? These numbers can no longer be calculated specifically. The Uchiha ninjas who landed were all glad that they obeyed the command. They looked at the center of the attack, but found that there was no one there. Lin Feng was racing against time. He jumped high into the air and looked down at the entire battlefield. The number of enemy troops was far greater than that of the Uchiha family. This also formed a benefit that was not a benefit. That is, there would always be a large area filled with enemy troops, and they could not run into the Uchiha family who had been intercepted by their companions. After Lin Feng found the right position, he fell into the enemy army like a cannonball. This was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Another wave of man-made bloody storms rose up. Soon, a strange little black ball rose up into the sky from the center of the bloody storm. The unparalleled gravity reappeared on the cruel battlefield the next moment. In this battlefield that was about to be razed to the ground by various ninjutsu, there was nothing left to be sucked away except clods of earth and humans. Dark acupuncture path. Whole pieces of land were lifted up, and countless ninjas were sucked up into the sky with their hands and feet dancing. They were simply unable to resist this dark acupuncture path that was almost the power of nature. Not long after, an artificial asteroid that covered the sky and the sun appeared in the sky. Under the sunlight, it cast a huge shadow covering the entire battlefield, attracting everyone's attention. That is... Seeing this, Fujian, who was fighting in the distance, saw his pupils shrink, but he immediately had to pull his attention back and fight the powerful enemy in front of him. "Do you still have time to look around?" Tajima shouted and rushed forward. "Prepare to die, Fujian!" Tsk! Fujian gritted his teeth and waved his samurai sword to resist Tajima's flame fan. For a while, the two sides were in a stalemate again. Unlike Fujian, who had seen this ninjutsu, the other ninjas on the battlefield had never seen the shocking and terrifying power of the dark acupoints. Everyone was in shock and despair. No one understood what had happened. How many of our people were killed by this giant asteroid? I'm afraid it was nearly 1,000. 2. What's going on? Such thoughts appeared in the minds of almost all the coalition ninjas. They would never understand why the battle situation suddenly changed so dramatically. When the Uchiha family ninjas found that the two powerful moves did not hurt them at all, they realized that this was the strength of their side. For a while, their morale was greatly boosted, and they cheered again and again. Is it the enemy's reinforcements? Why didn't anyone notice it in advance? Uzumaki Yu was confronting the quasi-family head-level strongman of the Uchiha family. He was also a quasi-family head-level strongman, but at this time he was still attracted by the shocking movement made by Lin Feng. He would never dream that the Uchiha family did have reinforcements, but that reinforcement was only one person, and he was a person who could match thousands of troops. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. After feeling the oncoming heat, Yu jumped up without thinking and dodged the fire style. The strong man of the Uchiha family also came into the air, and a samurai sword chopped him down again. Yu landed with difficulty. He knew that his distraction just now was completely a suicidal act. He had to focus all his attention on his opponent, otherwise he would be doomed. This idea was correct, but the result was that his head exploded like a broken watermelon. Lin Feng held 3 kunai in each hand, holding them between his fingers, and calmly sniped at the enemy. The sound of breaking through the air continued to ring, which meant that Lin Feng was constantly using electromagnetic sniping, and the kunai that turned into a life-demanding trajectory blasted the heads of the enemy's high-end combat power one by one without error. Once they were entangled with the strong men of the Uchiha family and were in a stalemate with no time to defend, Lin Feng would decisively take action and easily harvest the lives of one master after another. On this battlefield, Lin Feng was the only ninja who had a continuous shooting technique with extremely fast speed, extremely high power, and extremely long range. Compared with coins and short nails, the size of kunai not only greatly enhanced the power, but also effectively resisted the violent friction of the air, and the range was enough to cover the entire battlefield. The strong men of the Uchiha family soon found in surprise that the opponent who had been fighting with them before would be instantly shot in the head in the next second. They were extremely shocked at first, and then realized that this was a huge opportunity for the Uchiha family to win, and all of them decisively continued to look for new opponents. In this way, the number of strong men on the coalition side began to decrease sharply, and it was simply a devastating blow. Being able to freely use all my abilities on the battlefield is just one word: cool. Lin Feng seemed to be playing a first-person shooter game, and he was refreshed. While sighing, he blew the head of another elite ninja. In the wars that Lin Feng participated in the past, in order to hone his skills, he basically did not use other abilities except physical skills and instant body skills. Now Lin Feng finally has no worries and can happily use his full strength, and the results are also amazing. The continuous big losses finally made Fujian unable to calm down. He forced Tiandao away with a punch and shouted, "Retreat! Everyone retreat!" The current battle situation is too weird. Obviously, the number of their own side far exceeds that of the Uchiha family, but the number of deaths per unit time is dozens of times that of the Uchiha family. It was obviously unwise to continue fighting. Fujian decided to preserve his strength first. Anyway, this huge difference in numbers, Fujian firmly believed that even if the Uchiha family was given more time, it would not be able to make up for it. Tajima did not order a relentless pursuit on the hat. Contrary, Fujian's retreat made him feel relieved, and he also ordered the Uchiha family to withdraw. Such a change in the battlefield shocked all the Uchiha clan members. After a moment of stunned silence, they all cheered like a wave. It's over! Yes, everything is over. The annihilation war that they thought was certain to end in this way ended in this way. After cheering, most of the Uchiha clan members looked in the same direction. They were not looking at Tajima, the head of the Uchiha clan, but a black-haired boy standing elegantly on the mountain of corpses. He was the biggest contributor to ending this war. Lin Feng made such a big fuss in succession, and it was hard for the Uchiha clan members not to notice him. Because of this, everyone knew how much Lin Feng contributed to this war. Lin Feng greeted everyone's gazes openly, as if he was the king who reigned over the battlefield, the god who would end everyone's suffering. There was all curiosity, admiration, and gratitude in those gazes. These gazes, which were mixed with many emotions, could not be suppressed in the end, and the owners of the gazes all rushed to Lin Feng. They lifted Lin Feng up high, and even louder cheers rang out again. Lin Feng was the hero of this war. After the celebration, the Uchiha clansmen began to count the dead and wounded, and Lin Feng also clicked on the task list to count the dead and wounded. Congratulations to the player for completing the mission. This mission lasted a total of 3 minutes and 42 seconds from the time the player arrived at the battlefield. The remaining integrity of the family members is 91.3%. It was detected that the player obtained 50,000 experience points. Choice 1, store and save for later use. Choice 2, improve ability level. Choice 3, exchange in the mall. It was detected that the player obtained 1 sea-level gem fragment. Seeing that the integrity was just about to fall below 90%, Feng secretly said thankfully, "You know, it is very difficult to encounter a gem fragment mission. Now that Lin Feng has encountered one, he must grab the gem fragment in his hand no matter what." Fortunately, this mission has been successfully completed. Although it almost consumed all of Lin Feng's electricity and the huge amount of physical strength consumed by the dark acupuncture points, it is all worth it. I have 3 gem fragments now. Lin Feng looked at his account happily. And experience points. I have earned 90,000 experience points in this year of travel, plus the 50,000 experience points I have now, which just makes up 300,000 experience points, reaching a new peak of my experience point balance. A few days after the battle, although it was not a victory, the Uchiha family still held a small celebration banquet. After all, this war was too thrilling, and almost all Uchiha clan members felt like they had survived a disaster. For this reason, it was necessary to use the banquet to appease the hearts of the clan members. And Lin Feng was the well-deserved protagonist of the celebration banquet. Countless people toasted him, and their words were full of awe and flattery, because everyone understood that the returning Lin Feng must be the real future star of the Uchiha family. Madara also drank until his face was flushed, for no other reason than that he was too excited about the fact that Lin Feng was still alive. The fact that his closest relative could die and come back to life was simply the best celebration for Madara. Even the elders wanted to drink until they were drunk. Only Tiandao had a very subtle look. On his face, one could see the joy of Yu Sheng after the battle, but if one looked deeper, one would find that it was just a perfunctory expression. Tiandao's mood was extremely complicated at this moment. Tiandao had never thought that Lin Feng would actually survive, and he was puzzled by it. Could it be that the Hyuga family's luxurious lineup of 30 elites at the time couldn't kill him? But the facts told him that yes, even 30 super elites of the Hyuga family couldn't do anything to Lin Feng. But no matter what, since Lin Feng returned as a super high-level combat force, Tiandao still needed to win him over. After all, the speed of the instant body technique. Tiandao never dreamed that Lin Feng would actually break through the bottleneck that Tiandao thought of and raise the speed to a new level. In this war, apart from the grief of the casualties among our clansmen, there is still good news. Tajima raised his glass high, and the whole audience fell silent and looked at him. Among them, it is a great joy that Izuna can come back. The head of the family is right? Some of Tajima's subordinates flattered and catered to him. Tajima nodded, then looked at Lin Feng, who was smiling but not saying a word, and said, Izuna carried out an extremely dangerous mission for the family a year ago. It was almost a life-or-death situation, but Izuna still resolutely accepted it. Hearing this, the clansmen at the banquet looked at Lin Feng differently. This time, in addition to respect, there was also a lot of admiration. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Tiandao walked up to Lin Feng, his face full of emotion. No matter what, it's best to come back safely. This was said with a heartwarming feeling. Tiandao continued, a year ago, Izunai went on a mission for the safety of the family regardless of himself. A year later, Izunai returned at the most critical moment of the Uchiha family and reversed the situation. It can be said that he made great contributions. Let's toast to the hero of the family, Izunai. After saying this, Tiandao drank the sake in his hand. Seeing this, the other clan members also shouted sincerely, "Cheers to the hero of the family, Izunai." After that, they all raised their heads and drank happily. Very good. Tiandao nodded with satisfaction. Izunai, you showed a strong analytical ability a year ago. With your contribution this time, I will order you to serve as the chief of staff of the family, okay? The original chief of staff of the Uchiha family had died in the last war, but Tiandao didn't mention him at all at this time, but looked at Lin Feng with an expression of control over everything. He had every reason to believe that Lin Feng would accept. This chief of staff was considered a half-high position in the Uchiha family. Once Lin Feng accepted it, it would be equivalent to truly stepping into the highest decision-making level of the Uchiha family and sitting on an equal footing with the elders. And Tajima also believed that he had given Lin Feng enough reputation and power, so there was absolutely no reason for him to refuse. And if Lin Feng accepted Tajima's appointment in public, he would be deeply branded as the head of the faction in the family, and he would never be able to wash it off for the rest of his life. He could only become Tajima's helper. Okay, I accept. Lin Feng smiled faintly, and Tajima was delighted. Okay, but not now. Tajima was stunned when he heard this and asked, what did you say? Not only Tajima, but all the clan members present, including Madara, were stunned. What do you mean, Izuna? Tajima asked with a frown. The meaning is very simple. Lin Feng stood up from his seat and looked at Tiandao. I want to be the chief of staff when Uchiha Madara is the head of the family, not you. Izuna. Madara was a little moved when he heard this, but he still persuaded. I appreciate your kindness, but it will take at least another 20 or 30 years, so just accept your father's kindness this time. Tiandao's expression gradually relaxed, and he smiled and said, So that's what you mean. I'm very happy that you and Madara have a deep brotherly relationship, but no, you all misunderstood. Lin Feng shook his head. It seems that in order for you to have a deep understanding of my ideological principles, I must demonstrate it myself. You? Tiandao was shocked when he heard this. What exactly is? Before he finished speaking, he saw Lin Feng's figure disappear on the spot. Tiandao immediately took a defensive posture and carefully observed the surroundings. Although Lin Feng's instant body technique became faster again, Tiandao was still confident that he could react with his own strength. Unfortunately, Tiandao was wrong this time, because Lin Feng was not attacking him at all. Master! The broken head rolled in front of Tajima. It was the face of an old man who died with his eyes open. When Tajima saw it, his pupils shrank. He recognized the head. It was Tajima's shadow guard. Everyone at the banquet was stunned. After being stunned for half a second, they stood up in an uproar. The scene suddenly fell into chaos. This is impossible. Tajima gritted his teeth. He actually killed an elite Jonin in an instant? No one can do this. It's just that you can't do it. Lin Feng's leisurely voice came from behind Tajima. Tajima made a quick decision and jumped forward to distance himself from Lin Feng. You evil son! Tajima shouted angrily. What have you done? Are you going to betray the family? The chaotic banquet hall was silent for a moment because of this sentence. All the clan members looked at Lin Feng involuntarily, as if waiting for the answer of this hero just now. Let me think about it. If there was no me in this war, or if I was not so strong, then your sacrifice would most likely be exchanged for the Uchiha family's chance to survive. Lin Feng answered irrelevantly. Then the Uchiha family, which was leaderless, was replaced by the young head of the family, Madara. The completely different governing and diplomatic methods made the Uchiha family look brand new, and they also regained their alliances and successfully rose again. What inexplicable nonsense are you talking about? Tajima shouted in a low voice. He didn't know that what Lin Feng said was the original history that Lin Feng had speculated. Now that I think about it, it's not bad for me to restore history here. Why don't you just let me kill you obediently? Lin Feng said with a smile, as if he was just asking, "Have you eaten today?" All the tribe members were stunned after hearing this, and Tiandao was furious. "Did you hear that? Catch this bastard!" Although Tiandao said this, no one from the tribe went up. Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to be the first to step forward. In addition to becoming a hero who saved the family on the previous battlefield, Lin Feng also deeply engraved his invincible god of war figure in the minds of every Uchiha tribe member. The tribe members were terrified when they thought that Lin Feng, who beat the enemy to tears, would become their enemy in the blink of an eye. "Why are you all still standing there?" Tiandao was so angry that he looked back at Lin Feng and said, "What is your reason for doing this? Is it just because I didn't send anyone to rescue you during the mission a year ago?" At this time, Tiandao talked about this matter recklessly, trying to define Lin Feng as a despicable personal grudge. In this way, Lin Feng would always be alone, and even if he rebelled, he would not be able to achieve anything. How could it be? Am I such a petty person? Lin Feng spread his hands, looking indifferent. Seeing this, Tiandao said again, "Then what is the reason? If you can give a reasonable reason, I can consider pardoning your crime just now and saving you from the pain of family discipline." Lin Feng was about to answer when a prompt sounded in his mind. Trigger a chain of special tasks. Special Task 10, show off your Uchiha. You replaced Uchiha Izuna of the Warring States period with your own body, so you need to use the identity of Uchiha Izuna to make the name of Uchiha resound throughout the Warring States. The Uchiha family is now isolated and helpless because of Uchiha Tiandao's external behavior. It will sooner or later be destroyed under such circumstances. As the head of the family, Uchiha Tiandao has become a cancer of the Uchiha family. You need to kill Uchiha Tiandao to give the Uchiha family a chance to rise from the ashes. Reward, 50,000 experience points. This was the first time that Lin Feng had actively triggered a chain task in advance because of his own actions, which made him stunned, but after being stunned, Lin Feng was happy again. This reward is really comparable to the reward level of a super large battle. As expected, facing an elite shadow-level mission, the reward is generous. Lin Feng thought in his heart with surprise, and this feeling was fully revealed on his face, turning into a bright smile. Every tribe member was stunned after seeing Lin Feng's expression. They didn't know what Lin Feng's expression meant. "Ha-ha!" Lin Feng covered his face with his hands, and his laughter gradually rose. "Ha-ha!" His laughter became louder and louder and became more and more rampant, which made everyone stunned. After Lin Feng had a good time playing the role of Iori Yagami, he finally stopped his crazy laughter. "Now I have one more reason to kill you, but..." Lin Feng looked at Tiandao. "I still want to tell you the original reason. The original reason is that there is no reason." He looked at Tiandao as if he was looking at a toy. "Do I need a reason to kill you? If you really want to hear it, it's just because I don't like you, and I'm happy to kill you." "How dare you!" Tiandao was really furious. The pressure from his elite Kaja level was released suddenly, almost crushing the entire banquet hall. Such a disrespectful person. Do you still want to watch him continue to get away with it? Faced with the repeated scolding of the head of the family, coupled with Tiandao's terrifying power, the clansman finally tried to step forward. "Don't move!" Madara, who had been silent all the time, suddenly shouted loudly, attracting everyone's attention. "I wonder who dares to attack my brother." Madara's eyes widened. "Once you make a move, you will be my enemy." "Madara?" Tajima looked at Madara in disbelief, but there was a hint of anticipation in his expression. "Father!" Madara raised his head with a look of struggle on his face. "No matter what, I can't watch my brother who has finally returned get hurt again." "Okay, very good." Tajima laughed in anger and he shouted to the clan members, "Then arrest both of my evil sons. Who dares to attack the head of the family?" This time it was Lin Feng who spoke. "You dare to attack the next head of the family? Uchiha Madara, are you? Rebelling. What nonsense." Tajima sneered. Originally, he might have become the next head of the family in a few decades, but now he is nothing. Lin Feng completely ignored him and continued to shout at the clan members, "Think about whose fault it is that the Uchiha family has fallen to this point. Uchiha Tajima is arrogant and does things his own way. He has no talent or means to govern, so that the Senju family, which was originally our evenly matched enemy, has formed a powerful coalition, while we are rejected and spurned by all the families. When the family is in danger, he does not reflect on himself. What's the point of such a head of the family?" Lin Feng was like a skilled speaker, speaking passionately. "The head of the family should be the one who leads the family to prosperity and strength. Do you need an incompetent head of the family? What's more, Uchiha Tajima is not only incompetent, but will also lead to the destruction of the Uchiha family. Even so, do you still want to follow him?" The clan members were shaken after hearing this. They had just ended a war that seemed to be a great victory but was actually a great defeat. This was the time when they had the deepest experience in thinking about this aspect. Compared with Tajima, who has been making decisions at the top level but has pushed the Uchiha family step by step to the current precarious situation, Lin Feng, who has made great contributions to the family both a year ago and now, is closer to them. And Lin Feng did save them in the war not long ago. At this delicate time point not long after the war ended, even the clan members were subconsciously more willing to believe in their savior Lin Feng rather than Tajima. "Asshole!" Tiandao almost crushed his teeth. He was almost out of control and roared, "You all understand clearly. I am the current head of the family. Now I order you as the head of the family to immediately arrest Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. Those who violate the order will be charged with treason. Please subscribe automatically. After all, Tiandao has been the head of the family for a longer time and has accumulated a lot of prestige. In addition, most of the family members have been instilled with the consciousness of absolute obedience to the head of the family since childhood. Many members of the family showed violent struggles. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, "Members of the Uchiha family, listen to my orders. I order you in the name of the Uchiha ancestors to abolish Uchiha Tiandao's position as the head of the family. You don't have to obey his orders." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the members of the family looked at him in surprise, including Madara. And Tajima sneered again and again and cursed with sarcasm. "Who do you think you are? Can you represent the ancestors of the Uchiha?" As soon as Tajima finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Not only him, but almost all the Uchiha clan members felt a slight sting in their eyes. They had encountered such a phenomenon before, and even those Uchiha clan members who opened the Sharingan knew it very well. This was the pressure phenomenon of the high-level Sharingan facing the low-level Sharingan. But this knowledge surprised many powerful Uchiha clan members. You know, they already have three-hooked Sharingan. What other Sharingan can be more advanced than them? Tajima, who also had such doubts, seemed to suddenly think of something, and he stared at Lin Feng's eyes with an ugly face. At this time, in Lin Feng's pupils, there was a pair of unique Sharingan. It was not the image of a single hook wheel, a double hook wheel, or a triple hook wheel, but a perfect three-diamond shape, with the left eye pattern pointing up and the right eye pattern pointing down. Just by looking at this pair of strange eyes, many Uchiha clan members felt like they were being sucked in and they didn't want to look away at all. It was as if it had a strange charm. In the eyes of the Uchiha clan members, it was the most beautiful eyes in the world. But they had never seen a Sharingan with this pattern, but many people already had a vague answer in their hearts. And finally Tajima said it in a trembling voice, "That could it be the Manjeki Sharingan?" The Manjeki Sharingan he had been thinking about for a long time, the Manjeki Sharingan he had dreamed of, now appeared in the eyes of his enemy. "That's right," Lin Feng smiled slightly. "This is the eye that the Uchiha ancestors had, the Manjeki Sharingan. This eye is the highest level of evolution of the Sharingan. For hundreds of years, no one in the Uchiha family has been able to open it again. Lin Feng's voice paused and then became louder. But I opened it perfectly, and at the age of 12. This is undoubtedly the will of the Uchiha ancestors. As he spoke, he looked around and scanned the tribesmen. No tribe member dared to look at Lin Feng, just because they were too awed by the Manjiki Sharingan that was deified by the legend, even to the extent that they believed it revealed endless majesty. At this point, the tribesmen finally fell silent, as if they had surrendered to Lin Feng. Tajima looked at all this in disbelief, veins popping up on his forehead, and he could no longer bear it and took action first. Forget it! I will personally execute the family traitor. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Tajima spit out a huge fireball in the center of the banquet hall, without caring about anything. The Great Fireball Technique is the fire style that the Uchiha family is proud of. As the user's ability increases, it can be almost infinitely enhanced, and when used by a strong man of Tajima's level, the condensed fireball undoubtedly has the real destructive power. The burning sensation made the surrounding clansmen scream and dodge outward. At this time, Tajima's mind was full of madness. He didn't care about the possibility of many accidental injuries. But facing the great fireball that was almost 3 people tall, Lin Feng didn't dodge or avoid it, which made Madara on the outside of the crowd horrified. "Izuna, get out of the way!" Lin Feng turned a deaf ear to Madara's shouts. On the contrary, he sped up and rushed towards the great fireball. Ban was watching from a distance with his eyes wide open, while Lin Feng, who was getting closer and closer to the huge fireball, suddenly opened his right eye wide. Agaliu! The huge fireball decayed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and when it collided with Lin Feng, it was not even a small flame. This change made everyone stunned, especially Tiandao, who had never thought that such a thing would happen. But since the battle situation was beyond Tiandao's expectations, it meant that he would definitely react half a beat late. In addition, Lin Feng chose the closest and most unlikely straight-line distance to sprint, and he arrived in front of Tiandao almost instantly. Daru! Lin Feng's left eye was suddenly full of bloodshot, and at the same time, he had kicked Tiandao. Bang! With a sonic boom, Tiandao broke through the wall of the banquet hall and rolled over 100 meters on the land outside the courtyard before stopping. This is too much! After being stunned just now, the clan members were dumbfounded again. Tajima is a well-known, old-fashioned family head-level strongman, but he was beaten like this by a boy who was only 12 years old. Although Lin Feng's actual age is 13 years old, the Uchiha clan members don't know, which also adds a layer of mystery to Lin Feng. Asshole! Tajima struggled to get up from the ground. He was puzzled. What's going on? Obviously, the physical skills of that evil boy should only be around the quasi-family head level. But why just